Chapter 1. The Dragon Rises. The Celestial Emperor is released. Congratulations on your release, Your Excellency. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. In Longyuan Prison, Unit 1, Cell 9, warm sunlight streamed through the iron bars, casting a gentle glow upon the visage of a young man clad in simple, unadorned attire. The youth possessed a countenance that exuded scholarly charm, his eyes as clear as a spring, and his every gesture imbued with an ethereal grace. He was known as Jun Wuxian. 5 years. Jun Wuxian sighed softly, his mind flooded with memories of the past 5 years prior. He had emerged as the unrivaled top scholar in the provincial college entrance examination, basking in unparalleled glory. In that fleeting moment, he had become the pride of all. Yet, the splendor was ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it had arrived. In a moment of desperation, Jun Wuxian unleashed a primal force, defeating all of Mu Sheng's subordinates and fracturing Mu Sheng's left leg in the process. The influence of the Tungfei group was vast, and amid their machinations, Jun Wuxian was sentenced to 5 years for the crime of causing bodily harm. The once celebrated scholar became a mere shadow of his former self. Sentenced to serve his time in Longyuan Prison, it was an unexpected turn of fate, for he stood as the sole, ordinary individual among the inmates. More astonishing was the awakening that occurred upon his arrival at Longyuan. The reincarnation wheel within him burst forth with brilliance, reviving the splendid memories of his previous life. He was no ordinary man, he was the Celestial Emperor, Jun Tian-Di, the foremost powerhouse of Tianwang. He was the sovereign of the 3,000 realms of the ancient Tianwang Road, safeguarding the vast expanse of Tianwang for countless millennia. Upon reflection, it was not a primal force he had unleashed, but rather the resurgence of his former self, Jun Wuxian. Yet, in the relentless flow of time, the once invincible Celestial Emperor had grown frail, approaching the twilight of his years. His disciples, entangled in darkness, had opened the ancient path of Tianwang, summoning dormant ancient immortals from various realms to assail Tianwang. In that cataclysmic battle, the heavens trembled, and the cries of blood echoed across myriad domains. With a single sword strike, the ancient path was severed. This battle marked the final brilliance of Jun Tian-Di's storied life of combat, proclaiming to the myriad realms that he, Jun Tian-Di, remained undefeated. Thus he arrived, and thus he departed. Yet he had exerted his utmost. Even the formidable Jun Tian-Di could not withstand the relentless tide of time. In that fleeting moment of cognitive disarray, the reincarnation wheel bestowed upon him by his master radiated with resplendent light. The once invincible Celestial Emperor of the ancient Tianwang was transported to a different world, reborn anew. In the subsequent 5 years, Jun Wuxian harnessed the spiritual energy within the reincarnation wheel, elevating his cultivation to the threshold of the half-step Yuan-Ing realm. This was but a mere fraction of his former glory. Master, you left the reincarnation wheel, granting me the opportunity of rebirth. Did you, too, leave behind such an opportunity? Or perhaps you were waiting for me at some distant corner of the earth. Returning to his senses, the iron bars remained, yet they could no longer confine the sovereign who had ruled Tianwang for 1,000,000 years. Turning away, his gaze fell upon 4 formidable inmates, and he offered a faint smile. Gentlemen, do you have something to share? These 4 were not to be underestimated. The elder with graying temples was named Shun Qianshan, the chairman of Qianshan Group, who once rightfully held the title of the wealthiest individual in Huagua. Yet now, it was rumored that Qianshan Group was burdened with debts exceeding trillions, a shadow of its former self. His medical skills were unparalleled, renowned throughout Huagua. The formidable figure, Bai Sufeng, a man of great stature, commands influence across the 33 provinces of Huagua as the sword-bearer of the Bai Gate. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. With a hawk-like nose, sunken eyes, and the moniker Thunder River, he is a killer of repute, renowned for his unparalleled achievement of single-handedly infiltrating the West Chun Palace, severing the head of the West Chun monarch, and departing unscathed. His imprisonment stemmed from this very act. These 4 individuals are among the few friends of Jun Wuxian within the confines of the Longyuan West Prison. Shun Qianshan stood forth on behalf of the quartet, cradling a manual and 2 dual daggers of varying lengths. Jun Wuxian recognized the dual blades as the Wind Thunder and Godslayer daggers belonging to Thunder River, which were never far from his side. The warden had granted special permission for Thunder River to keep them close. What's the matter? Jun Wuxian inquired with a sidelong glance. Shun Qinshan replied, the matters concerning myself, by Sufeng, and the D family's request for your assistance are detailed within this manual. As for Thunder River, who is unencumbered by ties, his request is quite simple. He hopes that you might carry the wind, thunder, and Godslayer with you, so that these blades do not fall into obscurity. Jun Wuxian smiled, and in an instant, both the manual and the dual daggers vanished from sight. They were all well-versed and understood that Jun Wuxian had mastered the most orthodox techniques of the Taoist divine arts. At that moment, a refined, middle-aged man clad in a green military uniform appeared at the iron door of the cell. Feng Renjian, the commanding officer of the 7th Military District and the warden of Longyuan Prison, remarked teasingly, Jun Wuxian, you won't be reluctant to leave, will you? With an air of nonchalance, Jun Wuxian stepped out of the cell and waved farewell to the four outside the prison. The sky was clear and the air refreshing, a rare, perfect day. February 2nd. The day of your release coincides with this day? Could it possibly hold some significance? Feng Renjian mused. Does the dragon truly lift its head? Jun Wuxian offered a slight smile as he gazed at the dazzling expanse of the sky. Heaven knows. Gradually, Feng Renjian became solemn and retrieved a palm-sized sandalwood box, stating, inside this box lies the 11th combat medal of our Huagua. The chief national sovereign has entrusted me to deliver it to you personally. With this, Jun Wuxian comprehended fully. Due to that battle, several national sovereigns in the capital convened and resolved to bestow a combat medal upon the Shura. This medal, reserved for those whose military achievements are exemplary, is a privilege not easily granted. Originally, there were only 7 medals, each held by the commanding officers of the 7 military districts. These 7 individuals stand as towering pillars, akin to war gods safeguarding the borders of Huagua. Yet unexpectedly, due to Jun Wuxian, an additional medal had been created. Jun Wuxian did not accept it, nor did he aspire to become the 8th war god of Huagua. Let us depart. Beep, beep. Gradually, the sound of a car horn echoed. Jun Wuxian looked up to see an Audi A6 parked across the street. A woman in a black evening gown alighted from the vehicle, removing her tinted glasses to reveal a delicate and graceful visage, complemented by a pair of bright, enchanting eyes. The woman offered Jun Wuxian a knowing smile, her lips parting slightly. Jun Wuxian, I trust you are well. Jun Wuxian returned the smile. Indeed, I am well, Guxian. Chapter 2. Today, I am somewhat different from 5 years ago. Jun Wuxian reclined in the passenger seat, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber, and casually remarked, given your stature, Miss Gu, what brings you to drive this vehicle? Guxian drove the car, casting a sidelong glance, and remarked, a mere means of transportation, nothing more. But what about you? Do you have a car you fancy? I would gift it to you. Jun Wuxian shook his head, his curiosity piqued by another matter. He inquired, how did you know I was imprisoned in Longyuan? And how did you know I was released today? Compared to 5 years ago, the once naive and ethereal Guxian had become even more exquisite, with rosy lips, pearly teeth, and flawless features. Jun Wuxian was taken aback. He had thought he would never cross paths with this old classmate again, yet the first familiar face he encountered upon his release was hers. I had no idea, but yesterday a letter mysteriously appeared on my desk, revealing the news of your release from Longyuan prison today. Jun Wuxian, I truly had no idea you would end up here. Longyuan prison housed notorious criminals with formidable backgrounds. Time was ample, allowing for a thorough investigation. Do you know who sent the letter? Jun Wuxian asked. Guxian shook her head. The person who could discreetly leave a letter on my desk is certainly not an ordinary individual, but they must be connected to you. Can you guess who it is? I can. He had already deduced the identity. Who? Guxian asked with curiosity. Jun Wuxian smiled at her. You need not know. That person shared his surname, Jun. Even if it wasn't him, it was certainly someone he had arranged. 5 years had transformed Yunzhou beyond recognition, a stark contrast to the memories Jun Wuxian held. That Jiuxian took Jun Wuxian to a hotel where he freshened up, and they shared a leisurely lunch. As they ate, both savored their food with great care. After much hesitation, Guxian retrieved a check from the fragrant pouch beside her and pushed it toward him. Jun Wuxian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at it before raising his gaze to meet Gu Xian's evasive eyes. He smiled. 5 million? You are indeed quite generous. An ordinary person might not earn such a sum in a lifetime, yet I only had to spend 5 years in prison. Quite a bargain. Wuxian hastily defended herself. Jun Wuxian, that is not my intention. I know very well what kind of person you are. You wouldn't covet this money. I am but a mundane individual, unable to conceive a better form of compensation. Therefore, you may be mundane, but I am not. She understood Jun Wuxian well, realizing that if he said so, he would truly desire nothing in return. Jun Wuxian had always been a person of immense pride during their school days. Suddenly, 5 men stormed into the dining hall, heading straight for Jun Wuxian's table with an aggressive demeanor. The 2 leading figures bore a slight resemblance to each other, their expressions menacing. The elder of the 2, a bald man, approached and, with a smile that was almost mocking, scrutinized Jun Wuxian. Top scholar, long time no see. Shunga sends his regards. He wishes to inform you that his legs ache whenever the wind blows or it rains. At that moment, Wuxian recognized the visitors. The 2 in the lead were named Hulong and Hu, brothers working for the Tongfei group. Years ago, when Mu Sheng had ill intentions toward her, these 2 brothers had trailed her. Wuxian could not help but feel panic rising within her. Naturally, it is for revenge. Let us proceed. Jun Wuxian lifted his head, his eyes betraying no emotion. Years ago, it all began with Mu Sheng's nefarious intentions towards me. Have the lessons learned from my 5-year departure from Yinzhou not been sufficient? If you intend to harm Jun Wuxian today, then you must first contend with me. However, have you considered how you will explain this to your young master? Wuxian rose, positioning herself before Hulong. In that instant, Hulong and his companions found themselves in a quandary. They feared no one in Yinzhou, yet when it came to Wuxian, they dared not lay a finger on her. This was due to the fact that she was the betrothed of the second young master, Mu Yunfei, the future heir of the Tongfei group. The scars etched upon the faces of the 2 brothers served as a stark reminder of the lessons learned 5 years ago, lessons that were indelibly profound. With Wuxian standing in their way, they truly hesitated to act. However, just as Hulong and Hu grappled with their dilemma, Jun Wuxian unexpectedly stepped forward, declaring, relying on a woman for protection is hardly commendable. I offer you the chance to avenge Mu Sheng. Jun Wuxian. Wuxian cried out in desperation. A true man. Yet Hulong reacted with swiftness, seizing the opportunity to unleash a colossal fist aimed squarely at Jun Wuxian's face. Given Hulong's imposing stature, such a blow could likely prove fatal to any ordinary man. Yet the strike, aimed with deadly precision, inexplicably missed. Jun Wuxian merely raised a finger, lightly touching Hulong's brow. Puffed. A crimson arc of blood erupted from the back of Hulong's head. His massive form collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He was dead. Big brother, why not seek vengeance for your brother as well? Jun Wuxian remarked with an air of indifference. This moment, Wuxian stood in stunned silence. Jun Wuxian had killed Hulong. This was unprecedented. The authorities would not let him off lightly, and the Tongfei group would certainly seek retribution. What baffled her further was how Jun Wuxian had merely pointed at Hulong, and yet his brow had seemed to be pierced as if by a bullet, resulting in his immediate demise. Let's go. Hu decisively made the call, not uttering a single word of bravado, as he hoisted Hulong's corpse and hastily retreated. Jun Wuxian was either a practitioner of dark arts or a martial arts master. In any case, he was not someone they could contend with. Whether it be Mu Sheng or the Tongfei group, he would settle the scores one by one, leaving no stone unturned. Jun Wuxian, you have taken a life. Wuxian stammered, her voice heavy with disbelief. I am aware, he replied. You have just been released from prison. I know, but... Jun Wuxian's gaze was marked by a chilling indifference. It was merely a dog. I killed it is hardly enough to land me back in confinement. The man I am today is somewhat different from the one I was 5 years ago. Chapter 1. The dragon raises its head. The Celestial Emperor emerges. Congratulations on your release, Your Excellency. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head. In Longyuan Prison, Block 1, Cell 9, warm sunlight streamed through the iron bars, illuminating the face of a young man clad in simple, unadorned garments. The youth possessed a scholarly visage, his eyes clear as spring water, exuding an ethereal aura with every gesture. His name was Jun Wuxian. 5 years. Jun Wuxian sighed softly, Memories flooding back like a tide. 5 years ago, he had decisively triumphed as the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the southern province, basking in unparalleled glory. In that fleeting moment, he became the pride of all. Yet, this splendor was as ephemeral as it was swift. In a moment of desperation, Jun Wuxian unleashed a formidable strength, defeating all of Mu Sheng's subordinates in a single breath and shattering Mu Sheng's left leg. The Tongfei group wielded immense influence, and under its machinations, Jun Wuxian was sentenced to 5 years for the crime of causing injury by negligence. The once glorious top scorer had become but a fleeting illusion. Sent to Longyuan prison to serve his sentence was an unexpected turn of fate, for he was the only ordinary person among the inmates. Even more astonishing was that upon arriving at Longyuan, the latent reincarnation wheel within him radiated brilliance, awakening the resplendent memories of his past life. He was anything but ordinary. He was Jun Tian-Di, the foremost powerhouse of Tianwang. He was the sovereign of the 3,000 realms of the ancient roads of Tianwang, safeguarding the long and enduring epochs of 1,000,000 years. In retrospect, what Jun Wuxian had unleashed was not merely primal strength, but rather the awakening of his former self. Yet as time flowed inexorably, the once invincible Jun Tian-Di, who had reigned supreme over countless realms, found himself in the twilight of his years, aging and frail. His disciples, tainted by darkness, opened the ancient roads of Tianwang, rallying the dormant dark ancient immortals from various realms to besiege Tianwang. This battle shook the heavens, and blood wept across myriad domains. With a single stroke, the ancient road was severed. This conflict marked the final brilliance of Jun Tian-Di's illustrious career. It proclaimed to the myriad realms that in his lifetime, Jun Tian-Di remained undefeated. Thus he came, and thus he departed. However, he had done his utmost. Even someone as formidable as Jun Tian-Di could not ultimately withstand the relentless flow of time, in that fleeting moment of dissipating consciousness. The reincarnation wheel entrusted to him by his master shone with radiant brilliance. The once undefeated Jun Tian-Di of the ancient roads of Tianwang was transported to another world by the reincarnation wheel, reborn anew. In the subsequent 5 years, Jun Wuxian, harnessing the spiritual energy within the reincarnation wheel, cultivated his realm to the threshold of half a yuanying. This was akin to a mere 1/10th of his former glory. Master, you left me the reincarnation wheel, granting me the opportunity for rebirth. Did you perhaps leave yourself such an opportunity as well? Or are you now waiting for me at some remote corner of the world? Returning to his senses, the iron bars remained, yet they could no longer confine this sovereign of Tianwang for 1,000,000 years. Turning around, his gaze fell upon 4 formidable inmates, and he smiled slightly. Gentlemen, I presume you have something to discuss. These 4 were no ordinary individuals. The silver-haired man among them was Sun Qianshan, the chairman of Qianshan Group, who had once rightfully held the title of the richest person in Huagua during his most glorious days. Now, however, it was rumored that Qianshan Group was burdened with a staggering debt of trillions, having become the foremost in liabilities. His medical expertise was unparalleled in Huagua. The robust and imposing Bai Sufeng, a formidable figure whose influence stretches across the 33 provinces of Huagua, stands as the sword-bearer of the Bai sect. Those who comply shall thrive, those who oppose shall perish. With a hawk-like nose, sunken eyes, and a persona reminiscent of thunder, Lei Jiang has made his mark as an assassin, boasting a remarkable feat of infiltrating the Western Chun Palace alone and decapitating its ruler, returning unscathed. His imprisonment is a consequence of this audacious act. These 4 individuals represent a select circle of friends for Jun Wuxian within the confines of Longyuan West Prison. Sun Qianshan steps forward on behalf of the quartet, cradling a manual and 2 pairs of dual blades of varying lengths. Jun Wuxian recognizes the dual blades as Lei Jiang's formulae and Zhan Shun, which are inseparable from him. The prison warden has made a special allowance for Lei Jiang to keep them close. What is it you wish to convey? Jun Wuxian inquires, casting a glance their way. Sun Qianshan replies, the matters concerning myself, Bai Sufeng, and the Di family are detailed within this manual. As for Lei Jiang, unencumbered by attachments, his request is rather straightforward. He hopes you will carry formulae and Zhan Shun, ensuring these blades do not fade into obscurity. With a smile, Jun Wuxian makes the manual and blades vanish in an instant. They all recognize that his training embodies the most orthodox of Taoist divine arts. At that moment, a sophisticated middle-aged man clad in a green military uniform appears at the prison door. Fang Renjian, the commander of the 7th Military District and the warden of Lonyuan Prison, remarks with a teasing tone, "Jun Wuxian, you wouldn't be reluctant to leave, would you?" With a carefree stride, Jun Wuxian exits the cell, waving farewell to the ford outside the prison. The sky is clear and the air refreshing. A rare and splendid day. February 2nd, the day of your release. How curious. Could it possibly hold some significance? Fang Renjian muses. When the dragon raises its head, will it truly soar? Jun Wuxian smiles faintly, gazing at the radiant expanse above. Heaven knows. Gradually, Fang Renjian adopts a more serious demeanor, producing a palm-sized sandalwood box, declaring, "Within this box lies the 11th battle ring of Huagua. The chief national sovereign has entrusted me with its delivery to you." With this revelation, Jun Wuxian comprehends the gravity of the situation. Following that epic battle, several national sovereigns in the capital convened and resolved to bestow a battle ring upon the Azura. This battle ring, a mark of extraordinary merit, is a coveted honor reserved for those worthy of the title Wolf Guardian. Originally, there were only 7, each held by the commanders of the 7 major military districts. These 7 men stand as the pillars of Huagua, the guardians of the realm. Yet, unexpectedly, due to Jun Wuxian, an 8th has emerged. Jun Wuxian makes no move to accept it, having no desire to be recognized as the 8th battle god of Huagua. Let us depart. Beep, beep. Gradually, the sound of a car horn resonates. Jun Wuxian lifts his gaze. He notices an Audi A6 parked across the street, as a woman clad in a black formal gown steps out, removing her tinted sunglasses to reveal a delicately refined face and a pair of bright, captivating eyes. With a knowing smile, she addresses Jun Wuxian. "Jun Wuxian, it's been a while." Jun Wuxian reciprocates the smile. Indeed, it has. Guxian. Chapter 2. The me of today, slightly different from 5 years ago. Jun Wuxian reclines in the passenger seat, closing his eyes in feigned slumber, and muses, "Given your esteemed status, Miss Gu, what brings you to drive this vehicle?" Guxian drove the car, casting a sidelong glance, and remarked, "It's merely a means of transportation, nothing more. But what about you? Do you have a car you fancy? I shall gift it to you." Jun Wuxian shook his head, curiosity piqued by another matter. He inquired, "How did you know I was confined in Lonyuan? And how did you know I was released today?" Compared to 5 years ago, the once innocent and ethereal Gu Xian had blossomed into a more perfect version of herself, with ruby lips, pearly teeth, and flawless features. Jun Wuxian was taken aback. He had thought that he would never cross paths with his old classmate, Gu Xian, again. Yet, the first familiar face he encountered upon his release was hers. "I had no prior knowledge, but yesterday a letter appeared on my desk. Upon opening it, I discovered the news of your release from Lonyuan Prison today. Jun Wuxian, I truly had no idea you would end up here. Lonyuan Prison housed notorious criminals with formidable backgrounds. Time was ample, allowing for a gradual investigation." "Do you know who sent the letter?" Jun Wuxian asked. That Ji Yuxian shook her head. "Anyone who could silently place a letter on my desk must be someone extraordinary. Yet, that individual is certainly connected to you. Can you guess who it is?" "I can." He had already deduced the identity of the sender. "Who?" Gu Xian asked with curiosity. Jun Wuxian cast a knowing glance her way. "There is no need for you to know. That person shared a surname, Jun. Even if it was not him, it was certainly orchestrated by him. 5 years had transformed Yunzhou beyond recognition, a stark contrast to the memories Jun Wuxian held. Gu Xian took him to a hotel where they refreshed themselves before having lunch there. As they dined, both savored their food deliberately, with a refined demeanor. After much hesitation, Gu Xian retrieved a check from her fragrant pouch and pushed it towards him. Jun Wuxian was momentarily taken aback, glanced at it, then raised his gaze to meet Gu Xian's evasive eyes, a smile gracing his lips. 5 million. How generous of you. The average person may never earn such an amount in a lifetime, yet I merely had to endure 5 years in prison. Quite a bargain." Gu Xian hastily defended herself. "Jun Wuxian, that is not my intention. I am well aware of the kind of person you are. You wouldn't covet such money. I am merely an ordinary person, unable to conceive of a better form of compensation. Therefore, you must You may be an ordinary person, but I am not. She understood Jun Wuxian well, realizing that since he said this, he would truly seek nothing in return. Jun Wuxian had always been a person of immense pride during their school days. Suddenly, 5 individuals stormed into the dining hall, advancing menacingly toward Jun Wuxian's table. The two at the forefront bore a striking resemblance, their faces contorted in menace. The elder of the two, a balding man, approached and scrutinized Jun Wuxian with a sardonic smile. "Top scholar, long time no see. Shungo asked me to convey to you that every time it rains or winds, his legs ache." At that moment, Wuxian recognized the newcomers. The two leading figures were named Hu Long and Hu, brothers working for the Tongfei group. Years ago, when Mu Shang had sinister intentions towards her, these two brothers had trailed her. Wuxian could not help but feel a surge of panic. Naturally, it is for revenge, then let us engage. Jun Wuxian lifted his head, his gaze devoid of emotion. Years ago, it was due to Mu Shang's nefarious intentions towards me that this all began. Has the lesson learned from 5 years away from Yinzhou not been profound enough? If you wish to lay a hand on Jun Wuxian today, you must first contend with me. However, have you contemplated how to explain this to your second young master? Wuxian rose, placing herself firmly in front of Hu Long. In that instant, Hu Long and his companions found themselves in a predicament. They were undaunted by anyone else in Yinzhou, but Wuxian was a different matter entirely. They dared not lay a finger on her, for she was the fiancée of the second young master, Mu Yunfei, who was destined to inherit the Tongfei group. The scars on the faces of the two brothers were a stark reminder of the lessons learned 5 years prior, a lesson deeply etched in their memories. With Wuxian standing guard, they truly hesitated to act. Yet, just as Hu Long and Hu found themselves at an impasse, Jun Wuxian unexpectedly stepped forward, stating, "Relying on a woman's protection is no true skill. I offer you the chance to avenge Mu Shang." Jun Wuxian. Wuxian exclaimed in desperation. "Now that's a man." However, Hu Long was quicker to seize the moment, launching a massive fist towards Jun Wuxian's face. Towering and strong, Hu Long's punch could easily fell an ordinary man. Yet, the intended blow missed its mark, as Jun Wuxian merely raised a finger and pointed to Hu Long's brow. With a sudden burst, a spray of blood erupted from the back of Hu Long's head, and his formidable body collapsed, lifeless. "Big brother, how about avenging your brother now?" Jun Wuxian remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. That moment, Wuxian stood in stunned silence. Jun Wuxian had killed Hu Long. This was unprecedented. The authorities would not overlook this, nor would the Tongfei group. What bewildered her even more was how Jun Wuxian had merely touched Hu Long, yet it was as if a bullet had pierced through his brow, leading to his immediate demise. "Let's go." Hu made a swift decision. Without uttering a single word of bravado, he hoisted Hu Long's corpse and decisively retreated with his men. Jun Wuxian was either a sorcerer or a martial arts master in any case. They were not equipped to handle him. Whether it was Mu Shang or the Tongfei group, he would settle the scores one by one, without fail. "Jun Wuxian, you have killed someone." Wuxian stammered, struggling to comprehend. "I am aware. You have just been released from prison, I know. But..." Jun Wuxian's gaze was filled with indifference. "It was merely a dog that I killed. It hardly warrants another incarceration. Today, I'm somewhat different from who I was 5 years ago." Chapter 3. The doctor cannot, but I can in silence. Wuxian nervously drove to Luoshui Town. Luoshui Town, the most renowned township in Yunzhou district, had, despite its rural classification, achieved urban-rural integration 5 years ago. Today, it thrived with the vibrancy of a flowing river. Before her lay the meandering Luoshui River Bay, which belonged to her family. Her mother, Lin Shishui, once a graduate student, was an extraordinary woman who had amassed a fortune of 1 million at a young age. That was 1 million from 30 years ago. Lin Shishui recognized the potential of the Luoshui River Bay and, with remarkable audacity, secured a loan of 2 million to purchase a 100-year usage right for the bay at the cost of 3 million. Thus, she settled in Luoshui Town, becoming its wealthiest female entrepreneur. In those times, underground forces were rampant, and many nefarious figures coveted the bay, seeking to claim it for themselves. It was during that year that she encountered the love of her life, a man who, like a deity, was capable of anything, with a mere flick of his hand. He dismantled the ambitions of all those who sought to possess the bay. The bay was easily safeguarded, and Lin Shishui fell deeply in love. Subsequently, the rebirth of Jun Wuxian occurred. However, According to his aunt, Lin Shishui mysteriously lost the man she loved when she was 9 months pregnant, and he never returned. This meant that Jun Wuxian was raised solely by Lin Shishui. His surname, Jun, indicated his father's lineage. Some things are preordained, such as the Jun Wuxian's name. Before his birth, Lin Shishui had adopted a 3-year-old girl from an orphanage as her sister, who became Jun Wuxian's aunt, Lin Qian. Lin Yan, another sister, was adopted later out of concern that young Jun Wuxian would feel lonely. Concerning their surnames, his aunt once inadvertently remarked that the sister did not match the Jun surname. Thus was the family of Jun Wuxian in this life. 5 years ago, he was sentenced to prison for involuntary manslaughter. During this time, Lin Shishui tirelessly sought help for him, ultimately exhausting herself. The business at the Bay faltered under the machinations of the Tingfei group, leading to a severed financial chain. Major banks were alerted to reject Lin Shishui's loan applications. In desperation, Du Qidong, the president of Tongtian Bank, offered to lend her 10 million for a turnaround, inviting her to his office for further discussion. Yet, it was a ruse. She was to meet him at 8 in the morning, but by 1 in the afternoon, he had not appeared. That day, it was said that Yunzhou district experienced the heaviest rain in a decade. The frail Lin Shishui fainted in the torrential downpour and never regained consciousness. This beautiful woman, who had been kind throughout her life, perished amidst the fierce storm. A 6 halted outside an old villa, and Gu Xiyan, filled with trepidation, spoke. "We've arrived." She had yet to recover from the earlier events, after all. A life had been lost. Her gaze instinctively turned towards Jun Wuxian, only to find that he appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Did he not comprehend the consequences of taking a life? "Thank you." Jun Wuxian opened the car door and stepped out, gazing at the tightly shut gates of the villa. A slight frown creasing his brow. He distinctly remembered informing his sister of his release from prison. Perhaps she was too preoccupied to come and fetch him. But how could it be that no one was home? "Jun Wuxian." Gu Xiyan took a deep breath, advising him, "It would be wise for you to seek refuge elsewhere. Even if the authorities relent, the Tingfei group will not let this matter rest." She was unaware of how Jun Wuxian had spent his 5 years in prison, nor the formidable skills he had acquired. However, the bloodshed involving the Tingfei group could not simply be overlooked. If no one had died, perhaps she could have intervened. Yet, with a life lost, even her connections with Mu Yunfei would prove futile. Jun Wuxian, however, bore an indifference, replying, "All right, I understand." The expression on his face led Gu Xiyan to realize her warning had been in vain. She could not fathom the confidence that emboldened Jun Wuxian to face the might of the Tingfei group without fear. Pressing her lips together, she ultimately chose silence and drove away. Once, she owed Jun Wuxian a debt of gratitude, but this matter was no longer her concern. Approaching the dilapidated villa, Jun Wuxian attempted to push the door open, only to find it creakingly ajar, unlatched. Stepping into the foyer, he spotted a brand-new, exquisite black mobile phone resting on the coffee table. Just then, the phone vibrated. He picked it up and answered, "Hello?" A slightly immature female voice echoed from the other end. Instantly, Jun Wuxian recognized who it was. Straining to suppress his emotions, he heard, "Xiaoyan. Brother. Brother." The first call was filled with excitement, but the second was overwhelmed by helpless sobs. "Brother, Anne is not doing well. She's at the hospital in Yunzhou. Please hurry. Come quickly." The smile that had graced Jun Wuxian's face vanished in an instant as he turned and disappeared from sight. A tempest of wind swept through the hall, leaving chaos in its wake. Upon arriving at Yunzhou Hospital, Jun Wuxian quickly contacted his sister, who stood elegantly and without exchanging pleasantries, rushed into the intensive care unit. On the hospital bed lay a woman, strikingly beautiful yet gaunt from illness, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Jun Wuxian. She strained to extend her hand, grasping his sturdy palm, and spoke in halting breaths, "Wuxian, it's truly wonderful to see you alive and out of prison." "Brother, it's Du Qidong. Leave this matter to the authorities. Wuxian, you've just been released. Please don't act impulsively," Lin Qian worriedly cautioned. "Aunt, don't speak," Jun Wuxian urged. "Xiaoyan, stop crying as well. Just because the doctors say they cannot save her, it does not mean I cannot help." At that moment, a soft golden glow emanated from Jun Wuxian's palm, a warm current flowing from his hand to Lin Qian's weary body. Remarkably, Lin Qian felt her failing organs begin to revive with newfound vitality. Wuxian. Chapter 4. With Jun Wuxian, without him, a miracle. This is nothing short of a marvel in the medical field. The lethal Baichuan toxin, which no specific antidote can neutralize, has been entirely eradicated from a patient's body. How is this possible? In the hospital room, 5 doctors clad in white coats convened to examine Lin Qian, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that seemed utterly implausible. The Baichuan toxin within Lin Qian's body had been completely purged. All eyes converged on Jun Wuxian, eager to discern the truth. It must be that my aunt's life is not yet destined to end. Heaven has shown her mercy. Jun Wuxian offered little explanation. Aside from the renowned physician Di Fu, who was sentenced to life imprisonment 10 years ago, no one else has successfully neutralized the Baichuan toxin. Lin Qian's body must possess a unique constitution that enabled the production of antibodies capable of combating the toxin, allowing it to dissipate on its own. Indeed, what this brother Jun stated holds true. Lin Qian is blessed by fortune. At that moment, the eldest doctor regained his composure and presented a hypothesis. The other doctors nodded in agreement, arriving at the same conclusion. The Baichuan toxin has only ever been known to be neutralized by Di Fu, and it is inconceivable that this young man could possess such capability. If he truly had such prowess, Lin Qian would not have been brought to the hospital in the first place. After observing for a while longer and confirming that Lin Qian's health was steadily improving, the elderly doctor offered his advice before departing with his team. Once the door to the hospital room closed, Lin Qian marveled at the situation. Wuxian, you have actually learned to neutralize toxins over the years. My dear aunt always knew that our Wuxian is not one to be easily defeated. Lin Qian expressed with relief. From now on, with our Wuxian skills and detoxification, we shall never be in want. Lin Yin interjected. Aunt, one must possess a medical license to practice medicine now. Thus, my brother's talents cannot be turned into a livelihood, unless he is a Taoist physician. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yin felt her imagination was running wild. A Taoist physician is not a title one can acquire so casually. Mastery of Taoist arts requires extensive knowledge of both ancient and modern medical practices. The youngest Taoist physicians are typically over 50 years of age. To the ordinary person, a Taoist physician is akin to a celestial figure. Were it not for the renowned Di Fu, who gained fame far and wide, most individuals would remain unaware of the extraordinary existence of such physicians. How could her brother, at his age, possibly be a Taoist physician? However, her brother does not need to rely on his medical skills for sustenance. His fortunate ability to heal their aunt is surely a blessing from their mother in the heavens. Jun Wuxian, of course, is not a Taoist physician. How could such a title befit the supreme being of the ancient path, Jun Tian-Di? In this moment, he chose not to elaborate further, instead contemplating a figure, Du Qidong. He pondered. For years ago, he was the architect of my mother's demise. However, that time, he did not commit murder directly. The laws of Huagua could not touch Du Qidong. Yet now, he truly seeks my aunt's life. What could compel him to act so boldly? Yet, Du Qidong is merely the president of Tongtian Bank. He does not possess the power to transcend the laws of Huagua. Murder carries a prison sentence. What could his motive be? Surely, it must be for the sake of our family's River Bay. Brother, in these years without our mother, aunt has been struggling alone to support Huan. If it were not for her desire to uphold the legacy our mother left behind for you, she would not have borne the burden of Huan for so long. The Tungfei group has set its sights on our Huan once again. The reason for the word again is that 4 years ago, they covertly poisoned a large number of freshwater fish in Huan, resulting in a catastrophic loss that year. With Tungfei Group being the true mastermind behind it, it was also Tungfei Group's influence that prevented major banks from granting loans to Lin Shishui. Du Qidong mocked our mother, Lin Shishui, leading to her tragic demise in the heavy rain, likely at the behest of Tungfei Group. However, my younger sister mentioned that the incident of our mother's death drew attention from higher authorities. Under pressure, Du Qidong eventually loaned 10 million to aunt to manage Huan, which gradually quelled external criticism. Over these 4 years, countless individuals have sought to seize the natural resources of Huan, aiming to create immense value from it. Yet, Lin Qian has steadfastly protected Huan, leaving no openings for these opportunists. But once Lin Qian is gone, with only Lin Yan, a mere girl, there is little hope of safeguarding Huan. Du Qidong dares to act so boldly, fully intent on handing Huan over to Tungfei Group, making it a part of their territory. For years have passed, and Du Qidong's audacity has only grown. Lin Qian, aware of her nephew's temperament, hastily warned, Wuxian, you've just been released from prison. You must not act foolishly. If you get into trouble again, how can I explain it to my sister? We will deal with the matters of Huan when aunt is discharged from the hospital. Although the poison has been cleared, Lin Qian remains in poor health. Jun Wuxian agreed. All right, I will listen to aunt. Tungfei Group, dressed in a smart suit, Mu Yunfei lounged in his office chair with his legs crossed on the desk, listening to Hu Hu's report. Your brother is dead. Mu Yunfei narrowed his eyes sharply. This Jun Wuxian is indeed resourceful. Even after spending years in prison, he has learned such underhanded tactics, which is quite surprising. Young master, you must avenge my brother. Hu Hu's voice was hoarse, filled with hatred. Their plan to confront Jun Wuxian was not initiated by Mu Sheng, but rather by Mu Yunfei. The motive is tied to Luo Shui Huan. Mu Yunfei rose and walked to a corner, opening a safe, from which he retrieved a 20-centimeter-long box. Handing it to Hu Hu. With a single finger, one can break the barrier. Even a martial arts master can achieve this. But the principles of martial arts and cultivation are the same. One must accumulate knowledge and skills over time. Jun Wuxian has only spent 5 years in prison. Even if he learned martial arts there, he is still a novice, far from being able to kill with bare hands. He must have practiced some form of evil sorcery in prison. Inside the box is a talisman personally crafted by Master Lingyu. Any malevolent entity would retreat at its sight. Take this talisman and a gun to confront Jun Wuxian. With the talisman affixed to the gun, Jun Wuxian is certain to meet his end. Upon hearing this, Hu quickly gripped the box tightly, fearful of any damage to the talisman, and vowed, Young master, it's either him or me. Go carry out your task. Chapter 5 That man is an insurmountable mountain, invisible even when one looks up. 3 days later, Lin Xian was discharged from the hospital. Atop the summit lay a gravestone. A solemn monument that separated itself from the tumult of the world below. It marked the resting place of her mother, Lin Shishui. The inscription bore the names of those who mourned her, son Jun Wuxian, daughter Lin Qian, and daughter Lin Yin. Upon their arrival, a bouquet of white peonies had already been placed at the grave, its freshness indicating that someone had visited 2 days prior. Who could have come to pay respects to mother? I don't recall anyone knowing that she adored peonies, Lin Yin pondered aloud. Lin Qian instinctively glanced at Jun Wuxian. Their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. Wuxian, do you have any idea who it might be? Lin Qian questioned with a hint of suspicion. Jun Wuxian merely nodded in response. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yin inquired further. Aunt, brother, who is it? His father, Lin Qian replied. Stepping forward to arrange the offerings at the gravestone, she lit the incense and candles, lowering herself before the monument, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. Sister, that man never visited you in life, yet now he feigns grief at your grave. Is he fearful that you might return as a spirit to settle the score? How could you raise Wuxian alone? No one understands better than I the weight of that burden. That man owes you a debt that this lifetime cannot repay. As she spoke, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Wuxian, please, spend a moment with your mother, she beckoned, urging him to step closer, so that his sister could truly see the man he had become. Jun Wuxian approached hesitantly, eventually kneeling before the gravestone. His gaze was resolute and clear. Mother, I will seek justice from that man on your behalf. With 3 resounding bows, he paid homage. Though Jun Tian-Di was a deity, no celestial being deserved his reverence more than the mother who bore and nurtured him. Yet, it was the simplicity of Jun Wuxian's declaration that left Lin Qian's lips trembling in shock. Seek justice from that man. Lin Yin, enveloped in confusion, remained unaware of the identity of this man, yet she knelt before the gravestone and vowed, Mother, no matter what my brother intends to do, as his sister, I will support him wholeheartedly. You need not worry, I will take care of him. As Lin Yin set fire to the paper money, Lin Qian led Jun Wuxian to the edge of the summit and gently advised, Wuxian, your mother and that man shared a mutual affection. When she conceived you, she knew it would lead to no future, yet she chose to bring you into this world. Therefore, do not carry the weight of the past. Forget that man. Will you? Jun Wuxian turned his gaze, his short hair swaying lightly in the breeze as he smiled faintly. Aunt, ever since I was young, you have refrained from mentioning that man in my presence, not because you wished to keep his identity a secret, but rather because you feared it, did you not? His name is terrifying, a mountain insurmountable to ordinary people. Am I mistaken? His name is Jun Jiga. Should you wish to know, then you shall know. Jun Wuxian spoke with an air of calmness, as if he were merely uttering an inconsequential name, rather than that of a formidable figure of power. Ah, no wonder the house is empty. They have all come to pay their respects to Lin Shishui. In the town of Luo Shui, Lin Shishui is indeed a legendary woman, albeit with a tragically short life. A discordant voice interrupted the solemn atmosphere. A middle-aged man clad in a suit, accompanied by a subordinate, ascended the hillside, surveying the surroundings with a sense of superiority. He arrived at Lin Shishui's gravestone, offering a disingenuous bow, feigning sorrow as he spoke. "Ah, Shishui, my dear sister. How I wish to see you. What a pity that such a beautiful soul has departed so early. Heaven truly has no sight. Duo Qidong, what brings you here?" Lin Qian glared at him fiercely. The intruder was none other than Du Qidong, the president of Tongtian Bank. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled insincerely at Lin Qian, saying, "Now that I see you are well, I can rest easy. But should something happen to you during a meal with me, I would feel quite guilty." Suddenly, Du Qidong found his vision blurring and a tight grip around his neck as Jun Wuxian effortlessly lifted him off the ground. A chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Old wretch, if you wish to die, I can oblige. Wuxian, do not act impulsively." Lin Qian was taken aback by how swiftly Jun Wuxian had moved to seize Du Qidong by the throat. Instinctively, she recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately admonished them. Du Qidong had established himself in Yunzhou for many years with intricate networks of influence. His vengeful nature meant that any slight against him would not go unpunished. "Let go of me," Du Qidong snarled, his expression contorted in rage. "Very well." Jun Wuxian suddenly ceased his aggression, releasing Du Qidong, who stumbled to the ground, losing all semblance of dignity. Struggling to rise, he glared menacingly at Jun Wuxian, who towered over him. "You, young man, are fearless, aren't you? Offending me, Du Qidong, will ensure your demise will be most tragic." With that, he turned his attention to Lin Qian, warning, "I must remind you that the 10 million principal from your Yuan loan must be returned to Tongtian Bank within 2 days. Otherwise, we shall apply to the commercial court to seize Yuan and put it up for auction. Of course, I suggest you sell Yuan directly to the Tengfei Group. This way, everyone will avoid considerable trouble. At the very least, your family can retain the old villa in Yuan." Lin Qian felt utterly powerless. With her sister gone, she was now the head of the family. Seeing Jun Wuxian's serious demeanor, she cautioned, "Wuxian, my aunt knows that people like Du Qidong are not worth 1,000 deaths. However, you must not act rashly." "I understand," Jun Wuxian replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Du Qidong's retreating figure, exuding an icy resolve. Chapter 6. A Step Towards Paradise. A Step Towards Hell. The obsidian black Mercedes S-Class glided along the coastal highway. As Du Qidong in the rear seat marveled at the picturesque bay, reflecting on Lin Shishui's remarkable foresight in investing 3 million to acquire the Luoshui Bay over 2 decades ago, a sum that had since multiplied 100-fold in value. However, within the realm of Yunzhou, nothing coveted by the Tengfei Group could remain unclaimed. Luoshui Bay would soon bear the surname Mu. His gaze exuded a sense of triumph, as if the bay were already an asset under his dominion. His assistant, perplexed, inquired while maneuvering the vehicle, "President, I recall that 4 years ago, Luoshui Bay faced a crisis precisely due to Tengfei Group's intervention. The Lin sisters, lacking substantial backing, how could Tengfei Group have stalled this matter for 4 long years? The commercial potential of Luoshui Bay was indisputable. Their Tongtian Bank had amassed a staggering 10 billion in cash, awaiting Tengfei Group to secure the usage rights, which would enable them to finance the construction of the largest resort in the southern province, anchored on Luoshui Bay. Yet, Tengfei Group had been deliberating on this for 4 years. Logically, with their capabilities, such a delay seemed implausible. Du Qidong fell into a moment of contemplation, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. This situation was hardly a secret within Yunzhou's circles, revealing it posed no risk. The reason Tengfei Group had not succeeded in acquiring the bay 4 years ago was due to external pressures. Should they dare to lay hands on the bay, they would face obliteration. But 4 years had passed, and there had been no further communication from above, likely due to the waning influence of Lin Shishui with a certain esteemed individual. Above, the assistant curiously probed, "The provincial authorities?" Du Qidong shook his head, cryptically uttering 2 words, "Jingshang." In an instant, the assistant's jaw dropped in astonishment. The esteemed figures of Jingshang. He mused inwardly. The audacity of Tengfei Group was indeed remarkable, daring to defy even the directives from Jingshang. At that moment, a loud thud resonated as the Mercedes collided with an unseen object. Violently jolting, the wheels skidding erratically across the dual carriageway, spiraling out of control. The assistant's head struck the windshield, shattering it, and spilling blood into the cabin. Alarmed, Du Qidong questioned, only to discover that his assistant had been rendered unconscious, and the Mercedes was now careening uncontrollably. Beep, beep. A 4-axle truck approached head-on, and Du Qidong's mind went blank, instinctively leaning forward to wrench the steering wheel. The Mercedes narrowly avoided a collision with the truck. Before he could exhale in relief, he noticed the Mercedes veering off the road, hurtling towards the precipice. No, he shut his eyes in terror. Yet, the anticipated plunge into the abyss did not occur. Instead, the vehicle came to an eerie halt, precariously balanced half on the roadway, half teetering on the edge of the cliff. This truly was a step towards paradise, and a step towards hell. Paralyzed by fear, Du Qidong dared not move, terrified that even the slightest shift might send the Mercedes plummeting. Help! Help! The incessant beeping of a disconnected line echoed in his ears. No signal. How could there possibly be no signal? Du Qidong, filled with rage, hurled his phone out of the window, only to have the Mercedes sway ominously once more, leaving him too terrified to make any further movements. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the car window. Du Qidong turned in surprise, his expression stiffening. Director Du, what a coincidence, Jun Wuxian teased. How did you manage to follow me? The events of the day had been utterly bizarre. His vehicle had been cruising along a smooth road when, inexplicably, it collided with something, causing his assistant to faint and the car to spiral out of control. Now, it hung precariously at the edge of a cliff. How could Jun Wuxian, who had been at the mountain to pay respects to Lin Shishui just moments ago, have caught up with him? It seemed impossible. In this critical moment, Du Qidong had no time to ponder the impossibility of the situation. He implored Jun Wuxian for assistance. A grace period? The loan isn't even due yet. Why would I need your leniency? Jun Wuxian deliberately assessed the precarious state of the Mercedes and quipped, Old ghost, if I were to lend you a gentle hand, you would plummet off the cliff, leading to your demise and the destruction of your vehicle. It would perfectly avenge my mother. No, no. Wuxian, I beg you. Please don't. Faced with death, Du Qidong could muster no bravado, repeatedly pleading for mercy. You must ask quickly. As the Mercedes tilted once again, Du Qidong was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. First matter, 5 years ago, who orchestrated the mockery of my mother, leaving her drenched in rain for an entire day, ultimately resulting in her severe illness? Zhuo Zonglin. The name was unfamiliar. Du Qidong hastily replied. Zhuo Zonglin is a prominent figure from the southern province. You likely haven't heard of him. He previously served as the vice president of Tongtian Bank's provincial branch and later as the vice chair of the Southern District Commercial Association. He stepped down 2 years ago after failing to secure the presidency of the Southern District Commercial Association and is now enjoying retirement in our Yunzhu district. Moreover, it was Zhuo Zonglin who instructed me to pressure your aunt into repaying her loan immediately. Jun Wuxian, I harbor immense disdain for a man like Zhuo Zonglin. But if I do not comply with his wishes, I risk losing my position as bank president. You cannot blame me. So, he was indeed a significant political figure. Jun Wuxian was perplexed. Such an individual would not have had the qualifications to be acquainted with his mother, let alone offend her. If there were such a connection, it would make sense. Second question, Jun Wuxian continued, his expression impassive. The incident from years ago was clearly an act of self-defense. I saved the daughter of the Gu family from Yunzhu real estate. Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? Unacceptable. Jun Wuxian shot a cold glance at him. Old ghost, I had no intention of seeking trouble with you. But if you wish for an early demise, I cannot be held accountable. With that, he decisively departed. Du Qidong recalled Jun Wuxian's words from earlier on the mountain. Old ghost, if you wish to die now, I can fulfill that wish. It dawned on him that Jun Wuxian was not jesting. Yet, after 5 long minutes, the anticipated plunge of the Mercedes off the cliff had not occurred. Perhaps it was not his time to perish. Slowly, he opened the car door, contemplating his escape. As for the fate of his assistant, what concern was it of his? However, just as Du Qidong's foot had barely touched the Mercedes, a stone beneath the vehicle unexpectedly slipped. In the next moment, the entire car was uncontrollably propelled towards the precipice. No! Du Qidong's anguished scream echoed through the air. In the distance, on the hillside, Jun Wuxian witnessed the car plummeting into the abyss before turning away. If it were not for the desire to spare his aunt from the sight of blood, such trouble would have been unnecessary. Chapter 7. A good dog wise the house in such disarray. Have we been robbed? Xiaoyan, quickly check if anything is missing. Jun Wuxian, come out this instant. Lin Yin was preparing to ascend the stairs when Hu Hu, clad in a floral shirt and accompanied by 2 henchmen, stormed in with an imposing demeanor. Interestingly, despite his arrogant air, Hu held a box in his hands with a reverence akin to that of carrying ancestral ashes. Who are you? I warn you, trespassing is illegal. Lin Qian, unfamiliar with Hu Hu, recognized the threat and stood undaunted. Illegal? I am the law. You must be Jun Wuxian's aunt, and she must be his sister. Truly, you are both beauties. Hu leered at them, yet did not forget his objective. Once I eliminate Jun Wuxian, I shall serve you well. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Lin Qian remained composed, promptly retrieving her phone. Hu was unfazed, sneering, "Go ahead and call. If the law comes, they'll first apprehend Jun Wuxian." Lin Qian froze, unable to comprehend why he would say such a thing. "What do you mean? Our Xiaoxian has already served his time. Why would the law pursue him?" Hu laughed coldly. "It seems you are unaware. Jun Wuxian has committed murder." Suddenly, with a loud crash, Hu's robust form was sent flying 2 meters, colliding heavily against the wall. Jun Wuxian had appeared in the living room, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Qian. "Xiaoxian, brother," both women exclaimed simultaneously, sensing the presence of a man in their midst. Hu, you dare send someone to their death when Mu Yunfei himself does not come?" Jun Wuxian spoke indifferently. Boss. With the assistance of his 2 lackeys, Hu grimaced as he stood, immediately checking the precious box for any damage. Fortunately, it remained intact. He then drew a gun from behind his waist, a sinister grin on his face as he pulled the trigger. Lin Qian and Lin Yin were both terrified, their emotions reaching a breaking point. "Xiaoxian, be careful." Lin Qian suddenly dashed in front of Jun Wuxian, attempting to shield him with her own body from the bullet. A flicker of dark light shone in Jun Wuxian's eyes. Click. Miraculously, the gun misfired. At the same moment, Jun Wuxian released Lin Qian and delivered another powerful kick, sending Hu flying once more. Boss. The 2 lackeys rushed to support him as Hu struggled to stand again. The handgun clattered to the ground, the talisman affixed to it cracking, its once radiant golden aura now dimmed. "Damn it, run." Hu, disregarding his pain, instinctively sought to escape. "Stop." This time, Jun Wuxian had no intention of letting him flee. Hu stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. Jun Wuxian approached him with measured steps, his gaze impassive. "You wouldn't want to meet the same fate as your brother, would you? If someone seeks to deal with me, it certainly wouldn't be Mu Sheng. Given his nature, he would come for revenge himself. Then, who instructed your brothers to confront me?" It was the second young master, Mu Yunfei. He declared that the Tingfei group could no longer wait to seize the Luoshui River Bay, even if it meant annihilating your Lin family. Hu Hasheng, fearing a fate akin to his elder brother Hu Long, spoke without reservation. "Are you eager to meet your demise?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jun Wuxian's eyes. "Very well, let us settle the accounts together. Young Master Mu, Jun Wuxian is undoubtedly adept in sorcery, and remarkably so. Even bullets cannot harm him." After departing from the Lin family villa in Luoshui town, Hu hurriedly made his way to Mu Yunfei. At this moment, Mu Yunfei paid no heed to Hu's intentions, his gaze fixated on the LCD television mounted on the wall, which was broadcasting the car crash incident along the Luoshui town ring road. The identities of the 2 deceased in the crash had been confirmed, Du Qidong and his assistant, Shang Cheng. "It seems you were not mistaken. This Jun Wuxian not only possesses sorcery, but is also extraordinarily formidable. No wonder Master Ling Yu's talismans proved ineffective. After spending several years in prison, he has indeed grown in prowess." After a moment, Mu Yunfei cast a malevolent glance at Hu. If Du Qidong and Shang Cheng were also slain by Jun Wuxian, that makes 3 lives lost in just a few days. Tingfei Group does not recklessly take lives. After a brief contemplation, Mu Yunfei picked up his phone and dialed a number. A weathered voice answered. "Xiao Fei, you seldom call your grandfather. Could it be that you wish for me to find you a match? Eager to marry into the Gu family, are you?" Mu Yunfei responded in a low tone, "Grandfather. Du Qidong has died in a car accident." A silence lingered for nearly 2 minutes before Zhou Zonlin sighed. "A good dog. Such a pity. Grandfather. The accident involving Du Qidong is highly likely to be the result of sorcery. Naturally, I will employ specialized methods to counteract the sorcery. However, Tongtian Bank cannot continue to pressure Lin Qian, forcing her to sell the River Bay at a low price, as this would significantly impact our resort plans for the Tingfei Group." Mu Yunfei stated. "Are you seeking your grandfather's assistance?" "I apologize for the trouble." "Very well. I shall personally step in to oversee the situation. However, there are certain matters where it is better for me to remain out of sight. You should also devise a plan regarding the Luoshui River Bay. Although I can provide temporary assistance to Tingfei, my age is advancing, and my time is limited." "Understood." The call ended, and Mu Yunfei turned to Hu, coldly inquiring. "You did not let Jun Wuxian know that I was the one who instructed you to force him out of Yunzhou, did you?" Hu swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Chapter 8. Counting on one's fingers. Hu. No, not at all. Yet Mu Yunfei believed that Hu lacked the audacity to betray him. He retrieved 2 stacks of money from the drawer and tossed them onto the desk, saying, although you have not accomplished your task, your efforts are still commendable. Take this to spend. Your brother's compensation will be provided later. Compensation? Hu forced a bitter smile. If Mu Xiao said so, it meant there would be none forthcoming. Thus, this 20,000 was, in essence, his brother's life. This was the price of loyalty to Tengfei Group. In that moment, Hu seemed to gain clarity, reluctant to accept, yet too fearful to defy. He begrudgingly took the money and exited the office with a sense of gratitude. As Hu stumbled out of Tengfei Group, the blazing sun made his head spin, and he felt quite unwell. Boss, you're bleeding. Black blood. Suddenly, a junior brother exclaimed in terror. Hu instinctively touched his mouth and nose, feeling a sticky substance. His hands were smeared with dark blood. What had happened to him? No one deserves my mercy twice. In an instant, Hu felt the world spin and collapse to the ground, slipping into a haze of consciousness, as if he could hear Jun Wuxian's voice. He saw his own body lying motionless on the ground. It turned out that Jun Wuxian had no intention of sparing him. Inside the office, Mu Yunfei pressed his thumb firmly against his brow, analyzing the incident of Du Qidong and his assistant plummeting to their deaths. Du Qidong had gone to Luoshui town for one sole purpose: to pressure Lin Qian into selling the usage rights of Luoshui River Bay to repay the loan. In this way, Tengfei Group could acquire Luoshui River Bay at the lowest possible price and subsequently secure a loan of 100 billion from Tongtian Group for the resort project. This 100 billion was akin to a lifeline for Tengfei Group, which appeared prosperous but was actually drowning in debt. Failure was not an option. Everything had been going smoothly. No matter how formidable Lin Qian was, she was merely a woman. It would not be surprising if she managed to secure the River Bay without spending a dime. Yet, at this critical juncture, Jun Wuxian had been released from prison. Not only that, but Hu Long had died at Jun Wuxian's hands, and Du Qidong's accident was likely orchestrated by him as well. Longyuan West Prison was the most enigmatic prison in Huaghua. What had Jun Wuxian endured during his 5 years there to transform from a mere bookworm into a master of both esoteric arts and martial prowess? Mu Yunfei was perplexed. However, he discerned that it seemed imperative to summon Master Ling Yu from Tongling Temple. Before that, he might as well create some trouble for him. Luoshui Town. Lin Qian and Lin Yanhua spent the better part of the day cleaning the hall. Jun Wuxian could only scratch his nose, blaming his concern over his aunt's precarious condition for the chaos that ensued. The uncontrolled surge of spiritual energy had wreaked havoc upon the hall. Of course, he would never admit to this. He would also not confess to being a cultivator, for Jun Wuxian had no desire to disrupt the lives of his aunt and sister. His identity as the sole sovereign of the 3,000 realms, Emperor Jun, was something he preferred to keep hidden. Why? They did not need to know. All that his aunt and sister needed to understand was that he was Jun Wuxian. However, there are many who wish for him to eternally perish in the battle of the empire, to die and vanish without a trace. Thus, the incident in the living room will remain an enigma for the Lin family. Jiang Wuxian, come here. While her younger sister was busy preparing dinner, Lin Qian reached out to Jiang Wuxian from the sofa. Summoned by her aunt, Jiang Wuxian could only obediently approach and sit beside her. Lin Qian scrutinized Jiang Wuxian, who had fully matured, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaoxian, you've truly grown up. Yet, recalling the day's events, she knew that the Tengfei Group would not let it rest easily. Frowning, she thought, that was perilous. Jiang Wuxian spoke earnestly. Aunt, as long as I am here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you or my sister. I promise. Lin Qian smiled softly. Yes, Aunt believes in you. Our Xiaoxian is indeed formidable. After spending years in prison, not only has he mastered remarkable medical skills, but he can also fight. That little thug, Hu, is no match for you. But why did Hu say that if the law were to apprehend someone, it would be you first, rather than them? Have you done something? The Tengfei Group wields immense power in Yunzhou. What good would it do for Xiaoxian to be wronged over that past incident? Lin Qian wished to steer clear of such painful topics. Perhaps their family's troubles would be resolved if they simply relinquished the Hewan. You are the only male heir of the Lin family, and thus, you are of utmost importance. You must uphold the lineage of our family, do you understand? As for this matter, he feared it would lead to disappointment. The person he sought remained elusive. He would never leave behind descendants. Even after holding dominion for countless years, it was unnecessary to mention the present. Jun on the surface, Jun Wuxian remained silent, teasingly remarked, "Aunt, when did you become so traditional? Do not forget, you are a graduate student at Tsinghua University. You ought to be more enlightened. Not to mention, the Lin family is indeed a lineage of scholars. His mother, Lin Shixue, a graduate student from Beizhou University. Aunt Lin Xian, a graduate student from Tsinghua University. His younger sister, though not fond of studying, is also a university student at Haicheng University. As for Jun Wuxian, he was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination from the southern province. After his unfortunate incarceration, he did not remain idle. With the assistance of Shan, he secured his admission to Tsinghua University, self-studied, and completed his studies with outstanding results, ultimately obtaining his degree from Tsinghua University. What does this have to do with education? For other matters, Aunt concedes to you, but there is no room for negotiation on this. As for your partner, your mother has already chosen one for you. Partner? Jun Wuxian was taken aback. Aunt, my mother has been gone for 4 years. She had chosen someone before she left. You know Su Xiang, right? It is she. Back then, my sister was aware that her time was limited and understood that your character would not settle, fearing that your prison record would deter suitable partners. She personally went to the Su family, offering a dowry of 500,000, arranging for you to marry upon your release. Lin Qian stated earnestly, whether you marry or not, Aunt will not dictate. However, you must at least spend time getting to know her to see if you are compatible. Even if, in the end, you do not like her, you should communicate that respectfully. As for the betrothal gifts, if you are unwilling, we shall not delay the matter any further. Your mother was still preoccupied with this concern on her deathbed. When Xian, you must not let your stubbornness prevail. Do not dismiss Su Xiang as a mere girl from a humble background. She is indeed one of the most enchanting young ladies in our town of Luoshui. If you are reluctant, others are already queuing for her hand. Perhaps she is even among the top 3 or 4. Jun Wuxian interjected, in our Luoshui town. The most esteemed are you, my aunt, and my sister. Lin Qian shot him a glare. Jun Wuxian quickly begged for mercy. All right, I won't jest anymore. Shall we arrange a time to meet? Lin Qian promptly responded. No need to schedule. Tomorrow is Su Xiang's grandfather's 60th birthday. We shall attend the celebration and casually mention this matter. Jun Wuxian, how thoughtful of you. Chapter 9. Unable to deliver justice. I annihilate the ruler's household in the deep of night. Jun Wuxian lay upon his familiar bed, where everything seemed unchanged. Yet, it felt as though everything had transformed. He was Jun Wuxian, but since the awakening of his memories, he had become something beyond merely that. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock broke the silence. Who is it? Jun Wuxian inquired. It's me, Xiaoyan. Brother, we haven't been together for 5 years. Can we sleep together and chat? Lin Yin implored with earnest eyes. Brother, we used to sleep together often. I miss you so much, so, just for one night, let us talk. She raised a delicate finger in a playful gesture. You're a young lady now. It's inappropriate, Jun Wuxian replied, his tone softening slightly. No, brother. Good night. With that, Jun Wuxian firmly shut the door. Humph. Who cares? Lin Yin pouted in a mischievous manner, murmuring to herself, attempting to find a way around it. Indeed, Lin Qian's figure was truly exquisite, a flawless 9-headed silhouette. The object of countless men's dreams. Lin Qian reminded her, Xiaoxian is right. You both are grown now. You must learn to avoid misunderstandings. Aunt, I just want to talk to brother. With a pure heart, there is no malice. Why complicate matters? Besides, brother and I are not blood-related. I know. Lin Qian sighed, gazing at Jun Wuxian's door for a fleeting moment before turning away. As the night deepened, opposite the Lin family villa stood Mount Luoqingshan, the highest peak in the vicinity. In the darkness, the mountain's silhouette was faintly discernible. Jun Wuxian, lying in bed with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and rose to gaze at the mountain. He perceived not only the outline of the peak, but also a figure standing atop it. Across the way, a figure in black stared at Jun Wuxian's room, momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, could I have been discovered? The thought arose and was swiftly dismissed. Impossible. Even if the young lord has learned some skills in Longyuan prison, he could never detect me. I am a foundation building cultivator. 10 years of foundation building. 50 years to attain golden core. Although he considered himself somewhat lacking in talent, having taken 20 years to reach the foundation stage, it did not imply he could be detected by an ordinary person. Yet, when he looked again, he found Jun Wuxian's room utterly vacant. Perhaps he had gone to the restroom. However, in the next moment, the surrounding air suddenly compressed upon him with a fierce intensity. compelling him to muster all his strength to withstand it. But the force was overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Who? Is this divine presence? He managed to gasp. Jun Wuxian stood before him, observing him with a calm demeanor. What are you surveilling me for? I am Wuxian, a Taoist from the capital, sent here to monitor you. Wuxian dared not utter another word, relaying his mission in full detail. Jun Wuxian immediately grasped the situation, retorting, Are you acting on the orders of Jun Jiga or his wife? Wuxian's expression faltered. Commander Jun. Sending a foundation-level cultivator to monitor an ordinary person. What is he thinking? Jun Wuxian remarked. At this moment, Wuxian was drenched in cold sweat. Estimating, he could last a mere half-minute before meeting his demise. You dare to call yourself an ordinary person? Lacking the golden core realm, he was utterly powerless. Fortunately, Jun Wuxian had no intention of testing Wuxian's limits. With a mere gesture, he withdrew his spiritual power. As Wuxian felt a wave of relief, he heard Jun Wuxian's voice once more. Did you place the flowers at my mother's grave? Entrusting even such matters to subordinates, Commander Jun truly leads a busy life. Jun Wuxian mocked. What is the matter? 5 years ago, he was the commander of the 1st Military District, and 5 years later, he still hasn't ascended to the position of Supreme Commander of the 7 military districts of Huagua? It won't be long. Wuxian realized he had misspoken. Quickly covering his mouth and diverting the topic, Commander Jun's duties are substantial. He cannot afford to leave the 1st Military District. That is why I was sent in his stead. In truth, Commander Jun wished to visit personally. This was a statement better left unspoken. After 23 years of silence, even upon his mother's death, he had not come to Yunzhou to pay his last respects. Jun Wuxian found it difficult to believe that Jun Jiga possessed any genuine feelings. Indifferently, he remarked, You were sent not only to monitor me, were you? Wuxian hesitated in his response. Jun Wuxian added, If you do not honestly disclose the truth, you will meet the same fate. Instantly, Wuxian dared not play any tricks and could only confess. Originally, Miss Lin's vendetta was to be avenged 4 years ago by Lord Jun. However, he insisted that maternal vengeance should be repaid by her son. If you learn the skills upon your release, you should avenge this grudge yourself. If you lack the ability, he would handle it. My task to monitor you was to ascertain what skills you acquired in Longwan prison. Thus, my imprisonment there was arranged by him. Indeed. Did you witness my abilities? I did. Wuxian swallowed hard. While others took 50 years to achieve the golden core, you accomplished it in just 5. The illegitimate son of Commander Jun is indeed a prodigy in cultivation. And then? Jun Wuxian inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Young commander, with your talents and lineage, should you choose to join the military, you are bound to achieve great success. Wuxian spoke earnestly. The Jun family is renowned in the military. Old Lord Jun is celebrated as the god of war in Huagua, unmatched in prestige. Commander Jun rides ahead, now the standard-bearer of the military's 2nd generation. Young Miss Jun is proficient in both ancient and modern military tactics, leaving all men in awe. Young Master Junjian has already begun to reveal his potential as a distinguished general. Given time, he is sure to become a formidable figure. However, this was merely a fanciful thought from the lowly Wuxian, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. If I were to join the military, I would not require the identity of Jun Jiga's son. Furthermore, given that Jun Jiga abandoned my mother and me, do you think I would humiliate myself to acknowledge him as my father? Do you understand clearly now? Instantly, Wuxian's mind buzzed. Annihilate the Jun family. Do you think you can achieve that with merely your golden core realm? Even as a nascent soul, it would be impossible. Jun Wuxian laughed mockingly. If you continue to babble, I would not hesitate to end your life. Chapter 10. The one who raises the cauldron is the overlord. Those who cannot raise it are merely kings. The following day, a convoy of 5 black luxury vehicles glided into Luoshui town, attracting considerable attention. While the cars themselves were not particularly valuable, their license plates were quite distinguished, all bearing consecutive numbers from the South Province. Nanwai 44544, Nanwai 44545. Those with even a modicum of knowledge would surmise that the visitors to Luoshui town were not mere affluent businessmen, but individuals of even higher stature, figures within the governmental hierarchy. Under the watchful gaze of countless townsfolk, the convoy came to a halt in a row before the Luoshui River Dam. An elderly man clad in a gray jacket, with graying hair at his temples, stood atop the dam, gazing out at the crystalline waters of the river bend. The town chief promptly went to summon Lin Qian. Soon, Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian arrived at the dam. Observing the convoy, Jun Wuxian appeared contemplative. Who is Jun Wuxian? The left elder has summoned him, relayed the lead bodyguard. Left Zonglin. Having managed the river bend for 4 years, Lin Qian was no stranger to the name Left Zonglin. While he may not rank among the most prominent in the South Province, within the Yunzhou district, he was a figure whose mere presence could cause tremors. Although retired, his influence remained palpable. Left Zonglin was the father-in-law of Mu Qin-yong, the chairman of the Tingfei Group. After a moment of reflection, she advised Xiao Xian, "If Left Zonglin has come for the river bend, it may be wise to acquiesce. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to guilt. Let us relinquish the river bend and seek a peaceful existence." She feared not for herself, but could not bear to see Xiao Xian in danger. "Aunt, I am well aware," Jun Wuxian replied, refraining from further discussion as he traversed the protective circle of bodyguards and approached Left Zonglin. The trees desire tranquility, yet the winds do not cease. This aptly describes you all. Those in high positions who fail to benefit the populace, only seeking self-interest. Why not simply act righteously? Jun Wuxian's gaze was fixed upon the relentless waves of the river. Left Zonglin unexpectedly shifted his gaze, astonished by the audacity of the young man before him. "Do you know who I am?" In an instant, Left Zonglin's once clear eyes deepened with intrigue. It seems that Du Qidong's accident was no mere misfortune. If Du Qidong could meet such a fate, so too can you, Left Zonglin. Have you considered that you might not leave Luoshui town alive? A hint of disdain flickered in Jun Wuxian's eyes. "Dare I?" Jun Wuxian scoffed. "In my lexicon, there is no such term as dare, only to do or not to do. You, at your age, may not have long left to live. To kill you would be too lenient." Left Zonglin had weathered storms of all kinds and was not easily intimidated by a mere youth. To him, Jun Wuxian's words seemed nothing more than bravado, unworthy of concern. He offered what appeared to be sage advice. "Look at the tumult of this river bend. It is indeed vast. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The storms of this world are far more ferocious. We, as humans, are akin to a fragile boat navigating through these tempests. Should we rise above the waves, we may seize the moment and achieve greatness. What kind of greatness, however, is contingent upon one's perspective and position. But the most crucial aspect is self-awareness. Jun Wuxian, you are indeed more fortunate than many young individuals, for your mother has bequeathed to you the Lushui River Bay. The worth of Lushui River Bay is a treasure that countless young people strive for throughout their lives, yet find it utterly unattainable. If I were to liken Lushui River Bay to a tripod, those who can lift it are like the overlords, while those who cannot are akin to the kings. I dare say, you may not even be worthy of the latter title. Therefore, letting go is indeed a prudent choice. To speak plainly, 80 million. I shall take the liberty of representing the Tingfei Group, offering 80 million for the remaining usage rights of Lushui River Bay. Zhuo Zonglin declared decisively, "I am not a merchant, and I have no taste for haggling. 80 million, what difference is it from theft? The true value of the bay far exceeds this. Even if it were to be sold now, it would command no less than 800 million. Moreover, any discerning businessman can foresee the bay's future value soaring at least tenfold. Should you utter such words in front of Mu Qin-yong, it would surely spell your doom." Zhuo Zonglin remarked coldly. Jun Wuxian remained unfazed, asserting that you would not survive another 2 years. Killing you now would be far too merciful. Let this serve as a witness, and observe how the Tingfei Group collapses right before your very eyes. By the way, you have no grandchildren, do you? Mu Yunfei could well be considered your grandson. Should he perish, would that not signify the end of your lineage? I shall ensure you witness it. Zhuo Zonglin's murky gaze followed, his eyes chilling to the bone. Jun Wuxian could hardly be bothered to respond. Returning to Lin Qian's side, he smiled gently. "Aunt, all is well. Shall we take our leave?" "Very well." Lin Qian glanced back at Zhuo Zonglin with a complex expression before departing alongside Jun Wuxian. Once on the road, she inquired, "What did Zhuo Zonglin want with you?" "He asked me if the fish in our bay is delectable. I mentioned that at his age, he might easily choke on a fish bone. He did not believe me, so I refrained from further persuasion." "Stop jesting and speak earnestly." Lin Qian chided with a playful glare. Jun Wuxian replied, "I came as a mediator for the Tingfei Group." "Indeed. You acquiesced, did you not?" Lin Qian inhaled deeply. "My sister never yielded to the Tingfei Group until her dying breath. She endured for 4 long years. This decision is arduous, yet at this juncture, it seems unavoidable. I refuse." Jun Wuxian shook his head, locking eyes with Lin Qian. Developing Lushui town into the largest resort in the southern province, with the bay at its heart, is a vision my mother conceived over a decade ago. This is not the Tingfei Group's design. As her son, I am resolute in fulfilling my mother's wishes. And I shall ensure this comes to fruition. I assure you, the bay belongs to the Lin family, and none shall wrest it from us. 5 years ago, I lack the means to protect my family, but today, I possess the strength to safeguard you all. Even if the Tingfei group reigns supreme in Yuzhou, I shall pierce through its facade. Lin Qian sighed wearily. Even if you are unafraid of the Tingfei group, we owe a debt of 10 million to Tongtian Bank, which could easily crush us. If I cannot resolve even this modest sum, then what merit is there in boasting to you? Jun Wuxian smiled lightly. In the prison, Shen Qianshan eagerly anticipated him procuring funds from Qianshan Group, let alone 10 million. Even if the amount were to be exchanged for 100 million, it would hold no weight. As soon as he speaks, the formidable Qianshan Group, the foremost enterprise of Huagua, will spare no effort in preparing 100 billion for him. Wuxian, you are just boasting. Do you think it's a mere 1,000? Lin Qian remarked. In 2 days, I shall present a military decree to my aunt. Jun Wuxian stated earnestly. Lin Qian was taken aback. Are you serious? In the military, there is no room for frivolity. If my aunt is a general who has fought in numerous battles, failing to achieve this would result in my execution. I am not jesting. Lin Qian had no idea how Jun Wuxian planned to procure 10 million, yet she still agreed. Very well, let us see how you conjure this sum for your aunt. If you truly manage to do so, aunt, what will happen? I will wash your clothes for a month. Anything you need washed. Chapter 11. Shen Qianshan, a hero of the corporate convoy, arrived at the headquarters of Tingfei Group, where Mu Yunfei had long awaited, accompanied by the high-ranking executives of the group. As the car door swung open, he promptly approached, bowing respectfully, Grandfather. Zhuo Zonglin responded with a nonchalant hum and made his way into the depths of Tingfei Group, his demeanor casual, as if entering his own home. Ascending to the top floor via the elevator, he entered the lounge specially prepared for him. Reclining in the grand armchair, Zhuo Zonglin leisurely remarked, I have encountered the Jun Wuxian. He is indeed a bold young man, unafraid of challenges. He refuses to yield even to 80 million. That lad is determined to oppose us at Tingfei Group. Mu Yunfei's expression turned stern. I will assign personnel to exert further pressure regarding the bank loan. Should Lin Qian fail to repay the 10 million borrowed 4 years ago, I will instruct the bank to proceed with the seizure of Luoshui River Bay. However, Jun Wuxian is a prickly hedgehog. With him around, matters may become complicated. If he refuses our courtesy, that is his own affair. Handle it discreetly. It must be clean. Zhuo Zonglin stated calmly. Mu Yunfei presented a cup of hot tea with both hands, assuring, rest assured, Grandfather, I have already visited Tongling Temple and enlisted Master Ling Yu's assistance. With his involvement, Jun Wuxian will not stir up any waves. As for Tongtian Bank, I will need to trouble you further. Zhuo Zonglin gestured for him to set it aside, replying, Yes, proceed without hesitation. The world today belongs to you young people. This old bone of mine can still support you for a few more years. Strive to take over your father's position while I am still alive. Seeing his grandson capable of standing alone, Zhuo Zonglin felt immense satisfaction, and he couldn't help but reflect on the significance of establishing a family. Although you are engaged to the Gu family girl, until the marriage is formalized, you are not yet considered a family. Once you truly become the son-in-law of Yinzhou Real Estate and have Gu Zhishuan as your father-in-law, your position as the heir of Tingfei Group will be firmly established. This marriage must be solidified. Throughout their conversation, Zhuo Zonglin never alluded to Jun Wuxian's threats. To him, the threats posed by a mere junior were but the futile roars of the weak, not worthy of concern. He, Zhuo Zonglin, had navigated the storms of the southern province for decades, weathering countless tempests. A young man from Luoshui town was but an insignificant ant in his eyes. At best a minor nuisance with a stinging barb that could easily be severed. Grandfather, my father did not come to greet you personally today, as he is engaged in discussions with Gu Zhishuan regarding the resort collaboration. Once I secure Luoshui River Bay, I shall ask you to mediate and finalize the marriage arrangement. Who better to act as the matchmaker for the future heir of Tingfei Group and the heiress of Yinzhou Real Estate? However, upon hearing this, Zhuo Zonglin slightly furrowed his brow. Did we not arrange for Tongtian Bank to prepare a loan of 100 billion for you? Is that insufficient? Must we also share a portion with Gu Zhishuan? A good project should be enjoyed solely by oneself for maximum satisfaction. Mu Yunfei revealed a cunning smile. Akin to that of a clever fox, Grandfather, you are no stranger to the intricacies of engineering. It is not only about earning consumers' money, but also about finding ways to profit from allies. Just consider. The land for the resort development has largely fallen into the hands of Tingfei Group. The pivotal Luoshui River Bay is undoubtedly a prized possession of the Tingfei Group. The reins of power lie firmly in our grasp. Whether Gu Zhishuan profits or incurs losses is ultimately for us to decide. It seems you are set on deceiving others. Zhuo Zonglin let out a chuckle, remarking that you are even willing to swindle your future father-in-law. Mu Yunfei, my father is the one doing the swindling. What does that have to do with me? I am indifferent to business affairs. You may proceed as you deem beneficial for the Tengfei group. In any case, Jun Wuxian must be dealt with promptly. There is no time to delay. If the newly appointed president of Tongtian Bank in Yunju District is transferred elsewhere, securing that 100 billion will not be a simple task. Understood. Upon returning home, Jun Wuxian opened the first page of the manual provided by Shen Qianshan and the others. The initial page detailed Shen Qianshan's request for assistance, accurately predicting his intentions. It was clear that Shen Qianshan, that old rascal, was eager to offload the trillion-yuan debt-laden Qianshan group onto him. Concerned that he might refuse, he even included annotations. Although the Qianshan group is burdened with an astronomical debt of 1 trillion, seemingly teetering on the brink of collapse, its very ability to sustain such debt without succumbing is a testament to its strength. Moreover, the Qianshan group spans various sectors, including real estate, finance, technology, and retail, establishing itself as a premier commercial empire in Huagua. Even in its current decline, liquidating all assets of the Qianshan group would nearly suffice to settle its debts. To reframe this notion, the present-day Qianshan group is merely at a point of zeroing out, awaiting an opportunity for rejuvenation. All that is required is an exceptionally talented leader. The individual Shen Qianshan trusts most is none other than Jun Wuxian. Why did Shen Qianshan find himself imprisoned? It was due to his betrayal. Having leaked the top-secret technology of the Tianying fighter jet, developed in collaboration with the military district, to a foreign nation, which led to his capture and a life sentence. The entirety of Huagua views Shen Qianshan as a traitor, yet how many truly comprehend the motives behind his actions? Among the 7 regions of the world, the Asia Divine Domain is the most tumultuous, with dozens of nations vying for supremacy, engaged in relentless conflict. Huagua stands as the foremost power in the Asia Divine Domain, drawing enmity from many. To the west lies Xichang, and to the north, the desolate nation. Shen Qianshan sold the technology of the Tianying fighter jet to the vast and prominent Da Huang nation within the Asia Divine Domain. However, only a select few in Huagua, who oversee national affairs, understand that the technology sold to Da Huang was merely 3rd generation, the same that Huagua currently employs. In truth, Huagua's Tianying fighter jet technology has advanced to the 5th generation, yet remains concealed. The continued use of 3rd generation jets serves merely to confound numerous enemy nations. Thus, the 3rd generation fighter jets have been relegated to obsolescence. The funding for fighter jet research is astronomical, and for many adversarial nations, Huagua's Tianying fighter jets represent an unbeatable ace on the battlefield. Countless countries are eager to unravel the secrets of the Tianying fighter jets. Shen Qianshan's deliberate sale of the 3rd generation technology to Da Huang was a strategic move, aimed at draining their resources in the futile pursuit of researching the Tianying fighter jets, deepening their financial woes. The desolate nation finds itself devoid of the means to wage war, securing a period of stability for the northern territories of the Huagua for the coming decades. The high-ranking officials of Huagua have devised a grand 20-year plan aimed at vanquishing neighboring adversaries, thereby establishing their dominance in the Asia Divine realm and obtaining absolute authority over its discourse. The conflict has inadvertently drained the desolate nation of considerable national strength, and Shen Qianshan emerges as a hero in this narrative. Yet, the circumstances compel him to bear the burden of a villain's reputation. The quest for vindication and redemption will likely unfold many years after his passing. For you, Jun Wuxian, assuming control of the Qianshan group feels akin to shouldering an additional burden. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately dialed the number inscribed in the manual. Chapter 12. The Elegant Gentleman on the Road. Unparalleled in the world is this Mr. Jun? A melodious and enchanting female voice, reminiscent of a voice actor, echoed through the phone. Jun Wuxian, he replied briefly. Mr. Jun, I have been eagerly awaiting this call. Where are you? I shall come to meet you immediately. The voice conveyed palpable excitement. Where are you located? In Kyoto. At the headquarters of Qianshan Group. I am in Luoshui Town, Yunzhou District, quite a distance apart. I will appear before you within 24 hours. What position do you hold at Qianshan Group? Jun Wuxian inquired with curiosity. I am the chief executive officer of Qianshan Group. Since my adoptive father was imprisoned, I have been responsible for all matters, great and small. By the way, Mr. Jun, my name is Shin Chang. Thus, she was the CEO. Her capabilities must be formidable. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted by Shen Qianshan in such a crisis. Despite the national backlash against Qianshan Group, she managed to keep it afloat, proving she was no ordinary talent. From these few points, it became evident that Shun Qianshan's adoptive daughter was indeed impressive. How much cash does Qianshan Group possess? Shinchang asked with conviction. Mr. Jun, how much cash do you require? 10 billion. But please issue a check for 1 million first. Such a large sum. Recalling her adoptive father's instructions, Shinchang hesitated no longer, saying, no problem. Please hold on a moment. I just checked. And Tongtian Bank's Yunzhou branch happens to have a reserve of 10 billion in cash. Moreover, we at Qianshan Group are major shareholders of Tongtian Bank, granting us priority in capital deployment. If Mr. Jun has no objections, we can utilize the funds from Tongtian Bank's account. This way, it will not disrupt the normal operations of other enterprises. What do you think, Mr. Jun? Upon hearing this, Jun Wuxian chuckled lightly. It was indeed intriguing that Qianshan Group was a major shareholder of Tongtian Bank. All right, but the additional 1 million in cash must be prepared separately, as I still have a loan to use. Understood. Upon seeing Jun Wuxian exit the room, Lin Qian deliberately inquired, I just heard you on the phone. Were you borrowing money from an old classmate? Jun Wuxian had always been a quiet individual with few friends. The only ones he was familiar with were those old classmates. However, Lin Qian was merely jesting. Jun Wuxian's classmates had only graduated a year prior. Who could possibly muster 1 million? Even if they could, they would likely be reluctant to lend it. Lin Qian could at least conceive that there might be one person who could help. But she did not wish for Wuxian to go to him. She did not want him to humble himself for the sake of the loan from He-Wan. Someone will be bringing money tomorrow, Jun Wuxian teased. For the next month, I shall trouble my aunt for my clothes. Lin Qian stood frozen at the table. Is that true? Who did you find? A friend. Lin Qian was skeptical, unable to recall any wealthy friends of Jun Wuxian's, and could only think of one person. She did not feel elated at the prospect of a solution to the 1 million loan. Rather, she felt a pang of pity. Xiaostian, we can find a way to handle the money ourselves. You, with your proud disposition, must feel quite uncomfortable seeking assistance from Gu Xian. Years ago, when Jun Wuxian faced imprisonment, Lin Qian did not blame him for his impulsiveness. Any man of responsibility would have stepped forward. However, due to that incident, when he sought financial assistance from Gu Xian, the bravery Jun Wuxian once exhibited became utterly insignificant. Amused, Jun Wuxian remarked, Aunt, are you perhaps mistaken? I was referring to a friend, not Gu Xian, but someone else. Why would I seek money from her? Someone else? Who would lend you money? Have you sold yourself? Jun Wuxian was left speechless. He was too weary to elaborate, thinking that his aunt would be expecting the money tomorrow. What about Xiaoyan? She's off on a date. Lin Qian casually replied. Jun Wuxian was momentarily taken aback. He had not heard Xiaoyan mention a boyfriend in days, and curiously inquired, when did Xiaoyan start dating? Not long ago, just about a month. But Xiaoyan has kept her work under wraps, and you haven't met him yet. Xiaoyan says he's a decent person with a respectable background. She's of the age to date, so I haven't interfered much. As she spoke, Lin Qian cautioned. Jun Wuxian, let me make this clear. While you can oversee your sister's affairs, do not be overly critical. Understood. As long as Xiaoyan is fond of him and his character is acceptable, that is sufficient. She's grown up and will eventually marry. Jun Wuxian chuckled. Aunt, what are you saying? Am I so reckless? Lin Qian's gaze held significance, and she understood the underlying message. The clothes on the table are for you. Once you change, we can head over to the Su family. 2. The Su family? Jun Wuxian felt a surge of headache. A simple visit for a birthday celebration posed no issue, as he was not unfamiliar with Grandpa Su, who had treated him kindly in his youth. The dilemma lay in whether his aunt was truly taking him for a birthday celebration or to set him up for an arranged meeting. Let us just go through the motions, he thought, as he picked up the garment bag and ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Jun Wuxian emerged clad in a blue casual suit. Upon seeing him, Lin Qian was momentarily speechless at the sight of the dashing young man before her. A figure as graceful as jade, unmatched in elegance. Indeed, this is our little Xian. With looks like that, which girl wouldn't he be enchanted? I give him a score of 11, with the extra point reserved for pride. Jun Wuxian chuckled, a hint of bashfulness illuminating his features. Was this the illustrious Emperor Jun, reigning for millennia? He resembled a slightly shy, handsome young man. Let us set off. The Lin family resided in the eastern part of Luoshui town, while the Su family was situated to the west. At this moment, the Su family's courtyard was bustling with over 20 tables set up for guests, drawing many friends and relatives, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Today's celebrant, the venerable elder of the Su family, was named Su Jinyue. A retired veteran of the 5th Military District of Huaghua, having been injured in battle. This district, affiliated with the Eastern region, is also referred to as the Second Eastern Army. Su Jianyue commanded great respect in Luoshui town, particularly as his eldest son, Su Tianming, currently serves as an active duty commander in the local forces of the 7th Military District. However, when it comes to wealth, the Su family is rather ordinary. Positioned at a moderate level within Luoshui town. This year, Su Xiang is also 23 years old, having grown up strikingly handsome. Had it not been for Lin Shishu's adopted daughter, Lin Yan, possessing extraordinary beauty, Su Xiang would likely have been deemed the most charming young lady among her peers. In comparison to the two enchanting ladies of the Lin family, Su Xiang appears somewhat ordinary, despite her numerous suitors, even more than Lin Yan. The principal reason for this disparity lies in the lofty status of the Lin family, the only affluent household in Luoshui town with assets exceeding 100 million. A fortune primarily attributed to the value of the Luoshui River Bay. In contrast, Su Xiang's family background is more relatable, evoking a sense of accessibility for potential admirers. However, it is well known throughout Luoshui town that 4 years ago, Lin Shishui personally visited the Su family to bestow a dowry of 500,000 on behalf of Jun Wuxian, who was then serving time in Lonyuan prison. This event stirred considerable frustration among young locals of similar age, as Jun Wuxian had always lived a life of privilege, inheriting his mother Lin Shishui's striking looks. Even in prison, he had no need to vie for attention in such a small town. Due to their proximity, Jun Wuxian and Lin Xian chose to walk. A journey of merely 7 or 8 minutes. A silver BMW passed by them, heading towards the Su family residence, which lay at the end of the road. Lin Xian remarked curiously, "I thought the Su family had no wealthy relatives." Jun Wuxian chuckled, "Why should they inform their prosperous relatives of their affairs? Don't be ridiculous." Lin Xian retorted playfully, "I was merely making an observation. But you, is it appropriate to bring just 2 bottles of wine? And what kind of wine is this? It has no packaging." The silver BMW came to a halt at the roadside, attracting a wave of curious glances. The Luoshui town boasts a few fine vehicles. They belong to the more prominent figures in town. This car was clearly not among them. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle, both elegantly attired. "Su Xiang. This is my boyfriend, Du Wenxiu," Su Xiang announced with poise. In that instant, some onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. For it was common knowledge in Luoshui town that Su Xiang was engaged to Jun Wuxian, who had also provided a dowry of 500,000. "Old Su, your granddaughter's fiancé has arrived," someone suddenly called out, eager to stir the pot. Chapter 13. The malevolent entity. Though Su Jianyue had reached the age of 60, his complexion remained vibrant and his vitality robust. Despite the limp in one leg, it did little to diminish his imposing presence. However, at this moment, his expression was notably grim. "Su Xiang, do you not owe your grandfather an explanation?" The words were directed at Su Xiang. Yet his aged gaze remained fixated on Du Wenxiu. Su Xiang understood the root of her grandfather's displeasure, but at that moment, she felt compelled to respond. Meeting his gaze, she declared, "Grandfather, this is Du Wenxiu, my boyfriend. He has brought you a gift, an antique ring consecrated by the Tongling Temple. He spent a considerable sum to acquire it. It has been worn on his finger for its calming and stabilizing properties. It is the perfect gift for you." In front of their gathered friends and family, Su Xiang presented the gift brought by Du Wenxiu, a deep green ring. A faint black mist emanated from it, an essence of malevolence invisible to the naked eye. The onlookers were envious. The ring appeared remarkably exquisite, likely an artifact of considerable worth. Moreover, having been consecrated by the Tongling Temple, its value was undoubtedly significant. They praised Du Wenxiu, lauding Su Xiang's discernment in choosing such a commendable partner. As for Jun Wuxian, he was entirely disregarded by Su Xiang's relatives, no one daring to broach the subject. "Not inexpensive, I presume?" Su Jianyue inquired. "Only a mere 100,000 or so, not overly extravagant," Du Wenxiu replied nonchalantly. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathering. A mere 100,000, and not overly extravagant? It became evident why Su Xiang had chosen to break off her engagement. Who would still hold affection for Jun Wuxian, a recently released convict, in light of such a wealthy suitor? "Quite extravagant," Su Jianyue remarked, his aged eyes regarding Su Xiang with a complex expression. "You have truly astonished your grandfather today. Are you aware that Lin Xian will be bringing Wuxian here today? I believe I informed you of his release, did I not?" Though Su Jianyue did not explicitly mention the engagement, each word was laden with implications regarding that very matter. Su Xiang had once promised to marry Jun Wuxian herself. "I have changed my mind," Su Xiang firmly asserted. "Grandfather, It is precisely because Jun Wuxian has been released that I felt compelled to introduce Wenshu to you. Jun Wuxian carries a stain that will haunt him for life. In contrast, Wenshu is a graduate of a prestigious university and currently serves as the manager of the Capital Operations Department at the Yunju branch of Tongtian Bank, a man with a promising future. Surely anyone in my position would understand the better choice. Grandfather, if you can comprehend my decision, please accept Wenshu's gift. If you do not agree, I will take Wenshu and leave now, so as not to upset you. The atmosphere grew tense. Subo, please accept it. Su Xiang has grown and formed her own opinions. As elders, we should support her. Indeed, the Tingfei group has its eyes set on the Lin families he wanted. And it is only a matter of time before the Luo Shui River Bay falls into their hands. Think about it. Without the Luo Shui River Bay, what remains for Jun Wuxian? We cannot allow Su Xiang to suffer alongside him. Brother, I am also Su Xiang's second great-uncle. This gift is a gesture of respect, whether for you or for me. If you refuse, then I shall not hold back. Under the persuasion of numerous friends and relatives, Su Jinyue let out a sigh of resignation and ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Please take your seats." Observing this, Su Xiang promptly stepped forward, taking a ring and placing it on Su Jinyue's thumb. "Grandfather, do see if it fits well." Just then, Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian arrived. Lin Qian, graceful and composed, approached with a smile, greeting Su Jinyue warmly as she presented a red envelope. "Uncle Su, I wish you longevity like the southern mountains. It's just a small token, please don't be modest." As she spoke, she took 2 bottles of wine from Jun Wuxian's hands, adding, "Xian knows you enjoy these, so I asked a friend to procure this domestic wine just for you." How thoughtful. "Wuxian, I imagine you've endured a fair share of hardship in prison." Gazing at Jun Wuxian, Su Jinyue contemplated saying something, yet eventually only managed a platitude. Feeling a bit ashamed, "Su Xiang, you have become increasingly beautiful. Might you introduce your friend?" Lin Qian suggested knowingly. In truth, when Su Xiang exited the vehicle with the man, both Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian had seen from a distance and had surmised some details. "I am Du Wenxiu, the manager of the Capital Operations Department at Tongtian Bank. By the way, I am currently responsible for the debts of Luo Shui River Bay. Oh, and I am also Su Xiao's boyfriend." Du Wenxiu declared with a provocative gaze, clearly aware of Su Xiang's connection with Jun Wuxian. Su Xiang remained silent, but did not shy away from his gaze, a hint of mockery gracing her lips, perhaps thinking that despite Jun Wuxian's presentable appearance, he was merely a former inmate. "What do you say, Xiaoxian?" Lin Qian, having pierced the tension, refrained from further elaboration. "Of course, we wish the lovers a happy union," Jun Wuxian replied serenely, for in his heart, there was only one person, and he held no interest in this marriage. Since Su Xiang had made her choice, it indeed spared him the trouble. As for the dowry given initially, "Uncle Su, we shall discuss that later." Lin Qian had no intention of creating a scene. She maintained a calm demeanor. To make a fuss in such a setting would only reflect poorly on the Lin family's upbringing. In this situation, it was best to act accordingly. After the birthday banquet, the matter of the 500,000 dowry would be settled. Lin Qian firmly believed that there would come a time when Su Xiang would regret her decision. "Lin Qian, it would be best if you and Wuxian understood. After today, I will personally visit to apologize," Su Jinyue stated. "Young people have their own choices. There is no need for you to apologize, Uncle Su. Let us find a place to sit without concern for us." Listening to his aunt's murmurs, Jun Wuxian smiled, and, "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. In my view, the Su family may be facing significant troubles." Lin Qian, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? Did you notice the ring on Grandfather Su's hand?" "I did. It resembles an antique, quite valuable. It was a gift from Su Xiang's boyfriend." Jun Wuxian observed from a distance. His eyes held profound significance. Indeed, it was an ancient artifact, but not just any relic. It had been excavated from a certain tomb, steeped in malevolent energy. Should Grandfather Su wear this ring, he could suffer severe illness or, in the worst-case scenario, face life-threatening consequences. "Aunt, do you think that qualifies as a significant trouble?" Lin Qian was taken aback. Lowering her voice, "Are you serious? If that's the case, we should still inform Uncle Su. Although Su Xiang lacks proper upbringing and manners, Uncle Su is generally kind to others. There is no need to complicate matters. They may not believe us anyway. If my aunt is genuinely concerned, I shall take care of the treatment myself. Has my aunt forgotten? I am, after all, a divine physician." Chapter 14. More Than Poison. "You also commit murder on the other side. Do once you brought Su Xiang into the room." Su Xiang, with a puzzled smile, remarked, "Once you, why the serious expression?" Are you reluctant to part with that ring? At this moment, Du Wenxiu shed his previous refined demeanor and said with a profound meaning, Su Xiang. Gifting grand presents worth hundreds of thousands to grandfather is trivial. As long as you are happy, I wouldn't mind if the price doubled. Then what is it that troubles you? I have already told you about my relationship with Jun Wuxian. Surely, you are not upset over him? Wenxiu. Let me clarify. I was already engaged to him when he was imprisoned. He never laid a finger on me. Yet you have touched every part of me. Su Xiang replied, perplexed. Du Wenxiu responded, it is indeed his situation that brings me displeasure, but it does not concern you. It pertains to the Luoshui River Bay. Do you recall what I once said to you? Su Xiang hesitated but nodded. Du Wenxiu disclosed that the Tungfei group intended to acquire the river bay, but planned to offer a meager sum. Consequently, the Lin family would face the loss of the river bay, and they might even have to repay the 10 million debt owed to Tongtian Bank themselves. It was precisely this revelation from Du Wenxiu that solidified Su Xiang's resolve to be with him. She had no desire to endure a life of hardship with Jun Wuxian. However, she wondered why Wenxiu suddenly brought this up. Du Wenxiu, shedding any pretense, candidly stated, let me be truthful with you. The Tungfei group promised my uncle, Du Qidong, a reward of 30 million as long as he could compel the Lin family to surrender the Luoshui River Bay. Unfortunately, my uncle met with a car accident along the way. Su Xiang, think about it. If I can assist the Tungfei group in achieving this, acquiring that 30 million, would I ever lack for money in the latter half of my life? In an instant, Su Xiang's imagination soared. 30 million, an inexhaustible fortune for a lifetime. Yet, her expression soon turned pensive, convincing the Lin family to voluntarily relinquish the River Bay wouldn't be easy. If it were simple, the Tungfei group would have already succeeded without needing to spend that 30 million. Du Wenxiu, with a sinister thought, proclaimed, however, I do have a plan. Quickly tell me. Su Xiang urged eagerly. Once Du Wenxiu finished explaining, Su Xiang felt a wave of unease wash over her. Is there truly no risk? Du Wenxiu smirked, rest assured. It won't kill anyone. However, it will certainly land Jun Wuxian in prison. At that point, with a little pressure from the Tungfei group. Unless Lin Qian is willing to disregard Jun Wuxian, she will have no choice but to obediently hand over the Luoshui River Bay, and our 30 million will be secured. After a moment of inner conflict, Su Xiang's greed ultimately triumphed over her rationality, and she agreed, all right, I will fetch it right away. A few minutes later, Su Xiang approached the main hall, feigning calmness with 2 bottles of wine in hand. Grandfather, this wine that Jun Wuxian sent you must be exquisite. I opened it and took a whiff. It has a peculiar fragrance. Let us serve it for everyone to taste. Su Jinyue glared in anger. You've already broken off the engagement, yet you still handle his belongings? However, in front of relatives and friends, he refrained from expressing his displeasure openly, allowing Su Xiang to place the wine on the table for everyone to sample. After tasting a sip, he nodded in approval. Indeed, it is fine wine. Sufficiently strong yet rich in flavor. It has been ages since I have savored such exquisite wine. I initially assumed it lacked packaging, certainly a potent spirit. If you, Su Leoj, vouch for it, then it must indeed be a fine wine. I shall indulge as well. Du Wenxiu, recalling the 30 million from Tungfei group, gritted his teeth and poured a generous half glass, raising his cup in a toast. Grandfather, let me, with this offering, present you a drink. 10 minutes later, the others, caught unawares, clutched their stomachs, crying out in agony. All exhibited the same symptoms. Among the 6 at the table, none escaped. They writhed on the floor in pain. Su Jinyue was the first to succumb to unconsciousness. The commotion inside the room quickly attracted the attention of friends and relatives outside, who rushed to the threshold to observe. Call an ambulance. Report this. It was Jun Wuxian. He gave grandfather the wine, and there's something wrong with it. Jun Wuxian, what were you truly planning? Yet, having summoned him, there was no path for retreat. What issue could possibly exist with Xiaoxian's wine? Su Xiang, cease your baseless accusations. Lin Qian reprimanded. Furious, Su Xiang seized an empty bottle. Everyone at the table drank, yet only grandfather's table, the one with Jun Wuxian's wine, encountered a problem. The evidence is irrefutable. Lin Qian, what do you have to say in your defense? Suddenly, Jun Wuxian burst into the room and, with a swift motion, struck Su Xiang across the face, sending her flying 2 meters away. To frame others so brazenly. Su Xiang, how did I not notice your lack of shame when we were younger? You dare raise your voice at my aunt? With a single slap, Su Xiang's face contorted in pain. Covering her face, she painfully rose from the ground, nearly mad with rage. Jun Wuxian, punishment is imminent. You cannot evade responsibility. Furthermore, you have harmed me. I will pursue this. Prepare to continue your life in prison. At this moment, Lin Qian had entered the room, visibly uncertain. Xiaoxian, could it be that there truly is something wrong with your wine? The wine is untainted. The issue lies with the individuals. Someone has tampered with the drink, adding a mixture of venoms, carefully calculated to ensure it does not prove fatal. However, grandfather is in a precarious situation. The noxious concoction from the jade ring is rapidly suffocating him. We have no more than 3 minutes left. Do not speak nonsense. How could my grandfather possibly be in danger? If anything were to happen to him, Jun Wuxian, you would be a murderer. Though she spoke with bravado, Su Xiang's eyes involuntarily darted towards Du Wenxiu, as if silently questioning him. Didn't you assure me there would be no problem? Du Wenxiu, equally afflicted, felt his head spin. What are you looking at him for? Are you afraid others may suspect you? It seemed she was merely a lapdog eager to prove her loyalty to Tingfei Group. Truly, the specter of misfortune lingered. At that moment, the sound of sirens grew closer. The vehicles for both law enforcement and the hospital's ambulance arrived in succession. Everyone stepped aside to allow the medical personnel to assist. Clear the way. Simultaneously, a formidable middle-aged man in official attire stepped forward. Who will explain the situation? Su Xiang immediately advanced, pointing an accusing finger at Jun Wuxian. Officer, it was Jun Wuxian. He delivered 2 bottles of poison wine to my grandfather, and they became poisoned after drinking it. Moreover, Jun Wuxian has committed murder. He struck me. It was indeed his hand that marred my visage. Jun Wuxian. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed instantly, his gaze following the direction of the finger. You are Jun Wuxian? You are aware of me? Jun Wuxian replied with an air of calm composure. I am aware. It was you who killed Hulong. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. One by one, incredulous glances were cast upon him. Jun Wuxian has taken a life. Chapter 15. Indeed. I killed Hulong. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, creating distance between themselves and Jun Wuxian, engaging in hushed conversations. Jun Wuxian has committed murder. I have heard of Hulong. A moneylender. If debts are not repaid, blood will be shed. Jun Wuxian is indeed ruthless. I knew it. Once a person has served time, they can never be good. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Wuxian acquiesced. Very well. I shall accompany you to the magistrate's court. Do not worry, Aunt, I will be fine. Just then, a frantic doctor exclaimed, the patient is too deeply poisoned. It's hopeless. How can this be? My grandfather is so robust. Su Xiang burst into tears. Her eyes fixed on Du Wenxiu, her remaining rationality restraining her from revealing the truth. The poison in the wine had been administered by Du Wenxiu, who had measured the dosage, resulting in the least severe intoxication. He was puzzled as to why Su Jinyue had succumbed to such a condition after drinking. As the poison he used was not lethal, we have done everything we could. As the monitors fell silent, a doctor sighed and declared the patient lost. Jun Wuxian. You are a murderer. Jun Wuxian, Uncle Su is the pride of our Luoshui town. What malice do you harbor to endanger his life? In an instant, Jun Wuxian became the target of everyone's ire. Lin Qian, agitated, immediately defended him, asserting that it was not Jun Wuxian who poisoned the wine, and that Uncle Su's critical condition was not solely due to the poison, but also because of an issue with his ring. Jun Wuxian, you must save Uncle Su. Despite the doctor's announcement of death, Lin Qian chose to believe in Jun Wuxian's words and clung to the hope of salvation. In such dire circumstances, even a dead horse might be treated as a live one. Otherwise, Jun Wuxian would truly become a murderer. Duan Fenglei frowned slightly. A death in Luoshui town would complicate matters immensely. I will save the person first, and then accompany you to the magistrate escort, if that is acceptable. The emergency doctors from the second hospital had declared their efforts futile. Their failure does not signify mine. Duan Fenglei turned his face aside, tacitly permitting him. Jun Wuxian, what are you doing here? Is it not enough that you have harmed our family? Su Xiang glared venomously. Having reached this point, she had no choice but to frame Jun Wuxian. Do not wish for your grandfather's death to silence you. Jun Wuxian walked past Su Xiang, never casting a glance in her direction. Such disregard ignited a furious blaze within her. How dare a convict ignore her? Yet, surprisingly, she remained silent. What do you require from us? Inquired the elder doctor. They were at a loss, showing no intention to obstruct him. Even if it failed, it would only take a little more time. Jun Wuxian boarded the ambulance, deftly dismantling the apparatus connecting to Su Jinyue, and inquired methodically, do you have silver needles? Bring them to me, the elder doctor commanded. Soon, a box of silver needles found its way into Jun Wuxian's hands. Unhurriedly, he opened it. The needles dancing in his grasp like ethereal spirits, each one aimed at the acupoints of Su Jinyue's body. Taiyuan, Higu, Taibai, Shimin. Every time Jun Wuxian inserted a needle, it was accompanied by the astonished exclamations of a physician. Regardless of its efficacy, the precision with which he located the acupuncture points was remarkable. For seasoned doctors, accurately targeting an acupoint is not particularly challenging. The crux lies in the fact that he employed flying needles. In an instant, the attitude of the three doctors shifted from skepticism to belief. As 12 silver needles were positioned, Jun Wuxian proceeded to the next step. With a snap of his fingers, a gossamer thread of pale golden spiritual light emanated from the sound, flowing through the needles and converging upon Su Jinyue's body. The three physicians were left utterly astonished. This was a Taoist healer. This Mr. Jun is indeed a Taoist healer. The ability to wield authentic Taoist spiritual energy to heal, what else could he be? The expressions of disbelief were palpable. To claim one was a Taoist healer after only scratching the surface of knowledge seemed implausible. Whether the healing would be successful was a matter of chance. Jun Wuxian spoke with a calm demeanor, deliberately downplaying his skills to avoid complications. The truth was that as long as he intervened, there was no soul he could not save. It was akin to the king of hell reclaiming his own. Moreover, had he not sought to avoid alarming the mundane world, his methods would have been far more direct and forceful. Utilizing great spiritual power to exorcise evil and protect Su Jinyue, thereby restoring his faculties. Not only would this eliminate the noxious energies and toxins, but it would also extend Su Jinyue's life. Currently, Jun Wuxian employed the method of silver needles commonly used by the Di family to channel spiritual energy. As time passed, and after 8 minutes had elapsed, though Su Jinyue remained unconscious, the toxins on his face had vanished, revealing a restored rosy glow. The three doctors were no longer in a state of overwhelming astonishment. With a flick of his fingertip, Jun Wuxian summoned a faint, ethereal light that sliced through his skin, allowing drops of black blood to drip from the wound. Su Jinyue's breathing gradually steadied. All done. With a sense of finality, he prepared to depart. Concealing his accomplishments and name, Su Xiang's voice echoed from behind. Even if you have saved my grandfather, it merely restores what was lost. Duan Fenglai stated, Miss Su, you must also accompany us to the interrogation room so that we may clarify the situation. A flicker of panic crossed Su Xiang's eyes. In the interrogation room, Duan Fenglai, the head of the interrogation division, personally questioned Jun Wuxian, a rare privilege. Would you like to discuss the poisoning incident at today's birthday banquet? Or the matter of Yilong? Jun Wuxian spoke first, his demeanor composed. At that moment, Duan Fenglai was filled with curiosity. Having never encountered someone so unperturbed in the interrogation room despite lacking any notable background, Jun Wuxian replied calmly, regarding the incident at the birthday banquet, I was framed. As for Yilong, I indeed killed him. Chapter 16. He comes from Longyuan, Mr. Jun, he reminded. You must think carefully before you speak. Although Hu Long is a hired thug of the Tingfei group and has committed numerous heinous acts, he is still alive. If you take his life, you will be held criminally responsible. Jun Wuxian dismissed this notion, stating, if I killed him, then I did. What intrigues me is, who reported this to the authorities? His question elicited laughter. Surely, this is not something a chief officer of the law should say. Duan Fenglai interjected, the authorities are not a shield for the Tingfei group. Therefore, Mr. Jun, you still have the opportunity to retract your statement. Jun Wuxian shook his head defiantly. He was my victim. Why should I deny it? As for the matter of conviction, that is your concern. Duan Fenglai fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. If that is the case, I will expedite the investigation into the poisoning incident to ensure justice for you, Mr. Jun. As for the murder of Hu Long, I suggest you prepare for the consequences. To boldly admit to murder while denying a relatively minor poisoning case certainly suggests foul play. Boss. Just as he exited the interrogation room, a female officer approached him. Her expression peculiar. Duan Fenglai scrutinized her. What else with that look? Have you discovered something? Yes. Boss, look at the wine bottle from the poisoning case. The officer nodded gravely, having compared it numerous times. It's this brand of wine. The special supply from the 7th military district that you mentioned, which is allocated only 2 bottles a year to generals. And today, Jun Wuxian casually gifted 2 bottles to Su Jinyue, his entire yearly quota. The unusual details continued as she revealed. When I investigated Jun Wuxian's 5 years in prison, I found that he was incarcerated in Longyuan prison. His other records are classified as SSS level top secret. Duan Fenglai gaped, his half-burnt cigarette falling to the ground. SSS level secrecy is the highest protection tier in our nation. This is no ordinary person. He is akin to a giant panda. Lighting another cigarette, he inhaled deeply, convinced that the poisoning incident had no connection to Jun Wuxian. Based on my observations at the scene, Su Jinyue's granddaughter, Su Xiang, likely knows the truth. Breaking through her defenses should reveal everything. As for the murder case of Long, I will personally oversee it. Yes, he had transferred from the 7th Military District 3 years ago and had never made a call to this private number, the owner of which is now the commander of the 7th Military District, a current member of our nation's 7 Great War Gods. Hello? A voice resonated from the other end, calm, yet commanding. However, the person on the other end, Feng Renjian, remained silent for a moment before casually responding. What is going on? Has he stirred up trouble? It was clear they were acquainted, even familiar. Duan Fenglei promptly relayed the situation, leaving nothing out and exaggerating not a single detail. If I were in his position, how would I handle it? Feng Renjian inquired. He would respond in kind. In terms of rank, he is my equal, although he has yet to admit it. Meanwhile, the female officer had successfully breached Su Xiang's defenses, extracting the full account of events. The gaze of the female officer towards Su Xiang was not overly strange. She shook her head and sighed, relieved that Su had confessed, thus allowing for redemption. Otherwise, had I uncovered the truth through other means, you would have found it impossible to escape the clutches of criminality. Your candid demeanor is commendable, and I shall endeavor to secure a lenient disposition for you. Su Xiang, trembling with trepidation, repeatedly nodded in acknowledgement of her misdeeds, then cautiously inquired, "What fate awaits Du Wenxiu?" "Him," the female officer affirmed. "He is assuredly destined to remain imprisoned. As for you, having been led astray, a few days in confinement is all that is warranted. Take heart." She willingly extended her phone to Jun Wuxian, observing as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Feng Renjian, while she herself awaited patiently. "How are matters at home being managed? It shan't be long. Is there a directive from Commander Feng? Is it of any use to you?" "A small request," he replied. "You agreed to assist Shen Qianshan by attending to one matter for each of them, and I should not be exempt from such consideration." Jun Wuxian pondered for a moment. It was not an auspicious proposition. Feng Renjian interjected, "It is a significant endeavor for the benefit of the nation and its people. We shall discuss it further, but I cannot guarantee my acquiescence." Duan Fenglei promptly asserted, "Mr. Jun is free to depart at any time. And what of the case concerning Hu Long's demise? I shall take care of it." Chapter 17. He is the future chairman of Chiashan Group. The Diao Express is at your service. Quite convenient, indeed. One cannot help but reflect that although the Blue Star is lacking in spiritual energy and its practices have declined, the advancement of technology is indeed remarkable. The functionality of mobile phones has nearly approached that of the inferior magical artifacts found in the 3,000 realms. However, fundamentally, there remains an insurmountable difference when compared to true magical treasures. 5 minutes later, a white sedan, valued at around 100,000, came to a halt before Jun Wuxian. The window slid down, revealing a courteous young driver who inquired, "Are you Mr. Jun?" "That's me." Jun Wuxian opened the door and entered the vehicle, stating, "To Luoshui Town." "Understood." The white sedan set off, with the driver's gaze frequently glancing at Jun Wuxian through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face. "It really is you, Jun Wuxian." Jun Wuxian responded with a hint of curiosity, "And you are?" "Tang Mingyuan." Recognition dawned immediately. A former classmate from high school. It was no wonder he had recognized him earlier, during their high school years. Both Jun Wuxian and Tang Mingyuan had been rather introverted and aloof, seldom mingling with others. The two reclusive individuals hardly knew one another well. Throughout 3 years of high school, their exchanges were few and far between. "Is it truly you? When were you released?" However, the current Tang Mingyuan was far less reserved than in their school days. Instead, he was remarkably talkative, his face radiating the joy of an old acquaintance reuniting. "Just a few days ago, I recall you got accepted into a prestigious university. How is it that you ended up driving?" Tang Mingyuan continued. "It's all because of Su Wenyuan. You know I was dating her back in high school, right? I applied to the university based on her preferences. We both ended up at Nanjing Mingjia University. I thought we would continue together, graduate, and marry. But alas, I was expelled for fighting on her behalf. What a fool I was." Jun Wuxian listened quietly. He had a vague recollection of Su Wenyuan, albeit not deeply. As for their relationship, he had no memories, likely due to his disinterest in the gossip among classmates. As the conversation progressed, Tang Mingyuan shifted the focus back to Jun Wuxian, lamenting, "You are the real pity. With your provincial college entrance examination scores, had there been no unforeseen circumstances, you would have undoubtedly been nurtured by a major corporation by now. Or perhaps, you would still be pursuing further studies. Noticing Jun Wuxian's continued silence, Tang Mingyuan assumed he had touched upon a sore spot and quickly changed his tone. Look at me. A mere pauper, worrying about you, young Master Jun. Even if you didn't attend university, you are undoubtedly living a life 100 times better than mine. This was no empty flattery. Everyone at school knew that Jun Wuxian hailed from a wealthy family by the Luoshui River Bend, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. Admiration was futile. Who could blame his mother for not being as formidable as Jun's? Jun Wuxian offered a faint smile, stating, "The path ahead lies beneath our feet. One cannot dismiss the possibility that in the future, you, Tang Mingyuan, might also become an influential figure." Upon reflection, even individuals like Mu Qingyong and Gu Zhishuan had humble beginnings. Look at them now, prominent figures in Yuzhou. It is not inconceivable that 20 years from now, you, Tang Mingyuan, could rise to become someone of their stature. Hearing these words, Tang Mingyuan felt a sense of comfort and began to indulge in such thoughts, saying, "I cannot aspire to be like Mu Qingyong. Possessing such courage does not guarantee survival. It is the pure businessman, Director Gu, who truly suits me. I am not greedy. If I could attain even 1% of his accomplishments in the future, I would be utterly content. There will indeed come a day." Jun Wuxian casually offered reassurance. As for whether such a day would truly arrive, Jun Wuxian, of course, could not predict. One's abilities must be considered alongside fate. The former refers to one's own skills, while the latter, according to metaphysical beliefs, suggests that what is destined to be must come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. If one is destined for wealth and nobility, when the opportune moment arrives, everything will flow seamlessly to success. In truth, it also hinges on the presence of benefactors. Sometimes, a single piece of advice or a small act of assistance from a benefactor can outweigh a decade of hard work. For someone with Jun Wuxian's mindset, fate has already been determined. His destiny, as the heavens dictate, is inconsequential. He is greater than fate itself. As the car entered the ancient town, Jun Wuxian had arrived. "Thank you," he said, opening the car door to step out, only to see Tang Mingyuan raising his phone, leaving a number for future contact. Very well. During the journey, Jun Wuxian had already called to inform them of his safe arrival, so although the two women were excited, they were not surprised. Regarding the two cases that had simultaneously arisen, Jun Wuxian explained that the truth had been revealed. They were unrelated to him, and justice would not wrong the innocent. Thus he was released. Lin Xian went out of her way to light a stick of incense for Lin Shishui, and then encouraged Jun Wuxian to take a bath and rest well. On the same night, at the Tingfei group, Mu Qingyong, with a touch of gray at his temples yet exuding an imposing presence, stood in the top-floor hall. Before him stood a man in his 30s, a right-legged limper with a fierce gaze. His name was Mu Sheng. Observing his eldest son's disheveled attire, Mu Qingyong spoke sternly, "It appears you have endured quite a bit during these 5 years. I have faced hardships, but I have also gained knowledge and made some friends." Mu Sheng replied solemnly. "Very formidable friends?" Mu Qingyong raised an eyebrow. "I have heard of them." Mu Sheng maintained a stoic expression. "I have been working with these friends. But the situation is quite tense, making it difficult to sell the goods we've acquired." "You certainly have a bold spirit," Mu Qingyong replied noncommittally. Mu Sheng remarked, "If I were not bold, I would not be your son, Mu Qingyong." Mu Qingyong nodded. This struck a chord within him. As his son, one must possess some courage to be worthy. In terms of bravery, Mu Sheng indeed resembled him more than Mu Yunfei did. Alas, the events of the past have faded. For the past 5 years, I have contemplated how to resolve the relationship between you and Yunfei. After much deliberation, I have decided to give you an opportunity. Do you remember the Luoshui River Bay? I remember. Father has always desired it. My leg was also broken by young Master Jun of Luoshui River Bay. Mu Sheng recalled vividly. Had it not been for Jun Wuxian's interference back then, he would already be the son-in-law of Gu Zhishuan, the chairman of Yenzhou Real Estate. Instead, he had been driven out of Yenzhou for 5 years, living as a mere rat in the ground. Mu Qingyong stated, "Do not claim that I do not offer you an opportunity. You may deal with Jun Wuxian as you see fit, whether by eliminating him or capturing him. As long as you accomplish this task, I shall contemplate entrusting the private affairs of the Tingfei group to you. In the future, you and your brother will complement each other, embodying the balance of light and darkness." Chapter 18. The least emperor-like immortal emperor, Jun Tian-Di. The following day, Jun Wuxian took the initiative to call Tang Mingyuan. requesting him to come to Luoshui town to escort him to the city. Upon entering the car, he discreetly sent a red envelope containing 100 yuan. Amused, Tang Mingyuan inquired about the gesture, to which Jun Wuxian merely smiled. Reluctantly, Tang Mingyuan accepted it. Reasoning that young Master Jun was not in need of money, gratitude was in order. Upon arriving at the Sherdai mansion, Jun Wuxian remarked casually that they were not in a hurry and could have lunch later, though he was uncertain about his availability. He was busy. Tang Mingyuan cast a meaningful glance at the four resplendent characters of the Sherdai mansion before driving away. This establishment was not a place for the ordinary. Originally the palace of a high-ranking official from a bygone era, the Sherdai mansion had withstood the test of 2 centuries and was now transformed into a historic hotel in Yuzhou. Those who could enter were undoubtedly affluent or influential, which explained Tang Mingyuan's astonishment. A graceful young woman, elegantly attired, awaited outside. "Greetings, Mr. Jun. I'm Shen Chang. There was no need for you to come personally. I could have met you elsewhere. I simply wanted to step out for some fresh air. Please, follow me." The two entered the balcony lounge on the 2nd floor of the mansion, where Shin Chang brewed tea and poured 2 cups before taking a seat. Shin Chang was the person Jun Wuxian had contacted, the current general manager of Qianshan Group, and the most trusted adopted daughter of Shin Qianshan. After all, following his imprisonment, it was she who was entrusted with managing the vast Qianshan Group. Shin Chang treated Jun Wuxian with utmost courtesy, for he was the designated successor of the Qianshan Group, as per her adoptive father's wishes. During her last visit to Longyuan, her adoptive father had instructed her to unconditionally fulfill any request made by this man. Initially curious, she was finally meeting him in person today. Jun Wuxian got straight to the point, inquiring about his intention for the 1 billion. Shin Chang shook her head, stating, "I plan to develop Luoshui town into the premier resort of the southern province. I have brought the relevant materials for your review." With a flourish, Jun Wuxian produced a stack of documents and placed them before Shin Chang for her perusal. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell, Tang Mingyuan drove to a secluded, dilapidated residence and cautiously knocked on the door, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He was soon ushered inside, standing nervously before a scar-faced man. He trembled as he spoke. "Brother Dao, are you the friend introduced by Bingzi?" "That would be me." The scar-faced man gestured, and one of his subordinates presented a well-packaged 3-foot jade Buddha. "A buyer has offered 1 million for this jade Buddha. You are to deliver it." "Shall see. Retrieve 2,000 yuan for this, brother." "Understood." The hefty 2,000 in cash, along with the jade Buddha, was placed into Tang Mingyuan's hands. As he grasped the jade Buddha, a chill ran through him, sensing something ominous. The scar-faced man added, "If anything goes awry with the jade Buddha, I shall take your life. Rest assured, brother Dao, there will be no issues." After a series of assurances, Tang Mingyuan cautiously departed from the residence, his heart racing as he transported the 3-foot jade Buddha to the address provided by brother Dao, located beside a mountain forest on the outskirts. A sleek black Mercedes was parked by the roadside. Upon checking the license plate, Tang Mingyuan gingerly approached the vehicle and tapped on the trunk. The window lowered, revealing a pair of intrigued eyes that scrutinized him. Was this a man from Qin Shaodao? "Indeed. This is the jade Buddha that brother Dao instructed me to deliver to you." Esteemed buyer. Confirming his identity, Tang Mingyuan presented the jade Buddha with both hands. The man nodded, passing the Buddha to his subordinate, who inspected it for nearly a minute before affirmatively acknowledging it as the desired item. The seller's face lit up with a smile as he beckoned. Simultaneously, the other 3 doors of the Mercedes swung open, and 3 individuals alighted, swiftly pinning Tang Mingyuan to the ground. Their movements were clean and efficient, a clear indication of professional training. What do you mean, boss?" Tang Mingyuan, pale and trembling, had never encountered such a scene before. Duan Fenglai coldly chuckled. As time flowed on, Shin Chang finished reviewing all the materials regarding Luoshui town and pondered aloud. "Mr. Jun, developing the Luoshui River Bay project indeed presents significant opportunities. However, for our Qianshan Group, it feels somewhat trivial. Under normal circumstances, Qianshan Group would not engage in such minor ventures. It would be a waste of time." Jun Wuxian replied nonchalantly, "This is a final wish of my mother." Upon hearing this, Shin Chang immediately adopted a formal demeanor, her attitude shifting 180 degrees. "Rest assured, Mr. Jun, I will ensure the project is executed with utmost priority. However, my adoptive father has instructed me to hope that Mr. Jun can assume the position of chairman of Qianshan Group. Furthermore, you discovered through the phone that the local industry, Tingfei Group, is drowning in debt and urgently requires a loan of 100 billion from Tongtian Bank. Can you compel Tengfei Group to a dead end within a week? In a week, settle this grudge and provide a resolution for my mother. Tengfei Group's collapse is essential for him to find closure. Absolutely, Shinchang assured him. Very well. Jun Wuxian nodded in satisfaction, anticipating good news. Upon exiting the Times mansion, Jun Wuxian prepared to call Tang Mingyuan to invite him for lunch. Though he was the immortal emperor, he was still human, with emotions and attachments to friends and family. His master once remarked that if Jun Wuxian were to become the immortal emperor of the 3,000 realms, he would be the most unimperial emperor in history. Time has proven that his master's words have never been wrong. Setting aside his celestial cultivation and unparalleled status, he was, in essence, no different from an ordinary person. Mr. Jun, may I inquire if you know someone named Tang Mingyuan? Jun Wuxian paused slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Could it be that Tang Mingyuan had been involved in an accident? Jun Wuxian arrived at the interrogation center. Duan Fenglai meticulously detailed the situation to Jun Wuxian. Having uncovered the call records between Jun Wuxian and the delivery man through Tang Mingyuan's phone. Otherwise, he would never have realized that this unfortunate soul delivering goods was, in fact, a friend of Jun Wuxian. In any other circumstance, despite the possibility of avoiding severe punishment, one would certainly face detention for at least 10 days or a hefty fine. However, given that he is an old acquaintance of Mr. Jun, leniency was granted. Duan Fenglai had established contact with Chen Xiaodao through Du Wenxu's procurement of jade bracelets, feigning the role of a buyer to obtain goods from Chen Xiaodao. To his surprise, Chen Xiaodao proved remarkably astute, employing a stranger at the cost of 20,000 yuan to handle the delivery. By the way, how will Du Wenxu and Su Xiang deal with this? Jun Wuxian inquired casually, although the theft case at Mingmu could be definitively linked to neither of them. They were indeed the masterminds behind the poisoning incident in Luoshui town. Perhaps around 7 or 8 years, Jun Wuxian replied indifferently. Duan Fenglai's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Jun appeared harmless yet possessed a truly ruthless streak. Understood. At that moment, the day's Tang Mingyuan was brought out. Chapter 19. Eradicating evil. Tang Mingyuan bowed his head, feeling utterly ashamed. Just moments ago, Jun Wuxian had invited him to lunch. And now he had personally come to retrieve him. Jun Wuxian calmly remarked, "Let us discuss this outside." Shortly after, the two arrived at a restaurant. "Thank you for today," Tang Mingyuan said, awkwardly downing half a bottle of wine to dispel the gloom within him. "It's just a small effort," Jun Wuxian replied dismissively. "Surely, you wouldn't risk your neck to help someone transport antiques unearthed from the underground without a reason? Do tell, what is the situation? If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't have done it," Tang Mingyuan lamented. "On my first attempt, I got caught." He self-deprecatingly continued, "Had it not been for you, I would likely be facing a long prison sentence." Jun Wuxian did not deny this. Had Tang Mingyuan's phone not had his contact, he might very well have been sentenced to a year or two. Although the term was not long, it could ruin a person's life. Not everyone possesses Jun Wuxian's resilience to thrive in adversity. As Tang Mingyuan recounted his plight, Jun Wuxian began to understand the unavoidable struggles faced by an ordinary person. Tang Mingyuan's mother suffered from a heart condition and required a bypass surgery. The medical expenses had been accumulating since last year, amounting to 80,000. However, his mother had been gravely ill for years. They had exhausted all their savings and borrowed as much as they could. Now, both mother and son resided in a cheap rental. In desperation, he had resorted to this risky venture through a friend's introduction. Unfortunately, it had led him directly into the clutches of the law. "Well, I may not be a skilled practitioner, but I've learned some medical skills during my time in prison. Would you like me to take a look at your mother?" Jun Wuxian offered. "You? Are you capable?" Tang Mingyuan's face was filled with skepticism. Jun Wuxian smiled gently. "I cannot guarantee results, but I certainly won't let her condition worsen." "Then, let's do it tomorrow." Tang Mingyuan hesitated for a few seconds, finally swayed by Jun Wuxian's reassuring words. "Good. Let us drink. A little wine may help lift the spirits." As night descended upon Luoshui town, it was exceptionally tranquil. Rows of streetlights stood solitary, with only the occasional vehicle passing by. A silver Panamera halted at the riverbank dam, directly across from the Lin family villa, which glowed faintly with light. Mu Yunfei exited the driver's seat and circled around to open the trunk. The first to step out was a pair of immaculate monk's shoes, followed closely by a gleaming bald head, clad in white monk robes. His tall figure exuded an air of profound enlightenment from his small eyes. Amitabha. The ethereal Master Lingyu formed a single-handed Buddhist seal and uttered a prayer. "Master Lingyu, Your presence is greatly appreciated, Mu Yunfei expressed with an indescribable courtesy. After all, this individual was recognized as the most enlightened soul in Tongling Temple in the past 50 years, destined to become its future leader. Tongling Temple had safeguarded the Yunzhou district for over a century, eradicating demons and evil, earning immeasurable merit. Mu Benefactor, there is no need for such formality. I have come to vanquish evil and quell malevolence. To express gratitude, it is only fitting that the monk extends his thanks to Master Mu. I am grateful to Master Mu for informing me that there are malevolent practitioners in Luoshui town. Master Mu Yunfei disregards the issue of who should be thankful, as his family is indeed a significant benefactor of Tongling Temple. Meanwhile, Jun Wuxian has spent 5 years in Lonyuan prison and has acquired a repertoire of sinister abilities. If he is not a malevolent practitioner, then who could be? Is it conceivable that a genuine Taoist could emerge from such a den of evildoers? A truly formidable individual would not find themselves confined in such a notorious prison. Pointing towards the softly illuminated Lin family villa, he said, Master Lingyu. Ahead lies Jun Wuxian's abode. I shall accompany you, Master Lingyu, to identify him, which will also facilitate your endeavor to vanquish evil. That is unnecessary, Lingyu declined. Taking a step forward, his monk's robes fluttering lightly. Subsequently, Lingyu's eyes sparkled, and he furrowed his brow, sensing a heavy aura of malevolence. Indeed, Luoshui town harbors malevolent practitioners, and they are not easily dealt with. As Paramila turned to leave, a faint golden light emanated from Lingyu, and the speed of the dark glimmer in his eyes increased 100-fold. His body slowly levitated, yet he drifted towards the opposite direction of the Lin family villa, drawn instead to a towering mountain surrounded by the meandering river. With a slight elevation of his feet, he walked upon the water. A malevolent practitioner of the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment, what might your origins be? Atop the mountain, Wu Chun wiped the blood from his lips, astonished and wary. How could Commander Xiao Jun have attracted such a formidable malevolent practitioner? Although Wu Chun was also at the Foundation Establishment stage, he could only contend with those in the first 5 layers. Beyond that, he was ill-equipped. The gaunt figure before him had reached the 7th layer. After just 3 exchanges, he had been gravely injured. Yet, retreat was not an option. The target of this malevolent practitioner was the Lin family. And should Commander Xiao Jun's aunt and sister encounter any misfortune, the rift between Commander and Xiao Jun would be irreparable. Commander Xiao Jun is a golden core. I hail from the north, the sinister figure, brandishing a long malevolent blade, spoke with a chilling intent seeping from his lips. What ties do you share with Jun Wuxian that you would choose to perish for him? The blade was raised, and he had resolved to deliver a final strike. The north? The Black Ghost sect? Wuxian inquired, slightly taken aback. You know of it? The sinister one replied, surprised. I may not be powerful, but I am well acquainted with the malevolent practitioner organizations within Huagua. The members of the Black Ghost sect are on the Taoist blacklist, to be eradicated without exception. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage, Wuxian's demeanor remained resolutely defiant. After all, being part of the Taoist sect, one need not fear the evils of the world. The Huagua Taoist sect is the most formidable political and mystical authority in the nation, wielding enforcement rights. In a certain sense, the Taoist path represents the orthodox way of the Tao. The myriad arts of the Tao are also known as Taoist divine techniques, and therein lies the reason. Though his cultivation may be lower, he is an official. The self-proclaimed sinister one before him may possess a higher cultivation, yet he is a rogue. How could an official ever fear a thief? Even in the face of death, righteous spirit shall endure. This tone, it seems, undoubtedly belongs to a sycophant of the Taoist sect. Rest assured, in due time, the malevolent practitioners shall obliterate the Taoist sect, overturn this dynasty, and ascend as the new rulers of this land. From the moment of the command to kill, the malevolent lord moved with the grace of a serpent, his wicked blade slicing through the air with a chilling arc, swiftly advancing towards Wuxian. Xiao Jun commands, if you do not arrive soon, there will be a death. Chapter 20. Thunder in 3 feet. Wuxian's resolve was as firm as his body was rigid. Every muscle in him refused to relax, as he summoned every ounce of energy to confront the looming peril. In this dire situation, any misstep could lead him to meet the king of hell. Yet, the actions of the malevolent master were as swift as a phantom in the night. No matter how desperately he struggled, he could not fend off the blade imbued with lethal intent. It seemed inevitable that he would soon become a soul claimed by the malevolent blade. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, deflecting the fatal strike that Wuxian found himself unable to counter. The malevolent master, unable to release the force of his attack, was sent hurtling backward several meters before he finally regained his footing. The name Black Ghost Gate alone was enough to invoke a sense of revulsion. The young monk, a disciple of the Tongling Temple, had come to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Ling Yu's gaze was clear, his demeanor ethereal. A golden core practitioner. Both Wuxian and the malevolent master's eyes fixed upon the figure standing in midair, suspended a mere foot above the ground. A testament to the golden core S-mark. The malevolent master was struck with astonishment. He could not fathom that such a small place as Yunzhou could harbor a golden core cultivator. It was no wonder that his lethal strike had been effortlessly brushed aside. Being a golden core practitioner explained everything. Wuxian gasped for breath, his heartfelt gratitude spilling forth. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. We, as cultivators, ought to stand united. Ling Yu replied, dismissing the need for thanks. Is he not an accomplice of Jun Wuxian? Ling Yu inquired casually. Wuxian was taken aback. What did it mean to be an accomplice of Jun Wuxian? Little Jun was not a malevolent cultivator. What then? Was the purpose of this young monk's visit to Luoshui town? His mind was a flurry of confusion. I have come to slay Jun Wuxian. The malevolent master, previously retreating, was momentarily stunned before promptly revealing his identity. He realized that this golden core monk was not there for him, but for Jun Wuxian. In that case, perhaps an alliance can be forged. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu naturally concluded that the malevolent master was an enemy. I have heard my master speak of the infighting among you malevolent cultivators. I never imagined I would witness it firsthand. My master refers to such occurrences as dogs biting dogs. Fear not, for I shall resolve this matter and deliver you both to the afterlife, in due course. Malevolent cultivator, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, Ling Yu radiated a brilliant golden light, propelling himself rapidly toward the malevolent master. Along the way, he continuously transformed his hand seals, gathering spiritual power, intent on delivering a decisive blow. The malevolent master's expression shifted unpredictably, and he inwardly cursed. Is this what you call delivering souls? This is murder. His eyes grew increasingly frigid, filled not with abject fear, but with a ferocious intensity. Had Ling Yu possessed extensive experience in the eradication of demons, he might have sensed the impending danger. Yet, despite his superior cultivation and unparalleled Buddhist nature, unmatched in the Tongling Temple for the past 50 years, Ling Yu was merely 20 years old. It had been 30 years since Yunzhou had seen a malevolent cultivator. Thus, in terms of experience, Ling Yu was ill-prepared to confront such darkness. Failing to grasp that high cultivation alone did not guarantee victory. As Ling Yu unleashed a formidable palm strike, the malevolent master suddenly hurled a string of obsidian beads, exuding a malevolent aura. The beads struck with ease, scattering in an instant. An endless wave of deathly energy surged forth from the Buddhist beads, relentlessly assaulting Ling Yu's form. The protective golden light enveloping Ling Yu faltered for but a moment before being eroded by this tidal wave of deathly aura, which swiftly permeated his very being. Upon witnessing this, the sinister master turned to flee. As for Ling Yu, once the deathly energy infiltrated his body, even a Golden Dan practitioner would be doomed. Yet, a Golden Dan is still a Golden Dan. The disparity in realms is insurmountable, and a full-force strike could spell his demise. To avoid a desperate counterattack in his final moments, the sinister master resolved to retreat, planning to return after a couple of days. Such a despicable and unscrupulous being. Under the influence of this deathly energy, the spiritual power within Ling Yu began to spiral out of control, rendering him powerless to pursue. He immediately landed, folding his legs and channeling all his strength to resist the encroaching deathly aura. Meanwhile, the sinister master had fled several miles down the road before finally pausing to catch his breath. The Golden Dan monk had certainly been ensnared. Although the sinister master was merely at the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage, he was an old wretch with decades of experience, far surpassing the naive monk in cunning. He understood that the string of Buddhist beads, having absorbed deathly energy for centuries, had transformed into a terrifying malevolent artifact. What could a Golden Dan do against that? Absolutely nothing. As he relished his narrow escape, the sinister master's gaze turned cold as he fixated on the direction of the Lin family villa, vowing, Jun Wuxian, tonight you are fortunate to be alive. The next time I return, it will be your end. With that menacing declaration, he intended to depart. However, at that moment, a soft voice wafted into his ear. Are you speaking of me? You. When did you arrive here? He had clearly escaped to this place when there were no signs of life around. How did Jun Wuxian manage to follow him without his notice? It was utterly bizarre. Just now, Jun Wuxian replied. How did you get here? It could be interpreted as a miraculous ability to traverse distances in an instant. Nonsense. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a nascent soul master. How could someone of your age possibly achieve nascent soul status? Absolutely impossible. The fact that a mere nascent soul could be deemed a master was a testament to the decline of the Taoist sects in this world. Yet, I may not yet be a nascent soul, but the abilities of one I possess in full. As Jun Wuxian murmured to himself, the once clear night sky suddenly darkened with swirling storm clouds, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Bolts of lightning danced and flickered, engulfing the heavens in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a cluster of lightning descended like a sword piercing through the clouds, resting upon the tip of Jun Wuxian's outstretched finger, reduced 1,000-fold to a 3-inch blue glow, suspended in midair. Controlling such celestial phenomena. No, how could this be possible? The sinister master's mind struggled to comprehend. Jun Wuxian was at most in his 20s. How could he wield divine powers reserved for those in the later stages of the nascent soul? Alas, he would never have the chance to understand the reason behind it all. The 3-foot lightning bolt was propelled into the sinister master's body by Jun Wuxian. His form began to ignite, and in less than 3 seconds, he was utterly reduced to ashes. Until his demise, he could not fathom how Jun Wuxian, merely an ordinary individual from Luoshui town who had spent several years in prison, could possess the extraordinary abilities typically reserved for those of the nascent soul stage. He would have regarded even the Golden Core with great reverence and trepidation. Regrettably, one often encounters but a singular opportunity to make a choice in life. Alas, he made a choice so grievous that it warranted not even the depths of hell. Chapter 21. You come to confront me yet do not know me the following day. Lingyu opened his eyes to behold an immaculate, unfamiliar chamber. Last night, he had been ambushed by a gaunt and unsightly malevolent practitioner, who had infiltrated his being with deathly energy, compelling him to exhaust his spiritual power in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself within this room. Had he purged the deathly energy? Lingyu promptly closed his eyes to introspect, only to discover that he possessed not a shred of spiritual power. Moreover, his body felt exceedingly frail, as though he could draw his last breath at any moment. This sensation rendered him akin to fragile porcelain, perpetually at risk of shattering. Thus, the deathly energy had triumphed, completely devouring his spiritual essence. Clang. The door swung open, revealing a man with flawless features and a demeanor as gentle as jade. Since you are awake, you may leave, he stated. There was no nourishing kanji, no steamed buns, nor even a word of concern. Such indifference from the world. With a sigh inwardly, Lingyu pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect, declaring his identity as a monk from Tongling Temple. I am aware, the man replied dismissively. Given the esteemed reputation of Tongling Temple, should you not be treated with courtesy? Where are the delicacies and comforts? Lingyu added, I am the esteemed disciple of the abbot of Tongling Temple. It matters not to me, the man retorted. If I had known you would be such a hassle, I would not have rescued you last night. Dress in 3 minutes, vacate my residence in 5. Otherwise, I shall cast you out. Esteemed monk Lingyu nearly choked, almost succumbing to the indignity of being thrown out. Such a deplorable attitude. To avoid an undignified expulsion, he chose to comply meekly. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lingyu cast a puzzled glance at the man, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. May I inquire your name, esteemed benefactor? Jun Wuxian, the man replied. You seek me yet do not know me. Do you possess the means to vanquish evil? Lingyu the monk? Lingyu stood momentarily dumbfounded, instinctively attempting to summon his spiritual power, only to recall he had been stripped of it entirely. Esteemed benefactor, may our paths cross again in the future. He hastened his steps, not daring to linger. This was a den of tigers. Jun Wuxian said nothing further. An hour later, he made his appearance at Yunzhou Second Hospital. Tang Mingyuan had been awaiting him outside, waving from a distance. Jun Wuxian, with his habitual gentle smile, remarked, I did not bring any gifts. I trust you will understand. He was typically unconcerned with societal niceties. Had it not been for his aunt's suggestion to bring 2 bottles of wine for Grandpa Su, he would not have contemplated such gestures. It's all right. I know well what kind of person you are, young Master Jun. Come, let me escort you inside. Today, Tang Mingyuan was fully aware of Jun Wuxian's intentions to assist in alleviating his mother's illness. Regarding the manner of assistance, it was likely that Jun Wuxian would cover the surgical expenses. Though Tang Mingyuan was reluctant to accept such charity, the safety of his mother rendered refusal impossible. He could only graciously accept Jun Wuxian as kindness, intending to repay it in the future. The two swiftly arrived at the cardiovascular ward, proceeding into the hospital room. Several doctors surrounded the bed, diligently attending to their rounds and inquiring about the patient's condition. Upon encountering Tang Mingyuan, a bespectacled young doctor in his 30s immediately inquired, "How are the surgical fees coming along?" Tang Mingyuan appeared somewhat troubled and glanced at Jun Wuxian. At this juncture, he found himself unable to gather the requisite funds for the procedure and could only seek a loan from Jun Wuxian. "The surgical fees are not an issue, but we still need to deliberate on whether to proceed with the surgery," Jun Wuxian stated with a dignified demeanor. In response, several doctors exchanged bewildered glances. It was generally expected that the decision to undergo surgery should adhere to the physician's recommendations rather than be left to personal choice. Concerned that his mother's attending physician might be displeased, Tang Mingyuan quickly clarified, "Dr. Song, my friend means no offense. He simply believes we should exercise caution. Rest assured, we will reach a decision promptly. Professor Long from our hospital's cardiology department has ascended to the provincial hospital. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. is the only available surgical slot before she departs. I have exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity for you. If you miss it, I cannot guarantee that other physicians will be able to perform the coronary bypass surgery." Dr. Song was genuinely somewhat irked, but did not intervene excessively. After issuing a few serious instructions, he departed with the other doctors to conduct rounds in other wards. "Yuanming, who is this friend of yours?" After the doctors left, the woman on the hospital bed, with an oxygen tube at her nostrils, turned to Jun Wuxian and asked, "Mom, this is my classmate. His name is Jun Wuxian. He came specifically to see you." Tang Mingyuan introduced him while sitting by the bedside. "Hello, I'm Yuanming's mother," the woman on the bed said with a sincere smile. "Hello, Auntie," Jun Wuxian greeted her, his eyes shimmering with a subtle golden glow that coalesced into an intricate and profound pattern. At that moment, the woman named Do Shujuan's bodily meridians vividly manifested in Jun Wuxian's perception. Before long, Jun Wuxian discerned the seriousness of her condition. The situation was dire. She was suffering from severe coronary heart disease, resulting in vascular blockages and impeded blood flow, which was the fundamental reason necessitating the coronary bypass surgery. However, due to her coronary heart disease having persisted for several years, numerous complications had arisen, leading to various health issues. While undergoing the coronary bypass surgery was indeed warranted, it would only address a portion of her problems. It could be said that conventional hospitals treat only the symptoms rather than the underlying causes, akin to merely stopping the boiling water without addressing the fire beneath. It was likely that only upon the death of Tang Mingyuan's mother would he be freed from the relentless pursuit of medical expenses. Otherwise, his mother's health would remain a financial drain, rendering any earnings insufficient. "Jun Wuxian," Tang Mingyuan called out. Jun Wuxian retracted his golden gaze and spoke directly to Tang Mingyuan. "If you trust me, arrange for Annie's discharge today. There is no need for surgery. I have the means to ensure her recovery, and her health will surpass any prior state." In that instant, Tang Mingyuan hesitated. It was not that he doubted Jun Wuxian, but rather he feared the implications of jeopardizing his mother's health. At present, she was his only family in this world. "Mom, Yet, Tang Mingyuan ultimately placed his faith in Jun Wuxian and turned to his mother. "I am certain that Mom does not wish to undergo this surgery. Fear grips my mother, but even more so, the dread of passing away in a haze of confusion upon the operating table. I am acutely aware of her condition. It is dire and seemingly incurable. However, since your classmate possesses a potential solution, we shall venture forth and explore it." Do Shuan harbors skepticism towards Jun Wuxian. After all, the esteemed second hospital has been unable to provide relief, let alone a peer of her son's age. Though she readily consents, it is evident that she cannot bear the thought of her son spending another 80,000 yuan on her surgery. "Very well, I shall proceed with the discharge process." Tang Mingyuan himself is uncertain of his thoughts. Despite his disbelief in Jun Wuxian's claims, he finds himself inexplicably inclined to acquiesce. In the heart specialist's office, Song Renki is visibly unsettled, casting a perplexed gaze upon Tang Mingyuan. "Do you truly grasp the gravity of the situation? A coronary bypass surgery demands an exceptional level of skill from the surgeon, as well as clinical acumen. I have worked diligently to secure an appointment with our hospital's esteemed Professor Long, who will personally perform the procedure. You need only pay the standard medical fee of 80,000 yuan. Do you have any notion of how much it costs to engage Professor Long's expertise at other institutions? You can avail yourself of his services at a conventional fee. Why would you hesitate?" Tang Mingyuan hangs his head, fully aware that Dr. Song is a rare gem among physicians. Throughout the years of seeking treatment for his mother, Dr. Song has neither accepted a single bribe nor failed to assist him in economizing. Were it not for Dr. Song's benevolence, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Yet, he yearns to place his faith in Jun Wuxian, if only for once. Lifting his gaze, he declares, Dr. Song, I would never jest with my mother's life. You understand her condition. It transcends the issue of merely 80,000 yuan. Even if the bypass surgery is successful at most, it grants her a year or so before other ailments arise. My friend insists he has a solution, and I wish to explore it. Is he a practitioner of the Tao? At that moment, a tall woman clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses enters the room. Chapter 22. Are you a Taoist physician? The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuded a unique charm characteristic of mature women. Song Renki immediately rose, respectfully greeting. Professor Long. Greetings, Professor Long. Tang Mingyuan also greeted her with a sense of trepidation. Without acknowledging anyone else, Long Yu strode directly to Tang Mingyuan and asked, enunciating each word, is he a Taoist physician? I probably am not. Tang Mingyuan stammered. He had heard of the title of Taoist physician. Known as a living deity who employs Taoist techniques to heal. How could Jun Wuxian possibly be one? Long Yu shook her head mockingly, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, and remarked, I have reviewed your mother's case, unless a Taoist physician intervenes. It is impossible for her to recover without surgery given the current situation. Furthermore, I understand that even with a Taoist physician's assistance, curing your mother's ailment will not be an easy feat. I am a doctor, and I must take responsibility for my patients. If you wish to discharge your mother, you may have your friend persuade me. Jun Wuxian arrived at the office and knocked twice on the door. Long Yu, with her hands tucked into the pockets of her white coat, was engaged in discussion with Song Renki and made him wait for a full 5 minutes before finally saying, come in. Jun Wuxian did not mind the delay. He was not one to fuss over 5 minutes, especially when the other party was a compassionate physician. Moreover, she was quite a pleasing sight. Professor Long, Jun Wuxian observed. Whether she was beautiful was secondary. Upon seeing her, reputed to be the youngest medical professor in the southern province, he was reminded of his 7th disciple, Ying Shuang. She was also a prodigy in the medical arts, unmatched in her field across the 3,000 realms, celebrated as the Empress of Healing. Unfortunately, Ying Shuang, despite her unparalleled skills, was ensnared by matters of the heart. Her beloved had perished on the ancient road, leaving her heartbroken. Within less than a millennium, she had attained nirvana. There were certain similarities between the two. Long Yu was quite displeased. She detested men who stared at her without any pretense. Although Jun Wuxian's gaze appeared candid, she had encountered too many hypocrites, those who outwardly embodied virtue but harbored sordid intentions. You told Tang Mingyuan you have a method to treat his mother, Do Shujuan's illness? What do you intend to use for her treatment? Long Yu inquired, her tone unyielding. Jun Wuxian replied naturally, of course, I will rely on my own abilities. What? Professor Long, do you wish to observe? I'm afraid you won't be able to learn my medical skills. Jun Wuxian treated ailments using spiritual energy, a method ordinary doctors would neither understand nor employ. This was no exaggeration. Are you a Taoist physician? Long Yu reiterated her earlier question, her expression rife with skepticism. Typically, young Taoist physicians were over 50 years of age, while Jun Wuxian appeared to be in his early 20s. Having a Taoist master might lend understanding, but to presume one could cure ailments and save lives through Taoist powers was laughable. She had encountered Taoist physicians before and had even studied the method of cultivating qi from one of them, enhancing both spirit and physique. Must you ask in such a manner, Professor Long? Let us just say I am, Jun Wuxian replied, lacking interest in prolonging the discussion. Let's just say? Tang Mingyuan is your friend, yet you think a mere let's just say suffices for attempting to treat his mother? Mr. Jun, I recognize that you, as a young individual, are eager to showcase your abilities. It is common for one to believe that a superficial understanding equates to mastery, leading to a sense of proficiency. However, I must caution you that the practice of medicine is not a trivial pursuit. A skilled physician saves lives, while a mediocre one may cause harm. Patients are not mere instruments for your self-assertion. Such sentiments hold considerable weight. Yet, when Jun Wuxian speaks of for the time being, it is because the title of Taoist physician is a disservice to his true identity. Upon hearing this, Song Renki was taken aback. This individual possesses remarkable audacity. To make such a commitment without fear of incurring substantial medical expenses is indeed bold. That is a considerable sum of money. Long Yu was also taken aback by the response, though still harboring disbelief. However, given that both Do Shuan and her son expressed a desire for discharge, She found it difficult to oppose further. Professor Long, we have a situation. Mr. Yin is experiencing a severe intracranial hemorrhage and is in critical condition. Suddenly, a middle-aged doctor rushed in with urgency. Long Yu's expression shifted, filled with concern. Mr. Yin's condition has worsened. Take me there immediately. Understood. Long Yu promptly instructed Song Rinki to have Mr. Jun draft a written agreement and assist Do Shuan with the discharge process, thus accepting Jun Wuxian's proposal. Though it was not her responsibility as a physician, she felt compelled to do her utmost to safeguard her patients. After relaying her instructions, she hurriedly left the office. The middle-aged doctor, who had come to deliver the news, cast a brief glance at Jun Wuxian, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet, with Mr. Yan's life hanging in the balance, he had no time for further contemplation and hurriedly followed Long Yu out. At noon, in a cramped two-bedroom apartment. The walls were stained with age. The living room barely accommodated 3 individuals, creating a sense of crowding. Tang Mingyuan offered an awkward smile. Jun Wuxian, please forgive the disarray. Living with dignity is an accomplishment in itself. Being less affluent is of little consequence, Jun Wuxian thought earnestly. Your words are truly melodious. He then proceeded to gather his belongings into the room. Auntie, please take a seat. I shall check your pulse, Jun Wuxian said with a smile. Do Shuan was momentarily taken aback. Call me Auntie, will you? Are you truly going to treat my ailment? She assumed he was jesting. Of course, I am sincere. Let us give it a try. What if it proves effective? Well, all right. Do Shuan acquiesced and took her place on the chair. Jun Wuxian was already well aware of Do Shuan's condition, recognizing the varying degrees of damage and aging her heart and related organs had suffered. It was a collection of ailments that, while not life-threatening, posed considerable challenges. Conventional medicine could only offer conservative treatments, with little hope for a cure. However, through Taoist techniques, miracles could occur. A stream of golden spiritual energy flowed from Do Shuan's palms into the 8 extraordinary meridians. Initially, she felt a warm current coursing through her body. After a couple of minutes, Do Shuan was astonished to realize that her once withered body began to radiate vitality. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as if she had regained 10 years of youth in an instant. It was utterly unbelievable. Wuxian, are you truly the legendary Taoist physician? Aside from the Taoist physician, who possesses the ability to heal her to such an extent? It is indeed remarkable. Tang Mingyuan emerged from the dimly lit room, unable to discern any changes in his mother-esque complexion. Approaching Jun Wuxian, he hesitated momentarily before stating, Jun Wuxian, if you lack confidence, perhaps it's best to refrain from treating my mother. While tidying up his mother-esque room, he had been contemplating the gravity of entrusting her well-being to Jun Wuxian. Primarily because he knew him all too well. Jun Wuxian had excelled during his student years, far surpassing his peers. However, he had never heard of him possessing any medical expertise. What nonsense is this? His mother seemed to believe that Wuxian had already cured her. Do Shuan exclaimed with vibrant energy. Tang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. His mother-esque voice was remarkably robust. What had Wuxian done to her during those brief minutes? Jun Wuxian had already risen, addressing her. Auntie, it appears that you have indeed been largely healed. However, out of caution, I shall return in a few days to check on you. If all is well, your health will truly be restored. Wuxian, do stay a little longer. Let Mingyuan take you to dinner. No, I have other commitments. The affliction that had tormented them for so many years had been alleviated in mere minutes, making it no wonder he found it hard to believe. Truly, his mother-esque condition was still a mystery to her. Wuxian is an extraordinary individual. What a pity his mother is unworthy. Otherwise, he would have liked to adopt him as his godson. Do Shuan gazed at her son with tears streaming down her face. Shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, my dear, I realize I have been a burden to you for so long, at times. I even wished for it all to end. But now, that is no longer necessary. My son is still such a handsome young man. With my health restored, I can finally help you arrange for marriage. Mingyuan, our family has endured the storm and can now see the moonlight. Chapter 23. The Death of the Evil Lord and the Emergence of the Ghost Lord at the Tingfei Building. Mu Qinyong's gaze was indifferent. Have you failed? Mu Sheng clenched his fists, utterly perplexed by the disappearance of the evil lord. A disappearance signified death, a realization that pierced through Mu Sheng's mind with crystal clarity. Given the evil lord's prowess, death was only conceivable in the face of a golden core master. Suddenly, Mu Qinyong shifted his tone, but this time, it is not your fault. Your malevolent friend likely did not perish at Jun Wuxian's hand, but rather fell victim to the illustrious monk Ling Yu of the Tongling Temple. Consider it fortunate for Jun Wuxian that Yun Fei sought Ling Yu's intervention. while your friend coincidentally ventured to Luoshui town that very night, where fate would determine their contest. The troubling aspect is that Ling Yu did not confront Jun Wuxian, suggesting that Jun Wuxian has not practiced the dark arts. His martial prowess is merely formidable. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing was momentarily stunned. Could Mu Yunfei truly be his nemesis? I grant you another chance, and it shall be your final opportunity, Mu Qinyong declared. Tomorrow evening, Du Zhishuan, the chairman of the Silver State Real Estate, will host a birthday banquet for his daughter, celebrating her 23rd year. You, who have unearthed numerous ancient artifacts infused with deathly energy from the ancient tomb, should select the one imbued with the most potent essence of death and present it to his daughter as an apology for past transgressions. To offer a gift steeped in the aura of death as an apology? Mu Xing pondered for a moment before realizing the implication. Was his father in dire financial straits? He rubbed his temples in contemplation, nodding in agreement. News had just arrived that the Qianshan group from the capital had announced their plans to establish a presence in Yuzhou, targeting the resort project in Luoshui town. While he felt unperturbed, after all, the Qianshan group's previous might was but a relic of a decade past. He doubted they could usurp the business in Luoshui town. Yet it was destined to be a protracted struggle. Money was indeed needed. 10 billion or 8 billion could be borrowed from Gu Zhishuan, and he would readily oblige. However, Mu Qinyong's needs surpassed mere monetary concerns. Father, rest assured, I shall handle this matter, Mu Xing assured confidently. As he settled into the car, Mu Xing's gaze wavered, his phone in hand feeling like a hot potato. He pondered, with a hint of frustration, whether the evil lord might not actually be dead but merely hiding to recuperate. Yet he was acutely aware of the absurdity of such a notion. How could he justify that to the other party? The evil lord was formidable, and that other individual was terrifying. Suddenly, Mu Xing's phone vibrated, the unexpected ringtone startling him. Upon answering, a hoarse, chilling, and authoritative voice resonated through the line. Mu Xing. Why can I not reach my brother? Tell me the reason. The evil lord. He is dead. Mu Xing summoned his courage to reply. Who killed him? At that moment, he found himself unable to utter a single word, for he knew well that the Ghost Lord had but one brother. And if he displeased the Ghost Lord, he would surely meet his end, no matter the distance. I shall emerge from seclusion to avenge my brother. The call ended abruptly, and Mu Xing let out a heavy sigh of relief. The pressure from the Ghost Lord was more intense than that from his own father. In the wake of his apprehension, Mu Xing began to contemplate. Perhaps the arrival of the Ghost Lord could be utilized to his advantage. This man has survived the formidable assassin Lei Jiang from Huagua. Even his father could not match his prowess. Deep within a sinister mountain in the north, a middle-aged man exuding an eerie aura slowly emerged. A long, terrifying scar marred his left cheek, resembling a grotesque mark left by writhing insects. The scar traversed his eye, rendering it as pale and dreadful as that of a dead fish. This mark was inflicted by a black blade known as formulae. He murmured to himself, "It has been many years since I last left this mountain. Miss Lin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xin Chang, and I currently serve as the general manager of Qianshan Group. I am here not only to deliver a 10 million yuan check entrusted by Mr. Jun, but also to discuss the collaboration on the development of the Luoshui town resort." Upon entering the Lin residence, Xin Chang produced the check from her bag and presented it openly. Lin Qian held the check, while Lin Yin leaned closer, both women appearing utterly incredulous. Not only had Jun Wuxian procured 10 million to repay Tongtian Bank, but he had also attracted an investor with a prestigious background for Luoshui town. It was simply astonishing. As the two women stood in shock, Xin Chang produced a prepared contract and elucidated its contents. Qianshan Group was investing a staggering 10 billion yuan into the Luoshui town project, with Miss Lin contributing Luoshui River Bay as her stake, equating to 30% of the total investment. Moreover, Miss Lin would not be required to relinquish the rights to Luoshui River Bay. What are your thoughts on this, Miss Lin? Upon hearing this, Lin Qian was nearly rendered speechless. As a graduate student from a prestigious university, she could easily calculate the significant premium Xin Chang was offering for Luoshui River Bay, an exorbitant 28 billion yuan. The actual valuation of Luoshui River Bay was merely a little over 800 million. Why was the other party offering such an inflated price, exceeding 30 billion? Was it a stroke of luck? Such a notion was implausible. The essence of business is cutthroat. Where was the benevolence in this? Regaining her composure, Lin Qian directly inquired, "Miss Shun, why would you do this? From any perspective, this collaboration seems to favor Qianshan Group immensely, and I do not understand." Without dispelling her doubts, Lin Qian was unwilling to sign the contract. Shenchang shifted her gaze to Jun Wuxian and straightforwardly declared, "Consider this a hiring bonus. Qianshan Group is formally inviting Mr. Jun Wuxian to assume the position of chairman." Lin Qian and Lin Yin exchanged incredulous looks directed at Jun Wuxian. Qianshan Group was inviting Jun Wuxian to be its chairman? It felt akin to a super-rich individual desperately seeking an heir. Such an extraordinary opportunity had befallen their family's young Xian. Lin Qian could scarcely comprehend it. "Aunt, I will explain the details later. Please sign this contract. Doing so will mean fulfilling my mother's last wish. Furthermore, is this not also what you have long desired?" Facing Jun Wuxian's calm and composed gaze, Lin Qian ultimately nodded and signed the contract. Finally, Lin Qian posed one last question. "Miss Shen, if I may be so bold, has the approval for the development of the Luoshui Town Resort been secured?" Shen Chong said lightly. "The development plan for the Luoshui Town Resort is a project of the Xiaonan Commercial Office, and the only entity that possesses the capability to compete with our Qianshan Group is Tinfei Group. If a scenario were to arise, such as the bankruptcy of Tinfei Group, do you think the Xiaonan Commercial Office would implore our Qianshan Group to take over this project?" "Undoubtedly. But will Tinfei Group face bankruptcy?" Lin Qian is uncertain. What she is certain of is that her little Xian has become increasingly enigmatic to her. Perhaps, little Xian no longer requires her care. Chapter 24. Possess Mr. Jun. Let's stop here. I have already arranged matters concerning the Tinfei Group. Starting tomorrow, someone will intervene to pursue the loan. Not only will the 10 billion from the Yuzhou branch of Tongtian Bank be reclaimed, but Mu Qingyong will not be able to borrow a single cent. Tongtian Bank will also pressure the Tinfei Group for repayment. 7 days is ample time to drive the Tinfei Group into bankruptcy. Jun Wuxian smiled. How much does the Tinfei Group owe Tongtian Bank? 30 billion. According to my investigation, the Tinfei Group has also borrowed 20 billion in usury from the Lei Gang, the largest gang in the southern province. The urgency for Mu Qingyong to borrow another 10 billion from Tongtian Bank stems not only from a desire to revive the fortune through the Luoshui Town Resort project, but also because the repayment of the usury is imminent. Shen Chang continued, therefore, if we bring the Tinfei Group to its knees, Mu Qingyong and his family will have to face the Lei Gang's debt collection. They will find it challenging to escape their fate. Mu Qingyong, the underground king of Yuzhou, is already teetering on the edge of a precipice. Send him to hell. Jun Wuxian commanded succinctly. Jun Wuxian. Gu Xian asked curiously, what brings you here? Her gaze followed the departing BMW. Is that person your friend? Jun Wuxian nodded. She is quite beautiful. Gu Xian replied, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Upon her arrival, she had caught sight of the woman getting into the car. To be fair, Gu Xian had always been confident in her looks, yet in the presence of that unfamiliar woman, she felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. She's all right. By the way, has the investigation department come looking for you? I suspect they might seek you out regarding Yilong's cause of death. Gu Xian inquired with concern. About that, Jun Wuxian replied. Though he was unharmed, it had nothing to do with Gu Xian. That's good to hear. I'm relieved. The weight on my heart has finally lifted. She then expressed her intentions. Jun Wuxian, my birthday is tomorrow. Would you be able to attend? I remember your birthday is a month before mine, so you won't be able to make it this year. If you come to my birthday party this year, I will attend yours next year. All right? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Seeing that Jun Wuxian did not seem inclined to agree, Gu Xian hastily added, my father wishes to meet you to discuss the Luoshui River Bay project. To be honest, he has invested in the Tinfei Group's project concerning the Luoshui Town Resort. All right. I shall come tomorrow. Jun Wuxian ultimately acquiesced, intrigued to learn what Gu Zhishuan, the financial magnate of Yuzhou, wished to discuss with him. A check for 10 million had arrived without cause, inviting Jun Wuxian to become the chairman of Qianshan Group. What ordinary people could scarcely dream of was unfolding before Jun Wuxian. This nephew of mine truly brings her joy. Indeed, brother, I am still quite bewildered. How did you get involved with Qianshan Group? Lin Yin was equally puzzled. Goodness, 1 trillion. How much money is that? Brother, let us not take on the chairmanship. Lin Yin gasped in disbelief. What a joke. If I owe 1 billion, I might as well jump into the river. If I owe 10 trillion, I doubt even the authorities would let me do that. Indeed, little Xian, while becoming the chairman of Qianshan Group undoubtedly represents a meteoric rise. The accompanying sacrifices are excessively burdensome. As for me, it would be best to remain uninvolved. My dear aunt simply wishes for your well-being. Regarding the development of the Luoshui River Bay, let us allow events to unfold naturally. Lin Qian also joined in the council, fearing that Jun Wuxian might impulsively agree. In her heart, Nothing is more significant than Jun Wuxian's safety and peace of mind. Jun Wuxian replied, "It is not as grave as you perceive. There are reasons why Shen Qianshan has chosen me rather than entrusting Qianshan Group to another. Whether or not to take over the group is not merely a question of capability, but rather whether it warrants the expenditure of my time." Lin Yan interjected with a scoff, "Brother, your words imply that you are preoccupied with numerous affairs. I believe we should not overlook such a golden opportunity for ascendance." Jun Wuxian merely smiled, pondering whether becoming the chairman of Qianshan Group truly equates to a meteoric rise. What then does reigning over the 3,000 realms signify? His aunt and sister would not comprehend. In the Shiguang Garden, Villa number 3, a myriad of youthful figures were already present, mingling and conversing across the lawn. Upon Jun Wuxian's arrival, he introduced himself and was promptly ushered inside. Though it was his first visit, he exuded an air of composure and poise. Many gazes were drawn to him, astonished by his striking appearance and demeanor, all speculating his identity. Regrettably, none recognized him. Gu Shiyan had numerous friends. Yet they belonged to a small circle in Yunzhou, thus no one could identify Jun Wuxian. As for former classmates, their disparate statuses had severed most connections. It was not that Gu Shiyan was aloof, rather, the vast difference in their circumstances led most classmates to flatter her, seeking to gain advantage or enhance their prospects through her. Such self-serving old acquaintances were a source of her disdain. Yet, paradoxically, the majority of her classmates fit this mold. Jun Wuxian, however, was an exception. Upon catching sight of Jun Wuxian, Gu Xian's face instantly lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Old Gu, that is Jun Wuxian." For reasons unknown, just the sight of him brought her unparalleled delight. "This lad is quite impressive, remarkably handsome, just as I was in my youth," Gu Zhishuan remarked approvingly. "Huh, how self-congratulatory." Gu Shiyan shot him a disdainful glance. Not wanting to dwell on it, she was taken aback. "Father, why do you look so unwell?" At that moment, Gu Zhishuan's complexion was a ghastly gray, his eyes deeply sunken, resembling someone who had not slept for days on end. "It's nothing serious. You appear to be possessed." Gu Shiyan expressed her concern. Gu Zhishuan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Is it truly that severe?" Chapter 25. You are different, never mind. Let's discuss it once your birthday celebration concludes. Please go downstairs and fetch Jun Wuxian. I wish to converse with him. Gu Zhishuan did not take this to heart. He sensed a slight discomfort in his body, yet deemed it nothing more than a common ailment. Reflecting on his youth, when he persevered through a fever of 40 degrees while laboring diligently, he considered this minor issue trivial. Gu Shiyan, unable to resist, prepared to descend and meet Jun Wuxian. At that moment, Mu Yunfei made his entrance clad in an exquisite black and white suit, followed by an attendant carrying a beautifully crafted gift box. "Greetings, young Master Mu. You appear particularly vibrant today." The guests present turned their attention towards him, warmly exchanging pleasantries. Jun Wuxian, intrigued, glanced in that direction. Although Mu Yunfei was from the same grade, they had never interacted during high school. By coincidence, Mu Yunfei noticed Jun Wuxian as well, disregarding the chatter around him. He approached directly. With a hint of mischief, he playfully exclaimed, "Jun Wuxian." Upon hearing the name, several individuals quickly reacted, recognizing him as the top scholar from Nan Province's class of 2010. Isn't he the one who served time? Miss Gu actually invited him to the birthday celebration. How nostalgic of her. Indeed, while he possessed striking looks, his lack of education and background rendered him unremarkable, initially mistaking him for a scion of a prestigious family. They were taken aback to discover he was an ex-convict. Their disdain was palpable. For those deemed worthy of attending Gu Shiyan's birthday party typically hailed from affluent families or held positions of authority within the government. These individuals regarded ordinary people with an air of superiority, let alone someone with a criminal record. The more they belittled Jun Wuxian, the more Mu Yunfei's smile widened. Realizing that perhaps his concerns were unfounded, Jun Wuxian was not a worthy rival, lacking any qualifications to be considered a competitor for his affections. "It truly astonishes me that Jiangnan has invited you to her 24th birthday celebration," Mu Yunfei remarked haughtily, his words akin to a sharp barb. Had it not been for his jealousy over Gu Shiyan's personal effort to welcome Jun Wuxian upon his release, he would not have hastened to send his brothers. He longed and he who, to deal with him on the very day of his freedom. Yet, both brothers met their demise. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Jun Wuxian. Finding nothing of merit, casting one last glance at him, he turned away, not even deigning to mention the significance of Luoshui River Bay. It was meaningless. When Jun Wuxian's family found themselves in dire straits, he would dutifully present the river bay. Until then, any threats uttered would seem insipid. Yin Yin, Miss Gu. As Gu Shiyan descended and emerged, Mu Yunfei turned towards the sound, instantly breaking into a smile. Today, Gu Shiyan donned a flowing orange gown, her hair elegantly tied back, her flawless visage radiating beauty and grace. As her fiancé, Mu Yunfei felt a sense of pride. He extended his hand, and immediately, a gift was placed in it. Taking a couple of steps forward, he was about to utter, "You look truly beautiful today." However, Gu Shiyan simply walked past him, her radiant smile lighting up the space as she approached Jun Wuxian, speaking softly, "I was truly worried you wouldn't come." At that moment, Mu Yunfei's expression darkened, more dismal than if he had consumed something foul. Two guests near him instinctively took a step back, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of his wrath. Jun Wuxian noticed Mu Yunfei's countenance but chose to remain indifferent. He calmly remarked, "If I promised to come, I would. Your birthday banquet is filled with guests. My absence would hardly diminish it. They are them, and you are you. There is a distinction." Gu Shiyan replied earnestly. Many friends had gathered. Yet Gu Shiyan held no expectations, only for Jun Wuxian did she harbor anticipation. But how could this dense individual comprehend such sentiments? The difference lay in the fact that she considered him less affluent. "Poor," Gu Shiyan exclaimed. "Yin Yin, this is the gift I have for you. Do let me know if you like it." The more Jun Wuxian and Gu Shiyan exchanged glances in front of the crowd, the more Mu Yunfei felt his pride erode. Reluctantly, he approached them. As he unwrapped the gift box, a dazzling diamond necklace emerged. "Yin Yin, take a look." Gu Shiyan's expression instantly soured. She wanted to decline, but their relationship made it difficult to do so. "I am Yin Yin's fiancé. It is only right to present her with something of value. You and Yin Yin are merely acquaintances. It wouldn't matter if you brought nothing." Mu Yunfei feigned generosity, yet his intention was clear, even if your offering was modest. One ought to present a gift for a birthday celebration. In truth, Jun Wuxian had arrived empty-handed, not even contemplating the matter of gifts. His presence was solely motivated by a desire to see Gu Zhishuan. Derisive gazes were cast his way, with one person jesting. "I just noticed that this fellow came without any gift. How brazen. He has just been released from prison. It's only natural for him to be short on funds." The necklace that young Master Mu gifted to Shiyan is exquisite and must be quite valuable. An $8 million treasure, unique to the Yuchou district. I am simply delighted that Jun Wuxian could attend. I do not require gifts. I lack nothing. Gu Shiyan interjected to diffuse the situation, and she thought similarly. Just then, a piece of pearly jade suddenly appeared in Jun Wuxian's hand, as if by magic. A small gift, of little utility. Merely to ward off evil and ensure a sounder sleep and better skin. "Happy birthday," Jun Wuxian stated simply. "Well, since I've been asked, it wouldn't do to come empty-handed." However, for Jun Wuxian, the talismanic charm's true value is indeed modest. Beyond its stated benefits, carrying it would merely extend one's life by an additional 30 to 50 years, at best. "Thank you." Regardless of others' opinions, Gu Shiyan accepted it without hesitation, cherishing it in her hands. She paid no heed to its purported effects, nor did she believe in them. The treasures consecrated at Tongling Temple do not possess the miraculous effects that Jun Wuxian described. This jade pendant is clearly no exception. If it truly held the power to attract fortune and ward off misfortune, as Jun Wuxian claimed, it would indeed be a priceless treasure, given its immense value. She must also consider whether it is suitable for her to accept. Surely, such a trivial piece of jade should not warrant such extravagant praise? Mu Yunfei teased, evidently skeptical. Jun Wuxian remained unperturbed, paying no mind to the remarks. "It's already 12. Let's commence the meal." Gu Shiyan interjected at an opportune moment, seeking to prevent Mu Yunfei from harboring any resentment towards Jun Wuxian. She decided to accept the necklace, saying, "I also quite like this necklace." The inclusion of the word also made Mu Yunfei's expression even more displeased. "Jun Wuxian, you should go eat first. Later, I will personally take you to meet my father." At that moment, Mu Xing was also lurking in the Gu family hall, having disguised himself so that no one noticed him. With sinister murmurs, he pondered that Gu Zhishuan had yet to appear, suggesting he had retained the blood jade for himself, rather than giving it to Gu Shiyan. Nevertheless, it was all the same. "Father, are you feeling any better?" Gu Shiyan inquired as she entered Gu Zhishuan's room, noticing him lying on the bed. At the head of the bed lay a piece of blood jade, emanating a dense black aura invisible to the naked eye, gradually seeping into Gu Zhishuan's body. He rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling overwhelmingly fatigued, nearly succumbing to sleep. "Did you encounter any issues with Mu Yunfei earlier?" "Nothing to worry about, Father. Today is not a business gathering. Since you're unwell, it's best you rest in your room. I can manage the guests outside." Although Gu Zhishuan wished to make an appearance, his body felt as though it were crushed under a mountain, leaving him utterly drained. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall rest for a while. I also called Professor Long. He will arrive shortly. Indeed. Gu Xiyan suddenly produced the jade pendant Jun Wuxian had gifted her, stating, he mentioned that this pendant could aid in sleep. Perhaps you should keep it close by. Who knows, it might prove effective. How thoughtful of him to bring a gift. Very well, let it stay here for a couple of days and see. Gu Zhishuan did not pay it much mind. With that, he closed his eyes, which felt heavy, making it a struggle to keep them open. Gu Xiyan then noticed the blood jade at the head of the bed and felt unsettled. Father, where did this jade come from? I've never seen it before. It was sent by Mu Xing as an expression of his past regrets. I knew you would refuse to accept it, so I didn't mention it. I plan to dispose of it after your birthday. Having weakly uttered those words, Gu Zhishuan fell into a deep slumber once more. Chapter 26. Perhaps salvation outside. Jun Wuxian casually chose a table to sit at. His gaze instinctively followed a departing figure from the Gu family, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet he brushed it aside. At that moment, a tall silhouette hurriedly entered the Gu residence. Jun Wuxian's eyes widened in surprise. It was her, Long Yu from the second hospital, with a clear purpose. Long Yu bypassed any greetings and ascended the stairs as if she were in her own home. Today marked Gu Xiyan's 23rd birthday, yet a doctor had arrived unexpectedly. Intriguing. Indeed. Moreover, Gu Zhishuan, the head of the family, had yet to make an appearance to greet the guests, which was rather inappropriate. Lost in thought, Jun Wuxian extended his consciousness to follow Long Yu's path. The next moment, an expression of absurdity crossed his face. Gu Zhishuan had gotten himself into trouble. Gu Xiyan approached, ready to speak to Jun Wuxian. However, she suddenly froze, exclaiming, "How did you know?" "I was just about to say my father is unwell and probably won't be able to see you today." Her voice, though not loud, caught the attention of several onlookers, each wearing expressions of astonishment. "Director Gu is ill. Your father's condition is beyond Long Yu's capabilities. Take me upstairs." Jun Wuxian stood up without hesitation. Gu Xiyan was uncertain. Long Yu was currently the most formidable cardiac professor in Yunzhou, indeed, the finest physician in the region. Moreover, her father was merely fatigued, not critically ill. Even if, for argument's sake, he were in serious condition. How could Jun Wuxian possibly treat him when even Long Yu could not? "Yin Yin, is Uncle Gu sick?" "Do not worry. Even if Professor Long cannot cure him, my grandfather knows many esteemed professors from the provincial capital who can certainly help Uncle Gu. Besides, Uncle Gu is healthy. There should be no cause for alarm. Do not listen to some individuals who exaggerate." Mu Yunfei approached, his gaze directed at Jun Wuxian, laced with derision. It was clear he sought to impress Yin Yan, unafraid to speak recklessly. At that moment, Long Yu had reached the second-floor railing, her voice ringing out clearly. "Chairman Gu has collapsed. His life hangs by a thread. We must commence immediate resuscitation. I need a few of you to assist in bringing Chairman Gu downstairs. As soon as the ambulance arrives, he must be transported without delay." The crowd below fell into stunned silence before erupting in chaos. Gu Zhishuan was no insignificant figure. Indeed, all the guests present were there to curry favor with him. The fact that he had collapsed without reason sent the gathering into disarray. Gu Xiyan, regaining her senses, hastily rushed upstairs, followed closely by other guests. The festive atmosphere of the birthday celebration evaporated in an instant. Only 2 individuals were permitted entry. Long Yu stood by the door, issuing instructions. As a physician, she understood that the more people present, the greater the disorder. Jun Wuxian and Mu Yunfei were the first to enter the room, where they beheld a pool of dark blood on the floor. Gu Zhishuan's lips were stained with the same black blood, rendering him unconscious. Could it be poisoning? Gu Xiyan's mind raced with unsettling thoughts. Could it be that the jade gifted by Jun Wuxian was the cause? At that moment, Mu Yunfei noticed the white jade beside Gu Zhishuan, recalling that everything had been fine until after Jun Wuxian had presented that piece. It is indeed difficult not to entertain such thoughts. This assertion is not merely a hasty conjecture. It stems from the awareness that Jun Wuxian possesses malevolent abilities, and it is entirely plausible that he has employed such dark arts. The jade? Long Yu promptly picked up the piece, unable to discern anything amiss, stating, "It cannot be ruled out that this jade harbors some sinister energy." As a distinguished professor of medicine in Huagua, Long Yu is skeptical of rumors. Yet, the existence of those enigmatic cultivators is undeniably real, compelling one to consider this possibility. It is not that there is an issue with Jun Wuxian's jade. Gu Shiyan concluded without hesitation, her conviction unwavering. Mu Yunfei was perplexed by Gu Shiyan's unwavering trust in Jun Wuxian, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. He intensified his tone, asserting, Shiyan, even Professor Long is uncertain whether there is a problem with this jade. What gives you the authority to be so resolute? Could it be that Jun Wuxian harbors resentment over the imprisonment from years past, and thus aims to harm Uncle Gu? I said there is nothing wrong. So there is nothing wrong. Spare me your incessant chatter. Gu Shiyan retorted with dissatisfaction, although she typically regarded Mu Yunfei with little warmth. Never before had she chastised him so fiercely. Mu Yunfei, engulfed in anger, felt a surge of frustration. Who, after all, is your fiancé? His animosity towards Jun Wuxian deepened, resolving to employ any means necessary to expel him from Yunzhou or even eliminate him. Now is not the time to speculate on the reasons behind Chairman Gu's shock. We must expedite his transfer to an ambulance for urgent care. You both immediately carry Chairman Gu downstairs and await the arrival of the ambulance, Long Yu interjected. However, at that moment, Jun Wuxian, who had been silently observing Gu Zhishuan's condition, suddenly spoke. There is no time, and it would be futile. Ordinary doctors cannot handle Gu Zhishuan's predicament. With that, he approached the bedside. Mu Yunfei stepped forward to obstruct him, but was met with a single glance from Jun Wuxian, rendering him momentarily dazed and retreating uncontrollably. Jun Wuxian, what do you intend to do? Long Yu exclaimed sharply. Gu Zhishuan's condition must not endure any further errors. The consequences could be dire. To save him, Jun Wuxian replied lightly, already standing before Gu Zhishuan, extending a finger that hovered just above his brow. In an instant, a resplendent golden light filled the room, entering through Gu Zhishuan's forehead. Do you now believe me? Jun Wuxian indeed wields dark arts. Mu Yunfei, regaining his composure, accused vehemently, pointing at Jun Wuxian. Gu Shiyan, fully aware of Jun Wuxian's capabilities, firmly believed in his integrity and that he would not harm her father. Perhaps there truly is hope. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Long Yu surprisingly chose not to intervene further. Coming from a larger city, she had encountered practitioners of Taoism and witnessed the brilliance of their arts. Thus, she could discern that what Jun Wuxian was employing was not malevolent sorcery, but rather an authentic Taoist technique, and one of the purest kind. It turns out he is indeed a Taoist healer. As minutes elapsed, Gu Zhishuan, still in a state of faintness, suddenly reacted, propping himself up and violently expelling black blood from his mouth. The dark blood bubbled ominously, emanating wisps of black aura, clearly visible to the naked eye. He has awakened. Despite his frail condition, Gu Zhishuan had indeed awakened. No, it's all right, Dad, as long as you're fine, Gu Shiyan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of anxiety. Mu Yunfei found himself at a loss for words. Jun Wuxian picked up another inconspicuous piece of blood jade from the bedside and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into fragments. A thick, ominous black mist surged throughout the room, only to gradually dissipate under the luster of the white jade. This piece of jade, derived from an ancient tomb, had absorbed the essence of death over the years, transforming into a malevolent artifact. Ordinary individuals would not withstand its presence for more than 5 days, let alone Gu Zhishuan, whose body was frail and weak. Gu Zhishuan, someone intends to harm you, Jun Wuxian stated calmly. Addressing him by his full name displayed a blatant disregard for Gu Zhishuan's status as the king of real estate in Yunzhou, yet in this moment, no one would mind such formalities. Gu Zhishuan gritted his teeth. It was Mu Sheng. This blood jade was a gift from Mu Sheng. I did not request it. Yet my father kept it in his own quarters. Mu Yunfei, it is your elder brother who wants to destroy us both. Gu Shiyan glared furiously at Mu Yunfei, certain that Mu Sheng would never repent. Mu Sheng. Mu Yunfei's expression darkened instantly, his fingers clenched tightly. I shall ensure you receive an explanation for this matter. Chapter 27. A plea for assistance in the specialized care unit of the second hospital after a thorough examination. It was confirmed that Gu Zhishuan was not in any serious danger. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone present. Jun Wuxian prepared to take his leave. It seemed inappropriate to discuss the matters of Luoshui River Bay with Gu Zhishuan at this moment, and he felt no urgency. As long as you exited the ward, she offered. Allow me to accompany you. Is it necessary? Jun Wuxian chuckled softly. I am not a child. I can find my way. I have some questions for you. Long Yu added. Once outside the hospital building, the two walked side by side towards the exit. Long Yu instinctively placed her hands in her pockets. I apologize for the incident concerning Douyin. I had no idea you were indeed a physician. Accepted, Jun Wuxian replied nonchalantly. And how is Dou Shuxiang faring now? I plan to visit her home in a few days. She is well and does not require further surgery. That is good to hear. You truly are remarkable. Suddenly, Long Yu halted. Jun Wuxian smiled. A blind cat may stumble upon a dead rat. It was merely a coincidence that I encountered a case suited to my expertise. Is that so? Long Yu's gaze held an unusual glint. Chairman Gu was afflicted by a condition of stagnant energy. A physician of the Dao excels in such matters. It is understandable as a matter of specialization. Dou Shuxiang's condition, however, pertains to the organs. We might consider that luck. But how do you explain the poisoning incident in Luoshui town? You seem to navigate any situation with such ease. Is it still merely luck? Jun Wuxian was taken aback. It seemed this woman was aware of the events in Luoshui town. Let us not forget that the physician who rushed to Luoshui town for emergency assistance was from our second hospital. Oh, the young Daoist who employed flying needles for acupuncture in Luoshui town. Long Yu recognized. I am on the verge of departing from the second hospital. My foremost priority now is to ensure all patients under my care receive proper treatment. Even those deemed untreatable must be provided with a plan to stabilize their conditions. I have solutions for nearly all cases. However, there is one particularly challenging patient, and I hope you can assist me. Long Yu suddenly implored earnestly. For this patient. Her original intention was to contact a professor from the province to take over the case. Yet, due to the individual's unique background, he was unwilling to go to the province. If she were to leave the second hospital, the patient's demise would be imminent. Currently, among all the physicians in Yunzhou, she could not find another capable of prolonging his life, except for herself. Yet, before her stood Jun Wuxian, who might just perform a miracle. Yan Lao? Jun Wuxian inquired. Long Yu was taken aback. You know him? If you are aware of his identity, you should also recognize that if you can save him, it would greatly benefit you in the future. His status is exceedingly special. I am not familiar. I merely heard about him once that day. I am indifferent to such matters. While I hold great respect for physicians who dedicate themselves to saving lives, I am not one of them. My approach to healing relies on fate. I cannot assist you in this matter. Jun Wuxian graciously declined. Everyone in the world suffers. How many can he truly save? His healing indeed relies on destiny, which is why he refused. With that, he departed. As he exited the hospital, Jun Wuxian left with an air of nonchalance. Long Yu gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought and silent. She was curious about the nature of the person before her. What kind of master could cultivate such a formidable disciple? Possessing abilities that transcended the mundane world, yet appearing completely detached from it, this individual left her perplexed. Traveling by car seemed rather slow. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Fong Ranjian. Commander Fong, how rare it is for you to call me. She teased upon answering. Fong Ranjian replied, the first matter at hand is that Shen Qianshan and his team find it difficult to speak up. So they wish for your assistance in urging Shen Qingyun to expedite the filming of my third installment of The Heart of a Young Girl. They are eagerly awaiting it. As anticipated, Fong Ranjian continued, I suspected you would respond this way. I find it rather dull myself. The second matter is a favor I must request. Speak. It's not easy for you to ask. There is a patient at Yuzhou Second Hospital named Yin Chongxian. Please help me treat him. I beg you. The following day, in the emergency conference room of the hospital, Long Yu led a discussion among 8 doctors regarding the patient's condition. Each wore a furrowed brow, lacking any viable solutions. Meanwhile, the dean, who lingered in a corner, felt as if the last strands of his hair were turning white from the stress. Professor Long, is there truly no remedy for old Yan's condition? Dean Chen could no longer contain his anxiety and stepped forward. I know it is inappropriate to pressure you, but the Yin family only asked for one more month, just 1 month. Is it not possible to grant that? If they could extend old Yan's life for another month, it would be a significant achievement for the hospital. 1 month was the request from the Yin family. The reason for their insistence on old Yin living for an additional month remained unknown. However, Jun Wuxian was unwilling to comply, and no amount of coercion would change that. He sighed, Dean Shun, I understand your predicament. However, as doctors, we must do our utmost. That is what allows us to maintain our integrity. Old Yan's condition is a complex, high-risk illness. He is already at a critical stage where conventional treatments are ineffective. His body has weakened to the point where he cannot endure even a minor surgery. Given the current medical conditions, to forego surgery is tantamount to abandoning treatment. Under the present circumstances, every day he survives increases the risk. No one can guarantee how much longer he has to live. Moreover, his consciousness has already lapsed into a state akin to that of a living corpse. Such an extension of life is devoid of meaning. As a renowned professor, You should be well aware of the reality. It is not that I am unwilling to exert my efforts. Any physician would reach the same conclusion. After being countered by Long Yu, Dean Shin was rendered speechless. He recognized that every word she spoke was undeniably true. Even if a skilled traditional healer were to intervene, they would still need to be selective. Yet, common practitioners of such healing lack the capability to guarantee an extension of Old Yan's life for a month. Ultimately, Old Yan had enjoyed a long life, but his organs had deteriorated to varying degrees. Additionally, he had suffered intracranial bleeding, with numerous cerebral blood vessels ruptured and damaged. In such circumstances, a moment of carelessness could prove fatal. While Old Yan's ailments were not rare or unusual, the combination of various conditions made it exceedingly perilous. The reason why Elder Yin chose the second hospital upon returning to his hometown lies in his unwavering trust in Long Yu's reputation. However, as Long Yu finds herself at a loss, it seems that perhaps no one in the entirety of Yunzhou, or even the entire southern province, can offer any guarantees. Suddenly, a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room. He possessed a robust physique and exuded an imposing presence. His piercing gaze swept across the gathering before finally settling on Director Chen. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "My father may have a chance at recovery." Chapter 28. In this lifetime, Di Fu has been devoid of parents, relatives, and children. Is there hope for treatment? What does this mean? Director Chen was momentarily perplexed. Were they not convening an urgent meeting, still at a loss? While he was in a state of distress, Deputy Yin unexpectedly approached him, claiming that there was a possibility of treating Old Yan's illness. Anxiously, he inquired whether Deputy Yin had found a doctor capable of treating Old Yan. Given the urgency of his father's condition, they must transfer him to a hospital, hoping that Director Chen would comprehend the situation. To curry favor with the Yin family, the hospital had indeed gone to great lengths, even inviting the cousin of the celestial physician, Di Fu. Remarkable. Although Director Chen harbored numerous reservations, he was powerless. Unable to summon a formidable Taoist physician himself, he could only acquiesce. However, Long Yu stepped forward to interject, reminding them that the question of transfer was secondary. What was paramount was how to stabilize Old Yan's condition. Deputy Yin, to my knowledge, neither during the illustrious times of the celestial physician nor throughout these years of imprisonment, has there been any mention of a cousin who is also a Taoist physician. My personal recommendation is that Deputy Yin clarify the identity of this individual before making any decisions. Old Yan's health cannot withstand any further setbacks. If this delay continues, I fear for my father's worsening condition. In dire circumstances, we must make a choice. Thus, even if the final outcome for my father is one of regret, I can only choose this path. Long Yu felt there was something amiss and wished to say more, yet Director Chen restrained her with a firm grip, signaling her to be silent. Very well, I will immediately arrange for treatment. Young Master Yin, I apologize on behalf of our second hospital for our inadequacy. No need for apologies, you have already done your utmost. Yin Zong turned and departed. Everyone, do not linger. Proceed to cooperate with the Taoist physician from the first hospital to treat Old Yan. With a command from Director Chen, all the doctors promptly vacated the conference room. Afterward, Director Chen earnestly addressed Long Yu. Professor Long, I understand your sense of responsibility. However, since the first hospital wishes to claim this achievement, let them do so. If they succeed, it is their merit. If they fail, the Yin family's ire will fall upon them. If we have the opportunity to relinquish this hot potato, it is indeed quite favorable. Had Deputy Yin not claimed that the Taoist physician invited by the first hospital was a cousin of the celestial physician Di Fu, I would have harbored fewer doubts. But as far as I know, the celestial physician has no such kin among Taoist practitioners, not even a disciple. Long Yu was filled with anxiety. The person invited by the first hospital has no bearing on us, Director Chen stated. Long Yu cast a cold glance, feeling dissatisfied. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the conference room door. I believe the director is not mistaken. Not all matters require excessive clarification. One must govern their position, and the Yin family's trust is sufficient. Since you, Professor Long, are unable to provide treatment, why not entrust the patient to someone else? As for the outcome, we shall see in due course. Both turned their gaze in unison to see a young man standing at the door. Who are you? Jun Wuxian. Long Yu immediately approached, her curiosity piqued. Jun Wuxian, what brings you here? I seem to have a sudden affinity with Old Yin and intend to offer my healing services. It appears, however, that others have already taken the lead. Are you willing to save him? In a moment of sheer delight, Long Yu grasped Jun Wuxian's hand, exclaiming, It is not too late. I can still take you there. Compared to the elusive Tian-Di cousin, Long Yu placed her utmost trust in Jun Wuxian. Jun Wuxian, momentarily taken aback by the soft warmth of her touch, found it rather comforting. You are indeed Jun Wuxian, a prodigious talent, she continued. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable medical skills, with boundless prospects ahead. However, Director Chun, having evidently heard of Jun Wuxian from Long Yu, expressed his enthusiasm but hesitated, stating, perhaps it would be best to leave the matter of old Yin to the hospital staff. His uncertainty lingered. He questioned whether Jun Wuxian could truly heal old Yin. If they were to clash in a heated rush to save him and ultimately failed, it could exacerbate the patient's condition. Such a scenario would lead to immense troubles for the secondary hospital. The Yin family was polite, yet their displeasure could easily lead to the closure of the secondary hospital. He was unwilling to shoulder that risk. Director Chen, treating patients is not merely about self-preservation, Long Yu earnestly reminded him. Yet, Jun Wuxian held a different perspective. While the other party may claim they can heal old Yin, I cannot dismiss the possibility that I might be able to help until we have a diagnosis. No one can draw conclusions. Let us wait. If that fellow proves ineffectual, I can step in later. That fellow is most likely a charlatan, Long Yu remarked, recounting the tragic story of Di Fu, who lost his parents at the tender age of 5 and grew up in solitude. Fortunately, he was taken under the wing of a wandering physician who trained him for 30 years in the art of Dao medicine. Only after descending the mountain did he gradually gain recognition. Di Fu had no wife, no children, and no relatives. Even his surname was bestowed by his master, making the notion of distant cousins utterly irrelevant. Long Yu's composure faltered. Is it truly a matter of first come, first served when it comes to treating patients? Furthermore, Jun Wuxian have stated that the Taoist physician hired by the first hospital is essentially a fraud, leveraging the name of the esteemed Tian-Di Fu for personal gain. How can we allow him to treat first? Director Chun, might I trouble you for a glass of water? I shall take a seat for a moment. Jun Wuxian maintained a calm demeanor, finding a spot to sit. He noticed a case file belonging to old Yin on the table and, without hesitation, began to peruse it intently. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. I will begin my examination while I observe the situation. As the director, it was customary for others to serve him, yet he understood the virtue of humility. Fetching a cup of tea was a trivial matter. Being recognized by Long Yu assured him of Jun Wuxian's genuine abilities, even if he could not directly alleviate old Yin's ailment. His association with their hospital would undoubtedly prove advantageous. A Taoist physician. If our hospital could secure a Taoist's presence, how could we not gain renown? He indeed went to fetch water for Jun Wuxian. I shall check on the situation, Long Yu exclaimed. Her eyes wide for a moment before she turned and exited the conference room. Out of the corner of his eye, Jun Wuxian observed her departure. A hint of a smile playing on his lips as he shook his head, muttering to himself, her impatience may not suit the legacy of the esteemed Di Fu. Otherwise, we could have resolved this matter. Nevertheless, her talent is rare. I shall continue to observe. Di Fu's earnest plea to Jun Wuxian was to choose a successor, to carry forth the legacy. The selection of an heir was a matter of utmost importance and could not be treated lightly. Jun Wuxian was not in a hurry to find a mere placeholder, yet Long Yu's innate talent indeed made her a fitting candidate. However, her overly straightforward disposition raises concerns. If she were to inherit the heavenly physician scroll and master the skills of the Di residents, one might fear she would ultimately follow the same path as the Di family. Chapter 29. You shall heal first. Within the intensive care unit stood several individuals. The elderly man on the hospital bed lay in a state of unconsciousness, his frail visage pale and emaciated, adorned with numerous monitoring devices. 3 individuals were closest to the bedside. Yin Zong, a man with a grizzled beard, and a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. The latter, surnamed Hao, was a director from the hospital who had accompanied them. Old Di habitually stroked his gray beard, his expression far from optimistic. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the Yin family present shifted noticeably. Could it be that even a skilled physician was at a loss regarding their father's ailment? How unjust fate was. Their father had toiled throughout his life for the nation, only to suffer in sickness, yet heaven would not grant him even a month more. A woman among them wept bitterly, while others joined her in sorrow. Is even a month too much to ask? Yin Zong, the most composed of the group, restrained his emotions and turned to old Di. Sir, as a physician, are you truly unable to extend my father's life by a month? It was not that it was impossible, but rather. Old Di appeared troubled, hesitant to speak. Yin Zong immediately interjected. As long as you are willing to extend my father's life for a month, The Yin family will offer substantial gratitude. Upon hearing the mention of gratitude, old D's demeanor shifted. He replied, "It is not that I am ungrateful, but your father's condition is exceedingly dire. To prolong his life, I require numerous rare herbs, valued at no less than 3 million. Director Hao, now visibly agitated, interjected, "This was not discussed prior to our arrival. You cannot simply demand 3 million from Commander Yin without consulting the hospital first. They brought you here in hopes of earning goodwill from the Yin family. The goodwill of both the bedridden Yin Chongxian and the current head of the Yin family, Commander Yin, is worth far more than a mere 3 million. He hastily added, "We, the hospital, can cover this expense. No need," Yin Zong firmly rejected. "I possess the 3 million. Please, old D, expedite the treatment." 3 million could not buy his family's goodwill. "Very well, then I shall proceed," old D declared, his spirits lifting. "Aside from myself, it is unlikely anyone else in Yunzhou could save Mr. Yin." With the matter of money settled, old D regained his enthusiasm. "You speak nonsense." Suddenly, Long Yu barged in, unceremoniously retorting, "I, Long Yu, have studied medicine for 15 years and practiced for 8. I have never encountered a physician who speaks of fees before even beginning treatment. Old D, you assert that treating Mr. Yin requires rare herbs worth 3 million. Pray tell, what materials are so precious that they command such a price? Rest assured, while I may lack other skills, I am quite proficient in identifying medicinal herbs. If you name them, I shall discern their true worth." Old D instantly felt a wave of embarrassment, clearly unable to name the herbs. He quickly regained his composure and became furious. "Who are you to interrupt my efforts to treat Mr. Yin? Should anything go awry, can you bear the consequences?" He then turned to Yin Zong, his tone sharp. "Mr. Yin, if my services are not required, I shall take my leave and will not impose myself further." Yin Zong's brow furrowed instantly, not out of displeasure at Long Yu's interruption. Although Long Yu had been unable to save his father, it was evident to any discerning eye that she had devoted considerable effort to her father's grave illness. One could assert that, without Professor Long's intervention, his father would likely have departed this world long ago, unable to endure until now. What truly irked him was the attitude of old D. If it were not for his status as a physician, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a street rogue. While his medical skills might be formidable, his ethics were sorely lacking. Given a choice, he would prefer to expel the man outright. Yet, he could not gamble with his father's life. Thus, he stated, "Old D may proceed with the treatment. As long as he can extend my father's life for a month, I shall not withhold 3 million in medicinal fees." Long Yu, discerning Yin Zong's thoughts, spoke earnestly. "Advisor Yin, I have a friend who is far more suited to treating your father. His chances of success are considerably higher." Upon hearing this, Director Hao immediately scoffed. "Professor Long, your medical prowess is well known among us in Yuzhou. It is indeed a waste for a doctor of your caliber to remain here. But you cannot resort to fabrications just to discredit the physician we have invited to treat the elder. Do you truly possess a friend whose skills surpass your own, that you have waited until now to mention him?" Old D chimed in, exhibiting an air of arrogance, "Though I often remain reclusive when it comes to medical expertise. I am indeed a cousin of the esteemed D family, known as the Heavenly Physicians. While my skills may not match those of my more accomplished cousin, I am still proficient to a degree." Yin Zong had initially intended to inquire about the identity of Long Yu's friend, but upon hearing this declaration, he abandoned the thought. The reputation of the D family was resounding. Although they had not been officially designated as the foremost healers in Huagua, they were widely regarded as such. How far could the medical skills of this old D deviate from excellence? He turned to Long Yu, saying, "Professor Long, I appreciate your intentions, but my father's condition is best entrusted to old D. He is not truly a cousin of the Heavenly Physicians, but rather a fraud masquerading as one. Advisor Yin, do not let yourself be deceived." Long Yu urged anxiously. If the Heavenly Physicians truly had cousins, they would not bear the surname D. Long Yu's worry subsided slightly upon hearing old D's claim of lineage. At least he was a physician, undoubtedly capable. However, why would a truly skilled individual fabricate familial connections to elevate himself? "You speak nonsense. Were it not for the absence of my family tree, I would gladly show it to you, proving I am indeed a cousin of the D family. My family has practiced medicine for generations, alleviating suffering for 7 generations. Your slander is intolerable," old D declared with indignation, escalating the argument. Yin Zong's frown deepened, clearly agitated. Just then, Dinshin rushed in, his face adorned with a conciliatory smile. "Professor Long, please refrain from interrupting while old D is treating the patient. Professor Long, it would be best if you stepped outside." Yin Zong's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, leaving no room for refusal. Long Yu took a deep breath, struggling to quell her tumultuous emotions, but ultimately relented. Very well, Advisor Yin. Since you have stated it thus, I shall not press the matter further. However, my friend remarked that if the esteemed Elder D, whom you trust, proves inadequate, you may still seek his assistance. You shall commence your treatment. It is inconceivable that it could be so simple. Merely extending life for a month is a task I shall assuredly accomplish. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of being a descendant of the esteemed D family. Elder D, too, is quite resolute, brimming with confidence. Yet, such ease comes at a steep price. The ethics of medicine are indeed in disarray. Yin Zong has firmly resolved that should this Elder D's treatment prove ineffective, he shall not go unpunished. Maintaining a faade of calm, he urged, Elder D, please convey what preparations are necessary, for it is imperative that we prioritize the treatment without delay. Chapter 30. The Elder's divine medicine enters the throat, ensuring recovery upon witnessing this. Jun Wuxian chuckled softly. What's this? Have you been cast out? Long Yu approached Jun Wuxian, asserting, I am certain that person is a fraud. If he were not, how could he fail to name even 2 precious medicinal herbs? Moreover, when he mentioned the D family, though his words were filled with righteous indignation, his eyes betrayed him, darting away. Indeed, he is a charlatan, yet he possesses some skill. Jun Wuxian remarked, having discerned the man's capabilities through his probing perception. He has a modicum of talent, but it is insufficient. For common ailments, he might do. But in the case of Yin Chongxian, he is inadequate. Then why do you not accompany me to intervene? Long Yu inquired, increasingly perplexed. If you have come to save him, why linger in the conference room? Jun Wuxian laughed. Do you believe that, given my age compared to his, I appear more like a fraud? I will provide evidence. Long Yu retorted. He has the endorsement of a hospital director for his medical skills. Jun Wuxian gently advised. Calm down. I have already stated that he is incapable. If I step in, it will suffice. But what if that person fails to provide adequate care and exacerbates Yin Lao's condition? Long Yu pressed. I can treat him as well, Jun Wuxian replied. Long Yu found herself at a loss for words. Although she had faith in Jun Wuxian's medical prowess, she couldn't help but feel that he might be overly confident in his abilities. If Yin Lao's ailment were easily treatable, there would not be so many ensuing complications. Let us wait. My presence is not needed at this moment. However, Jun Wuxian pointed to the medical case. I have discovered an anomaly within the examination data. Given Yin Chongxian's condition, he should have already succumbed. Yet, despite being in a state of unconsciousness, he clings to life. This situation is unrelated to external factors. It stems from an inner obsession. Obsession? Long Yu exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated that a Taoist like Jun Wuxian could comprehend traditional Western medical cases. She was well aware of the implications of his assertion and countered. Do you know who Yin Lao is? Jun Wuxian smiled. He is a venerable general, having held significant positions in the 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 7th military districts of Huagua. Over his 42-year military career, he participated in countless battles. Even upon retirement, he never attained the rank of a renowned general in Huagua, yet his lifetime dedication to the military makes him a rare gem. Compared to his illustrious history, the achievements of his descendants pale in comparison, Long Yu remarked, her surprise evident. How do you know so much? Is your willingness to treat him because you recognize his status? Would I change my mind otherwise? Jun Wuxian countered, as if it were a matter of course. Ah, I see, Long Yu realized. Your intention to treat Yin Lao is also to forge connections with the Yin family. While your motivation is not inherently flawed, your attitude towards saving him is rather lackadaisical. You are mistaken. I have no intention of forming connections. My willingness to treat him stems solely from an obligation I have accepted. It is unrelated to you, Jun Wuxian stated plainly. Yin Chongxian's life is undoubtedly deserving of respect. Yet it does not reach the point where one would feel compelled to deliberately cultivate a friendship with him, as Wang Xian does. Perhaps, one might argue that there exists no individual in this world whom Wang Xian needs to pursue such connections with. Who entrusted him? Long Yu exclaimed. But upon observing Wang Xian's demeanor, it was evident that he had no intention of elaborating further, thus shifting the conversation. Yin Lao dedicated his life to military service, scarcely finding time to accompany his wife for decades. Even when his beloved passed away 20 years ago, he was still on the battlefield, drenched in blood. Yet, his descendants bore him no resentment. His son and 2 daughters all held him in high esteem. His wife had succumbed to illness on Qiming Mountain, where the pear blossoms bloomed abundantly. Perhaps this was his obsession, to behold the pear blossoms on Qiming Mountain once more, and to depart from this world in the same manner as his wife. Although the Yin clan and other family members did not mention it, Long Yu speculated that this must be the case. Wang Xian paused momentarily, a sudden realization washing over him, and he remarked playfully, "If I were to cure Yin Chongxian and he lived another 30 or 50 years, would that not hinder his reunion with his wife?" Long Yu replied, 30 or 50 years. Is such boasting even possible? Nonetheless, after conversing with Wang Xian, her spirits lifted considerably. She merely wished to depart from this world with a smile, amidst a sea of pear blossoms, just as her husband had. In contrast, it was she, Long Yu, who was deeply entrenched in the obsession of healing. Is this all? Yin Zong observed as the elder Di retrieved a small cauldron and a collection of unknown medicinal powders, mixing them with water in preparation to pry open his father's mouth for the concoction. His face contorted in discomfort. This method of healing was decidedly unconventional. Director Hao also swallowed hard, doubting whether Elder Di was indeed a genuine healer or merely a charlatan. A black cat or a white cat? As long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. Do not be misled by my seemingly simplistic technique. This cauldron is the apothecary's cauldron, and these medicinal materials have been meticulously prepared over years. The process of refining alone took 49 days. Reviving the dead and restoring the bones is no mere exaggeration. Otherwise, I would not demand a fee of 300,000. Who will assist me in prying open Yin Lao's mouth? Once my miraculous medicine is administered, I assure you, it will cure him. Everyone's gaze shifted awkwardly towards Yin Zong, who found it difficult to make a decision. Let us proceed as Elder Di suggests. Yin Zong could not help but strike his forehead, his doubts about Elder Di's abilities reaching a peak. However, having come this far, there was no choice but to take a gamble. What worse outcome could there possibly be? Soon, the peculiar potion was poured into Yin Lao's mouth. Everyone held their breath, fearful that Yin Lao might depart this world prematurely. Time passed slowly. None in the room dared to blink. Suddenly, the heart monitor began to show signs of life. Yin Lao's complexion started to regain its rosy hue. A miracle. It was nothing short of miraculous. Director Hao gasped in astonishment. Old Di discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat, for he himself was uncertain. Although this inexplicably sourced small tripod possessed miraculous abilities that allowed him to heal without fail, he had never encountered a patient in such a dire condition. Ultimately, was it merely a gamble? It appeared that fortune favored him. However, before Old Di could feel the weight lift from his chest, the heart rate monitor's curve began to soar, fluctuating wildly like the unpredictable stock market. Meanwhile, Old Yan's complexion flushed with vigor, the color radiating from his crown and gradually transforming into a fiery red, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Old Di stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 31. Mr. Jun, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Hurry, Long Yu, Mr. Jun. You must follow me at once. Old Yin is in grave trouble, burning with fever, and on the brink of death. Chief Chen urgently summoned you. Dean Chen burst through the door, unsteady on his feet, nearly collapsing onto the conference table. Let us proceed, Jun Wuxian said, rising calmly. It appeared that the esteemed healer's cousin was not up to the task. It was up to them to take charge. Enough dawdling. Move. Long Yu commanded with decisive urgency. The two soon arrived at the hospital room, where the anxious Yin Zong's eyes were bloodshot, fixating on Jun Wuxian, standing behind Long Yu. At first glance, there was only one impression. He appeared far too youthful. It was hard to believe he was not just another mediocre physician from a hospital. Professor Jun, your friend who can treat my father, surely it cannot be him? Yin Zong's voice was low and hoarse, met with skeptical glances from others present. At such a young age, he seemed barely in his 20s. It was difficult to trust him. Jun Wuxian's gaze traversed past Yin Zong to the ailing Yin Chongxian on the bed, burning with fever, his head flushed with crimson. He then observed the small bronze cauldron scattered nearby, along with a trembling old man cowering in the corner. That cauldron was no ordinary vessel. It was known as the Little Shenong Ding, a treasured artifact for healing. In the hands of a skilled physician, its potential was immense. Given your father's condition, it should be manageable. Yet, it was unfortunate that an ignorant quack had been unable to harness the cauldron's spiritual energy properly. Upon seeing your father in peril, he merely poured in the energy, leading to an overwhelming influx that caused the current crisis. Mr. Yin, if I do not act swiftly, your father will not survive past 3 minutes. You must make a choice. Yin Zong's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. You mentioned only 3 minutes to save him, yet you waste time with words. Save him. No longer hesitating, he decisively commanded action. Jun Wuxian smiled and approached the bedside. Silver needles. Suddenly, Long Yu produced a set of silver needles as if by magic. I anticipated you might require these. Jun Wuxian paused for a moment, surprised. Had he mentioned needing silver needles? Very well, he would indulge her. He deftly picked up several needles, raising his hand to target the acupoints on the old man's head. Such as Wei Jing, Ya Bai, and Qi Ming, each needle falling with precise speed, a display of remarkable skill, regardless of the outcome. The professionalism exhibited here was a stark contrast to that of the deceptive Dilao. The results were immediate. Wisps of white smoke emanated from the silver needles, and the situation gradually stabilized. The entire process unfolded in the span of merely 2 minutes. The situation has stabilized. You all may leave now. I prefer not to be disturbed while treating patients. In other words, the previous moments did not count. The true healing had only just begun. His confidence was palpable. And with his father finally stabilizing, Yin Zong now held an unwavering trust in Jun Wuxian. He promptly instructed everyone to exit. Suddenly, everyone heard Jun Wuxian add, Professor Long has stayed behind. I require an assistant. Very well. Everyone else, please leave. Dinshin promptly responded. The others gazed at Long Yu with envy. Eager to observe the healing arts up close, a rare opportunity sought after by many renowned physicians. Soon, the ward was left with only Jun Wuxian and Long Yu. A month to extend his life, is it? Jun Wuxian retained Long Yu to ascertain this question. In truth, we could allow Elder Yin to live for several more years. Long Yu murmured. After all, individuals like Elder Yin are the pride of our Huagua. Best to inquire about his own wishes. Jun Wuxian interjected before Long Yu could ponder the implications. He directed a series of spiritual glimmers through the silver needles into Elder Yan's skull. Within a minute, astonishingly, Elder Yin opened his murky eyes. He has awakened. Long Yu's heart surged with disbelief. Such is the power of the healing arts. At that moment, Elder Yin could only move his eyes. His body remained paralyzed. He surveyed the ward with a tranquil gaze, a realization dawning within him. I am still alive. Professor Long, you have awakened this old man? Haven Tiyu? The youth is indeed formidable, Elder Yin remarked with a gentle tone. Elder Yin, I am here on the orders of Commander Fong to treat you. Naturally, Commander Fong wishes for your recovery, but I hold your will in high regard. Elder Yin, Yin Chongxian, fell silent for several seconds as tears welled in his eyes. I never imagined that Commander Fong still remembers this old general. He will not forget any who have contributed to Huagua. Moreover, Elder Yin, you retired from the 7th Military District only 3 years ago. Your condition is dire. Your organs are nearly failing, and the injuries sustained on the battlefield have reached a point where conventional medicine holds no sway. Yet, I can heal you. A month, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, I can extend your life. Therefore, Elder Yin, how long would you wish to live? Jun Wuxian's demeanor remained calm yet remarkably earnest. Hearing their exchange, Long Yu fell into a daze. He was not jesting. He truly could prolong Elder Yan's life for decades. Doubts arose in her mind. To easily grant life to one teetering on the brink of death. Surely, even the most adept healer could not accomplish such a feat. What extraordinary medical prowess did this youth, Jun Wuxian, possess, being younger than she by a few years? A month is sufficient, Elder Yin decided, his voice solemn. Huagua no longer requires this old frame. And I am not a greedy man. To live one more month, to witness the pear blossoms at Qiming Mountain, and to pass away amid the sea of flowers, then my life shall hold no regrets. With a smile, Elder Yin suddenly turned to Jun Wuxian, his demeanor profoundly serious. Mr. Jun, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. I have no recollection of Elder Yin, Jun Wuxian replied casually. Indeed. We have met. However, at that time, I was adorned with a silver Shura mask on the battlefield of Longling 3 years ago. Yet, to Jun Wuxian, there was no necessity to mention this. Since Elder Yin could not recall, it was best left unthought of. The fleeting glimpse of the Azura in the grand tapestry of Jun Wuxian's life is but a minor interlude. Perhaps I, in my old age, have misremembered. Mr. Jun, I appreciate your efforts. Very well. I shall now commence the treatment for Elder Yin. Jun Wuxian offered a faint smile. Chapter 32, The God Slayer and His Greatest Fear from this point onward. Elder Yin need only be cautious to avoid the intrusion of ill winds. His health would remain intact for 3 to 5 years. However, should he insist on witnessing the sea of pear blossoms at Qiming Mountain during the blooming season, that place would become his final resting ground. After employing spiritual energy to gently nurture Yin Chongshten's body, his complexion returned to normal. Thus concluded Jun Wuxian's treatment, in accordance with Yin Chongxian's wishes, extending his life by 1 month. Yet, had he chosen to forego the sight of the blossoms, he might have lived several more years. Jun Wuxian refrained from interfering in his decision. Thank you, Mr. Jun. You truly are a divine healer. I feel remarkably light and unburdened now. Yin Chongxian expressed his gratitude. His vitality restored, allowing him to engage in light-hearted conversation. A physician's benevolence, Jun Wuxian replied. There is no need for formalities. I am merely fulfilling a trust. With no desire for recognition, Jun Wuxian stood to take his leave, feeling accomplished. Long Yu regarded him with a look of perplexity. These words were steeped in mysticism. Yet perhaps Jun Wuxian held the answers. A faint smile lingered on Jun Wuxian's lips, tinged with an unshakable sorrow. Yin Chongxian was unaware that his inquiry had unearthed a profound regret within Jun Wuxian's heart. His master, the unparalleled beauty who ultimately withered in his embrace, represented the greatest sorrow of his past and present. The ancient path of Tianwang resembled a grand tree, each branch symbolizing a realm. As the Emperor of Heaven, Jun Wuxian presided over the dominion of the 3,000 worlds. Yet, cases like his of rebirth through the treasures of Tianwang were but a mere drop in the ocean. Regardless of status, all return to dust upon death. Hence, one must cherish the gift of life. Mr. Jun, do you also have someone significant who has departed? Observing Jun Wuxian's melancholic demeanor, Yin Chongxian pondered thoughtfully. Jun Wuxian offered a faint smile, affirming the sentiment. Elder Yin, I shall not disturb your rest. With that, he opened the ward door and stepped outside. Yin Zong, waiting anxiously, approached with concern. Mr. Jun, how is my father? Well, was the brief response, and with that, Jun Wuxian continued onward. Long Yu followed closely, accompanying him to the hospital's exterior. Curiously, Jun Wuxian turned to her. Shouldn't you remain to observe Elder Yan's condition? You have stated he is fine, therefore there is no need for concern. Long Yu replied with a smile, her lips curving into delicate crescents, strikingly beautiful. Long Yu embodied a tall and agile woman, devoid of any trace of seduction, a rarity in this world. Had it been in a previous life, during his spirited youth, Jun Wuxian would have found such a woman exceedingly appealing. Jun Wuxian is the Commander Fong mentioned by Elder Yan, the renowned commander of the 7th Military District of Huaguo. Long Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it is he. What of it? Do you admire him? Jun Wuxian teased. The 7 great war gods, akin to the towering pillar of Huaguo, command my utmost reverence. It is quite a surprise that you are acquainted with Commander Fong. Were it not for his influence, you would not have rescued Elder Yan. From what I know of you, you do not seem one to curry favor with the powerful. Thus your relationship must be quite sincere. Jun Wuxian, I truly must reassess my understanding of you. You, being so young, possess extraordinary medical skills. And yet you are connected to someone of Commander Fong's caliber. You are indeed a riddle. I have no desire to reevaluate my perception of you. Farewell. Jun Wuxian waved his hand and gradually disappeared into the bustling crowd, internally scoffing. How arrogant. As dusk enveloped Yunzhou, it resembled a city of crystal. Perhaps influenced by the ominous aura exuding from the Ghost Lord, Mu Sheng felt an incessant chill creeping along his spine. The Ghost Lord is not nearly as approachable as the Evil Lord. Yet, all of Evil Lord's skills were imparted by the Ghost Lord, whose prowess vastly surpasses that of Evil Lord. Summoning his courage against the sinister energy, Mu Sheng spoke, Ghost Lord, I beseech you to eliminate a young man named Jun Wuxian. I can offer you a reward of 50 million. Unless Jun Wuxian is killed to atone for his wrongs. His father would certainly not permit his continued existence. Very well. If you seek vengeance for my brother, I shall gladly assist you with this task. To Mu Sheng's astonishment, the Ghost Lord readily agreed. The little monkling Yu from Tongling Temple is the prime suspect in his brother's death, even if he isn't the one. He must be eliminated. Such a person would rather err on the side of killing than let a potential threat slip away. Mu Sheng found himself in a quandary. Not out of compassion, but from concern that the Ghost Lord might prove ineffectual against the monks of Tongling Temple, renowned throughout Yunzhou. The temple's reputation is well-deserved and not mere bravado. If the Ghost Lord were to falter there upon his arrival, it would render this endeavor futile. Thus, he suggested, Ghost Lord, why don't we first eliminate Jun Wuxian? We can devise a strategy for avenging the Evil Lord against Tongling Temple at a later time. The Ghost Lord immediately discerned Mu Sheng's hidden intentions and coldly inquired, Are you worried that I cannot contend with the bald monks of Tongling Temple? Mu Sheng quickly refuted, not daring to entertain such thoughts. Yet, to not dare think it is to think it nonetheless. Rest assured, I, the Ghost Lord, have survived encounters with Lei Jiang. My capabilities are more than adequate. A mere few monks from a small temple cannot threaten me. Go immediately. Reluctantly, Wuxian could only drive toward Tongling Temple located outside the city. Soon, the car halted at the base of a grand mountain. Its ancient stone steps weathered and imbued with a profound sense of history. Upon disembarking, the Ghost Lord gazed at the temple atop the mountain, revealing a sinister smile, and began to ascend the steps. A wicked blade materialized in his hand, emanating an aura of chilling malice. With merely 532 steps, Tongling Temple was not particularly formidable. He had witnessed temples of far greater heights, with staircases numbering 5,320 steps. Now that is a true holy temple. Any holy monk emerging from there could easily subdue him. It was there that he had also encountered Lei Jiang's twin blades. One blade summoned the tempest. The other severed the divine. Even the divine blade had yet to be unsheathed, and merely the tempest blade had instilled in him the greatest terror he had ever felt. On that occasion, Lei Jiang, in pursuit of a single target, had slaughtered half of the holy monks in the temple. Yet, he survived. Fortunately, the inner demon born from that single strike compelled him to seclude himself in the mountains for a full 8 years before he could barely suppress it. As for the Tongling Temple before him, it appeared utterly insignificant in his eyes. Standing alone outside the temple, with a blade in hand, it seemed as though he, the Ghost Master, was merely the Lei Jiang of 8 years past. Chapter 33. Who can distinguish true good and evil? The monks within the temple were the very targets of the massacre in Lei Jiang years ago. The sensation of wielding life and death is exquisitely intoxicating. Noble patron, what brings you to the Tongling Temple tonight? A portly, white-bearded monk opened the temple's grand doors, his gaze fixated on the ghostly figure upon the blue stone slab. His astute eyes fell upon the wicked blade, discerning its nature with a hint of prescience. Where is Ling Yu? I demand to see him. Ling Yu has sustained grave injuries and is currently in seclusion. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Grave injuries, you say? It seems indeed that my brother met his demise at Ling Yu's hands. Thus, I have not erred in my quest. The old monk appeared perplexed, stating, since entering the temple, Ling Yu has diligently practiced but has never taken a life. Surely, you must have mistaken the identity of the person you seek. 3 days prior, Ling Yu did visit Luoshui town. This is true. Was his injury sustained during that time? Indeed, it was. A chilling smile spread across the ghostly figure's face. If that is the case, what more can you deny, bald monk? The old monk began to grasp the intentions behind the arrival of this malevolent practitioner. It appeared that the diminutive evil cultivator whom Ling Yu encountered was indeed this man's brother, who had met with an unfortunate fate. Yet, it was unequivocally not Ling Yu's doing. Your brother was not slain by Ling Yu, but rather by a more formidable presence. Ling Yu himself was ensnared by your brother's treachery, and his cultivation has been utterly destroyed, rendering recovery impossible. You have come to Tongling Temple seeking vengeance against Ling Yu, but you have sought retribution in vain. The monk's words were mere deceit. I shall not be swayed by your fabrications. Since you acknowledge that Ling Yu crossed paths with my brother, I have not misidentified my target. You monks of Tongling Temple shall accompany my brother in death. Clang. The wicked blade was drawn. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from the blade, cascading towards the old monk from various angles. The old monk cast forth a string of prayer beads, their golden light flickering. Yet, this feeble defense failed to halt the encroaching death energy, which swiftly pierced and shattered the beads. In an instant, the death energy coiled around the old monk's neck and limbs, dragging him forth. Abbot! Abbot! The monks of Tongling Temple, who had been resting, rushed out in alarm. If he could not withstand this malevolence, how could his disciples hope to fare any better? The old monk sensed the formidable threat posed by this evil spirit, but he could not have anticipated its overwhelming power. He was utterly powerless. Not a single one shall survive. I demand that all you bald monks of Tongling Temple accompany my brother in death. With a swift motion, the ghostly figure plunged his blade into the old monk's chest, a spray of blood erupting forth as life fled from him. With the abbot dispatched, the ghostly figure advanced menacingly towards the Buddhist hall. The disciples of Tongling Temple retreated in terror. Some fervently knocked their heads against the floor of the hall, praying for the Buddha to manifest and vanquish the demon. Praying to the Buddha? There are no deities left in this world. Allow me to guide you to the afterlife instead. The ghostly figure scoffed as he stepped into the Buddhist hall, his gaze as predatory as a lion stalking its prey, ominously chilling. Deities? In this world? Where do deities and Buddhas originate? As the specter of death loomed, ready to strike down upon all the disciples within the temple, the massive statue of Buddha, standing 2 zhang tall, suddenly opened its eyes, radiating a brilliant golden light that transformed into a fierce offensive, targeting the malevolent figure. In Luoshui town, Jun Wuxian's gaze sharpened as he rose to look towards the distant Tongling temple, muttering to himself about the power of the divine. A miracle, in contemporary terms, was akin to the discovery of a new continent. When Jun Wuxian stood before the stone Buddha of Tongling Temple, the temple itself lay in ruins, with broken eaves and shattered walls. Master Jun, the frail and unsteady Lingyu approached him, devoid of his former arrogance. The young monk lamented the underestimation of the evil cultivator, which had not only led him to this dire state, but had also cost his master his life. Had his cultivation remained intact, he would never have allowed the malevolent being to rampage last night. Moreover, if it were not for the manifestation of the Buddha, Tongling Temple would have likely been devoid of survivors. Jun Wuxian closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. The evil cultivator who had ambushed Tongling Temple, though merely at the 9th level of foundation establishment, had also delved into martial arts, making his abilities multifaceted. Even at the pinnacle of one's realm, one could not contend with him. At this point, whether Lingyu believed Jun Wuxian's words was inconsequential. His master was already dead. Be cautious, Master Jun. If that evil cultivator discovers that you were the one who slew Evil Lord, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Lingyu warned. I came to Luoshui town to eradicate evil. I was deceived by Mu Yunfei, who claimed you were the malevolent one, prompting my arrival. But what if I truly am? Impossible, Lingyu asserted. If you were indeed malevolent, how could I still be alive? Although I am inexperienced in the ways of the world, I can discern between good and evil. The true nature of good and evil was something he himself could not distinguish. This young monk, it seemed, lacked sufficient cultivation. Yet, his innate talent was rare. Even among the myriad realms, he would be considered a prodigy. I came to Tongling Temple to witness the power of the divine. Now that I have seen it, I shall take my leave. Initially, I intended to let you fend for yourself. However, since fate has brought me to Tongling Temple, I shall grant you life. As for your master's vengeance, I shall avenge you. A ray of white light entered Lingyu's brow before he could react, and in an instant, Jun Wuxian vanished without a trace. Spatial contraction. Lingyu gasped in astonishment. Master Jun. He is a formidable nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, Jun Wuxian found himself standing outside a desolate mountain village. The specter and Mu Sheng sensed the commotion and emerged. Upon seeing Jun Wuxian, Mu Sheng pointed, exclaiming, Evil Lord. He is Jun Wuxian. With furrowed brows, the specter inquired, How did you find me? I sensed your presence upon visiting Tongling Temple. Rather than waiting for you to seek me out, I thought it more efficient to find you, thus avoiding unnecessary complications, Jun Wuxian replied calmly. The specter's voice deepened ominously. You are a Taoist cultivator? Evil Lord, let us not delay any longer. We must act swiftly and pursue that woman. Only by capturing both of them can we complete our objectives. Mu Sheng urged quietly. The specter cast a chilling gaze towards him, silencing Mu Sheng instantly. The aura emanating from the ghostly figure was profoundly chilling, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a grave. Jun Wuxian remained unperturbed, contemplating the situation. Do you have any insights to offer? If you were not a cultivator, I might have harbored doubts. However, since you are indeed a practitioner, allow me to inquire, how did my brother meet his demise? Although Mu Sheng claims that my brother was slain by Lingyu, I find it hard to believe. That emaciated little foundation cultivator? Upon encountering the ghostly elder, Jun Wuxian discerned an undeniable connection to that malevolent figure. Their sinister practices were of the same origin. Perhaps even a master-disciple relationship. It turned out they were brothers. My brother was rather slender, and you are not particularly robust either. Jun Wuxian lightly teased before candidly confessing. I was the one who killed him. Chapter 34. In the name of the opportunity one bestowed upon you. The Ghost Lord suppressed his surging fury. Realizing that the old monk from Tongling Temple had not spoken falsely, his brother did not perish at the hands of Lingyu. Instead, it was Mu Sheng who had set his sights on the young man before him. His eyes narrowed deeply, breaths heavy. My brother was merely at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Though his combat skills may not be formidable, his ability to escape was remarkable. Your realm should be quite impressive. You are merely at the perfected 9th level of foundation establishment. Are you not afraid of me? For Jun Wuxian, the malevolent figure's cultivation was as clear as day. The Ghost Lord, filled with trepidation, discerned his realm at a glance. Indeed, he was at the golden core stage. Only a golden core could have slain his brother. Yet, even with the golden core, it did not reach a point where he would hesitate to engage. Though he was at the foundation establishment level, he harbored no fear of the golden core. Killing was not solely a matter of cultivation level. I fear you. You simply do not perish quickly enough. I have claimed the lives of 9 golden cores, and today, it is a perfect round number. As the red cloth covering the wicked blade was removed, its true form was revealed. The Ghost Lord advanced step by step, his voice growing increasingly cold and arrogant. Do you know why my cultivation has remained stagnant at the foundation establishment stage? It is because I do not only practice the path of cultivation, but also that of martial arts. At the pinnacle of martial arts, my power is comparable to that of the nascent soul, though I am still far from the summit. Dispatching a mere golden core is well within my capabilities. Jun Wuxian, remember the name of the one who will slay you, White Ghost. Just as the Ghost Lord prepared to strike the final blow, a black blade materialized in Jun Wuxian's hand, its murderous intent enveloping the air like a chilling frost. The Ghost Lord's eyes widened to their utmost, astonished beyond measure. The long blade, known as the Divine Slayer, and the short blade, the Wind and Thunder. How do you possess the Thunder River's Wind and Thunder blade? Are you his disciple? The blade in Jun Wuxian's grasp was indeed the Wind and Thunder. Observing the scar upon his face, it was apparent that it was left by this very blade, surviving the onslaught of Thunder River's Wind and Thunder blade. You can be considered one of the most formidable individuals I have encountered since my release from prison, and I intend to grant you a death worthy of ceremony. Jun Wuxian declared, I am not a disciple of Thunder River. I am his Jun Yi. You must be jesting. Thunder River, proud throughout his life, would never bow to anyone and call them master. The Wind and Thunder blade must have been stolen. The Ghost Lord asserted firmly, utterly disbelieving. In his mind, someone like Thunder River would never submit to another. Thunder River was his inner demon and his unwavering faith. From the moment the White Ghost bore that scar upon his face, he resolved to become a figure like Thunder River. Steal? If it were not for the intention of bestowing upon me the Wind and Thunder and the Divine Slayer, I would hardly covet these 2 blades. Whoosh! The Wind and Thunder transformed into a streak of light, and before the Ghost Lord could react, a nearly identical bloody scar appeared on the other side of his face. The sole distinction was that his right eye remained unscathed. It was not luck. Jun Wuxian had shown mercy. Now do you believe? Jun Wuxian inquired. The Ghost Lord covered the scar on his right cheek, blood oozing between his fingers, his expression one of utter disbelief. The adversary could harm his right cheek and could just as easily take his life. The most critical aspect was that he had no time to react. The speed of the attack surpassed even that of Thunder River, whom he had witnessed years prior, by tenfold. Chen Xiaodao was utterly petrified, and the remnants of his rationality compelled him to turn and flee towards the vehicle. 2 beams of ethereal light flashed past, piercing through his knees, causing him to collapse to the ground with a piercing scream. Thud. After a moment of profound shock, Ghostmaster suddenly knelt, trembling in fear. Your Excellency, please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. In that instant, he finally comprehended the truth. Jun Wuxian's words were indeed accurate. Lei Jiang was truly insignificant in his presence. Such a person was beyond his ability to confront. Even if he practiced for another 50 years, no? Even if he devoted 500 years to cultivation, he would still be powerless against him. Survival became the sole thought occupying Ghostmaster's mind. The knees are of paramount importance to a man, akin to his very life. I once believed you were capable of surviving under Lei Jiang's hands, a person of worth. It turns out you are merely a waste, Jun Wuxian remarked, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Ghostmaster, in a state of panic, pleaded, Yes, Your Excellency. I am indeed a waste. The scars on my face are merely a warning from Lei Jiang, who deemed me unworthy of his attention. It is not that I truly possess the means to survive against him. Your Excellency, considering my utter uselessness, please grant me a chance to live. I will be your loyal dog. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall obey. I do not require such a worthless dog. With a swift motion, the winds and thunder struck again, and a dark light sliced through Ghostmaster's throat. Jun Wuxian approached the dazed figure of Ghostmaster, speaking coolly. If you had displayed even a modicum of courage, I might have spared you. Thud. Ghostmaster's body fell to the ground. It became evident that from the moment he agreed to Mu Sheng's murderous intent, his fate was sealed. Mu Sheng, may you meet a wretched end. In truth, Mu Sheng's current predicament made survival anything but easy. Jun Wuxian's indifferent gaze remained fixed, showing no urgency to take action. Mu Sheng, we meet again. Yes, indeed. Jun Wuxian, please do not kill me. I promise I will not trouble you again. I will leave today and never return to Yunshou, if you would be so gracious. Speaking of which, your current abilities are a result of my influence, are they not? Had it not been for our past entanglements, you would not have ended up in prison and learned such skills. For the sake of the opportunity one bestowed upon you, might you consider sparing me? Wuxian limped backward in abject terror. If Jun Wuxian could so easily dispatch a figure as formidable as Ghostmaster, what hope did he have? Strangely, there was a semblance of logic in his desperate reasoning. However, Jun Wuxian's cultivation bore no connection to Longduan prison. Indeed, you are to be pitied. Your biological mother passed away early, and your stepmother treated you poorly. Your father regarded you as an adopted son, while your half-brother viewed you as a thorn in his side. Wuxian, are you content with this? Jun Wuxian suddenly inquired. What? I am not content. Wuxian struggled to grasp the underlying meaning of Jun Wuxian's words, yet he sensed a glimmer of hope that he must seize. Suddenly, the sinister blade beside Ghostmaster's corpse shot directly toward Wuxian, piercing into his chest. Strangely, aside from a fleeting sensation of being pricked by a sharp object, he experienced no further anomaly. Jun Wuxian continued, this cursed blade will reside within you for 5 days. During this period, not only will you remain unharmed, but you will also be able to wield it when necessary. However, after 5 days, if no one has refined this blade into your magical artifact, your fate will be sealed, and your soul will be scattered. Go and kill Mu Qingyong to see me, and I shall refine it for you. With the aid of this cursed blade, no one in the Tungfei group will stand in your way, and everything belonging to your father will become yours. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Wuxian's eyes burned with fury. He was being urged to kill his own father. I revel in the thought of you two turning against each other. The choice to act or not lies with you. By the way, do leave a phone number. Should you be unfamiliar with the use of the cursed blade, I can teach you. Jun Wuxian's smile was as chilling as that of a devil. Chapter 35. A common named Jun Wuxian is currently devoted to fulfilling his mother Lin Shishui's last wish, to transform Luoshui town into the largest resort in the southern province. He does not even need to wait for its completion. Merely witnessing the resort project being put on the agenda and clearing all obstacles would suffice. The most significant hurdle, of course, is the Tungfei group. The most straightforward way to deal with the father-son duo of Mu Qingyong is to act decisively. In fact, Jun Wuxian could effortlessly ensure that the Mu family would never awaken again. He envisions the collapse of the Tungfei group's headquarters and the malevolent forces of the organization facing the full weight of Chinese law. Every individual within this vast criminal entity deserves to face their just punishment. This would be the best tribute to his mother Lin Shishui and a fitting resolution for every citizen of Yunzhou who has suffered at the hands of the Tungfei group. The timeline is set 1 week, without alteration. Achieving this may seem like a mere fantasy to the people of Yunzhou, but for Jun Wuxian, it merely requires a bit more of the one resource he has in abundance: time. The pawn, Mu Sheng, has already been placed on the board, merely awaiting its moment to flourish. As for the fate of the father and son, it holds no significance for him. Jun Wuxian arrives at a riverside restaurant that belongs to his family, situated by the bay. 2 dogs at the entrance do not warrant his attention, and they, in turn, seem to recognize him and ignore him as well. Master. Upon entering, 2 staff members immediately greet him. Jun Wuxian nods slightly, his gaze falling upon his aunt, who appears lost in thought at the counter. Aunt, as a graduate student of Tsinghua University, could you not have chosen a less mundane name for the restaurant? With a sharp clap, he continues, observing her displeased expression as he approaches. The name of the restaurant, whether elegant or not, is of little consequence. What truly matters is attracting customers. If the name were too refined, many patrons might not even recognize it as a dining establishment. He glances around, jesting. Not a single table occupied. I saw a good number of customers when I arrived. The foot traffic today seems decent. The dogs of the Tungfei group are punctual, diligently working from early morning until evening, increasingly industrious. Especially this month, they have been watching our entrance with unwavering attention. Any sighting of patrons entering our restaurant prompts them to shout at once. Is there any hope for business? It has become a routine. Lin Qian shrugs in resignation, unsure how they have endured these past years. Over time, nearly every traveler visiting Luoshui Bay has come to know that their restaurant and tea house are off limits. Anyone daring to spend money there immediately encounters trouble from the dogs. If it were not for this reason, would the Lin family face annual losses? It would be better to close shop altogether, Jun Wuxian remarks in jest. Lin Qian, however, does not take offense. She has considered this herself. Jun Wuxian's choice is to honor his sister Lin Shishui's legacy by developing Luoshui Bay independently. Moreover, this is not a mere pipe dream. He has already secured a robust financial backer, Qianshan Group. Reflecting on it now, Lin Qian still feels as if she is dreaming. Qianshan Group has even approached Jun Wuxian to become their chairman. Indeed, Qianshan Group possesses remarkable insight. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find a talent like Jun Wuxian. You two, stop stealing glances and head to the kitchen to ask old Zhang to prepare a couple of signature dishes, Lin Qian instructed. Noticing that the two girls in the shop were continually stealing glances at Jun Wuxian. Oh, we're going. When we saw the young master at the Su family last time, we thought he was handsome. Up close, he resembled a figure stepped out from a painting. The two shop attendants chattered as they made their way to the kitchen. What brings you here? Lin Qian teased. Just came to take a look. Lin Qian's expression instantly turned to one of concern, and she warned, Wuxian, you must not underestimate the Tengfei group. There's a saying in Yunzhou. In Yunzhou? Mu Qinyong is more formidable than the king of hell. This is not a jest, but a reality. The reason why the Luoshui River Bay has endured for so long is owed to Jun Jiga. Fearing to stir Jun Wuxian's emotions, Lin Qian refrained from continuing. But the truth is indeed as such. Long before Lin Shishui purchased Luoshui River Bay, certain malevolent forces sought to seize it. Thinking that a woman like Lin Shishui could be easily intimidated. What followed was Jun Jiga's intervention, which dismantled the underworld in Yunzhou, sending countless local dignitaries to prison. That incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire southern province. Thus, the specters of Yunzhou subsequently kept their distance from Luoshui River Bay. At that time, Mu Qinyong was still an obscure figure. His gradual rise to become the underground overlord of Yunzhou is closely tied to that event. Had it not been for Jun Jiga's decisive action to eradicate the criminal elements in Yunzhou, Mu Qinyong's ascent would not have been so unencumbered. In this light, Jun Jiga could indeed be considered Mu Qinyong's benefactor. Once in power, Mu Qinyong adhered to the principle of never touching Luoshui River Bay. However, as time passed, that formidable man vanished without a trace, while the allure of a specialized tourism industry grew ever more tantalizing. Mu Qinyong found himself tempted. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. Yet, just when Tengfei Group believed their ambitions were within reach, a person from the capital arrived, delivering a message directly to Mu Qinyong. Should you dare to lay a hand on Luoshui River Bay again, your Tengfei Group will be reduced to ashes. This was neither a warning nor a threat, but merely the transmission of a powerful figure's unequivocal words. Mu Qinyong retreated. However, as time went on, it became evident that he lacked the acumen for business, and under his stewardship, Tengfei Group became riddled with flaws. In an attempt to prove himself, he took on several major projects, all of which resulted in catastrophic losses. Despite Tengfei Group having numerous gray income streams to support it, they could not withstand years of continuous deficits. It was at this juncture that Zhuo Zonglin conveyed a message to him. With the flourishing leisure tourism industry, the small southern business sector was eager to find someone to step forward and develop Luoshui River Bay. If Mu Qinyong dared to take it on, he could secure a loan of 100 billion for Tengfei Group. This sum was akin to a lifeline for Mu Qinyong, and he could not afford to let it slip away. For years had passed since Lin Shishui's death, and even if the powerful figure in the capital had once held her in high regard, that sentiment had long since faded into oblivion. In order to ensure Tengfei Group's continued prominence, Mu Qinyong chose to take a risky gamble. When he finally reaches the end of his patience, it is likely that his true nature will emerge. Naturally, for you Jun Wuxian, the greatest hope is that Mu Qinyong remains devoid of patience. Furthermore, he should not hold back. Rest assured, dear aunt, I do not only consider my own interests, I must also take into account your safety. Since we dare to confront the Tengfei Group and have sought the Qianshan Group to develop the River Bay, it is not solely the Qianshan Group that possesses such confidence. Just wait and see. You shall become the landlord of the Luoshui Town Resort, earning money effortlessly each year. Jun Wuxian chuckled. Lin Qian, in a spirit of cooperation, joined in the merriment, yet her expression suddenly turned peculiar. The notion of earning money while lying down felt quite awkward. Without much thought, she remarked, "You are the true owner. It is you, the landlord, who should be the one lying down to earn." Jun Wuxian. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted outside the restaurant. A middle-aged man swiftly dispatched a few of Tengfei Group's thugs, leaving behind a fierce warning before making his escape. Clad in an unremarkable gray jacket, he stood tall, exuding an air of authority despite his average appearance. Following closely behind him was an attractive woman. Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian exchanged knowing glances. Wuxian, unexpectedly, you've grown so much. Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to pour a cup of tea for your Uncle Su? As the middle-aged man approached the restaurant, he confidently took a seat on the bench. Jun Wuxian remained completely still. Chapter 36. The Temptation of Regretful Choices. It is no wonder that the aura surrounding him distinguishes him from ordinary individuals. His military background certainly accounts for this. The middle-aged man is Su Jinyue's eldest son, Su Tianming, followed closely by Su Xiang, who has just been released from detention. Logically speaking, even though Su Xiang was implicated in the poisoning incident within the Su family, it should not have warranted imprisonment. Her swift release can likely be attributed to Su Tianming's intervention. Historically, Su Tianming, having spent many years in the military, was not particularly well acquainted with Jun Wuxian. And after serving 5 years in prison, Jun Wuxian could have easily forgotten about such a figure from Luoshui town, had it not been for Lin Shishui's arrangement of their betrothal. From the outset, Su Tianming assumed the role of an elder, demanding that Jun Wuxian serve him tea, which was rather presumptuous. It was hardly surprising that Jun Wuxian chose to ignore such an affront. The atmosphere quickly grew tense. Su Tianming, a commanding officer with considerable authority, did not anticipate that even a simple act of pouring tea would elude him, despite his status as a senior. What was meant to be a relatively polite invitation was met with a common rejection since their relationship had not yet reached a level of familiarity. However, Su Tianming unexpectedly accepted the offer, exclaiming that he was indeed there to see Jun Wuxian. Moments later, Lin Qian instructed the waitress, Xiaofeng, to bring a cup of tea. Su Tianming took a satisfying sip, displaying a contented expression while glancing at Jun Wuxian, nodding repeatedly, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. After clearing his throat twice, he finally broached the matter at hand. Having been entrenched in military affairs for so long, I have regrettably neglected my duty to discipline Su Xiang. Therefore, if she has erred in any regard, Lin Qian, you and Jun Wuxian must exercise a bit more understanding. Lin Qian smiled gracefully, exuding poise. What you say, Brother Tianming, is quite true. Su Xiang has grown up under my watchful eye. It is hardly reasonable to hold her accountable for any missteps. However, regarding the betrothal, it is evident that neither Jun Wuxian nor Su Xiang harbors any intention to pursue this union. The 50,000 in betrothal gifts should be returned, which is both fair and justified. Her words, though courteous, carried an underlying firmness where necessary. Su Xiang, standing silently behind Su Tianming, wore an expression of discontent. After a moment of silence, Su Tianming abruptly stated, I believe this marriage arrangement is quite favorable. They are a perfect match. Why should we consider dissolving the engagement? His gaze shifted to Jun Wuxian, satisfaction evident in his eyes. I know Jun Wuxian well. I would not mind any youthful indiscretions he may have committed. I trust him completely with Su Xiang. Jun Wuxian, do not feel inferior because of your past. In the eyes of Su Uncle, you are worthy of Su Xiang. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuxian's expression shifted slightly as he interjected, Su Tianming, the desire to annul the engagement stems from your daughter's wishes. If she wishes to withdraw, then so be it. If she does not, then the engagement remains. This reasoning is quite straightforward. Su Tianming's expression darkened suddenly. It was disrespectful for a younger individual to address him so directly. Lin Qian pursed her lips, casting a reproachful glance at Jun Wuxian, though she refrained from rebuking him. Aside from the impropriety of directly addressing Su Tianming by name, Jun Wuxian's point was indeed valid. As for the betrothal gifts, their family was willing to forego them. However, the dignity of the Lin family prevented her from even considering a single copper coin less in the matter of returning the betrothal gifts. Su Xiang, unable to maintain her composure, scolded, Jun Wuxian, do not presume that because Du Wenshu is facing imprisonment, I would find you appealing. If it weren't for my father's persistent counsel, do you think I would have come here? Enough. Su Tianming's broad palm suddenly struck the dining table, causing the teacup to leap half an inch and shatter into 2 pieces. His gaze was filled with indignation, but it quickly returned to normal as he suppressed his anger. Wuxian, I am a person of traditional values. I still remember when your aunt and I were in a similar situation. Neither of us had any interest in the other. Yet, our parents reached an agreement, and thus we were wed. In the end, we shared more than 20 years of companionship. The union between you and Su Xiang was arranged by your mother and me. As the saying goes, parental orders and matchmaker's words cannot be disregarded. Neither your mother nor I have consented to the annulment of this engagement, so it cannot be dissolved. Jun Wuxian was not angered, but rather amused. His mother, Lin Shishui, had been buried for 4 years. How could she have consented to an annulment? Su Tianming was being unreasonable. He chuckled and said, Su Tianming, you, at the very least, are a man of the military. How can you be so shameless? You can enforce a marriage, but what will you do? Will you bind me to your daughter on the wedding night if I refuse? Su Qianming's countenance darkened instantly. This young man's tongue was indeed sharp. Su Xiang felt utterly humiliated and wished to flee. Su Tianming's authority had been repeatedly challenged, and the pent-up frustration within him was evident. However, considering that Jun Wuxian was to be his future son-in-law, he restrained himself. Had it been another individual, they would have learned the true meaning of the phrase "why flowers are so red." Understanding that Jun Wuxian was young and acted impulsively, he switched his attention to Lin Qian. A woman who had endured the hardships of the Luoshui River Bay for several years had learned the lessons of human relations. Lin Qian, your family's situation is well known to Tianming, and he is fully aware of the difficulties you are facing. I, Su Tianming, have spent my life as a soldier. While I may lack other skills, wherever I go, I can command a modicum of respect. Here is what I propose. I shall personally visit the Tingfei group and have a discussion with Mu Qin-yong, urging him to offer Luoshui River Bay a fairer price. This way, everyone will be satisfied, and Mu Qin-yong will not send his lackeys to harass your family. The business at the River Bay restaurant can continue to thrive. If you wish to pursue other endeavors, with sufficient funds, what cannot be accomplished? You can discuss it with Su Xiang. Lin Qian, I rarely assist others. Consider this an exception. Lin Qian inquired, does Tianming still know Mu Qin-yong? Su Tianming replied proudly, if I wish to meet him, I can certainly do so. The price for Luoshui River Bay is 800 million. Others have quoted me the same. If you can secure this price for Mu Qin-yong, I might consider it. Jun Wuxian then spoke up. Chapter 37. Before the Tingfei group, no character is spared disdain. Su Tianming, too, did not linger shamelessly, departing without partaking in lunch. On the way home, Su Xiang expressed her concerns. Father, you aren't truly considering seeking out Mu Qin-yong, are you? You know well that in Yuzhou, Mu Qin-yong is a ferocious wolf that devours without remorse. If negotiations fail, I fear he may pose a threat to you. Su Tianming, with an air of defiance, interrupted. There is no cause for concern. No matter how fierce Mu Qin-yong may be, he is merely a pest in the market. I, at the very least, hold a position of authority within the system. Unless he is utterly foolish, he will accord me some respect. As for the potential sale of the Luoshui River Bay, it will be contingent upon your marriage to Jun Wuxian. The higher the price, the better it will be for you. While Mu Qin-yong may reign supreme in Yuzhou, outside of it, he must still bow and scrape. Such individuals are not unfamiliar to me. Then when do you intend to go? Better sooner than later. Let us go now. Meanwhile, Lin Qian could not help but admonish, Xian, even if you harbor grievances against Su Tianming, at least he is a fellow villager. A polite refusal of the marriage proposal would suffice. There is no need to set a trap for him. Furthermore, Su Tianming is a military general. What if Mu Qin-yong is eager to acquire the Luoshui River Bay and agrees? Jun Wuxian shook his head with a smile. I'm not coercing him. If he wishes to go, what does it matter to me? As for Mu Qin-yong agreeing, that is improbable. No amount of money thrown into the Tingfei group can fill this bottomless pit, let alone 800 million. Even 100 million is beyond Mu Qin-yong's willingness to part with. It would be a miracle if he agrees, even if we consider a hypothetical. Should Mu Qin-yong truly consent, I would merely be contemplating. In essence, it is his overbearing demeanor that I disdain, and I wish for him to experience some embarrassment. Lin Qian found herself at a loss for words, yet for the first time, she perceived her nephew as rather cunning. Tingfei Group, General Manager's office. Is there no law? The few subdued thugs exchanged glances, bewildered. A middle-aged man in a gray jacket, appearing to be in his 40s, stood among them, unrecognized. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Mu Yunfei collected his composure, hands on his hips, still seething with anger. He picked up the receiver. What is it? General Manager, there's a visitor downstairs who wishes to see the chairman. What sort of person? He claims to be Su Tianming and insists that if the chairman does not meet him, he will surely regret it. Mu Yunfei chuckled with amusement, swearing. Today truly is peculiar. Even the most insignificant creatures dare to bark. I am curious to see who this self-important individual is. As he spoke, he pulled up the surveillance footage from the lobby on his computer, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face. In his 40s, clad in a gray jacket, his eyes fixated on the screen. He gestured for one of the thugs to approach. Is it him? The thug eagerly nodded. Yes, it's him. Then why are we still standing here? Take him down. As long as we don't kill him in our own company, it will suffice. With that, a swarm of subordinates rushed out the door. Mu Yunfei lit a cigarette and took a drag, regretting. I have never known what regret is. However, 10 minutes later, the office door was kicked open. revealing a scene of chaos and the moans of the fallen henchmen of Tingfei Group. Su Tianming strode in leisurely, commenting on Mu's unique hospitality. A bunch of useless fools. Mu Yunfei couldn't help but curse. Dozens of them couldn't even handle a single person. Squinting with a smile at Su Tianming, he inquired, "How shall I address you?" Su Tianming. "Unfamiliar. You called my father by name. What brings you here?" Mu Yunfei pressed on. Su Tianming looked down on Mu Yunfei, his demeanor bordering on contempt. Matters concerning Chairman Mu naturally required a discussion with the chairman himself. "Speaking to you is futile." Mu Yunfei lightly brushed the dust off his desk. Responding with a dismissive air, "My father is too busy to meet you." Su Tianming coldly approached, pretending to strike. "It seems I must teach Mu Qinyong how to discipline his son and instill the principles of hospitality." At that moment, a desert eagle's muzzle aimed directly at Su Tianming. Mu Yunfei chuckled coldly, "How will you educate him? Pray tell." Su Tianming's expression changed, yet he dared not move, his tone defiant. "I must remind you, young Master Mu. You are playing with fire. Today, let me impart a rule of Yunzhou. Before Tingfei Group, there are no figures of consequence. Each of you, stop loitering on the floor and properly welcome our esteemed guest." Instantly, the henchmen surged forward, and the office filled with the dull thuds of fists and feet. That evening, in the Emperor's city, within the supreme private room, Mu Qinyong sat on the sofa, staring at his son, Mu Yunfei. "Do you know whom you struck?" "No." "Is he influential?" Mu Yunfei turned his face away. "Not particularly, merely a local military district commander. Though his rank is modest, he is still part of the military district." "Is it appropriate to have him threatened and beaten at gunpoint?" Mu Qinyong remarked. Upon hearing it was merely a commander, Mu Yunfei disregarded the concern. He had encountered individuals of far greater stature, none of whom were as ostentatious or domineering. "Father, you wouldn't expect me to apologize in person, would you?" Mu Yunfei retorted. Somewhat petulantly, Mu Qinyong's demeanor towards military personnel had always been courteous. But to request his son to offer an apology in person would be a blow to Mu Yunfei's pride. "Not necessary." Mu Qinyong shook his head. "Just a commander. It doesn't warrant that level of response. I've already asked your grandfather to handle it. There will be no further trouble. However, Yunfei, you must learn to be more composed. Today, a commander struck you, your grandfather, and I can manage it. But what if a general were to come to Tingfei Group? How would we handle that?" "I understand. I will be more cautious in the future," Mu Yunfei replied, unwillingly. At that moment, Su Tianming had already been admitted to the hospital, his legs in casts. A bloody bandage wrapped around his head, a pitiful sight to behold. Su Xiang, standing nearby, could hardly bear to look. "I will make Mu Yunfei regret this." His phone rang. Su Tianming glanced at the caller ID, immediately steeling himself to answer. Moments after the call was connected, Su Tianming's expression abruptly soured, cloaked in profound gloom. "Father?" Su Xiang inquired with a concerned gaze. Su Tianming, nearly grinding his teeth, muttered, "They instructed me not to pursue this matter." Su Xiang was taken aback. The overwhelming power of the Tingfei Group had infiltrated even the military? The notion was simply unfathomable. Su Tianming was reluctant to concede, but found it difficult to refute. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with force, and under the astonished gaze of the father and daughter, Mu Yunfei, clad in a suit, entered accompanied by several associates. "Commander Su, finding you is no easy feat." Mu Yunfei approached the hospital bed, his voice laced with mockery. "What do you intend to do?" Su Tianming queried in a low, somber tone. Although he had been advised not to pursue the issue, he would not easily overlook any further provocations from Mu Yunfei. He remained skeptical that the Tingfei Group would dare to confront the military. "Commander Su, do not be alarmed. I come with no ulterior motives, merely to extend my apologies. Today's events can be deemed my folly. Bring forth the gift." As a subordinate presented the offering, Su Tianming nearly erupted with rage. It was a basket of yellow and white chrysanthemums, flowers typically reserved for the deceased. Gritting his teeth, he coldly questioned, "Young Master Mu, are you not overstepping your bounds?" Mu Yunfei, amused, openly mocked him. "You wish to defend Jun Wuxian, yet you blame me for being overly aggressive?" Su Tianming, do not pretend to be something you are not in my presence. Individuals like you are easily dealt with. Consider this an educational experience. Should you meddle in the affairs of Luoshui River Bay again, I assure you the consequences will not be so trivial. Leave the flowers, we shall take our leave. The indignation of being confronted in such a manner was palpable. Given Su Tianming's notoriously fiery temperament, he would typically have sprung from the bed in fury. Yet now he felt utterly impotent. He had underestimated the Tingfei Group gravely. As Mu Yunfei and his entourage reached the door, His gaze lingered upon Su Xiang, his lips curling with avarice. Your daughter is quite remarkable. Once they had departed, Su Xiang finally mustered the courage to speak, her voice quivering. Father, let us not provoke the Tingfei group any further. She was genuinely afraid. Chapter 38. Listen carefully. My name is Yin Zong. Is Mr. Jun at home? A black business vehicle was parked outside the Lin family's villa. After Yin Zong alighted, he politely addressed the house from beyond the fence. Hearing the voice, Jun Wuxian stepped outside. What brings you here, Commander Yin? Of course, I am here to express my gratitude to Mr. Jun. Please. Upon entering the hall, Jun Wuxian made a brief introduction. Upon discovering that the visitor was a military advisor, Lin Qian immediately became exceedingly courteous. Mr. Jun, here is 3 million. Please accept it. Moreover, I recall you mentioning that the little Shinong Ding is a treasure. I believe that leaving such an item in the hands of a charlatan will only lead to further deception. Thus, I have brought it to you. Such a precious artifact deserves to be in the hands of someone like you, where it can attain its utmost potential. Yin Zong straightforwardly stated his intentions. Placing a check and the little Shinong Ding upon the table, Jun Wuxian merely smiled, showing no inclination to accept either the check or the artifact. He replied calmly, First, treating your father was a matter entrusted to me. The one you should express your gratitude to is another. Secondly, I have a principle of not accepting payment for my medical services. Do not expect me to make an exception. Yin Zong's gaze immediately shifted to one of respect. Tucking the check away. Mr. Jun, you truly are a practitioner of unparalleled virtue and integrity, deserving of admiration. And what of the little Shinong Ding? To any healer, the little Shinong Ding is a coveted treasure, priceless and rare. However, it holds little significance for me. Please have it delivered to Long Yu. She would benefit from it. In essence, he saved his father's life without demanding a single cent in return. If you wish to curry favor with the Yin family, it would suffice. Yet Mr. Jun's demeanor revealed a disinterest in such matters, true detachment from fame and fortune. Nevertheless, since he managed to locate the Lin family's villa, he likely possessed a considerable understanding of their circumstances. Mr. Jun, I have learned that the Luoshui River Bay, belonging to your family, has caught the attention of the currently flourishing Tingfei group. Would you require me to speak with Mu Qingyong to dissuade him from his covetousness towards Luoshui River Bay? Jun Wuxian became intrigued. So, you know Mu Qingyong? Yin Zong shook his head earnestly. I do not know him, but he cannot disregard my standing. Unlike Su Tianming, who boasted without restraint, Yin Zong's expression was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Jun Wuxian believed him. The weight of Yin Zong's position was significant. Not to mention his father, Yin Chongxian, had attained the rank of general in the 7th Military District. Such power was not something Mu Qingyong would dare provoke. There's no need. I will handle it myself, Jun Wuxian politely declined. Yin Zong pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, if Mr. Jun needs to issue a warning to Mu Qingyong, it wouldn't be my place to intervene. I have overstepped. The commander of the 7th Military District could request Mr. Jun to treat his father, and conversely, Mr. Jun could surely summon the commander's assistance. Why would he need to? A mere word from Commander Fong could effortlessly make the Tingfei group vanish. If you have any requests, please feel free to speak. After some contemplation, Yin Zong left a phone number on the coffee table and prepared to take his leave. Just then, another guest arrived at the door, leaning on a cane and limping into the hall with Su Xiang's support, without even a greeting. Su Tianming was helped onto the sofa by Su Xiang, his expression fierce as he snapped. If it weren't for your Jun Wuxian egging me on to provoke Tingfei group, I wouldn't have been beaten like this. Jun Wuxian, you owe me an explanation for this. Yin Zong frowned deeply, displeased by the man's demeanor. But since this was a matter concerning Mr. Jun's household, he refrained from speaking. Jun Wuxian, amused, replied, Su Tianming, you were the one who brazenly insisted on confronting Tingfei group to negotiate with Mu Qingyong. And now that you've been taught a lesson, you turn around and demand an explanation from me. Does that seem fair? Su Tianming's face flushed. It was true that he had volunteered for the task, but in this situation, he absolutely couldn't admit it. Jun Wuxian, regardless. I've already spoken to Mu Qingyong. Given the current value of Luoshui Riverbend, 80 million is a very reasonable price. Jun Wuxian, just sell it. Hearing this, Jun Wuxian found it even more amusing. So, instead of persuading Mu Qingyong, Su Tianming had become Tingfei Group's advocate? How interesting. Not selling. Just 2 words. Then what about my injuries? I can't let my daughter live in constant fear because of you. Jun Wuxian, whether you like it or not. Luoshui Riverbend must be sold. You have no choice. In his fury, Su Tianming had lost all sense of restraint. Lin Qian's expression shifted between shock and disbelief, wondering if Su Tianming had lost his mind. What does Lin family's riverbend have to do with you, Su Tianming? She couldn't help but think that her elder sister had misjudged him years ago. The so-called twin generals of the Su family were nothing more than a case of a mighty father producing a worthless son. Old Master Su Jinyue was indeed a war hero, but even after over 2 decades in the military, Su Tianming displayed none of the integrity and kindness a soldier should possess. Not selling is not an option? That's the kind of talk you'd hear from a street thug. Just how much did Mu Qin-yong bribe you to harass Mr. Jun's family like this? Finally, Yinzong could no longer hold back and coldly demanded, how much did Mu Qin-yong pay you to pester Mr. Jun's family like this? Su Xiang, too, found her father's behavior embarrassing, but the thought of Luo Shui Riverbend still fetching 80 million made her reluctant to let go. She bitterly regretted ever believing Du Wenshu's lies, that Tongfei Group would seize Jun Wuxian's Riverbend without paying a cent, leaving him with nothing. If not for that, she would never have called off the engagement. Now, this was her only chance. If she didn't swallow her pride, she would truly have to part ways with Jun Wuxian. In a pleading tone, she said, Brother Xian, my father may have overreacted, but he truly has your best interests at heart. Think about it. Even with his military background, he couldn't handle Tongfei Group, let alone you. 80 million is the price he fought tooth and nail to secure. Please accept it. Otherwise, Brother Xian, you know Tongfei Group's influence. If not for yourself, at least consider Aunt Lin and Xiao Yan. Appealing to emotion, reasoning with logic. If Mr. Jun intends to sell the Yuan, I shall personally engage in negotiations with Mu Qin-yong, ensuring at the very least that Mr. Jun receives the 800 million he rightfully deserves. Yinzong has spoken again. He had always been at a loss as to how to repay Jun Wuxian for the life-extending grace bestowed upon his father. Upon his arrival, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the circumstances of the Lin family, including the actual worth of the Luo Shui Yuan. When it comes to negotiations, there is no way Mr. Jun would be treated unfairly in terms of price. Su Tianming seethed with anger, perceiving the man before him as nothing more than a meddlesome troublemaker, opposing him at every turn. His rude invective displayed a considerable arrogance. How could he expect to compel the Tongfei Group to concede when he himself had not been able to do so? Yinzong's gaze was sharp, cutting as a blade. A military man? From the moment Su Tianming entered, Yinzong could discern that he was undoubtedly a person of military background. Yet, his demeanor suggested that his rank could not be too high. In an instant, Su Tianming was taken aback by the question. A military man? Did this imply that he regarded all those beneath a certain command as insignificant? A feeling of unease crept into his heart. Could it be that this stranger, who had come from Jun Wuxian's family, possessed considerable influence? Gradually regaining his composure, he adopted a more respectful tone. May I inquire about your business, sir? Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, he seemed to be a businessman. However, if he were truly engaged in trade, Su Tianming would have no reason to feel apprehensive. The presence of a rogue like him within the military was indeed a disgrace. Listen closely, I am Yinzong, currently serving as the Chief of Staff for the 7th Military District's Zhualai Army. Chapter 39. The Debt Collector from Tongfei Group. Boom. Su Tianming's mind exploded in an instant. His body involuntarily stood up, swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Reflexively, he executed a formal military salute. Su Tianming, leader of the Central Corridor Army's 7th Military District, reporting to Chief Yan. The leader of the Central Corridor Army is quite a minor position. Just a moment ago, I thought he was a general. Yinzong appeared indifferent, casually inquiring how much benefit Tongfei Group had bestowed upon him to compel him to pressure Mr. Jun's family. Jun Wuxian's expression remained placid, and he did not utter a word. Since Yinzong had Su Tianming under control, he found no need to engage in verbal sparring. The most straightforward way to deal with Su Tianming would naturally be to give him a good thrashing. However, given their shared hometown and military connections, his aunt would undoubtedly intervene. Su Xiang stood frozen, her heart entangled in a whirlwind of anxiety. To her astonishment, Jun Wuxian's family had such influential friends within the military. A profound sense of inferiority surged within her. Su Tianming's words trembled on his lips, a chilling dread enveloping him. The current situation resembled a drunken man abruptly awakening to the realization that he had offended a figure far beyond his station. One misstep could spell the end of his future. He hastily sought to remedy the situation, exclaiming, Chief Yan, Please allow me to explain. I have not received a single penny from Tengfei Group. Rather, their blatant disregard for the law has forced my hand in these matters. Following that was a barrage of embellished accusations against Tengfei Group's malevolence, portraying them as a despicable bully who disregarded even the military, while he, Su Tianming, was merely a victim. Yin Zong was no fool. He would not be entirely swayed by Su Qiming's words. Although his family hailed from Yuzhou, and his father had relocated the family after reaching adulthood, his knowledge of local affairs was somewhat superficial. He had heard of Tengfei Group, but not extensively. He had not anticipated their arrogance to such an extent, even disregarding a military leader's authority. Yin Zong soon grasped another issue, asking, "You were dealt with by the second son of Mu Qin-yong, and your superiors did not intervene? Are we, members of the military district, to be subjected to such bullying?" Su Tianming hesitated for a moment. Given his precarious situation, he could hardly concern himself with his superiors. He explained, "My superior personally instructed me not to pursue the matter. To minimize the issue." "Your superior?" Yin Zong scoffed lightly. Was it that prominent figure who spoke? Though his demeanor displayed no overt anger, it was evident to all that Yin Zong's ire was simmering beneath the surface. It appeared as if he was poised to defend Su Tianming. However, he certainly would not extend the protection to him. Yet, concerning the military district's prestige, he could not turn a blind eye. Upon returning to the second hospital, Yin Zong approached the bedside and casually recounted to Yin Chongstin his observations from the visit to the Lin family, expressing gratitude towards Jun Wuxian. Yin Chongstin chuckled softly. Though it was anticipated, despite the fact that our military personnel in Huagua are generally upright and just, we cannot entirely escape the presence of a few bad apples. If the commanders cannot eliminate them, we are even less capable. However, clad in military attire, one must cleanse the filth that one's eyes behold. Although matters concerning the Central Corridor Army are not within your purview, rest assured, I am here to address them. Do not hesitate. By the way, Su Tianming. Does that name ring a bell? Yin Chongstin closed his eyes for a prolonged moment, and suddenly, the voice of an old subordinate echoed in his mind from years past. "General, I have a son." "General, how about you name him?" "I am not well versed in such matters. Naming is not my forte. As long as it is a name bestowed by the general, it will surely be a fine one. When the sky breaks at dawn, how about naming him Tianming?" "Excellent." Yin Chongstin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze suddenly moistening, yet a smile adorned his weathered face. "You should personally investigate a man named Su Jinyue. He is one of my soldiers." In the opulent conference room of the Tengfei Group, Mu Qin-yong found himself entangled in a predicament that, if mishandled, could escalate into a catastrophe. With utmost courtesy, he presented a check for 20 million, offering it with both hands to a sharply dressed young man. Managerly, a small token of goodwill to forge a friendship. In Yunzhou, few individuals could elicit such deference from him, the underground king. Yet, the man before him was not a local, but rather a visitor from Beijing. Li Ming, the operations manager of Tongtian Bank's headquarters, was indeed young yet held a significant position. A manager from the headquarters of Tongtian Bank would not visit a small place like Yuzhou without purpose. He was here to collect debts. Li Ming smiled, exhibiting no interest in the check's amount. To put it plainly, he intended to drive Tengfei Group into bankruptcy and ensure that Chairman Mu was ousted. Mu Qin-yong felt an explosion of frustration brewing within him. In the past, due to Zhou Zonglin's influence, combined with Mu Qin-yong's own prestige, Tongtian Bank had always extended a helping hand to Tengfei Group. Overdue loans were merely trifles. Yet, at this critical juncture when the Lei Gang was applying pressure with high-interest loans, the bank had also arrived. Should Tengfei Group truly collapse, it would be unreasonable for Lei Gang to spare him. The consequences could be dire. What celestial being demands his life? Managerly, do you truly leave no room for negotiation? Are you aware of what Tengfei Group does? 3 days' time is akin to a death sentence. In that moment, Mu Qin-yong's tone turned increasingly fierce. Li Ming, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Of course I am aware. Tengfei Group has numerous gray industries, and half of its employees hail from the underworld. If Chairman Mu finds me displeasing, it would not matter if I were to meet my end in Yunzhou. However, would that benefit Chairman Mu's debts?" Mu Qin-yong retorted, "You are not afraid of death. I fear failing to complete my task and missing out on my performance bonus. That's several $100,000. I am offering you a check for 20 million. If that is insufficient, I can increase it. How dare you speak of a mere few $100,000 in performance bonuses?" Mu Qin-yong was on the verge of exploding. Li Ming maintained a serious expression. "That is not the same. The money you are offering me is a bribe. My performance bonus is earned through legitimate means. Just 3 days, I'll contact Chairman Mu once more for confirmation. If the loan remains unpaid, I hope Chairman Mu's connections can reach the Commercial Supervision Department of the Southern Province. That is all. Li Ming rose, accompanied by 2 assistants, departed. In a fit of rage, Mu Qinyong lifted a conference table with both hands and smashed it down. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he seethed, "Mu Sheng, have you still not left Yunzhou? If it weren't for your failure to handle 2 matters, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Father, before you leave, I wish to share a meal with you. Just the 2 of us, no outsiders. Surely you wouldn't deny your son this final request?" Mu Sheng implored earnestly. Chapter 40. So he had not lied after all at the roadside eatery. Mu Sheng buried himself in his meal while Mu Qinyong smoked in silence, his mind heavy with unspoken thoughts. After all, this was his own son. Mu Qinyong couldn't bring himself to sever their bond completely. "Dad, let us have a drink." "All right." Mu Qinyong smiled faintly and clinked his glass against Mu Sheng's. Having eaten his fill, Mu Sheng gazed at the dimly lit street across from them. A trace of nostalgia softening his expression. Wiping the grease from his lips with a napkin, he murmured, "When I was little, this wasn't a street of skyscrapers, but a bustling alley of food stalls. No matter how busy you were, you and Mom would always find time to bring me here to feast. You even promised me that you'd carve out a grand future for me. But after Mom was killed by your enemies, everything changed. You married Zhuo Zonlin's daughter and had Mu Yunfei. I became the unwanted one. Everyone in Yunzhou knows I'm Mu Qinyong's eldest son, but they also know my place in the Mu family is lower than a dog's." "Do you hate me?" Mu Qinyong asked. "Hate you?" Mu Sheng didn't deny it, lighting a cigarette for himself. "I don't expect to be your successor, but at least give your son some semblance of fairness. 5 years ago, I shouldn't have tried to tarnish Guxian's reputation. But can you blame me, Dad? Your eldest son's marriage was still unresolved, yet you arranged an engagement for Mu Yunfei when he was only 18. Of course I'd be jealous." Mu Qinyong knew all too well that ever since Mu Yunfei's birth, fairness had never been extended to Mu Sheng. But it made sense. Yunfei had Zhuo Zonlin, a grandfather of immense influence, a powerful pillar for Tingfei Group. Mu Sheng's grandfather? A consumptive wretch. What fairness could he possibly offer? Hating me won't change anything. Finish this meal and leave. Whether you make your way elsewhere or die in a foreign land, just don't stay in Yuzhou. Mu Qinyong's tone was indifferent. Mu Sheng stood up and slowly approached him. Mu Qinyong looked up, puzzled. "Dad, let me give you a shoulder massage." Mu Sheng moved behind him, placing his hands on his father's shoulders and kneading gently. Mu Qinyong closed his eyes in relaxation, only for Mu Sheng to press one hand against his own chest and pull out a blood-red cursed blade from his heart. He raised the blade high, aiming to bring it down on Mu Qinyong's skull, but in that instant, Mu Qinyong's elbow shot back violently, sending Mu Sheng flying several meters before crashing to the ground. "Mu Sheng, who sent you to kill me?" Gasping, Mu Sheng answered, "Jun Wuxian." "He gave you the cursed blade?" "He killed Ghost Master and took the blade from me." Suddenly, a mouthful of crimson blood sprayed from Mu Sheng's lips. Stunned, he looked down to find a gaping, bloody hole in his chest, blood pouring uncontrollably. So Jun Wuxian had lied to him. The moment the cursed blade pierced his heart, his fate was sealed. Once the blade was removed, his time was up. Jun Wuxian had never intended to spare him, only to send him to kill his own father. "Jun Wuxian, you ruthless devil." Ah Sheng. Mu Qinyong, in a state of desperate urgency, rushed towards his son. However, upon lifting Mu Sheng, he realized that the latter had already succumbed to the embrace of death. "He is dead. Jun Wuxian, I shall annihilate your entire family," Mu Qinyong cried out. Nearly driven to madness, his voice echoing against the heavens. Buzzing. The phone in Mu Sheng's pocket vibrated, prompting Mu Qinyong to force himself to regain composure and answer the call. A cold, mocking voice resonated from the device. "Mu Qinyong, how does it feel to send a white-haired man to the grave?" Jun Wuxian. Though Mu Qinyong had never encountered Jun Wuxian, he could surmise that it must indeed be him. "I never imagined that Lin Shishui's son would become such a significant figure. You orchestrated the events at Tongtian Bank, did you not? Any actions taken against the Tungfei Group can be attributed to me. Have you considered how to approach me?" "You." Mu Qinyong hesitated. His rise from a mere street thug to the underground king of Yunzhou was not solely reliant on ruthlessness, but also on a keen sense of calm and vigilance. He sensed that Jun Wuxian was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Even Mu Sheng's failure to eliminate him was likely part of a larger scheme. "Can we negotiate?" At this moment, Mu Qinyong's rationality battled fiercely against his hatred. "Do you believe my mother can be resurrected?" The one who drove your mother to despair was Du Qidong, and the orchestrator was Zhonglin, not I. Jun Wuxian seemed to find amusement in the absurdity of it all, asserting that the root cause of these events lay with Mu Qinong himself. Du Qidong is already dead, and I will not spare Zhonglin. As for you, I shall show a modicum of mercy and allow you to choose whether you perish first or Mu Yunfei does. Then it shall be your death, Jun Wuxian. Mu Qinong declared fiercely. 3 days. Cherish them well. Beep, beep, beep. As the call ended, Jun Wuxian felt no joy whatsoever. The pursuit of vengeance had never been a source of exhilaration, only the profound solitude of the irretrievable dead. In a certain sense, the Emperor of Heaven had become merely a vestige of his past life. In this existence, he was known as Jun Wuxian, with his mother being Lin Shishui. He questioned Mu Qinong, can my mother return? In reality, he was also inquiring of himself. Even he, as formidable as he was, and even his esteemed master, had failed to discern the truth. Yet, the limits of existence had been reached. How could one ascend further? Nevertheless, in this lifetime, he, Jun Wuxian, was determined to rise to a legendary realm, to mend all past regrets. Without fail, at this moment, the game of cat and mouse was drawing to a close. He would not allow Mu Qinong to descend into hell, for he was unworthy of such a fate. Meanwhile, in the confines of a prison cell, Duan Fanglei stood outside the iron door, where Zhonglin sat clad in prison garb, his hair a stark white. At this moment, Zhonglin's mind was clouded and disoriented. Unaware of the unfolding events, his previous misdeeds had been unearthed, leading to his staggering incarceration. It was likely that he would spend the remainder of his days within these prison walls. Duan Fanglei spoke. Mr. Jun instructed me to convey a message to you. As the tides rise and fall, dust returns to dust. As the tides rise and fall, dust returns to dust? Zhonglin muttered to himself. Realizing this implied he would never rise again. Duan Fanglei, Zhonglin's pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, he did not deceive himself. Chapter 41. A revelry in Luoshui Town, Su family. Today, a most esteemed guest has graced the Su family. The venerable Su Jinyue stands with effort, gazing intently at the elderly gentleman seated in the wheelchair. His lips tremble, and tears glisten in his aged eyes, struggling to remain unspilled. General. He could scarcely fathom that in his lifetime, he would once again encounter the general he had served. To behold him is to feel that, even if today were his last, he would die content. Such sentiments are beyond the comprehension of those not acquainted with the military. As for Su Tianming and his daughter Su Xiang, they trembled, daring not utter a word. The general, the commander of the army, held a rank akin to that of a regional governor. For mere individuals like them, this was akin to an audience with royalty. Moreover, the reason for the trepidation felt by Su Tianming and his daughter was compounded by the fact that the one pushing the wheelchair was none other than Chief of Staff Yin Zong. The visitor was Yin Chongxian, who, in the twilight of his life, found it a great fortune to reconnect with those who once served him faithfully. He sighed. Su Jinyue, your constitution is remarkably robust, unlike mine, which has traversed the gates of death several times. It is only by the courtesy of the Yama that I have lingered this long. Su Jinyue hastily interjected. General, do not speak such nonsense. You shall surely live 100 years. 100 years is beyond me. My days are numbered. I may not see another month, replied Yin Chongxian, fully aware that the month granted to him by Jun Wuxian was merely a fleeting respite. This was his own choice. He yearned to witness the pear blossoms bloom on Qiming Mountain, to revel in their beauty, and then, like his beloved wife, to pass away amidst the floral sea, leaving no regrets behind. General, after a moment of contemplation, Yin Chongxian recalled a conversation with his son and mentioned a name. Su Jinyue, you know Jun Wuxian, I presume? Of course, we are well aware, old general. Jun Wuxian is betrothed to my daughter. I believe they are a fine match. Before Su Jinyue could respond, Su Tianming eagerly interjected. His interruption was not impulsive. He had intentions. During their stay at the Lin family's villa, they had observed Yin Zong's attitude towards Jun Wuxian with keen clarity. Even should the venerable old general pass, Yin Zong remained. If his daughter could successfully wed Jun Wuxian, with such a promising son-in-law, his ascent in the military would be assured. This marriage must be secured. I have heard whispers about this union. What is your perspective? Yin Chongxian's penetrating gaze fell upon Su Jinyue. Alas, Su Jinyue sighed wistfully. Wuxian is indeed a fine young man. Yet it is regrettable that Su Xiang is blind to his virtues. When her boyfriend encountered misfortune, she yearned to mend their broken bond. Such serendipity is rare in this world. Whether these two children possess the fate to be together rests upon Wuxian's own will. Father, How can you say such a thing? Su Xiang protested. It was merely a moment of confusion. It does not warrant a dissolution of the engagement. Su Tianming, anxious, added. If we could persuade the old general to take charge of this marriage, it would indeed be an honor for the Lin family, and Lin Xian would surely acquiesce. I cannot take charge, nor can I dictate the affairs of Mr. Jun. Yin Chongxian gazed at Su Tianming, a hint of disappointment clouding his eyes, and said, Mr. Jun's matrimonial affairs are his own prerogative. Furthermore, he insists that you refrain from entangling yourselves. The 50,000 yuan betrothal gift must be returned in full. His gaze then shifted to Su Xiang. Your granddaughter is indeed beautiful, yet she is unworthy of Mr. Jun. The mere utterance of unworthy caused Su Xiang's expression to falter instantly. Su Jinyue discerned the underlying implications and could not help but inquire. Could it be that Mo Xian possesses some formidable background? Mo1, came the curt reply. Regrettably, that was all he received. As for the betrothal gift, Su Tianming found himself in a quandary, exclaiming, there is no betrothal gift to return to the Lin family. That money has long since been squandered on business ventures by Su Xiang's mother. Yin Chongxian was taken aback. What sort of situation is this? Suddenly, two vehicles arrived in quick succession, halting beside the road near the Su family's courtyard. 7 or 8 thugs clustered around Mu Yunfei, who approached with an imposing demeanor. Oh, General Su, it seems you have company. Mu Yunfei taunted. Su Tianming's expression grew grim. Young Master Mu, what brings you here? You have failed to fulfill my request to persuade Jun Wuxian to relinquish the Luoshui River Bay. What do you think I am here for? Will the chaos you caused at my Tingfei group simply be brushed aside? With an air of entitlement, Mu Yunfei's gaze fell upon Su Xiang. If that is the case, let your daughter spend a few nights with me, and we shall consider the matter settled. Having drunkenly spent the night at the Imperial Pavilion, Mu Yunfei found the women there rather lackluster, thus he sought more intriguing company. You dare? Su Jinyue reproached sternly. Old fool, a mere cripple. Do you not fear that I will dismantle you? Mu Yunfei, uninterested in further banter, signaled to 2 of his subordinates, who stepped forward, ready to seize Su Xiang. In a flash, Yin Zong emerged, dispatching Mu Yunfei's lackeys with a couple of well-placed martial arts strikes. Suddenly, Mu Yunfei brandished a handgun, pressing it against Yin Zong's forehead. Had I known Su Tianming would not comply, I would have come prepared. No matter how swift you are, can you outpace a bullet? Yin Zong's eyes remained calm and piercing, witnessing the audacity of the Tingfei group. In broad daylight, you dare to commit murder? What other transgressions does your Tingfei group not dare to undertake? Good to know. Tingfei group reigns supreme in Yinzhou. Kneel before me now, and I shall spare your wretched life. In the next instant, Yin Zong's hand moved like a blur, snatching the gun from Mu Yunfei's grip. The barrel now aimed back at him. The gun is not the issue, it is the ineptitude of its wielder. Would you like me to teach you how to use it? Yin Zong remarked coolly. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise. Mu Yunfei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, no longer daring to make a move. Unbeknownst to him, disaster loomed over the Tingfei group. From his wheelchair, Yin Chongxian spoke slowly. Yin Zong, contact the authorities to arrest these individuals. Also, place a call to Mr. Jun to let him handle the matter. If Mr. Jun remains silent, we shall not interfere further in the affairs of Tingfei group. Understood. Upon receiving a call from Yin Zong, Jun Wuxian could not help but find it amusing. It was rather surprising to encounter such an overture. Although Mu Sheng lacked competence, he was at least not entirely foolish. Even without Jun Wuxian, the influence of Yin Chongxian and his son was sufficient to ensure Mu Yunfei's imprisonment for several years. The circumstances surrounding Mu Yunfei's downfall left Jun Wuxian feeling perplexed. Nevertheless, the Tingfei group was now left with only Mu Qinyong and his capable spouse, Zhuo Jinhua. At that moment, Jun Wuxian was holding Zhuo Jinhua's profile in his hands. This older woman, indeed, played her cards quite boldly. Chapter 42. Even the immortals cannot save Tingfei group during dinner time. Jun Wuxian descended from the upper floor and immediately spotted 3 unexpected guests, Su Jinyue, Su Tianming, and Su Xiang, a grandfather and his granddaughter. Despite harboring a sense of disdain for Su Tianming and Su Xiang, Jun Wuxian greeted Su Jinyue politely with a respectful nod. Grandfather Su. The reason his mother, Lin Shishui, had arranged this marriage was not solely because of Su Xiang's undeniable beauty, but also due to Su Jinyue's kindness towards him since childhood. Glancing at the dining table, he noted 3 sets of chopsticks and 4 dishes, indicating a lack of intention to add more. It was evident that his aunt held deep resentment towards the Su family, to the point of neglecting even the facade of courtesy. There was no need for pleasantries. The invitation to dine was unnecessary. The situation in Luoshui town signified that the two families need not interact in the future. Such was his aunt's character. Wuxian, Uncle Su has brought Tianming and Su Xiang to discuss your marriage. Since you are here, why not express your thoughts? Lin Qian leaned against the sofa, addressing the matter directly. She had unwavering confidence in her nephew, assured that he would not acquiesce to this marriage. To be precise, he had never intended to agree from the outset. It was also Su Xiang's own eagerness to sever ties that complicated matters. After all, the 50,000 in betrothal gifts from 5 years ago had already been given to the Su family. Wuxinggu, Su Xiang suddenly spoke up, her voice sweet and delicate. Jun Wuxian, however, was not swayed by her charm. He took a seat beside Lin Qian, interlacing his long fingers with poise, and stated, "This matter has been clarified. There is nothing more to discuss. The Su family must return the 50,000 betrothal gift, and the engagement shall be annulled." In an instant, the expressions of the 3 Su family members turned slightly grim. Su Jinyu sighed deeply, while Su Tianming, unwilling to concede, made one last attempt. "Wuxian, you and Su Xiang have known each other since childhood. Everyone in Luoshui town believes you are a perfect match. It would be a pity to let this opportunity slip away due to misunderstandings. Why not reconsider?" Aware of Jun Wuxian's close relationship with the esteemed General Yan Chongstian, Su Tianming refrained from using harsh words. After all, did he possess the leverage to do so? The general had already decided to strip him of his military position. It seemed that, aside from Jun Wuxian, no one could alter the course of events. "There's no need," Jun Wuxian replied resolutely. "You should promptly return my mother's betrothal gift from your family, so that both parties are free of debts. Everything else is trivial." At the mention of the betrothal gift, Su Tianming's confidence wavered. However, at this juncture, he could no longer conceal the truth. He had no choice but to disclose the reality of the 50,000 betrothal gift. "It's long gone. Last year, we lost everything in a business deal with Su Xiang's mother, and now our family is still burdened with 300,000 in debt. Originally, the Lin family's wealth would have easily covered the debts as long as Su Xiang could unite with Jun Wuxian. Now, Su Jinyu, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, valued his reputation above all else. He glared resentfully at his unambitious son, feeling helpless. With a bitter smile, he lamented, "This old face can no longer be protected. Lin Qian, here's what I'll do. I'll have Su Xiang write you an IOU for the 500,000. Once she has the money, she'll repay you without fail." How does that sound? The marriage arrangement is undoubtedly off, since the betrothal gifts cannot be returned. An IOU is the only recourse left to us. Lin Qian glanced inquiringly at Jun Wuxian, who gave a silent nod of assent. $500,000 meant nothing to him. What purpose would relentless pressure serve? Lin Qian possessed a magnanimous character, one who reciprocated respect tenfold when shown even an inch of courtesy. Without hesitation, she agreed and instructed Lin Yin to fetch paper and ink. Though humiliated and reluctant, Su Xiang had no choice but to sign the IOU. With the marriage dissolved, Su Tianming seized the moment to plead for another favor. "Wuxian, I've watched you grow up. Now I've made a grave mistake and face expulsion from the military. I know you're acquainted with General Yan Chongstian. Could you put in a word for me?" Preposterous. Su Jinyu erupted in fury. "Su Tianming, have you forgotten what I taught you? Stand by your actions. Begging for leniency is beneath you." Su Tianming replied pitifully, "Father, do you truly wish to see your son reduced to a peasant or laborer in Luoshui town? Or worse, forced into dishonorable paths?" The question rendered Su Jinyu silent. "Very well." Jun Wuxian conceded. "I will mention this to Yan Chongxian, but I make no promises." "Thank you. Thank you." Su Tianming effused with gratitude. With that, the 3 departed the Lin residence, bringing Jun Wuxian's ill-fated engagement to a definitive close. Lin Yin seethed with indignation. "Brother, after the way Su Tianming and his daughter treated you, you still agreed to intercede on his behalf? What concern are the Su family's troubles of ours?" Before Jun Wuxian could respond, Lin Qian chuckled knowingly. "Can't you tell? Your brother was merely humoring them." Lin Yin blinked in surprise. "Brother, is that true?" Jun Wuxian gave a faint nod. A man without integrity is unworthy of the military. He had no intention of involving himself in such a farce. "Let's eat," Jun Wuxian said lightly. "Andy, you've heard the news? The entire city of Yunzhou likely knows by now. Tingfei Group's financial crisis has made headlines, with creditors from Titan Bank descending upon them. Xiaoxian, I'm worried." Jun Wuxian understood her concern. Desperation breeds recklessness. While clad in a suit, Mu Qingyong was bound by restraint. But stripped of that veneer, he was nothing more than a thug. Had the Luoshui River project not fallen through, Tungfei Group might never have reached this precipice. Undoubtedly, resentment festered. Yet Jun Wuxian, the architect of this downfall, had orchestrated Mu Qinyong's ruin precisely to leave him no escape. Fear was the last thing on his mind. Auntie, why do you think Tungfei Group finds itself in this predicament? Whom did they cross? Who possesses the influence to summon Titan Bank's executives against them? Lin Qian hesitated before realization dawned. Xinchang. Mission? Jun Wuxian permitted himself a trace of smugness. Not slow to grasp the truth. Then tell me, Auntie, whose orders was Xinchang following? You. Lin Qian stared at him in disbelief. This was all you're doing. Auntie, what you've witnessed is merely the surface. Jun Wuxian recounted with great detail Mu Tanrong's eldest son. Mu Sheng has met his demise, while his second son, Mu Yunfei, sought trouble at the Su family's residence and encountered a general, specifically the venerable General Yin. As mentioned by Su Tianming, who has now been imprisoned and is unlikely to be released. Zhuo Zonglin, too, has faced punitive measures and is currently incarcerated, with his previous transgressions being exposed one by one. All of this is the result of my actions. My dear aunt, regarding the enmity towards my mother, do you truly believe his son can remain indifferent? This time, not even the heavens can save the Tungfei Group. Chapter 43. Even the king of hell must tremble. The Mu family, as opulent as a royal palace, appeared particularly desolate despite its formidable defenses. A woman of enduring allure languidly reclined on the sofa, her legs crossed, continuously exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon observing Mu Qinyong's expression, she discerned that he was bereft of any solutions. With a seething anger, she lamented, "How can you, the underground king of Yunzhou, fail to manage even a mere execution in the capital? My father and son are imprisoned, and you can think of nothing. Mu Qinyong, what use are you?" Mu Qinyong cast a fierce glare, and suddenly, a resounding slap landed on Zhuo Jinhua's face, leaving clear imprints of his fingers. Mu Qinyong, how dare you strike me? How dare you? Have you forgotten that without me, Zhuo Jinhua, you would not have reached this point? Unperturbed, Zhuo Jinhua lunged at Mu Qinyong, scratching desperately at his face. Crash. This time, Mu Qinyong did not retaliate with a slap. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhuo Jinhua sprawling beneath the sofa, her face contorted in pain. Zhuo Jinhua, if it weren't for your father, do you think I would have married a wretch like you? Do you still believe yourself to be the daughter of the vice president of the Southern Chamber of Commerce? Wake up. Your father, Zhuo Zonglin, is in dire straits. Without him, you are nothing but a loathsome creature I would disdain to glance at. Strike you? I would dare to kill you. You accuse me of lacking capability? Do you have any idea whom your Mu Yunfei has provoked? He has entangled himself with an old general who has fought on the battlefield for decades in the 7th Military District. He is courting death and may ruin the Tungfei Group that I have painstakingly built. Mu Qinyong's tirade left Zhuo Jinhua momentarily speechless, truly frightened. The thought of Mu Qinyong committing murder was as casual as a meal for him. It must be Xinchang of the Qianshan Group. If Qianshan Group intends to seize the resort project in Luoshui town, they must eliminate the Tungfei Group, the obstruction in their path. Only the Qianshan Group has the power to sever all ties with Tungfei Group. Xinchang must be strategizing from some hidden location in Yuzhou, unimpeded by Zhuo Jinhua's interference. Mu Qinyong swiftly gathered his thoughts and retrieved his phone. Xinchang, the general manager of Qianshan Group, is in Yuzhou. Dig 3 feet into the ground and bring him to me. After hanging up, Zhuo Jinhua asked sullenly, "What do you intend to do?" Mu Qinyong, radiating menace, retorted, "What do you think I intend to do? Xinchang seeks to annihilate me, and I will not let him escape. My rise to this point has been fueled by my ruthlessness. Even if I must descend into hell, I will take that arrogant general manager of Qianshan Group with me. I am determined to kill." Though his words were fierce, Mu Qinyong had not truly lost his senses. With his son gone, he could still strive to have another. However, if the Tungfei Group were lost, there would be no hope for Mu Qinyong to ever rise again. As long as Xinchang were assassinated, the plans of the Qianshan Group would be indefinitely stalled. This was his only glimmer of hope. He cast a cold glance at Zhuo Jinhua, his eyes darkening with malice. Perhaps he should also send someone to eliminate her and find a younger, more beautiful woman to bear him a son. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Zhuo Zonglin was doomed. Even if he narrowly escaped the clutches of imprisonment, Zhuo Zonglin had already retired. And the authority he once wielded no longer matched Mu Qinyong's stature, insignificant now. Zhuo Jinhua felt a wave of anxiety under that gaze, trembling as she stammered, "Qinyong, what do you intend to do?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone rang. Mu Qinyong glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instinctively shifted to one of respect. Upon answering, he spoke with utmost courtesy, "Miss Lei, A chilling female voice emerged from the other end. Mu Qingyong, is it true that Tingfei Group is on the brink of bankruptcy? Mu Qingyong hastily replied, Miss Lei, please do not jest. The rumors circulating outside are unreliable. Tingfei Group will not falter for another 20 years. It has already made headlines in provincial news. Do you believe you can still keep it under wraps? I am calling to remind you that the 20 billion you borrowed from our Lei gang is due in 7 days. Are you aware of the consequences of failing to repay? Mu Qingyong swallowed hard, dread filling his eyes. Rest assured, Miss Lei, I will repay the amount on time. Principal and interest without fail. Before this formidable woman, Mu Qingyong dared not show a hint of disrespect. She was the true power behind Lei gang, the largest gang in the southern province, and the object of fervent pursuit by its red sticks. Moreover, she possessed a more terrifying identity. Having once been the woman of the renowned warlord Bai Sufeng, whose influence spanned 33 provinces in Huaguo. In Yunzhou, Mu Qingyong could summon storms, yet before Lei gang, he was but a slippery eel. Do not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall personally extract your bones from your flesh, piece by piece. After hanging up, Mu Qingyong felt as though his very essence had been drained. 7 days, a total of 28 billion including interest. How could he possibly repay that? Currently, Tingfei Group could not even muster a single billion. To make matters worse, it was highly likely that the group would be seized within 2 days. While Mu Qingyong prided himself on his martial prowess, claiming the title of the strongest in Yunzhou, and his ruthlessness could make even the king of hell tremble, he was utterly inept when it came to business. If given a second chance, Mu Qingyong would not regret his foray into the underworld. But he would never consider engaging in legitimate business. In all of Yunzhou, only Gu Zhishuan could possibly provide such a large sum of cash at once. Brother Gu, we are family by marriage. It would be inappropriate if you do not lend a hand in this matter. Muttering to himself, Mu Qingyong had already formulated a plan. Achoo! At Shenghuang Garden, Gu Zhishuan sneezed while watching the news on television, sighing as he realized he had caught Mu Qingyong's attention. His daughter, Gu Xian, had been in high spirits, as Tingfei Group's collapse meant she would not have to marry Mu Yunfei. However, her father's words instantly weighed heavy on her heart. Dad, are you saying Mu Qingyong intends to do you harm? For money, Gu Zhishuan analyzed, in terms of power, no one in Yunzhou can rival Mu Qingyong. But in terms of wealth, I surpass him. Do you think Tingfei Group only owes Tongtian Bank 30 billion? You are mistaken. I have heard that Mu Qingyong also owes 20 billion in high-interest loans to the Lei gang, and that debt is due soon. With Tingfei Group facing such a massive funding gap, they will undoubtedly think of me. Gu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, over 5 billion in debt? Even our Yunzhou real estate cannot afford such a sum. Gu Zhishuan retorted with irritation, do you think he cares about that? Taking a deep breath, he made a resolute decision, gathering their belongings. We shall leave Yunzhou tonight and find a place to hide for a while. Having dealt with Mu Qingyong for many years, he knew this man all too well. When driven to desperation, one could resort to anything. For the sake of safety, it was wiser to lay low. Within 10 minutes, the father and daughter were ready to depart Yunzhou. However, as they opened the door, 6 or 7 figures suddenly appeared outside. A plump man with a face full of pockmarks grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Boss Gu, our chairman invites you and your esteemed daughter to the royal pavilion for tea. Chapter 44. My lord, I wish to join forces with you, sister. I miss you dearly. At a certain hotel, as Zhuo Jinhua opened the door, a robust man immediately swept her into his arms, striding toward the bed. He was youthful, yet not as mature as Mu Sheng. Zhuo Jinhua showed no resistance, rather, she reveled in the moment. It was only later that the man noticed the bruises adorning Zhuo Jinhua's face, and with a pang of concern and anger, he exclaimed, Sister, who did this to you? I will confront him. Mu Qingyong. Zhuo Jinhua's smile vanished, and she spoke earnestly, Jiqiang, if you can kill him, you shall become the underground king of Yunzhou. In an instant, the man named Lu Jiqiang felt deflated. To be the underground king of Yunzhou was a perilous aspiration. To kill Mu Qingyong would be tantamount to courting death. Zhuo Jinhua's expression darkened, and she shoved Jiqiang away, berating him, useless fool. In a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman, Lu Jiqiang replied, Sister, it's not that I am unwilling to risk my life for you, but rather that if I were to perish, it would break your heart. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jinhua was momentarily touched, and an audacious notion took root in her mind. She spoke with sincerity, Jiqiang, if you fear confronting Mu Qingyong, then let us elope. We can leave Yunzhou, and I will belong solely to you. We shall be a pair of celestial lovers, shall we not? This. Lu Jiqiang hesitated once more. Zhuo Jinhua, now visibly agitated, retorted angrily. You are unwilling to do this, and unwilling to do that. Jiqiang, do you truly care for me? Celestial lovers? Lu Jiqiang felt a wave of disgust. Were it not for the allure of wealth, who would desire to be with this older woman? Yet, on the surface, he spoke with earnestness, Sister. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I am not afraid of hardship. You, however, are unaccustomed to it. How would you survive without the Tingfei group? Your lifestyle is one of luxury. Could you endure a life of poverty? Ultimately, as long as Wu Jinhua remained Mu Qinyong's wife, she would receive a substantial allowance from the Tingfei group each month. Without it, she would possess nothing. Zhu Jinhua had always been extravagant, with little to no savings. However, she had a plan and smiled triumphantly. Do you think that after being Mu Qinyong's wife for so many years, I am devoid of any resourcefulness? I have ways to procure money. While we cannot act recklessly in Yunshou, once we are far away, I will possess incriminating evidence against Mu Qinyong concerning the Tingfei group. He will be compelled to pay whatever I demand. Are you still concerned that I would allow you to live in hardship? As she spoke, Zhu Jinhua could not help but caress Lu Jiqiang's face, remarking on its smoothness. Hearing this, Lu Jiqiang's eyes suddenly sparkled with possibility. If that were the case, they could indeed escape. Moreover, Zhu Jinhua would extract a fortune from Mu Qinyong, and afterward, he could deceive her. Why bother with this older woman when he could seek out someone younger and more beautiful? His thoughts drifted into fantasy. However, at that moment, as both harbored ulterior motives, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully flung open. Several burly men surged into the room, swiftly overpowering Lu Jiqiang and pinning him to the bed, rendering him immobile. Who are you? Zhu Jinhua gasped, her face paling at the sudden turn of events. At the forefront stood a scar-faced man, who forcefully pried open Zhu Jinhua's mouth and lamented, Are you consorting with men outside? Does Chairman Mu know? Upon hearing the name Chairman Mu, Zhu Jinhua's complexion paled further, her anxiety mounting. Are you people from Mu Qinyong? The scar-faced man, Chen Xiaodao, contemptuously shook his head. I am not one of Mu Qinyong's. I am from Brother Sheng. Which Brother Sheng? Despite racking her brain, Zhu Jinhua could not recall any prominent figure named Brother Sheng in Yunzhou. He must be a petty thug, easy to deal with. However, Chen Xiaodao's next words sent a chill down Zhu Jinhua's spine. Mu Sheng, that despicable son whom she loathes to the core. As dusk approached, a dilapidated van entered Luoshui town, halting 500 meters from the Lin family's villa, its front facing the mansion. Jun Wuxian quickly perceived the situation and leisurely approached the van. Chen Xiaodao, clad in a tattered jacket, descended from the vehicle and gestured for his subordinates to roll down the window, revealing Zhu Jinhua and Lu Jiqiang, their mouths sealed. Junyi, I am Chen Xiaodao, affiliated with Mu Sheng, he declared succinctly. Such a straightforward introduction was indeed rare. Yet, Jun Wuxian swiftly deduced the origin of this group, grave robbers associated with Mu Sheng. Chen Xiaodao did not deny it. Are you here to cause me trouble? Do you think you can manage? Jun Wuxian inquired coolly. Since Jun Yi can eliminate both Evil Yi and Ghost Yi, even if we were 100 times more in number, we would still not be able to harm a single hair on Jun Yi. Chen Xiaodao replied with unwavering clarity. In the world of Jianghu, life and death are not determined by us. We lack the power to avenge Evil Yi, which is simply his misfortune. But Brother Xing is different. He was slain by his own father. This enmity must be avenged. Jun Wuxian contemplated this and realized that Chen Xiaodao and his companions seemed unaware that Mu Sheng had been coerced into killing Mu Qinyong. They only knew of Mu Qinyong's role in Mu Sheng's demise, thus perceiving him as the enemy and seeking vengeance. Such loyalty is commendable, yet in a certain light, it borders on folly. He refrained from exposing this and calmly remarked, If that is the case, seek out Mu Qinyong for your revenge. Why come to me? Mu Qinyong is a formidable martial artist. We cannot contend with him alone and require Junya's assistance. Chen Xiaodao signaled to his subordinate, who promptly dropped a large burlap sack onto the ground. Junyi, within this sack lies all the treasures we unearthed from the ancient tomb last time. If Junyi intervenes, you could easily sell them for 20 million. Consider it our reward for your help. I cannot say whether it would interest you, but it constitutes our brother's entire fortune. Jun Wuxian, however, had little interest in the offer. His plans regarding Mu Qinyong were already nearing fruition, and he was capable of handling the situation himself. In fact, had it not been for his desire to watch the Tingfei group crumble, leaving Mu Qinyong with nothing before his demise, he would not have needed to complicate matters in this manner. He had no need for collaboration. Nevertheless, he felt a spark of curiosity, inquiring, Since you claim to be individuals of the martial world, you ought to adhere to its customs, particularly the principle that misfortune should not befall one's family. Why, then, do you target the wife of your adversary Mu Qingyong? Qin Xiaodao replied, the enemy of Xingu is none other than this woman. From childhood, Xingu has suffered greatly at the hands of this malevolent woman. Had Xingu still been alive, we would never have sought retribution against her. However, with his demise, this woman must accompany him to the netherworld. Subsequently, Jun Wuxian declined, if you lack the courage, do not entertain thoughts of vengeance. If you possess the bravery, seek retribution on your own. I am uninterested in collaborating with you. Qin Xiaodao seemed to have anticipated Jun Wuxian's stance, for those skilled in the martial arts often possess their own pride. Allow me to add, Junyi, are you not concerned about the Gu family, Gu Zhishuan and her father in Yanzhou? Chapter 45, Tonight. He descends from the heavens. Jun Wuxian narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent, yet an aura of subtle menace emanated from him. Qin Xiaodao hastily clarified, Lord Jun, I did not intend to threaten you with Gu Zhishuan and his daughter. Rather, Mu Qingyong, in a desperate situation, has captured them to secure substantial funds. We have extracted information from Mu Qingyong's wife about a concealed hideout where Gu Zhishuan and his daughter are likely being held. If you collaborate with us, we can ensure their rescue to the greatest extent possible. Hearing this, the killing intent surrounding Jun Wuxian dissipated. The reason for his initial hostility was not that he held Gu Xian in high regard, but rather that he had always detested being threatened. Cooperation, however, was a more palatable notion. Moreover, it could be argued that Gu Zhishuan and his daughter's plight was indirectly connected to him, had he not pressed so hard. Mu Qingyong would not have felt compelled to act in such a frantic manner. Of course, considering the alternative. Mu Qingyong had long regarded the real estate in Yinzhou as a financial lifeline, so it was not surprising that he harbored intentions against Gu Zhishuan for some time. Eventually, he would resort to plucking the goose that lays the golden eggs. Such thoughts, however, were ultimately of no concern to Jun Wuxian. The world operates on a web of causality, intricate and profound. When do you plan to take action against Mu Qingyong? Jun Wuxian casually inquired, feeling somewhat idle. Qin Xiaodao, sensing the opportunity, quickly responded, tomorrow night. We still need to prepare a few things, but we will be ready by nightfall at the latest. Rest assured, Lord Jun. We will handle the dirty work. You need only strike when it matters. This time, Jun Wuxian reconsidered and nodded in agreement. Although he had no particularly close ties to Gu Zhishuan and his daughter, a sense of obligation lingered. It was a matter of convenience. There was no reason not to assist. As for Mu Qingyong's life, it held little significance in the grand scheme. At that moment, Jun Wuxian's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Wuxian. Though Wuxian's cultivation level was not high, he was still a living person. Adhering to the principle of utilizing resources efficiently, Jun Wuxian had dispatched him to covertly protect Xinchang. Despite Xinchang bringing bodyguards to Yinzhou, they paled in comparison to the skilled fighters raised by Mu Qingyong. He answered the call. What is the matter? Little Jun, we have a serious situation. A horde of thugs has stormed the Times mansion, intending to harm Mission. We're currently on the rooftop, but we can barely hold them off. Wuxian's frantic voice came through, mixed with sounds of violence. I'm on my way. Ending the call, Jun Wuxian, right beneath Qin Xiaodao's nose, soared into the air, vanishing like a shooting star. In an instant, everyone was left in stunned silence. Yuaning. Only those who attained the Yuaning realm could fly. This level represented the pinnacle of cultivators in their understanding. Hearing the mention of the Times mansion, Qin Xiaodao immediately jumped into a vehicle and raced to the scene. Although Jun Wuxian had proven his terrifying strength by defeating the Evil Lord and the Ghost Lord, the urgency of the situation demanded swift action. Yet driven by curiosity, he yearned to discern the true terror of Jun Wuxian. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Wuxian clashed with a towering brute, nearly 2 meters tall, and was forcefully propelled to the very edge of the rooftop, almost plummeting from the 10th floor. At that moment, all of Xinchang's bodyguards had been dealt with. At the base of the building, a fleet of enforcement vehicles rushed in, yet the group remained undaunted. They were confident in their ability to eliminate Xinchang and retreat unscathed. Mission, my employer sends word. In your next life, be wise. Do not presume that a local tyrant cannot be vanquished by a formidable opponent. The order to kill Xinchang had been issued by Mu Qingyong. He had no time to dally in capturing her. By eliminating Xinchang, the internal chaos within the Qiashan group would ensue, diverting their attention from the development project at the Luoshui town resort. Faced with this perilous situation, Wuxian immediately sought to intervene but was once again obstructed by the giant, who seized him with a powerful grip and bellowed. You are the most useless foundation cultivator I have ever encountered. Wuxian retorted, I can't believe this. Mission, it's time to depart. Before he could even muster a complaint, the long-haired man reached out, intending to usher her away. At that critical moment, a radiant white light enveloped Xinchang. Reminiscent of dawn breaking. Instinctively defending herself, her hands made contact with the long-haired man's body. The white light surged into him, and he convulsed as if struck by a bolt of lightning, enveloped in the brilliance. When tranquility returned, the man's hair stood on end, and he exhaled a cloud of dense white smoke, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The assassins dispatched by Mu Qin-yong stood in stunned disbelief, trembling in shock. Xinchang herself was bewildered, staring at her hands in confusion. What had she done? As if sensing something, she instinctively turned to look behind her. There, she beheld a familiar figure hovering in the air, gazing coldly at the assassins. Jun Wuxian, little Jun has arrived. You truly made it. Wuxian exclaimed in disbelief. From the moment he had called, merely a few minutes had elapsed. For Jun to rush from Luoshui town seemed miraculous. He had not dared to hope. Yet little Jun had indeed come, wielding the most formidable technique of the Taoist arts, the lightning spell. Truly, he was worthy of the title. The fact that he hovered in the air did not surprise him, as even those at the Golden Core stage could achieve such feats. Jun Wuxian offered little explanation, stating, Wuxian, did you not claim that no more than 5 from Yunzhou could match you? Count them now. Wuxian's cheeks flushed in embarrassment as he realized he had underestimated the number of formidable experts hidden in Yunzhou. However, the crisis was far from averted. Even with the long-haired man's mysterious demise, the others remained undeterred, advancing with unwavering intent. Wuxian urgently cautioned, Little Jun, be wary. Although these individuals are not cultivators, they are formidable martial artists. That giant possesses strength surpassing even that of a foundation cultivator. To your doom. A towering man, 2 meters in stature, was the first to strike, charging forth with the force of a collapsing mountain. Yet, before this behemoth could collide with Jun Wuxian, his nearly 300-pound frame was effortlessly lifted into the air as if by a chick pecking at grain. Subsequently, with a slight release, he plummeted from the rooftop of a 10-story building. Jun Wuxian, casting not a single glance back, landed gracefully, his cold gaze surveying the remaining assassins. His palm transformed into a blade, unleashing a silver arc of light. The arc flashed like lightning. Each assassin bore a matching gory scar across their chests, blood arrows erupting in unison. In total, 11 assassins fell. From the moment Jun Wuxian acted to the finality of their fates, a mere minute had elapsed. Notably, 50 seconds of that time was spent in conversation with Wuxian. In that instant, Xinchang likely grasped why her adoptive father had entrusted the Qianshan group to this young man. The Jun Wuxian she beheld that night was akin to a celestial deity descending to earth. Chapter 46, A Path Through the Mortal Realm. These individuals are all assassins nurtured by the Tingfei group, each possessing exceptional skills and bearing the weight of lives on their shoulders. A total of 11 have perished. The authorities could not have dealt such a heavy hand. It must be the work of Jun Wuxian. The key point is that he has slain so many yet remains unscathed. His connections are unfathomable. At the foot of the Times Mansion, the enforcement personnel carried out the lifeless bodies one by one. Outside the cordon, Chun Xiaodao and his band of brothers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting palpable fear. Who exactly is this Jun Wuxian? Taking a deep breath, Chun Xiaodao believed he had sufficiently overestimated Jun Wuxian, which led him to contemplate an alliance against Mu Qin-yong. However, it is evident now that he had underestimated him. Does someone of such terrifying prowess truly need to ally with others? Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Jun Wuxian had already promised them. After eliminating Mu Qin-yong tomorrow night, he would swiftly depart with his subordinates. Ideally, both Jun Wuxian and Mu Qin-yong would suffer mutual destruction, allowing Chun Xiaodao to eliminate Jun Wuxian as well. In this way, he would have avenged the evil lord. Little did Chun Xiaodao know that Jun Wuxian had already betrayed him. Recently, there had been a tomb robbery case in the southern province, and the authorities had been unable to apprehend the culprits. The small leader of the thieves approached me, requesting that we collaborate to eliminate Mu Qin-yong tomorrow night. I agreed. Once the dust settles tomorrow night, I will conclude my vendetta with Mu Qin-yong. Keep in mind, upon his demise, you must eradicate the Tingfei group entirely. I do not wish for another Mu Qin-yong to emerge after the first is gone. He has previously stated that he desires the collapse of the Tingfei group, freeing the common folk of Yunzhou from the clutches of malevolent forces. Rest assured, I understand. With matters concluded, Jun Wuxian settled into Wuqian's CT6, with Xinchang present, still somewhat shaken. Jun Wuxian offered no words of comfort but rather stated, "The individuals you will confront tonight are undoubtedly sent by Mu Qingyong. Such incidents shall not recur in the future. Focus solely on the resort project in Luoshui town. I shall handle all remaining affairs. As long as the Tingfei group can be dismantled, there will be no further obstacles to the Luoshui town resort plan." Xinchang voiced her most pressing concern. "Mr. Jun, when will you assume the position of chairman of Qinshan Group?" This question, Jun Wuxian glanced sideways, replying, "When did I ever agree to take that position?" Xinchang fell silent, her expression tinged with frustration. "Qinshan Group has done so much for you. Is it all in vain? You are formidable. But must you be so domineering? You wish to reap the benefits of Qinshan Group without contributing? It seems you have claimed all the good fortune in this world for yourself." At this moment, Jun Wuxian corrected her. "I have stated that I would consider helping Qinshan Group regain its former glory, but I never agreed to be the chairman. Most importantly, I mentioned the word consider." His gaze darkened, a hint of ire surfacing. "Xinchang, remember this. Even Shun Qinshan would not dare to dictate terms to me. And you are even less deserving. I now offer you the opportunity to reconsider regarding the resort plan in Luoshui town. You may choose not to proceed." With that, he instructed Wuxian to open the car door and assist Miss Shin alighting. Moments later, the CT-6 sped away, leaving Xinchang standing alone by the roadside. The night breeze was bitterly cold, causing her to huddle her body for warmth. She felt an acute chill, coupled with a sense of grievance. She had merely uttered a single sentence. Wuxian was taken aback. What did Xiao Jun mean by that? "Sever ties with the Dao sect and work with me. I offer you a chance." Wuxian hesitated. He had witnessed Xiao Jun's remarkable capabilities, truly impressive. However, to sever ties with the Dao sect was, in a sense, a betrayal of his principles. He found himself unable to make a decision. Never mind. Jun Wuxian was not one to force anyone, turning away without further ado. "This at least allow me a couple more minutes to contemplate." Xiao Jun was far too aloof, Wuxian muttered to himself. Jun Wuxian touched his nose and revealed the truth. "Aunt, the revenge against mother is imminent." Lin Qian was momentarily stunned. "Xiao Xian, you are not jesting with Aunt." "Are you?" The criminal evidence against the Tungfei group had been gathered by the authorities, sufficient to bring the organization to its knees. "Tomorrow, I must assist the authorities in dealing with Mu Qingyong. Once Mu Qingyong falls, we can exact our vengeance." This statement from Jun Wuxian was fabricated. Nevertheless, only with the complete dissolution of the Tungfei group could their families' grievances be resolved. For Jun Wuxian, this represented a significant trial in the mortal realm. The following day, at the Yunlong Mountain Church, a throng of hundreds surrounded the exterior, many bearing noticeable bulges at their waists, evidently armed. Concealed within the church were also several heavy machine guns. This heavily fortified appearance resembled that of a military base. Inside the church, Mu Qingyong listened intently to reports from his subordinates, consumed by rage. "I have raised a bunch of incompetent fools. Jiangnan, you dispatched so many brothers. And not only did you fail to capture Xinchang, but they all perished in the attempt. Don't you think I deserve an explanation?" Jiangnan, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, had been with Mu Qingyong for 6 years. His expression was grim and shadowed. There must be a powerful protector by Xinchang's side. Perhaps that individual is Jun Wuxian. Mentioning Jun Wuxian calmed Mu Qingyong, who inquired, "Were you not once in Longyuan prison? If it weren't for losing a half move against Bai Sufeng, you would have usurped Bai Sufeng's position as one of the 4 kings. With such prowess, uncovering information about Jun Wuxian should be a mere trifle, no?" Jiang Yi's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, during his time in Longyuan prison, he was regarded as a minor leader. The claim of almost defeating Bai Sufeng and ascending to the rank of the 4 kings was nothing more than fanciful exaggeration. He had indeed attempted to challenge the second strongest man in Longyuan prison and had briefly exchanged moves with Bai Sufeng. However, Bai Sufeng had only made a half-hearted attack, and he had been so intimidated that he knelt in surrender. He fabricated such tales solely to gain Mu Qingyong's favor. After leaving Longyuan, he had severed all ties with the prison, unable to contact anyone inside, let alone ascertain Jun Wuxian's experiences over the years there. When questioned, Jiang Yi could only stubbornly fabricate a response. "It has been thoroughly investigated. Jun Wuxian spent several years in Longyuan prison learning from an elderly master proficient in dark arts. He possesses some skill, albeit limited. Given your martial prowess, Chairman, dealing with him would be more than sufficient." Chapter 47. Tonight, put an end to everything as he turned. Mu Qingyong arrived at the room where Gu Zhishuan and Gu Xian were detained. The moment he opened the door, A beam of light flooded in. Gu Zhishuan gazed at Mu Qin-yong, not with anger, but remarked, "To demand 6 billion in cash within 2 days is to overestimate my capabilities." Mu Qin-yong stepped inside and inquired, "How much can you secure within these 2 days?" "At most 20 billion, Gu Zhishuan replied. "That is far too little." Mu Qin-yong responded immediately. For the current predicament of the Tingfei group, 20 billion was scarcely sufficient. Approaching Gu Xian, he lifted her chin, scrutinizing her exquisite features, and couldn't help but compliment, "My son truly is unfortunate. Even in confinement, he may not have the chance to enjoy such a beautiful fiancée." Upon hearing this unabashed mockery, Gu Zhishuan's anger flared. "Mu Qin-yong, what are you trying to do?" With a cold gaze, Mu Qin-yong replied, "Gu Zhishuan, we are old friends. You must understand that I would never resort to actions that harm our brotherhood unless I were utterly desperate. I genuinely need to secure the funds." Implying that the 60 billion could not be reduced by a single cent, he continued speaking while his gaze wandered to inappropriate places, purely for admiration. For the sake of his daughter's innocence, Gu Zhishuan had no choice but to comply. Instantly, Mu Qin-yong smiled and lost interest in tormenting Gu Xian. Instructing one of his subordinates to untie Gu Zhishuan, he escorted Gu Zhishuan to a car outside, imparting, "You should know not to disclose anything about this to the authorities. Right? Rest assured, I would never jest with my daughter's safety. I cannot guarantee how much cash I can gather, but I will do my utmost," Gu Zhishuan replied. Suppressing his anger, Mu Qin-yong patted Gu Zhishuan on the shoulder with a meaningful expression. "I believe in your capabilities." 2 hours later, in the reception hall of the Times Mansion, Gu Zhishuan was taken aback to see Jun Wuxian before him. "Wuxian, what brings you here? Where is Miss Shin? I need to see her urgently." After being released from Xiaolong Mountain, Gu Zhishuan had quickly made a decision to go directly to Tongtian Bank, indicating his intent to sell the properties of Yinzhou at a loss. Securing 60 billion in cash was impossible in 2 days, let alone 10. The only solution was to liquidate assets, and the only institution capable of providing such a sum in the stipulated time was Tongtian Bank. The newly appointed president of Tongtian Bank evidently lacked the authority to make such a decision, and after several layers of reporting, the matter reached Xinchang's ears. She then contacted Jun Wuxian. Thus, Gu Zhishuan found himself at the Times Mansion to meet Xinchang, only to encounter Jun Wuxian instead. "Xinchang will not meet with you, nor will she purchase your Yinzhou properties. However, if you wish to save Gu Xian, you may trust me," Jun Wuxian stated succinctly. "You? Wuxian, this concerns Xian's safety. Do not jest." Although Gu Zhishuan was astonished by Jun Wuxian's omniscience, he could not bring himself to believe that Jun Wuxian possessed the ability to rescue his daughter. Jun Wuxian offered a faint smile, suggesting that if Gu Zhishuan chose to trust him, he might as well disclose the circumstances. Otherwise, he could turn away and seek assistance elsewhere. Who else could possibly help? Despite his reluctance, Gu Zhishuan had no choice but to sit down awkwardly and clarify the situation to Jun Wuxian. Upon learning the specifics, Jun Wuxian chuckled irreverently. Mu Tian-yong was truly cornered. To amass 60 billion in cash within 2 days was indeed a bold endeavor. Even if Tongtian Bank agreed to purchase a substantial portion of Yinzhou real estate to generate the funds, such a considerable transaction would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities. What then? In the business realm, Gu Zhishuan was a formidable figure, yet when it came to his daughter's safety, he found himself at a loss. "What are the requirements for this money?" Jun Wuxian asked. This cash, of course, was not equivalent to that cash. Otherwise, 60 billion in cash would weigh an astonishing 60,000 kilograms, making it impractical for Mu Tian-yong to transport. "No problem." Jun Wuxian promptly called Xinchang. And within 5 minutes, 2 checks of 30 billion each were personally delivered. Xinchang uttered not a single word before turning to leave. The ease of the transaction left Gu Zhishuan bewildered. To gather 60 billion in cash would have nearly required selling off Yinzhou real estate to its shell. Yet, Jun Wuxian accomplished it with merely a phone call, and the one delivering the funds was none other than Xinchang, the general manager of Xinchang Group. "I will accompany you to meet Mu Tian-yong at 6 this afternoon." Just as Gu Zhishuan was lost in thought, Jun Wuxian continued. "Mu Tian-yong is quite dangerous. You have a vendetta against him, and I fear he may target you." Gu Zhishuan expressed his concerns. "If it weren't for me, how would he have found himself in such dire straits?" Jun Wuxian countered. "Gu Zhishuan, you don't truly believe that Mu Tian-yong's swift downfall occurred without someone pulling the strings, do you?" Gu Zhishuan contemplated this, implying that Jun Wuxian was the mastermind behind the downfall of the Tingfei group. This was too astonishing to fathom. Mu Tian-yong, surprised yet composed, scrutinized the checks before confirming their authenticity. Only then did he notice the figure behind Gu Zixian, adorned with a monkey-faced mask, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Who is he?" "A cultivator." This was a phrase Jun Wuxian had taught him. Even if Mu Tianyong held doubts about his strength, he would remain cautious. As expected, Mu Tianyong merely regarded the masked Jun Wuxian with curiosity, showing no inclination to act. After all, a check does not constitute money until it is exchanged for cash. Gu Zixian and Jun Wuxian were led into a dimly lit room, and the door was immediately locked behind them. "Dad!" Gu Xian, trembling with fear, rushed into Gu Zixian's embrace, weeping profusely. After a moment, she turned to Jun Wuxian and inquired, "Who is he?" Jun Wuxian removed his mask and replied, "It is I." "Jun Wuxian, you. How did you come here?" Gu Xian could hardly fathom that she would encounter Jun Wuxian in this place, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Of course. I am here to rescue you. If it weren't for Wuxian's assistance, I would have been unable to gather this 60 billion. Xian, Wuxian is our family's savior." As darkness descended, the crimson talisman was finally completed with a final stroke, and a flash of red light illuminated the room. In that instant, an eerie red glow emanated from Chen Xiaodao's eyes. Without delay, Chen Xiaodao proceeded to inscribe the talisman upon the chests of his fellow brothers. The group acted with utmost caution, remaining undetected by Mu Qinyong's men. However, Jun Wuxian, confined within the dimly lit room, sensed the unfolding events distinctly. He understood clearly that Chen Xiaodao and his companions had begun their operation. This night would bring an end to everything. Chapter 48. Jun Wuxian has arrived. Bang. 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 Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Gu Zixuan immediately reacted with excitement. Had someone come to their aid? Could it be the enforcers? Gu Xian, with naive optimism, exclaimed, "We might be saved." At that moment, Jun Wuxian poured cold water on their hopes, clarifying that the visitors were not the enforcers, but rather another group of dogs. Furthermore, even if the enforcers had come, with the firepower stationed atop Yunlong Mountain, they would not be able to breach their defenses. Upon his arrival, Jun Wuxian had noted the formidable armament on Yunlong Mountain, which rivaled a fully equipped battalion of 500 men. It was no wonder that Mu Qinyong could act so tyrannically. In the chaotic era of Huagua, this was sufficient to establish oneself as a warlord. With Jun Wuxian's words, the flicker of hope that had ignited in Gu Zixuan and his daughter was swiftly extinguished. Gu Zixuan quickly reasoned that regardless of their adversary's identity, their assault would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire Yunlong Mountain's guards. If they could escape this room, there would be a chance for freedom. Although Gu Zixuan was unaware of Jun Wuxian's exact prowess among the cultivators, he was certain that he possessed some skills. Otherwise, he would not dare to venture into the perilous domain of Yunlong Mountain. Jun Wuxian cast a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Gu Zixuan, you are mistaken. I did not come to Yunlong Mountain to lead you to safety, but to deal with Mu Qinyong. Moreover, I shall not repeat myself, since I am here. You need not worry for your safety. I will ensure your safe departure." Having delivered his instructions, Jun Wuxian seated himself on a rudimentary chair and closed his eyes, feigning slumber. The real spectacle was just beginning. He was in no rush to act. After all, Chen Xiaodao and his band of tomb raiders were also here for vengeance against Mu Sheng, and it would be remiss to deny them the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Crack! Chen Xiaodao leaped several times, each bound covering a distance of 7 to 8 meters. His subordinates, though slightly less agile, were nimble as monkeys, far from ordinary. Outside the church lay a gruesome scene, littered with bodies in horrific states, as Chen Xiaodao eliminated the machine gunners stationed on the church. The remaining firepower set by Mu Qinyong posed little threat and was swiftly dispatched. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaodao had suffered the loss of 2 brothers. Despite employing dark sorcery that rendered them impervious to conventional firearms, they still harbored a healthy respect for the devastating power of machine guns. Clang! The church doors were pushed open. Only Jiangnan remained by Mu Qinyong's side beneath the crucifix. Chen Xiaodao and his brothers entered, exuding an aura of menace. "Mu Qinyong, it's time to seek refuge in a temple. The gods of our Huagua cannot protect you." Mu Qinyong's expression wavered between darkness and uncertainty. It was not that he could not handle the individuals before him, but rather that the church's location was so concealed that even the enforcers could not locate it. Yet, this group had managed to find him. Chen Xiaodao, perceiving Mu Qinyong's thoughts, ordered his brothers to bring out the terrified Zhu Jinhua and pushed her towards Mu Qinyong, saying, "If it weren't for your esteemed lady guiding us, finding Chairman Mu would have been no easy feat." In an instant, all doubts were dispelled. It turned out that this wretched woman had betrayed their location. After gaining her freedom, Zhu Jinhua rushed before Mu Qinyong, exclaiming, "Qinyong, these individuals are friends of Mu Sheng. Here to avenge him. You must kill him." Her words abruptly ceased as a sharp blade pierced through her from behind. The assailant was none other than her own husband. With a swift motion, Mu Qinyong withdrew the blade, casting it to the ground with a clatter, cursing, "I have tolerated you for far too long, you vile harlot. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your infidelity? I simply chose to ignore you." Zhu Jinhua collapsed into a pool of blood. Mu Qinyong turned to face the astonished Chen Xiaodao and the others, striving to compose himself. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding among you. Sheng was poisoned by Jun Wuxian. I did not kill him. Since you are friends of Sheng, you are henceforth friends of Mu Qinyong. There is no need for us to turn against one another, to harm our own." His words were not born of fear, but rather an attempt to win over this group. Mu Qinyong was no novice in the underworld. He understood that these individuals could easily overpower 100 of his men. Although their methods were unscrupulous, their capabilities were extraordinary. If he could recruit them, it would bolster his strength significantly. Regrettably, Chen Xiaodao held no trust in him, retorting with scorn, "Mu Qinyong, do not speak falsehoods. You would not spare your own wife. How could you possibly care for your son's life? You killed Sheng before our very eyes. How could that be mistaken? He killed Mu Sheng?" Mu Qinyong thought. That night, he had merely pushed Mu Sheng aside with his elbow. The true perpetrator behind Mu Sheng's demise was Jun Wuxian. Let those who witnessed that night step forward. Mu Qinyong declared impatiently. "Dead." Chen Xiaodao spat with venom. "Your gunman turned him into a sieve during the ambush. He is dead. No matter how eloquently you speak, I will not believe you. You shall pay with your life." Driven by a torrent of hatred, Chen Xiaodao charged forward with his men from all directions. Realizing that explanations would be futile, Mu Qinyong lost his patience and gestured to Jiang Yi. Understanding the signal, Jiang Yi produced a revolver, swiftly loading it with black dog blood, and fired several shots at the advancing assailants. Each shot claimed a life. Only Chen Xiaodao remained, advancing steadily. Jiang Yi, with a cold smile, drew a short knife from behind his waist and met him head-on. Smoke began to rise ominously from the wound. Poison. Chen Xiaodao's face paled in horror. Meanwhile, all his comrades lay dead. "Jun Wuxian, you have betrayed me." Chen Xiaodao hissed with malice, even as a ghost. "I shall not spare you." At this juncture, he still did not grasp the full scope of the betrayal. Jun Wuxian had never intended to come. The so-called cooperation was merely a trap to lead him to his doom. "Jun Wuxian? You have allied with him?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qinyong faltered, sensing that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. "As long as I can avenge Sheng, I would ally with anyone. My original plan was to have Jun Wuxian and you mutually destroy each other, but instead, I have been ensnared by Jun Wuxian's cunning." Chen Xiaodao's countenance was one of disbelief and fury. He had not failed to arrive. Rather, he was already present. Mu Qinyong finally realized that the figure behind the monkey-faced mask could only be Jun Wuxian. It was a cunning ruse, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lying in wait. Just then, Jun Wuxian emerged from the side door of the church, removing the mask from his face, revealing an expression both sinister and imposing. "Mu Qinyong, have you finally come to your senses?" Chapter 49. As you wish, I shall kill you in that fleeting moment. Mu Qinyong came to a realization. No wonder Gu Zhishuan was able to swiftly prepare 2 checks of 3 billion each. It was the work of the Qianshan Group. Without the interference of the Qianshan Group, he, Mu Qinyong, would not have found himself cornered at this juncture. At this point, it was impossible for Mu Qinyong to remain oblivious to the fact that the Qianshan Group and Jun Wuxian were cut from the same cloth. Xinchang's actions were not motivated by an interest in the development project of the Luoshui town resort, but rather a means to exact revenge for Jun Wuxian. 60 billion was a trifling sum for the Qianshan Group. "Lord Jun, I have lost so many brothers, and only now do you choose to reveal yourself. Is this how you collaborate?" Chen Xiaodao demanded, his eyes burning with fury. Jun Wuxian maintained an indifferent gaze. "Chen Xiaodao, your ulterior motive is to pit me against Mu Qinyong in a life-and-death struggle, to eliminate both of us in one fell swoop. You are not genuinely seeking cooperation. How dare you expect me to assist you in killing Mu Qinyong? Moreover, Mu Qinyong was right about one thing. Mu Sheng perished at my hands. And it had nothing to do with Mu Qinyong. Although Mu Sheng sought to barter Mu Qinyong's life for his own, Mu Qinyong, despite his ruthless nature, was not one to harm his own kin. He never intended to kill Mu Sheng. Thus, you have targeted the wrong person for your vengeance." Mu Qinyong coldly addressed the stunned Chen Xiaodao. "Now, do you believe me? Jun Wuxian's admission cannot be false. Chen Xiaodao regretted not uncovering the truth before seeking vengeance against Mu Qin-yong. But what did that matter now? Of the remaining 9 brothers, he was the sole survivor. Presently, he was barely clinging to life. Even with his arch-nemesis, Jun Wuxian, right before him, what could he possibly do? Our grievances must come to an end. Mu Qin-yong disregarded Chen Xiaodao and focused all his attention on Jun Wuxian. Expressing a tinge of regret, had I known 5 years ago that you would become such a calamity, I should have killed you instead of sending you to prison. You had no opportunity, Jun Wuxian replied with his customary indifference, even without the recollection of his past life 5 years prior. The protection of the reincarnation wheel would have prevented him from falling victim to someone like Mu Qin-yong. Mu Qin-yong might have doubted this, but he did not contest it. My mother perished beneath the greed of your Tingfei group, and thus I am determined to see the downfall of your organization. I will spare none of the Mu family, including Zhou Zonglin. And now, only you remain. Mu Qin-yong, how do you think I should deal with you? Jun Wuxian, you have spent but a few years in Longyuan prison, and yet you have become so arrogant. What gives you the confidence to claim you are assured of victory? At that moment, Jiangnan stepped forward, proudly declaring, I also spent time in Longyuan prison, and I have even met with your predecessor. What is your name? Jun Wuxian showed a hint of interest. Jiangnan, he exclaimed after a moment's contemplation, recalling that Bai Sufeng had mentioned a clownish figure before him. You were the one who, shortly after entering prison, foolishly attempted to challenge me, aiming to usurp my position among the 4 kings of Longyuan. Yet before I even made a move, you were so frightened that you conceded. Is that you? In an instant, Jiangyi's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Jun Wuxian, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. I clearly only lost by half a move. Jun Wuxian scoffed. Bai Sufeng just initiated half a move, and you conceded defeat. By that measure, it indeed amounts to merely losing half a move. Quite the self-delusion you have going. If he allowed Jun Wuxian to continue, Jiangyi's dignity would be utterly obliterated. I shall see what skills you have acquired from Cheng the Blind. Prepare yourself for my dual blades, slaughter the divine and annihilate the Buddha, and then we shall see who speaks further. With a furious shout, he drew 2 short blades from behind his waist and launched them forward with ferocity. The blades, slaughter the divine and annihilate the Buddha, were forged after his departure from Longyuan prison. Inspired by the Thunder River's thunder and lightning, and refined from the Divine Slayer twin blades, they required the blood of a robust black dog each month for soaking, followed by an application of the venom from a 3-colored centipede. Capable of dispelling malevolent sorcery, they also served as lethal weapons. Jiangnan was aware that within Longyuan prison, Cheng the Blind was a master of formidable dark arts, a peak foundation establishment expert. Most of Jun Wuxian's sorcery skills were likely learned from him. With only 5 years of experience, how much could one truly master? Encountering him was akin to meeting one's nemesis. Slaughter the divine, annihilate the Buddha. You truly dare to name them so. Whoosh. A flash of silver light swept through, effortlessly dispersing Jiang Yi's dual blades. Maintaining their momentum as they pierced directly through his throat, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Mu Tianyong's eyes narrowed sharply. He had scarcely comprehended how Jun Wuxian had made his move. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi's throat was already slashed open, blood flowing profusely. Clutching his throat with both hands, he could not stem the crimson tide. His vitality waned rapidly, and within his pupils, only shock remained. How did the divine slayer of Thunder River end up in your hands? Deluded, Jun Wuxian mocked. Cheng the Blind implored me for a year to take him as my disciple, yet I declined. You presumed that my abilities stemmed from him. Jiang Yi. You too were released from Longyuan prison. I ought to show some leniency. However, aligning yourself with Mu Tianyong is a grave sin. As for the divine slayer and thunder and lightning, they were gifts bestowed upon me by Thunder River. No, it cannot be. Thud. Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide in disbelief. Until his last breath, he could not accept that Thunder River would have sought to gift the divine slayer and thunder and lightning. At that moment, Chen Xiaodao had succumbed to the lethal poison. Within the vast cathedral, only Jun Wuxian and Mu Tianyong remained alive, locking eyes in silence. How strong are you truly? Mu Tianyong could not help but tremble as he inquired. He understood that Jiang Yi's tales of his experiences in Longyuan prison were largely exaggerated. Yet Jiang Yi's abilities were undeniably formidable. Very impressive. At the very least, he could withstand 10 moves from me. However, in a mere exchange, Jiang Yi had been slain. This indicated that Jun Wuxian's strength vastly surpassed his own. Half a step into the nascent soul realm, Mu Tianyong involuntarily gasped. Such a terrifying cultivation level manifested in a young man barely in his 20s. He himself was a martial arts expert, unwavering for decades, possessing strength barely sufficient to contend with Golden Core practitioners. This power had been pivotal in securing his position as the underground king of Yuzhou, allowing him to face few rivals. In this encounter, he found himself facing an opponent who was merely a step away from attaining the formidable realm of the nascent soul. The odds of victory were scarce, perhaps 1 in 10. Should he not plead for mercy? The voice of Jun Wuxian echoed in his ears. Despite the trepidation that gripped Mu Qinyong's heart, he let out a wild laugh. I, Mu Qinyong, have roamed the martial world for decades. If I were truly afraid of death, I would not have reached this day. Jun Wuxian, do you not seek to slay me to avenge your mother? Come then. There lies a certain ferocity in you, albeit misguided. As you wish, I shall end your life. With a resounding clang, the sword of divine slaying shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the air. Chapter 50. Dust settles with a heavy thud. Duan Folei led the entire Yunzhou criminal division into action. The sight of the corpses strewn across the ground was nothing short of horrifying. Fortunately, this bloody battle had not taken place within Yunzhou's city limits, otherwise, the chaos would have been unimaginable. Without delay, they stormed into the main hall, only to find it littered with yet more bodies. Duan Folei searched desperately for Jun Wuxian's whereabouts, but all he found was Mu Qinyong lying in a pool of blood. The Tingfei group had become a relic of the past. Though Jun Wuxian's figure remained elusive, it no longer mattered. Mu Qinyong's death could only be the work of the enigmatic Mr. Jun. With the fall of Yunzhou's underground king, the Tingfei group, which had dominated the city for over 2 decades, was destined to crumble. Never in his wildest dreams had Duan Folei imagined that, during his tenure, he would witness the downfall of this very organization that had tyrannized Yunzhou for so long. Criminal Division Headquarters, you truly have no idea of the situation? Fine. Perhaps you genuinely don't, Mu Yunfei, given the severity of your crimes. You're looking at a minimum of 30 years behind bars, enough to rot in prison for the rest of your life. The evidence was damning. Direct involvement in multiple homicides, illegal operations in loan sharking, underground gambling, and even illicit adult entertainment. Every shadowy enterprise under the Tingfei group bore Mu Yunfei's fingerprints. You claim innocence? Here, your own sins, laid bare before you. As the irrefutable proof was presented, Mu Yunfei's composure shattered. Only Mu Qinyong could have saved him now. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, Jun Wuxian sat across from a different man, Zhuo Zonglin. If Mu Qinyong was the mastermind behind Lin Shishui's death, then Zhuo Zonglin was his most formidable accomplice. Now, trapped within the cold confines of a prison cell, retribution had finally arrived. Unlike the oblivious Mu Yunfei, Zhuo Zonglin was far from naive. You actually did it, he murmured, eerily composed. How do you intend to deal with me? If even Mu Qinyong fell to you, then ending my life here would be child's play for someone of your capabilities. This was perhaps the last vestige of dignity for the once revered titan of the southern business world. Jun Wuxian responded with chilling indifference. You barely have 2 years left to live. Killing you would be mercy. Instead, savor your final days behind bars, bask in the twilight of your wretched existence. Oh. And Mu Yunfei? He'll be imprisoned until death. So, Zhuo Zonglin, your lineage ends here. Zhuo Zonglin had no sons, only a daughter, Zhuo Jinhua. It was precisely for this reason that he had devoted himself to paving the way for the Tingfei group. Mu Yunfei, his nephew, was as good as a grandson to him. But what could he say now? Sparing him is grace enough. What more could I possibly ask for? With Mu Qinyong's death, Jun Wuxian's vengeance was sated. As for leaving Mu Yunfei alive, it was no act of compassion. A man in the prime of his youth, condemned to wither away in prison for decades, that was true torment. Zhuo Zonglin, stripped of freedom and deprived of his physicians, would spend his remaining days in agony, consumed by illness. Jun Wuxian's heart was not inherently cruel, but this was the fate they had brought upon themselves. At last, the knot in his heart had loosened. At the same time, Lin Qian and Lin Yin watched the news unfold on their television screen. Mu Qinyong's death, the criminal division's crackdown, and the thorough investigation into the Tingfei group's empire of corruption. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the eyes of the two women, a torrent of pent-up sorrow finding its ultimate release in this moment. Jun Wuxian, he truly did it. Sister, Jun Wuxian has avenged you. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Lin Qian would never have believed that the day of her sister's vengeance would come. Tingfei group, the omnipotent entity that once cast its shadow over Yunzhou, had truly been obliterated. And now, all of it had become reality. In the provincial capital of Nanxing, within the towering edifice of Leiting Mansion Crash, a massive LCD screen was shattered by an even more exorbitantly priced face. A woman clad in an elegant black gown, her beauty breathtaking yet marred by a venomous glare, exuded an aura as sinister as a vengeful specter. Fang Jiangtang, tell me, who killed Mu Qingyong? Her delicate fingers clenched with such force that the joints cracked audibly. Fang Jiangnan, the leader of the Jiangnan faction within the Lei Syndicate and Lei Xinyue's recently betrothed fiancé, stood before her now not as an equal, but as a mere subordinate. Jun Wuxian. Lei Xinyue repeated the name under her breath, her eyes darkening with malice. If he killed Mu Qingyong, then the 2 billion Mu owed our syndicate now falls upon his shoulders. You will personally go to Yunzhou. If he refuses to pay, you know what must be done. Fang Jiangdang hesitated. Noticing his reluctance, Lei Xinyue arched a brow. Is there a problem? Fang Jiangdang explained, according to our intelligence, Jun Wuxian's close ties with Qianshan Group stem from his 5-year imprisonment in Longduan prison, where he befriended Shen Qianshan, the group's chairman. Our syndicate has no dealings with Qianshan Group, so we need not spare them any courtesy. However, his tone shifted. If Jun Wuxian could befriend Shen Qianshan, it's possible he also knows by Sufeng. Xinyue, no, young mistress. If this trivial sum were to provoke by Sufeng, and he were to settle old grudges alongside new, I fear for your safety. By Sufeng. It had been 8 long years since that name last echoed in her ears. So long, in fact, that she had nearly forgotten the man who was once a legend. Now, hearing it again, Lei Xinyue let out a derisive laugh. 8 years ago, he was the myth of China's underworld. But who remembers him now? Fang Jiatang, if you fear even a prisoner trapped behind bars, what right do you have to marry me? Because I love you, Fang Jiangtang replied solemnly. And for that love, I would do anything. If you insist on sending me to Yunzhou, I shall depart once I've settled certain matters. But Bai Sufeng cannot be ignored. You know better than I the reason for his imprisonment 8 years ago. Should he ever emerge from that prison, he will not spare you. 8 years ago, had it not been for her betrayal, Bai Sufeng, the unrivaled king of China's underworld, would never have been imprisoned. Yet, Lei Xinyue's expression held only triumph. Unless he serves his full sentence, no one leaves Longyuan prison alive. Bai Sufeng was sentenced to life. He will never walk free again. Chapter 51. I have many wishes. It has been over 20 days since the death of Mu Qingyong. Due to the involvement of the esteemed retired General Yin Chongstin from the 7th Military District in the investigation of the Tingfei Group's crimes, the case has been resolved swiftly. As of today, the Tingfei Group has been entirely vacated, and the Tingfei building has been acquired by Gu Zhishuan. That night, when Gu Zhishuan and his daughter emerged, they were met with a scene of unimaginable horror both inside and outside the church. However, at that moment, as the authorities had already taken control of the scene, Gu Zhishuan and his daughter believed that these individuals were merely resisting the law enforcement's actions, facing severe consequences for their defiance. They could not have fathomed the intricate twists and turns of the situation. Mission has mentioned that while Qianshan Group has made significant contributions to the construction of the resort, the management and operation will likely be entrusted to the Lin family, with minimal interference from Qianshan Group. Given such trust, Lin Qian would undoubtedly strive to assist Jun Wuxian in the resort's operations, though it would not be under her direct management. Jun Wuxian merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage further. The Luo Shui Town Resort is part of a grand commercial vision, a cherished wish of his mother, Lin Shishui, and the culmination of his aunt's dedication since her graduation. Yet, it holds no relevance to him. It is time to find an opportune moment to express his stance to his aunt. Aside from that, he must attend to some small promises made to others, such as fulfilling the wishes of Shen Qianshan and the others as outlined in the manual. Junyi, I heard that the calamity of the Tingfei Group in Yunzhou has been dealt with. Congratulations. At the break of dawn, Fang Ranjian called. Jun Wuxian chuckled at his phone, immediately discerning the ulterior motive behind the words. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. How can there be nothing? I truly have a favor to ask of you. Fang Ranjian quickly pressed on. It was evident he had a matter to discuss. Since his release from prison, when Fang Ranjian produced a battle ring symbolizing the contemporary war god of Huagua, Jun Wuxian had suspected that Fang Ranjian's intentions were not pure. Thus, he refrained from answering. In a calm tone, he reminded Commander Fang, favors are ephemeral. They cannot withstand frequent demands. The more burdensome the requests, the more I shall grow weary. In the end, I may lose even my friends. Fang Ranjian understood this, thus fell into a momentary silence before responding, I am not like Shen Qianshan and the others. I merely seek to fulfill a singular wish from my heart. Well, I have many wishes, he added. Jun Wuxian, one of the 7 great war gods of Huagua, and yet he is so shameless. Quite an eyesore. Therefore, he responded, summarize your many wishes. Peace across Huagua. the well-being of the populace, prosperity and strength, and the cessation of all warfare. Fang Ranjian declared with earnestness. Jun Wuxian pondered for 2 seconds and inquired. Are you still half asleep? Everyone has their own aspirations. I shall not force you. Let it be, he replied. Fang Ranjian sighed with resignation, seemingly contemplating ending the call. Jun Wuxian asked, what is it that you wish to entrust to me? In an instant, Fang Ranjian regained his vigor, no longer hesitating, and began to expound on the rampant issues of the underworld, not only in Yunzhou but throughout the entirety of Huagua. As early as 10 years ago, there had been plans to eradicate the underworld forces in Huagua from the Xianding Pavilion, yet the execution had been delayed due to the inopportune timing. However, the opportunity has now presented itself. Jun Wuxian comprehended the matter, which was indeed connected to the significant case involving the Yunzhou Tingfei Group. The Tingfei Group's criminal case stands as the most notorious instance of organized crime in Huagua this year, to the extent that it has set a precedent, reaching the highest echelons of authority. Furthermore, the plan to eradicate the underworld, conceived a decade ago, was once again brought to light during the National Honor Conference at the Xianding Go. In an unexpected turn, Fang Ranjian, this rather foolish individual, took it upon himself to shoulder this arduous and thankless task, proposing that the southern 21 provinces embark on a trial run. The initial target determined for this offensive was the Lei Gang in the southern province. Should the southern front yield successful results, other military districts would promptly mobilize, effectively consigning Huagua's underworld to history. Fang Ranjian expressed his hope that Jun Wuxian would serve as the commander of the operation to eradicate the southern underworld. The ambition of this plan is grand, yet one wonders what Fang Ranjian was thinking by including him in such an endeavor. Jun Wuxian replied bluntly, I see your lofty aspirations. Fang Ranjian, believing there was potential, eagerly pressed, so, what does that mean, Jun sir? I have faith in you, Jun Wuxian succinctly replied, which effectively conveyed his refusal. Whether it be the northern or southern underworld, he had no interest in becoming involved. After hanging up the phone, Jun Wuxian stepped out for a moment, heading to the Yunzhou airport to see someone off. In the waiting hall, upon seeing Jun Wuxian in casual attire, the elegantly dressed Long Yu approached him immediately, extending a courteous greeting. Mr. Jun, I didn't expect you to come. A true master is one who learns from others, he replied, despite being a couple of years younger than Long Yu. As friends, it is only right to see you off. Jun Wuxian responded nonchalantly, glancing around to find no one else present. What's this? Am I the only one here to bid you farewell? Don't tell me you have no friends as a professor at the hospital. I only informed Mr. Jun about today's departure, Long Yu explained. This made sense. Despite her striking figure, Long Yu possessed a rather tranquil demeanor, a quality befitting a physician. At that moment, Long Yu suddenly produced the small Shenong Ding, presenting it to Jun Wuxian with both hands, her expression serious. Mr. Jun, I am deeply grateful for your generosity in allowing Officer Yin to deliver this small Shenong Ding to me. At that time, I was merely an ordinary doctor, lacking the knowledge of how to utilize such a divine artifact. Thus, it is best returned to you. Only in your capable hands will it not be overlooked. Naturally, he understood that Long Yu was not adept with the small Shenong Ding, and her visit was primarily to resolve this predicament. Instead of accepting the artifact, he produced a hefty manuscript. Long Yu accepted it, confusion evident on her face, but upon reading the 3 characters, her composure shattered, and she exclaimed in astonishment. The Heavenly Physician Scroll. Is this truly the Heavenly Physician Scroll, the culmination of Di Fu's lifetime of dedication? Jun Wuxian replied. Di Fu feared that his rudimentary medical skills would be forgotten and entrusted me with the task of finding a successor. I do not have the time to seek out a prodigy, but since you seem adequate, I thought it fitting to bestow this upon you to conclude an affair. The Heavenly Physician Scroll contains methods of cultivation. With diligent practice, you will eventually become a Taoist physician. At that time, one will naturally comprehend how to wield the little Shenong Ding. If it were not for this reason, I would not have the leisure to bid farewell. Long Yu felt somewhat disheartened. Chapter 52. Have you heard of the Lei Gang? If Mr. Jun arrives in the provincial city, he must get in touch with me. As the boarding announcement echoed, Long Yu bid farewell, her luggage in tow. She had not anticipated that she would, quite inexplicably, become the heir of the Heavenly Physician. Regarding the medical skills of the Heavenly Physician D family, she was well aware of their true caliber. Jun Wuxian smiled, not waiting for Long Yu to board, and turned to leave. He would likely visit the provincial city soon. Just as he exited the boarding hall, 2 men clad in leather jackets suddenly drew handguns from their pockets, disengaging the safeties and began firing indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. However, their target was not Jun Wuxian, but a man in sunglasses and a suit who was a moment too slow. The man's form flickered like a wraith, evading the bullets and appearing behind the attackers, delivering precise strikes to their necks, rendering them unconscious instantly. At that moment, four bodyguards emerged, swiftly lifting the incapacitated assassins into a nearby business vehicle. Afterward, they approached the vehicle and opened the passenger door to depart. Jun Wuxian remained still, understanding why the Xian Ding Pavilion sought to eradicate the underworld of Hua country. To brazenly draw firearms in the streets was more audacious than the bandits of yore. Of course, the young man targeted for assassination was not necessarily virtuous. He exuded an air of the underworld and was likely a figure within it, possessing commendable prowess. Although he was not a cultivator, he was a martial arts master. Many believe that martial artists cannot rival cultivators. However, this notion is not entirely accurate. It is true that once a cultivator reaches a certain level, a martial artist generally cannot compete. Yet, a grandmaster of martial arts, having mastered their craft, can exhibit strength that nearly rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator. To elucidate, the cultivation of immortals is a lengthy process, traversing great distances, achieving higher realms, and extending lifespan. In contrast, martial arts, while offering no significant increase in lifespan compared to ordinary individuals, yield results swiftly, allowing one to attain formidable strength in a shorter time frame, albeit with a lower ceiling. Achieving power comparable to the nascent soul is indeed the limit. Having spent 5 years in Longyuan prison, Jun Wuxian was familiar with the concept of the 10 ranks of martial arts. The 7th rank corresponds to the Golden Core stage, which is the realm of this youth, of the same caliber as Mu Qinyong. However, Mu Qinyong only reached such strength in his 50s, while the young man before him was not yet 30. Such prowess would be considered significant even within Longyuan prison. With a figure of such formidable reputation arriving in Yuzhou and being attacked immediately upon exiting the airport, it was unlikely he was merely a passerby. The largest local power, the Tingfei Group, had been obliterated less than a month ago, and both local and foreign forces seemed to emerge like specters patrolling the streets. Given the circumstances, even ordinary citizens could surmise that many aspired to seize the gray industries once held by the Tingfei Group, aiming to become the second Tingfei Group. It seemed this man was one of those coveting such ambitions. The airport had descended into chaos following the shooting. Just as Jun Wuxian stepped outside, the wail of sirens filled the air, and vehicles from the enforcement department sped toward the scene. To his astonishment, the officers inquired, "Mr. Jun is also at the airport?" Jun Wuxian remarked nonchalantly, "I came to bid farewell to a friend and happened to stumble upon a shooting incident." The assailant's attempt to murder had failed, and he was swiftly apprehended. Duan Fenglai, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself that since Jun Wuxian was present, why not assist in detaining the culprit? However, knowing Jun Wuxian's unpredictable nature, he dared not voice his thoughts. What is the background of these individuals? Jun Wuxian inquired first. Duan Fenglai, ever forthright, replied, "The assailants are likely from the neighboring city's Poison Wolf gang, while the victim belongs to the Thunder gang. The root of the conflict undoubtedly lies in their mutual desire to seize Mu Qinyong's illicit business and territory, a struggle for profit." This was hardly surprising. The underworld is but a reflection of society, where the allure of substantial gains draws countless individuals into its fold. Jun Wuxian's curiosity was piqued. Though he had not heard of the Poison Wolf gang, he was quite familiar with the Thunder gang, even while Mu Qinyong was alive. He had to resort to high-interest loans from them, which spoke volumes of their power. Did the Poison Wolf gang truly dare to provoke such a formidable entity? Duan Fenglai dismissed the notion, stating, "Mr. Jun, you are unaware of the realities of the dark underbelly. It is a realm governed by survival of the fittest. For the Serpent gang to rise, they must be willing to risk their lives. Otherwise, they will forever remain beneath others' feet." Over the years, the Serpent gang has developed rapidly. Perhaps their leader believes they are now capable of challenging the Thunder gang. Without witnessing their dominion in the provincial capital, one cannot fathom the extent of their strength. Mr. Jun, take care. As the wealthiest man in Yunzhou, Gu Zhishuan was welcomed wherever he went. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Lin Qian was no exception. Moreover, Gu Zhishuan had come specifically to see Jun Wuxian. "I observe that Chairman Gu's demeanor is quite amiable, and he appears to hold you in high regard. Furthermore, you have rendered great kindness to his daughter, which may bode well for you," Lin Qian whispered excitedly as she approached the entrance. "Do not overthink it. Jun Wuxian replied with a faint smile. Are you concerned that Gu Xiyan may not find you appealing? How would we know unless we try? Lin Xian asserted earnestly. I have no interest in her, Jun Wuxian stated plainly as he stepped inside. Indeed. Have you been looking for me? Gu Zhishuan resumed his seat and placed a document folder on the coffee table, generously announcing. I am aware that your Lin family has reached an agreement with Qiashan Group to jointly develop the Luoshui Town Resort. Your family's business is bound to flourish. And in gratitude for your life-saving assistance to my daughter and me, I have purchased the Tungfei building as a future office space for you. Although Mu Qinyong had been a failure in business, he still valued appearances. Even an empty skyscraper would be worth over 2 billion. Gu Zhishuan generously gifted this to Jun Wuxian. Lin Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, what a grand gesture. Such generosity cannot simply be repaid. Thus, it seemed Gu Zhishuan was genuinely interested in their family and desired Jun Wuxian as a son-in-law. With a woman of Gu Xian's caliber, from her background to her beauty and various attributes, she surpassed Su Xiang by leagues. Yet, recalling Jun Wuxian's final remark upon entering, Lin Xian's expression faltered, becoming somewhat stiff and awkward. Chapter 53. You and him, the divine maiden's affection, the sovereign king's indifference. Mr. Gu, one should not receive rewards without merit. This gift is far too extravagant. We cannot accept it. Although surprised, Lin Xian was still aware of propriety and took the initiative to decline on behalf of Jun Wuxian. Lin Xian was not foolish. She could discern that a gift as valuable as the Tungfei building, worth at least 2 billion, could not simply be an act of gratitude from Gu Zhishuan. It was highly probable that their family's Shaoxian had caught his eye. For someone as stunning and cultured as Gu Xiyan to be interested in Shaoxian was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Shaoxian was too blind to appreciate her. Thus, there was no reason to accept such a gift. Gu Zhishuan, however, mistook their refusal for modesty and chuckled. Wuxian saved both my daughter and me. It would not be excessive to offer any gift in return. Wuxian, you do not believe that your Uncle Gu and Xiyan's lives are worth less than a steel edifice, do you? Jun Wuxian's gaze remained indifferent, his demeanor resolute. The smiles on Gu Zhishuan and Gu Xiyan's faces faded somewhat, taken aback by Jun Wuxian's unyielding refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. It is worth noting that his father had spent a staggering 2,350 million to acquire the Tungfei building, even for a modestly wealthy individual. Such wealth was unattainable in a lifetime, and yet he was refusing it outright. It was truly astonishing. Wuxian, my father's gift of this building is merely an expression of gratitude. There are no ulterior motives. Gu Xiyan attempted to persuade him. But as she spoke of having no other intentions, her fair complexion betrayed a hint of crimson. I have no other intentions either. My assistance was solely because you're my friend. There is no need for gratitude. Had you offered me some fruits or even luxury items like a watch, I would have gladly accepted. However, the Tungfei building is unnecessary. It holds no significance. Well, I suppose I have overstepped. Gu Zhishuan couldn't help but regard Jun Wuxian with newfound admiration. To remain unmoved by such immense wealth was indeed a rarity among today's youth. Afterward, the father and daughter stayed for a lunch, during which Gu Zhishuan subtly broached various topics concerning Jun Wuxian and Gu Xiyan's school days. But all were deftly sidestepped by Jun Wuxian. Upon leaving the Lin residence, Gu Zhishuan sighed. Xian, between you and Jun Wuxian, it seems the divine maiden has affection. Yet the sovereign king remains indifferent. Jun Wuxian does not harbor feelings for her. While Gu Xiyan felt a pang of disappointment, Gu Zhishuan pondered, why would his daughter, possessing beauty, character, and a distinguished lineage, be overlooked by that young man? Dad, please stop. Gu Xiyan blushed and lowered her head. Have you given up? He doesn't like me. I will make him like me. Isn't there a saying that a woman pursues a man through a veil? Why should I give up? Gu Xiyan rallied her spirits once more, unaware of the meaning of surrender. Having courage is commendable. I believe in you. Yet, your judgment is quite discerning. If I had not truly understood Jun Wuxian, I would not have realized how exceptional he is. To praise Jun Wuxian was to affirm her taste. Gu Xiyan felt a swell of pride. Does Dad also think Jun Wuxian is remarkable? Not merely commendable, as Father previously described, a rarity indeed. On the other hand, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Jun Wuxian unexpectedly received a call from Tang Mingyuan, urging him to join for a drink at a bar. Jun Wuxian declined, citing the considerable distance from the city center, yet Tang Mingyuan insisted on coming to pick him up. Unable to refuse, Jun Wuxian acquiesced. As he calculated the time and descended the stairs, he found Tang Mingyuan waiting outside in his car. Upon entering the vehicle, Jun Wuxian remarked with a smile. What brings you to abandon your driving tonight? Have you suddenly developed a taste for drinking? Is there something troubling you? However, Tang Mingyuan's face was alight with joy. My mother's illness has been cured, so there is certainly no cause for distress. After tonight, I shall no longer drive. He suggested they discuss the details once they reached the bar. The two entered a bar named Burning Fire, which was moderately busy. After finding a booth, Tang Mingyuan ordered 2 pitchers of beer and, glancing at a nearby group of scantily clad women posing provocatively, raised an eyebrow at Jun Wuxian, inquiring if they should invite a couple of them to join for drinks. The cost for mere companionship is not exorbitant. I can afford it. Jun Wuxian understood the implication but felt no inclination toward the women, casting a glance at their appearances but finding them unappealing. I primarily came to see you. I am not particularly fond of such distractions. Tang Mingyuan did not press the matter further. After a brief pause, Tang Mingyuan shared his situation. With his mother's health restored, he no longer needed to rely on the meager earnings from driving to sustain his expenses. This newfound freedom instilled him with the courage to pursue his own ventures. He expressed his optimism about the restaurant industry in Yunzhou. As a friend sought a partner to open a food stall, Jun Wuxian interjected wisely, in small businesses, collaboration can often be perilous. This caution applied not only to small enterprises but even to large corporations, as many individuals struggle to share both joys and hardships. Indeed, if one can manage even a modicum of both, it is considered a commendable virtue. Tang Mingyuan chuckled as he sipped his beer, saying, I share your sentiments. However, as of now, I possess no capital. Even a loan would yield minimal returns. Thus, I sought you out not only to express my gratitude for your mother's rescue, but also with the intent of borrowing money. Yet, Jun Wuxian, let me clarify. The reason I thought of you is that my circle is limited, and friends who can lend me money are exceedingly few. You are, perhaps, my sole option for a substantial loan. Moreover, you previously mentioned I could approach you for assistance. Despite Tang Mingyuan's lengthy exposition, he hesitated to voice his request. Borrowing money is never an easy matter. Nevertheless, Jun Wuxian laughed heartily. How much do you need? Are you truly serious about borrowing? Are you not concerned I might default? Tang Mingyuan, with a serious expression, warned him, as if advising against lending. Only those who lack credibility fail to repay. I trust you, Tang Mingyuan. Just state your needs. But let us avoid asking for 1 or 2 million. I fear you might aim too high and suffer a fall. The implication is that regardless of whether it is 10 million or 20 million, Jun Wuxian can readily provide it. Tang Mingyuan immediately raised his cup with both hands, gratitude welling up within him to the point of tears, exclaiming, a great favor deserves no words of thanks. I toast you with this cup. I calculated that 400,000 would suffice. Let us make it 600,000. Provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the amount to you tomorrow. Although Jun Wuxian had never engaged in business in this lifetime, he had traversed from the depths to the pinnacle of power in his previous life as the Emperor of the Jun. He had indeed experienced it all. Moreover, to him, the distinction between 400,000 and 600,000 is akin to that between $4 and $6 for an ordinary person. Essentially, there is no difference. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a person was hurled from the second floor, crashing onto the card table, shards of glass scattering across the ground. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, drenched in blood, cries of shock erupted. Shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 more individuals were flung down, all collapsing on the ground in wails of despair. Chapter 54. Masters. We meet again. The sound of footsteps echoed as a young man in a tailored suit descended the staircase, elegantly holding a glass of red wine. A subtle smile graced his lips as he instructed the 2 subordinates trailing behind him to clear the area. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Jun Wuxian, and with a knowing smile, he gestured lightly, indicating that they need not leave. Soon, the patrons of the bar were ushered out. Tang Mingyuan instinctively considered leaving to avoid any potential fallout, but he was halted by Jun Wuxian, who, unfazed by the commotion, remarked, Did you not hear them ask us to stay? Let us enjoy the show. The young man was none other than the formidable master from the Thunder Gang, whom Jun Wuxian had encountered earlier in the day. He crouched down to observe the middle-aged man lying on the ground, bloodied, and scoffed. Is this the extent of the poisonous snake gang's capabilities? Who bestowed upon you such audacity to attempt my assassination? The middle-aged man, trembling with fear, pleaded, Lord Fong, spare my life. We truly had no idea it was you. Otherwise, even with 1,000 of our bravado, we would never dare to send someone to kill. The poisonous snake gang had received word that the Thunder Gang was sending someone, prompting this so-called cabbage green snake to send 2 men to the airport to carry out the assassination, culminating in the scene at the bar tonight. Cabbage green snake spoke no falsehood. Fang Jiangtang's reputation was resounding in the southern province. Had he known the identity of his target, he would have certainly refrained from such reckless action. Is the poisonous snake gang not welcoming me in Yinxing? Fang Jiangtang inquired. No, we would never dare, he continued, disregarding Cabbage Green Snake and his subordinates as he approached Jun Wuxian, taking a seat before him with a slight smile. Masters, we meet again. Jun Wuxian, with a hint of a smile, replied, how high do you suppose my mastery is? As for Tang Mingyuan, he was rendered speechless by Fang Jiangtang's intimidating presence. I cannot say. Fang Jiangtang shook his head. I practice martial arts, while you pursue the path of immortality. Our paths diverge, thus I cannot discern your level. However, based on your aura, you are at least several levels into the foundation establishment stage. His insight was commendable, though his perspective was somewhat narrow. What is your intention in keeping me here? Are you seeking to recruit me? Jun Wuxian inquired with curiosity. Fang Jiangtang laughed heartily. You are remarkably straightforward. Does a master wish to be recruited? Not at all, Jun Wuxian replied succinctly. This response flustered Tang Mingyuan, who thought, even if you are unwilling, you might at least feign politeness. Rejecting so bluntly, did he not fear provoking the other party? However, Tang Mingyuan clearly underestimated Fang Jiangtang's temperament if he was unwilling. So be it. But surely you would be open to making a friend? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Jiatang, the leader of the Thunder Gang. Upon hearing this, Tang Mingyuan could not help but tremble. The Thunder Gang. Mu Qingyong was already a formidable figure in the underworld, yet compared to the Thunder Gang, his influence was but a mere palm's breadth. Fortunately, Fang Jiangtang bore no ill will towards Jun Wuxian. Otherwise, the two of them would not fare any better than those who had been thrown from the building tonight. I have no interest in making friends. I have seen enough of the show. I shall take my leave. Once again, Jun Wuxian showed little regard for the situation, rising and leading the chilled Tang Mingyuan out of the bar. Only after walking out of a street did Tang Mingyuan finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, fearing he might not make it out. Meanwhile, inside the bar, Fang Jiangtang found himself not angry but rather amused. Truly an intriguing character. After leaving the bar, Kai Qingshi headed directly to the lair of the Viper Gang to meet with the second-in-command, the Rattlesnake. This man was a towering giant, nearly 2 meters tall, with a bare, muscular physique that seemed to possess boundless strength. At that moment, Rattlesnake was enjoying a steaming hot pot, but the ingredients were scorpions, centipedes, and venomous snakes. After satisfying his hunger, he wiped his lips. Ultimately, the Viper Gang was renowned far and wide, even when Mu Qingyong was around. They were met with a measure of respect. However, compared to the formidable Thunder Gang, the disparity in strength was immense. Fang Jiangtang was the battle totem of the Thunder Gang. Even if the second-in-command took the field personally, they would likely face more defeats than victories. They simply could not contend with them. The Thunder Gang dominated the provincial capital of the south, relishing an endless feast, while the Viper Gang remained confined to their modest territory in Fengjiang. Now that Yuzhou was without a master, they were compelled to yield simply because the Thunder Gang intended to stake their claim. When would it be the turn of the brothers of the Viper Gang to enjoy a better life? Rattlesnake was displeased, his gaze fierce. What of Fengjiang Gang? If we can defeat him, the Thunder Gang would have to regard us with caution. Yet, no one in the Viper Gang could match Fang Jiatang. As Kai Qingshi reached this critical point, Rattlesnake growled ominously and instructed his subordinates. Now that we are full, bring in those who owe us money. Soon, a young man dressed in fine clothing, yet battered and bruised, was thrown into the room. Dong Hao, you have lost for 3 consecutive days in our territory, totaling 1,500,000. With interest, that amounts to 2 million. What do you mean by bringing only 150,000? Rattlesnake stepped forward, placing a boot on Dong Hao's face, asking darkly. Trembling, Dong Hao quickly replied, second in command, this money was borrowed from my father. Our family business has been struggling for the past 2 years, and we are deeply in debt. I truly have no money left. Suddenly, a 3-foot steel knife was pressed against Dong Hao's neck, glinting with a chilling light. No money, then you can only keep your life. Please don't kill me. I will find a way to gather the money. Faced with the threat of death, Dong Hao was utterly terrified, wetting himself in fear, the stench overwhelming. I do not want your money, Rattlesnake sneered. Your girlfriend, Lin Yin, right? Bring her to me, and the remaining 500,000 will be forgiven. Dong Hao's face showed distress. Rattlesnake's brows furrowed, causing Dong Hao to hurriedly agree. Let me remind you, we have business to attend to tomorrow night, so bring her early. Chapter 55. You are the azura of this world. The summit of Qiming Mountain was blanketed with fallen pear blossoms, resembling a vast ocean of pink and white. A gentle breeze meandered through the air, carrying with it the vibrant essence of spring. An unassuming black car was parked by the roadside, flanked by a man and a woman in formal suits, standing respectfully beside it. Seated in a wheelchair was an elderly man with thinning, silver-streaked hair. Jun Wuxian pushed the wheelchair forward at a leisurely pace. Given his former identity as the revered monarch of heaven, there was no one in this world who could command Jun Wuxian's care. Yet, accompanying an old man he did not dislike on his final journey was of little consequence. I never expected you to invite me to accompany you through Qiming Mountain's sea of blossoms, Jun Wuxian remarked as he guided the wheelchair, his gaze sweeping over the pear blossom-laden landscape. Yin Chongxian appeared both humbled and flustered. Truly, such matters of tending to an old man should be left to subordinates. There was no need for you to trouble yourself, Master Jun. Had he remained ignorant of Jun Wuxian's true nature, merely perceiving him as a physician who had extended his life by a month, it would have been one thing. But now, having glimpsed the truth, he could not help but feel overwhelmed. Here, Yin Chongxian suddenly called out, halting their progress. Before them stretched a cliffside vista, where layers of verdant peaks unfolded in the distance, their slopes adorned with vast swathes of pear blossoms, their petals blushing white with hints of crimson. Tears welled in Yin Chongxian's eyes. In pledging my life to this nation, I could only betray her, he murmured. Yin Zong told me this was where she departed. Looking back, it seems I never granted her even a single day of true happiness. The her he spoke of was none other than his lifelong companion, his wife. 100 years passed like the shifting of seas into mulberry fields, Jun Wuxian said quietly. A human life is fleeting, and what one can accomplish is pitifully little. Elder Yin, you have lived without regret. I have no doubt your wife left this world proud of the man you were. Jun Wuxian would never disparage those who had devoted their years to their country. Just as every warrior who had defended the borders of Tianhuang had fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness of the ancient immortals, unflinching even in the face of death. Life itself may be insignificant, but conviction elevates it to something sublime. In his past life, under his master's tutelage, Jun Wuxian had carried himself with pride. For he had been such a man. Yet unlike the nameless fallen soldiers of Tianhuang, he had been fortunate, ascending to become the monarch of heaven. His demise as resounding as his reign. Was Yin Chongxian, this general of Huaxia, not akin to those very warriors of Tianhuang? Abruptly, Jun Wuxian spoke with solemn gravity. Elder Yin, you still have a choice before you. I can grant you 20 more years of life. Would you not wish to witness what Huaxia becomes in 2 decades? 20 more years, an impossible dream for countless souls. Nor did Yin Chongxian doubt Jun Wuxian's words. There was no reason for deception. And yet, the old general lifted his gaze to the boundless azure sky and laughed, a sound weathered by time, yet brimming with serenity and contentment. Huaxia's future belongs to the young, he said. With commanders like Jun and Fong, and men like you, Master Jun, I have no cause for concern. Truthfully, I am eager to reunite with my wife. To each their own path. Since Yin Chongxian's resolve remained unchanged, Jun Wuxian saw no need to persuade him further. Standing silently in place, one awaited the departure of the venerable General Yin Chongxian. His life force had waned considerably, and it seemed that in mere moments, there would be no one left to hold him back. The banquet had concluded, the guests had dispersed, and amidst the gathering twilight, one could no longer discern the familiar faces nor anticipate another meeting. Yin Chongxian's gaze grew increasingly clouded, his breath faint. He suddenly inquired quietly, Mr. Jun, would you step forward? Allow me to behold your silhouette. Jun Wuxian, sensing an unspoken understanding, did not decline the final request of the dying general and approached him. At that moment, Yin Chongxian revealed a tattered battlefield photograph. In it, a detached and proud figure overlapped with Jun Wuxian's own silhouette. A satisfied smile graced Yin Chongxian's lips as he slowly closed his eyes amidst a panorama of blossoms, murmuring, Mr. Jun, I finally understand why you seem so familiar. It turns out, you are the Azura, the one bestowed with the war token by the imperial court and capable of standing alongside the 7 divine warriors of the Hua Kingdom. Indeed, it was you. To witness the true form of the Azura, who expanded the borders of the Hua Kingdom, has been a delight in this lifetime. Mr. Jun, the future of the Hua Kingdom lies in the hands of such young individuals. Finally, Yin Chongxian completely shut his eyes, a smile lingering on his lips. Upon returning to Luoshui town, it was already afternoon. Jun Wuxian felt little sorrow. Accustomed as he was to the cycles of life and death from his past existence as Emperor Jun, the passing of Yin Chongxian, with a smile upon his face, could be considered a peaceful end. Upon arriving home, he encountered Xinchang engaged in discussion with his aunt. His aunt, who specialized in business studies, merely lacked experience. But with Xinchang's oversight, matters would be well managed. Jun Wuxian had no intention of inquiring about the resort's affairs. As for Lin Yin, being a young woman, she deserved her freedom, yet as an elder brother, he felt compelled to express concern. Mentioning Lin Yin sparked some irritation in Lin Xian. The family had not opposed her having a boyfriend, but there ought to be boundaries. A young girl should not be absent from home for too long. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had been taken to the den of the rattlesnake, her personal freedom stripped away. Faced with the intimidating group of men, Lin Yin felt a surge of fear. Dong Hao's gaze faltered. Your boyfriend owes me 500,000 in gambling debts. If he cannot repay, you will serve as collateral. Do you understand? The rattlesnake scrutinized Lin Yin with a smirk, clearly pleased. Aside from her youthful naivety, the girl had no apparent flaws. However, mere beauty could not suffice to settle the debt. The rattlesnake desired her not out of lust, but for a different purpose altogether. Trembling with fear, Lin Yin was instructed to call Lin Xian. In her turmoil, she dared not disobey. Immediately, she retrieved her phone to dial her aunt. But just as she initiated the call, the rattlesnake snatched the device from her grasp. Xiaoyan, where are you? Have your boyfriend take this call? The stern voice of Lin Xian echoed from the phone. Hello, Ms. Lin, I am the rattlesnake. I long to see you. Shall we arrange a time to meet? What have you done with Xiaoyan? Nothing yet. Could it be that Boss Lin wishes us to take certain actions against her? The subordinates of Rattlesnake erupted in a chorus of raucous laughter. At that very moment, one of his men rushed in with urgent news. Second in command, Fang Jiatang is on his way. Rattlesnake's eyes narrowed instantly into dangerous slits. Lock them up, he commanded coldly. Proceed as planned. Chapter 56, You May Kill Me. But do not touch my face. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Lin Xian's face pale and her heart racing. Xiaoyan had been kidnapped. Jun Wuxian had overheard the entire conversation and recognized the name of the Viper. He understood the involvement of the poisonous snake gang. However, that seemed irrelevant, for no one had the right to abduct his sister. Don't worry, Aunt. Since they called you specifically, they must have ulterior motives. At the very least, Xiaoyan is not in immediate danger. Stay at home, and I will rescue her. With that, Jun Wuxian turned to leave. Lin Xian, puzzled, called out, Do you know where Xiaoyan is being held? I will find out, Jun Wuxian replied, already disappearing through the door. Xinchang also reassured her, Miss Lin, you need not fret. Mr. Jun is quite capable. Those who dared to kidnap Miss Lin have surely mistaken their target. Having witnessed Jun Wuxian's prowess, Xinchang was unwavering in her faith in him. Let us hope so. That girl never ceases to be a worry, Lin Xian sighed. Xinchang admired Lin Xian, who, despite being only 28 herself, bore the weight of elder responsibilities. Meanwhile, Fang Jiangtang drove alone to the vicinity of the old factory. The Viper was a notable figure within the poisonous snake gang, not lacking in strength. Today, it was highly likely he intended to resort to violence. Bringing along a multitude of underlings could turn into a liability. Thus, he opted for a solitary approach. Filthy wench, what's so great about being a college student? No matter how pure you seem, you've fallen into the hands of our gang. Blame your boyfriend for his gambling addiction. Get up quickly, or you will regret it. As Fang Jiangtang stepped out of the car, he noticed a seemingly innocent young girl fleeing from the factory, only to be seized and mercilessly beaten by two members of the poisonous snake gang. With a cold smile, he remarked, You poisonous snakes truly are a sludge, devoid of the chivalry that one would expect from the underworld. With that, he surged forward, covering the distance to the two assailants in mere strides, unleashing a flurry of strikes that echoed like a crane's cry. The two gang members were sent crashing against the wall, instantly unconscious. Miss, are you all right? Fang Jiangtang asked gently, addressing the seemingly innocent girl. Thank you. However, before she could finish her gratitude, a sinister glint appeared in her eyes, and a dagger coated with a viscous black substance materialized in her hand, plunging straight into Fang Jiangtang's abdomen. You seek death. As she attempted to withdraw, Fang Jiangtang was quicker. He swiftly slapped her across the face, her neck twisting grotesquely, and with a sickening crack, her eyes bulged, and she fell lifelessly to the ground. Having dealt with this, Fang Jiangtang tore away the blood-soaked fabric from his abdomen, where a dark wound had festered, emitting a dense smoke. At that moment, Over 20 members of the poisonous snake gang poured out from the factory, encircling Fong Jiangtang. The Viper emerged from the throng, looking down with a sneer. Master Fong, I have long heard of your penchant for meddling in others' affairs. I did not expect it to be true. How are you feeling now? Are you not experiencing a piercing pain in your lower abdomen? This poison is a concoction crafted by the most nefarious cultivators of the gold elixir realm. Even a mere drop would claim the life of an ordinary person within 10 minutes, rendering them beyond salvation. To confront you, I have prepared a full 2 tales. I wonder how long Master Fong can endure. Your efforts to eliminate me are indeed commendable. Fong Jiangtang glared menacingly at the Viper, questioning whether he feared the catastrophic retribution that would befall your serpent gang should you succeed in killing me. The Viper retorted nonchalantly, of course I fear, but I must fulfill my intent. Blame your Thunder Gang for overreaching. You do not even spare a morsel for us, small factions. Why must you compete with us wild dogs in this humble place of Yunzhou? Fong Jiangtang remained silent. He too opposed the Thunder Gang's encroachment into Yunzhou. Yet the fiancé of their esteemed elder had not relinquished the 20 billion in extortionate debt owed by Mu Qinyong, compelling him to come here. Now it seems, his life may be forfeit. He could only lament his own carelessness, failing to consider the nature of the Serpent Gang. In less than 2 minutes, the toxin had spread throughout his body. At this moment, Fong Jiangtang's strength was nearly extinguished. He lacked even the qualification to exchange life for life. He could only resign himself to fate. Hurry, take my life. Just remember, do not mar my face. A death like that would be unsightly. The Viper. With a thunderous crash, the heavy, rusted iron door was suddenly kicked open, leaving a deep imprint from the impact. Lin Yan, startled, recognized the newcomer and, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. Brother, brother. Enough. Jun Wuxian gently pushed Lin Yan away and, upon seeing another young man imprisoned nearby, frowned and inquired, who is he? Dong Hao had been petrified by Jun Wuxian's terrifying aura. Realizing Lin Yan had been sold to the Viper by him, he immediately began to weep copiously. Big brother-in-law, I am Lin Yan's boyfriend. Not anymore. Lin Yan retorted furiously. Dong Hao, you used the debts from your gambling to trade me. How could I, Lin Yan, be so blind as to fall for you? The revelation that Lin Yan had been kidnapped due to this man's debts left her in disbelief. Jun Wuxian's gaze turned icy, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Brother, we are on the Serpent Gang's territory. We must leave now. We can discuss the rest later. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Jun Wuxian, Lin Yan feared he might severely injure or even kill Dong Hao in a fit of rage, leading to dire consequences. Thus she interjected. Moreover, she was uncertain about the situation outside. It was indeed prudent to prioritize their escape. Big brother-in-law, I was also coerced. The Viper threatened my parents' safety. I had no choice. Moreover, he assured me that he would not harm Lin Yan. I swear, I'm not deceiving you. His stammering demeanor suggested that at least half of his words were falsehoods. Nevertheless, Jun Wuxian chose to temper his bloodlust. There was at least one grain of truth in his words, that Dong Hao was indeed under duress. Ignoring Dong Hao, he took Lin Yan's hand and led her towards the exit. Outside the dilapidated factory, the Viper squatted on the ground, gleefully wielding a dagger, proclaiming, as a good man, I shall stab Master Fong right in the chest. Such a death will ensure the shortest duration of suffering. Fong Hall Master, should you not express your gratitude towards me? Fong Jiangtang fell silent, slowly closing his eyes in resigned acceptance. Never had he imagined that he, Fong Jiangtang, would one day meet his end at the hands of a despicable wretch like Rattlesnake. How utterly absurd. Rattlesnake, too, hesitated no longer. With the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to loose it. Raising his dagger, he swiftly thrust downward. Yet, at this critical juncture, a streak of light streaked forth, piercing straight through Rattlesnake's heart and leaving a perfect hole in the blade. Rattlesnake's body stiffened, his chest gushing blood that spilled onto Fong Jiangtang's face. The warmth of it stirred confusion in Fong Jiangtang, prompting him to open his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Rattlesnake's lifeless, unblinking visage. Thud. The Rattlesnake's body lay lifeless on the ground. Jun Wuxian's slender silhouette stood motionless in the distance. Chapter 57. Poor driving skills in the off-road vehicle. Fong Jiangtang weakly entrusted his final wishes. Brother, is he going to die? Lin Yan, seated in the passenger seat, glanced back anxiously. The vehicle belonged to a stranger, and they were driving each other's cars, with a life hanging in the balance. What a predicament. Impossible. Jun Wuxian drove at breakneck speed, relishing the thrill of the drive. Fong Jiangtang's incessant murmuring began to irritate him, disrupting his fleeting sense of enjoyment. Suddenly, the monstrous off-roader collided forcefully with a tree by the roadside, the front crumpling in an instant. Lin Yin, Fong Jiaodang. At that moment, Fong Jiangtang realized something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, given his poisoned state, he should have succumbed by now. Yet, despite his frailty, the toxin had ceased its advance. Could it be that the malevolent concoction had been diluted, rendering it less potent? Regardless, he was not destined to perish. Hey, how do you shift into reverse? Ah, understood. Restarting the engine, he engaged reverse, flooring the accelerator and releasing the brakes in one fluid motion. The off-road vehicle swayed as it made its way to the Yunzhong Hotel, where Fong Jiangtang was unceremoniously tossed out of the car. Jun Wuxian drove off, leaving behind a parting remark, "I'll return the car once it's fixed." The leader of the Lei gang, Fong Jiangtang, had been unceremoniously ejected from his own vehicle. Yet, this very individual had saved his life. Master! Master! Several subordinates noticed Fong Jiangtang and rushed to support him. One individual prepared to pursue Jun Wuxian's vehicle, but Fong Jiangtang stopped him. "The driver is my friend. No need to chase." His subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of friend would commandeer your vehicle and then toss you out? Nevertheless, Fong Jiangtang's authority silenced any inquiries. "I forgot to ask that fellow's name. I, Fong Jiangtang, am clear about my debts. Kindness must be repaid. No matter, the car is in his possession. I shall have another opportunity to meet him." Muttering to himself, Fong Jiangtang's gaze turned steely as he addressed his subordinates with chilling resolve: eliminate the venomous serpent gang. Those who dared to challenge him were courting death. Meanwhile, she had followed her brother out, witnessing the viper's bluster one moment and his untimely demise the next. As if struck down by a sniper. It felt different from the movies, more akin to the supernatural tales she had heard. She couldn't shake the feeling that her brother was behind it all. If that were true, it meant he had taken a life. You've already deduced it. Why ask me? Jun Wuxian replied with a sardonic smile, maintaining his focus on the road. For an ordinary person, even an accidental killing would be a grave matter. Yet for him, human life was as insignificant as an ant. To kill was merely to kill, even when discussing power. There are always individuals in this world who wield influence unattainable to the common folk. Upon returning home, Lin Qian was immediately engulfed in a torrent of reproach, particularly after learning that there had been fatalities at the scene, sending shivers of trepidation through her. If something were to happen to Lin Yin, she would be at a loss on how to explain it to her sister. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. However, Lin Yin managed to keep silent about the fact that the deceased at the scene was a result of Jun Wuxian's actions, even to Lin Qian. In the evening, a sleek black van came to a halt at an abandoned factory. The doors swung open, and 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, emerged. At the forefront was a slightly portly middle-aged man, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Flanking him were a young man exuding an aura of malevolence and a seductive woman adorned with a tattoo of a green serpent encircling her neck. "Boss. Third Master. Mr. Yi." The small head of the guards rushed forward to greet them. These 3 were none other than the leader of the venomous snake gang, the Black Python, the highly sought-after wicked cultivator Yu Changxiu, and the Third Master, Bamboo Leaf Green. "Second brother. How many times must I remind you to exercise caution when dealing with the Thunder Gang? You never listen. And now look, a life has been lost." The Black Python lamented, his eyes fixed sorrowfully on the corpse of the rattlesnake. "Boss, we can't just let second brother's life end like this, can we?" The alluring Bamboo Leaf Green protested, her face a mask of defiance. Yi Changxiu echoed this sentiment, asserting that if the second master had survived, they could still negotiate their withdrawal from Yuzhou. However, with his demise, their retreat would leave their underlings dissatisfied. The Black Python remained silent, internally contemplating retreat. The Thunder Gang was the most formidable faction in the southern province. When Mu Qinyong met his end, the Black Python had not anticipated that the Thunder Gang would also send reinforcements to Yunzhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched the Rattlesnake to seize the initiative. As soon as Fong Jiangtang arrived in Yunzhou, the second master notified him and directly attacked, ultimately losing his life. Today it was the Rattlesnake. Tomorrow, it could be him. Turning to the small head of the guards, he inquired, how did the second master meet his end? The small head, quaking with fear, recounted the events with utmost honesty. Daoist techniques. Yi Changxiu, upon examining the injuries, quickly deduced that the rattlesnake had fallen victim to the skills of a Daoist practitioner. A target had emerged. The brother of the girlfriend of the young master of the Dong family S construction firm could lead them to the culprit. since it was not Fong Jiangtang's doing. They would not seek revenge against the Thunder Gang, but rather pursue the true murderer. The Black Python had hoped to extricate himself from the situation, but to his surprise, Bamboo Leaf Green immediately interjected, "Boss, you're not afraid of the Thunder Gang, are you?" "Of course not. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary conflict that could cost our brothers their lives." In front of so many comrades, the Black Python could never admit to fear. The rift with the Thunder Gang was unlikely to be mended. Yi Changshu interjected, "The second master utilized the heart-devouring poison I provided him. Since Fong Jiangtang has fallen victim, his demise is inevitable. If Fong Jiangtang perishes at the hands of our venomous snake gang, do you think the Thunder Gang's young lady will simply let this go?" Fong Jiangtang was not merely the leader of the Thunder Gang's Jiangnan faction, but also the future brother-in-law of the Thunder Gang's sword-bearer. Inwardly, he had already cursed the rattlesnake's ancestors for 18 generations. Seeking death was one thing, but dragging him down as well? The assassination of Fong Jiangtang was solely the rattlesnake's doing. Black Python still clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that if he proactively explained the situation to the Thunder Gang's young mistress, a reasonable woman, she would not hold him accountable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that very moment, the Black Python received a phone call. After just 1 minute, his eyes darkened completely. Fong Jiangtang wasn't dead. He had declared war on our Viper Gang. Chapter 58. Was your driver's license a gift from someone else? Xiao Jun inquired, the driver's license. Jun Wuxian had almost forgotten about the matter of obtaining a driver's license. Yet unexpectedly, Wuxian had brought it right to his doorstep. After a meticulous examination, he contentedly tucked it into his pocket. His gaze then shifted to Wuxian's CT6, a fleeting glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. In a calm tone, he remarked, "My friend's car is out of commission. You will assist me by driving it for repairs. As for your vehicle, I shall borrow it for a couple of days." Wuxian also turned to observe the imposing off-road vehicle parked outside the Lin residence, recognizing its worth, a rugged beast valued at $1 million. The fact that such a tough machine could be reduced to such a state of disrepair made Wuxian grip the keys tightly. "Reluctant, are we?" Jun Wuxian narrowed his eyes. No. How could I refuse? It would be an honor for me to have Xiao Jun command my vehicle." Wuxian quickly offered the keys with both hands. Satisfied, Jun Wuxian nodded and handed over the keys to Fong Jiangtang's off-road vehicle to Wuxian. Before striding towards the CT6, "Xiao Jun, please take your time. Teach me to drive." Jun Wuxian paused momentarily. "I wouldn't dare. Please, drive as you wish. Any hint of politeness would be an insult to me." He entered the vehicle, ignited the engine, and smoothly accelerated towards the city. Suddenly, Wuxian slapped his forehead. In his concern for his own car, he had forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Xiao Jun is about to arrive in Yuzhou, he thought. There was no choice but to send a text message to inform him. While en route, Jun Wuxian grasped the steering wheel with one hand and casually glanced at his phone with the other. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, sharp as a bloody blade. At last, "You have chosen to reveal yourself." Bang! The CT6 abruptly veered into a drainage ditch with a cacophony of sounds. With a grim expression, he swiftly blocked Wuxian from his contacts. Exiting the vehicle, he approached the passenger side, gently lifting the CT6 back onto the road. Once inside, he continued driving, the undercarriage emitting a disconcerting creaking noise, quite jarring. Despite the rough ride, he managed to navigate into the city and parked along the roadside. Jun Wuxian entered a tea house, finding Tang Mingyuan seated opposite him. Tang Mingyuan looked at Jun Wuxian, whose face resembled one contorted with discomfort, and queried, "What has happened? Your complexion is rather poor." Since their last encounter, he had always thought of Jun Wuxian as someone whose emotions were inscrutable. Today, however, his demeanor was particularly dismal. "What's the matter? You summoned me for something?" Jun Wuxian casually replied, not wanting to disclose that his driving escapades had soured his mood. "I have my eye on a storefront and thought you, young Master Jun, seemed rather free, so I hoped you could accompany me to take a look. After all, I owe you a hefty sum of 600,000. Your concern for my business is, after all, warranted," Tang Mingyuan teased. "All right," Jun Wuxian readily agreed. It was indeed true that Tang Mingyuan had little to occupy his time. With no pressing matters concerning his cultivation in Yunzhou, he had no other obligations. The location was somewhat distant. They would need to take a taxi. "A vehicle is available." Jun Wuxian retrieved the key to the CT6 and pressed it twice. A series of beeping sounds echoed. Indeed, the CT6 is a commendable vehicle. However, for you, young Master Jun, this car falls slightly short of your standards. Should you ever wish to change vehicles, do consider selling it to me. As he settled into the passenger seat, Tang Mingyuan gazed enviously, exclaiming, "I dream of owning a car like this." "Buckle your seatbelt." Jun Wuxian pressed the start-stop button and solemnly reminded him. Initially, Tang Mingyuan paid little heed. But when Jun Wuxian commenced driving, he not only fastened his seatbelt but instinctively placed his right hand on the armrest. "Did someone give you your driver's license?" Jun Wuxian retorted. "This car's chassis seems problematic. It must be warped. You should have it checked." "That can't be right. The CT6 is quite sturdy. A new car shouldn't have such issues without reason. It takes skill to intentionally damage something like this." Tang Mingyuan muttered to himself. Jun Wuxian's expression darkened further, seeming on the verge of an eruption of silence. They arrived at their destination, a newly established street by the riverside. Opposite them stood a row of tea houses and game rooms, while on their side was a string of dining establishments, predominantly large chain restaurants. Due to the time of day, the foot traffic was not particularly thriving, though it was not entirely lacking either. As they walked, Tang Mingyuan explained, "Business here during the day isn't great, but at night, each establishment sees a significant influx of customers. The location is excellent, though the rent is quite steep. For this spot, the landlord demands a monthly rent of 25,000. Tang Mingyuan halted before a storefront of approximately 200 square meters. While Jun Wuxian's driving skills might have been slightly lacking, he remained adept in other respects. You'd need to invest at least 200,000 in renovations, possibly even 300,000. Plus, typically, you must prepay at least 6 months' rent and a security deposit. When you calculate all that, your initial capital of 600,000 will vanish. Is there enough left to run the business?" Jun Wuxian, whose family owned a restaurant in Luoshui town, understood the nuances involved. A decent chef commands a monthly salary ranging from 8,000 to 12,000, and you'd need at least 2 head chefs and 2 assistants. "I'll handle the cashier duties myself, but you'll need to hire servers and dishwashers. At this rate, forget 600,000. Even 800,000 may not suffice to sustain operations." Tang Mingyuan sighed despondently and added, "But I lack confidence in doing business elsewhere." "Indeed. It is true that one should venture into bustling areas for commerce. Then let me lend you an additional 400,000 to round it off," Jun Wuxian proposed. Tang Mingyuan hesitated. After all, he was not franchising and could not guarantee business success. In truth, if Jun Wuxian had only lent him 400,000 instead of 600,000, he would not be in such a quandary. With merely 400,000 as capital, he would never have considered this street. Yet, given that the funds were barely sufficient, he certainly hoped to find a location with higher foot traffic. If the venture were to incur losses, the difference between 600,000 and 1 million would be negligible. Moreover, contemplating potential losses before even starting the business raises the question, do you believe there is still merit in embarking on this venture? Jun Wuxian countered. Indeed. It is rather inappropriate for Jun Wuxian to express such sentiments. For those of affluent means, the support from their families allows for a freedom to experiment without restraint. In contrast, Tang Yuanming finds himself in a desperate situation. Jun Wuxian is imbued with an inherent confidence and arrogance, while Tang Mingyuan is a humble individual striving tirelessly to escape the shackles of poverty. The disparity in their mindsets is, of course, vast. Nevertheless, at this moment, Tang Mingyuan surprisingly concurs with Jun Wuxian's assertion, stating, "Indeed, if you dare to lend, do you think I would shy away from accepting? Young Master Jun, let us be clear. Should there be a loss, I shall be at your service like a beast of burden. 35,000. I shall not entertain offers below this sum." However, when the two arrived at the Kongshan real estate office to engage in discussions with the responsible female manager, she unexpectedly raised the rent by a staggering 10,000. Of course, if Mr. Tang finds it too steep, you may also consider purchasing the shop. Our company is currently offering significant discounts. Chapter 59. I don't care. This business attitude is entirely about driving customers away. Tang Mingyuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Just 2 days ago, the price was 25,000. Today, it has surged to 35,000 for monthly rent. Is it appropriate for your company to alter rental prices so frequently?" Li Dai shrugged helplessly, stating, "I have no control over this. How can you act this way?" At that moment, Jun Wuxian suddenly interjected, "If I were to purchase this shop, how much would it cost?" Instantly, Li Dai's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Jun Wuxian. In other words, if the gentleman planned to acquire it now, they could enjoy a maximum discount of 81. The price Mr. Tang is looking at is 7,300,000, which, after applying the discount, amounts to 5,913,000. Although Li Dai conveyed the information truthfully, her demeanor lacked enthusiasm. She clearly presumed that Jun Wuxian was merely speaking casually. Who would buy a shop just to engage in business? However, Jun Wuxian responded with alacrity. I'll have someone else come in and purchase it outright. Today, Li Dai was momentarily speechless. Tang Mingyuan was also taken aback. Young Master Jun, you were here to accompany me in viewing the shop. How did it turn into you buying it? Jun Wuxian, unfazed, thought it was a splendid opportunity to relish the thrill of spending money. He could even lend you the funds to open a shop, and he wouldn't mind purchasing one to become your landlord. Spending a few million is a trivial matter. Jun Wuxian's nonchalant tone made Li Dai realize she had misjudged the situation. The companion of Tang Mingyuan was a genuine wealthy individual. She immediately rose from her chair. Bowing apologetically, Mr. Tang, Mr. Jun, I was mistaken in my judgment based on appearances. Please forgive my insolence. Furthermore, regarding the price increase, our company is also reluctant. It is simply unavoidable. Seeing that Jun Wuxian remained unmoved, Li Dai gritted her teeth and continued. Mr. Jun, let me be candid with you. Even if you were to purchase the shop, you would still need to pay an additional 10,000 a month. This is a protection fee. Jun Wuxian narrowed his eyes, finding the situation increasingly intriguing and urged for clarity. Very well. For the sake of performance, Li Dai had no choice but to lay everything bare. Just yesterday, a bomb was sent to our boss's home, followed by a phone call indicating that every shop within these 2 streets must pay a hygiene fee ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 per month. In reality, it amounts to a protection fee, since the nearby community shops were all invested in and constructed by Kongshan Real Estate. They are held accountable. If the money is not forthcoming, trouble will be sought with the owner of Kongshan Real Estate. This is what led to the increase in rental prices. Li Dai did not forget to promote the shop. What kind of world is this? Just days after the Tingfei group collapsed, a myriad of unscrupulous entities has emerged in Yuzhou. Tang Mingyuan expressed his displeasure. It seems that in this day and age, earning a living honestly is less promising than being a rogue. Protection fees? Jun Wuxian narrowed his eyes again and suddenly smiled. Before I decide on purchasing the shop, may I ask if it is convenient for you to bring your boss out to meet? Li Dai hesitated, harboring doubts about Mr. Jun's intentions, suspecting he might bypass her and approach the boss directly to purchase the store. However, considering the vastness of Kongshan Real Estate, she believed the boss would not undermine his employees' achievements. Thus, she said, I can only assist Mr. Jun in making contact. Whether the boss meets with him is beyond my authority. Please give him a call and inform him that meeting me would be advantageous. After speaking, Jun Wuxian retreated to the refreshment area to rest, followed by Tang Mingyuan, who curiously inquired, what do you intend to discuss with the company's owner? Are you hoping to obtain the store you desire without cost? Jun Wuxian responded with a knowing smile, eliciting Tang Mingyuan's disbelief. Half an hour later, a slightly portly middle-aged man arrived at the office building, guided by Li Dai to the 2 men. He greeted them politely. Are you the 2 gentlemen who wish to see me? I wish to meet you. Shall we sit and chat? Jun Wuxian replied with a gentle smile. Right here? Just a casual discussion about minor matters. The boss chuckled at the young man's unexpected assertiveness. Nevertheless, as a potential client, he deemed it harmless to engage in conversation and took a seat on the sofa. Li Dai, perceptive, served tea and water, her gaze frequently darting toward Jun Wuxian. After delivering the beverages, she stood aside, her mind racing with thoughts. I am Wuxian, the middle-aged man introduced himself. You may speak now, Jun Wuxian. Jun Wuxian jested. How is it that I know all real estate bosses in Yuzhou have the character Xin in their names? Is it perhaps a symbol of fortune in Yuzhou? You must be referring to Chairman Gu Zhishuan. I wouldn't dare compare myself to him. Do you know Chairman Gu? Wuxian inquired. Only in passing, Jun Wuxian replied. In an instant, Wuxian's expression darkened as he directed a sharp gaze at Li Dai, blaming her for her loose tongue. Li Dai's countenance paled, and she trembled slightly. Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Jun? Wuxian's interest was piqued. Jun Wuxian continued. The commercial properties near your vicinity are likely struggling to sell due to the impending protection fees, are they not? Human nature instinctively seeks fortune and avoids danger. Few clients would foolishly purchase properties in a troubled area. This is precisely why he is endeavoring to suppress the matter. Until now, aside from internal company knowledge, no one is aware that starting next month, protection fees will be imposed on the shops along these 2 streets. Even potential buyers remain oblivious. He intends to maximize sales before the news spreads, offering greater incentives to sell as many shops and residential units as possible. Do you know who plans to impose these protection fees? Wuxian countered, implying that the individuals involved were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the real estate mogul would not be so perturbed. I am indifferent, Jun Wuxian stated plainly. Chapter 60. Who do you think you are? That particular shop would normally cost no more than 7 million. If trading the 7 million shop could completely resolve this troublesome situation, it would be an absolute bargain. Wuxian was immediately tempted. However, he dared not trust the other party so easily and did not agree right away. He cautioned, Mr. Jun, strong winds may make tongues slip. Tang Mingyuan sat restlessly, merely wanting to rent a shop to start a business. How had things escalated to such a mess? Even if he didn't fully grasp the situation, he understood that anyone bold enough to send bombs and demand protection money from a powerful businessman like Wuxian must have formidable backing. He feared Jun Wuxian had spoken too rashly. Failure to deliver would be the least concern. The real worry was inviting greater trouble upon themselves. Li Dai was equally skeptical, viewing Jun Wuxian as nothing more than a wealthy young master with an inflated sense of self-importance. To ruthless outlaws living on the edge, the rich were nothing but easy prey. Mr. Wu, tell me more about the other party. Let me assess the situation. Seeing their lack of trust, Jun Wuxian played along with a few questions. Having come this far, Wuxian saw no reason to withhold information. If Jun Wuxian was easily intimidated, better to scare him off now and avoid further complications. Wang Yufeng, a recently recruited enforcer under Tengfei Group, S. Muqinyo. After Tengfei Group collapsed, many of its members were imprisoned. Yet some, like Wang Yufeng, evaded capture. Wang Yufeng emerged as a prominent figure, rallying over 100 former Tengfei subordinates to establish his own faction. Wuxian South Kongshan real estate became their first target. May I ask, Mr. Wu, why not report this to the authorities? Hearing this, Wuxian assumed Jun Wuxian had been frightened by Wang Yufeng's reputation. He smiled bitterly. If I report it, Wang Yufeng would simply hand over a couple of underlings. But then I'd make a mortal enemy of him. After that, protection money would be the least of my worries. Placing his hands on his knees, Wuxian rose, signaling his intent to leave. Mr. Jun, I quite like you. If you're genuinely interested in that shop, I'll let it go for 5 million. A generous discount of over 400,000. Quite a magnanimous gesture. Wuxian froze, then turned to stare gravely at Jun Wuxian. After a long pause, he asked in a low voice, Mr. Jun, are you serious? I never joke when it comes to business. After much hesitation, Wuxian found himself inexplicably believing Jun Wuxian. Fine. Tonight, I'll arrange a dinner. Then we'll see what you're capable of, Mr. Jun Li Dai. You'll accompany him. Understood? Understood. That evening, at the Silver Palace restaurant, Wuxian had reserved a private room, and Jun Wuxian and Tang Mingyuan arrived punctually. Surveying the spacious room, Jun Wuxian nodded in approval. Excellent. Roomy and bright. Wuxian was puzzled but forced a polite chuckle. Li Dai, assigned to accompany them, naturally joined as well. She broke the ice. What do you mean by that, Mr. Jun? Convenient for stirring up trouble. Wuxian tensed immediately. Mr. Jun, don't you dare. Suddenly, the door swung open. A man clad in a crimson suit and a black patterned shirt entered the private room, accompanied by 2 subordinates. His gaze swept the room before settling on Li Dai, scrutinizing her with lewd intent, while completely disregarding Jun Wuxian and Tang Mingyuan. Boss Wu, how can we discuss business with such a captivating beauty present? Have her come and sit beside me. Li Dai instinctively leaned towards Jun Wuxian. Just then, a chair plummeted from above, striking Wang Yufeng's head with a resounding crash. The chair splintered into pieces, and blood gushed from Wang Yufeng's head as he promptly lost consciousness. Witnessing their leader being knocked out, the 2 subordinates sprang into action, hurling 2 chairs that rendered them unconscious as well. In that moment, Li Dai finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wuxian swallowed hard. His eyes filled with awe as he regarded Jun Wuxian. And Mr. Jun, could it lead to a fatality? The lives of such individuals could be likened to that of dogs. Jun Wuxian retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Who was he calling? 20 minutes later, a bucket of cold water splashed over Wang Yufeng's face, restoring his consciousness. Who dares to touch me? Stand straight and speak. Duan Fenglai barked. Yes, I wouldn't dare act recklessly. Meanwhile, his eyes glared at Wuxian, filled with venom. To dare report this, you truly seek death. Quite impressive, isn't it? There must be 100 or so people from the Tengfei Group headed for prison. You managed to evade capture, only to emerge and recruit more to plot a grand scheme. Wang Yufeng, you possess quite the audacity. Coming to his senses, Wang Yufeng feigned ignorance. You're quite bold, daring to show off tricks in my presence. Do you not fear my wrath? Duan Fenglai seemed poised to deliver a harsh lesson. Suddenly, a short knife materialized out of thin air, grazing Wang Yufeng's neck and embedding itself in the wall an inch away. A crimson line appeared on Wang Yufeng's neck. Jun Wuxian spoke calmly. I offer you a chance at life. Honestly confess your crimes and accept your punishment. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here tonight. Only then did Wang Yufeng take note of the young man, yet remained defiant. You threaten me? The enforcers are present. Do you dare commit murder? This is not the first time. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. Wang Yufeng was guilty, but his crimes did not warrant death. Duan Fenglai, aware that Mr. Jun was not one to jest, hastily added, Wang Yufeng, Mr. Jun is not joking. Even your master, Mu Tianyang, perished at Mr. Jun's hands. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Boom. Wang Yufeng's mind shattered. Chairman Mu was killed by this young man. Chapter 61. The essence of life lies in living freely, I confess. Wang Yufeng, trembling with fear, hastily uttered these words, terrified that any hesitation might cost him his life. Duan Fenglai nodded emphatically, assuring Mr. Jun, rest assured, I guarantee that Boss Wu's enterprises will not face the slightest disturbance henceforth. After taking Wang Yufeng away, Jun Wuxian turned to the dazed Wuxian. Though the private room was in disarray, it did not impede their dining experience. Let us change the room. Change the room. Wuxian exclaimed enthusiastically. No need for such trouble. We can simply call someone to tidy up, Jun Wuxian replied with a smile. See, the criminal department has its merits. Wuxian forced a smile, aware that had the roles been reversed, the outcome would have been starkly different. In that moment, Wuxian felt far more trepidation towards Jun Wuxian than gratitude. It turned out that the underground king, Mu Tianyang, had been uprooted, not by the criminal department, but by offending someone, that someone could only be the individual before him. Had he not encountered Jun Wuxian, he would never have imagined that Yunzhou harbored such a formidable figure. As for the shop, Mr. Tang has sent the documents, and I will transfer the ownership to his name at the earliest opportunity, along with an additional 1 million for renovations. Very well, Jun Wuxian accepted without hesitation. Gaining his assistance was worth every penny for Wuxian. Leaving the Silver Plaza, Tang Mingyu felt as if he were in a dream, perplexed by how all his troubles had been resolved. This sensation was akin to winning the lottery. Of course, he had not won any lottery. It was merely due to rekindling his friendship with Jun Wuxian, an old classmate. I wish to join you in that prison, Tang Mingyuan suddenly remarked. Jun Wuxian glanced over, then pointed at the ATM across the street, jesting, I can arrange for you to go in. No, I was just joking. So was I. The street was quiet, and as the cold wind blew, Tang Mingyuan gradually calmed down. Master Jun, your assistance will not be forgotten. Looking ahead, I doubt I can ever repay you. Perhaps when I marry, I shall allow you to have the first night with my wife. Sounds good. He quickly corrected, the shop is yours. Take it whenever you wish. I assume the profits are not of interest to you now, so I will keep them safe for you. Should you ever truly need them, feel free to come to me. Jun Wuxian patted Tang Mingyuan's shoulder, stating, I consider you a friend, so I shall not hesitate to help. Indeed, Master Jun is a lifelong friend to me, Tang Mingyuan. Upon returning home, his aunt, donning a vibrant pink nightgown, sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. What is the matter, aunt? Jun Wuxian inquired as he settled beside Lin Qian. A glance revealed a glimpse of her exposed skin, prompting him to avert his gaze instantly. Lin Qian glanced down, unfazed by modesty, playfully observing, it seems my little Xian has grown up. He even feels shy around girls. Shyness won't do. Sometimes one must be bolder. Regrettably, Lin Qian had already tightened her neckline. You are quite audacious, aren't you? Even your aunt dares to look freely. Jun Wuxian feigned grievance. It was you, dear aunt, who urged me to be bold with other women, perhaps with Miss Gu or even General Manager Shen. A woman possesses a sixth sense. I sense that whether it is Gu Shiyin or Shen Chang, as long as you harbor such intentions, success is inevitable. His tone lacked firmness, yet was earnest. Lin Qian's gaze turned peculiar as she leaned closer to Jun Wuxian's ear and whispered, Xiao Xian. Could it be that during your years in prison, your psyche has become somewhat twisted? Jun Wuxian's expression visibly darkened. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Aunt, your thoughts are truly unsavory. Lin Qian, aware that this may not be entirely the case, noted that Xiao Xian appeared quite normal. Pondering for a moment, she shifted to more pressing matters. Xiao Xian, what are your thoughts on the resort project? I feel as though you are not fully invested. It seems to me that you are not just disinterested, but entirely indifferent. This was precisely what Jun Wuxian intended to discuss with his aunt. Sitting up straight, he stated seriously, "Aunt, I wish to divide the shares of Luoshui River Bay into 2 portions, a 70-30 split." Lin Qian acknowledged this. Understanding that Luoshui River Bay was a legacy from his sister, and he could arrange it as he saw fit. "You take 70%, and Xiaoyan takes 30 as a dowry. I have no objections." Jun Wuxian shook his head. "No, Aunt, you are mistaken. You will hold 70%, while Xiaoyan will have 30. Lin Qian was momentarily stunned. "Xiaoyan, what nonsense are you speaking? Luoshui River Bay belongs to you." Jun Wuxian smiled knowingly, speaking earnestly. "Aunt, Luoshui River Bay is a part of our family. It belongs to us all. However, I do not require Luoshui River Bay. In fact, it is a burden to me. My intention is to have you fulfill my mother's wishes. Please do not refuse." Lin Qian fell into contemplation, and after a while, she asked, "So, you have your own plans? You do not intend to stay in Yunzhou, do you?" She had wanted to inquire about what he planned to do but refrained. Biting her lip, she added, "I cannot make decisions for you, as it is your life." "Thank you, Aunt." Jun Wuxian smiled warmly. "Let us embrace. It's time for bed. But let it be known, my dear aunt also harbors grand ambitions. The resort development plan in Luoshui town is at a crucial juncture, and you should keep a close watch on it. However, once the resort is established, you may not remain in Yunzhou. How could I decide your life for you? Life is meant to be lived freely. It is easy to say. But how many can truly achieve it? My aunt certainly can." The following day, an unexpected guest arrived at Yinzhou Real Estate. The visitor had a significant background. And Gu Zhishuan, not daring to be negligent, personally brewed tea and delivered it to Fang Jiangtang. Fang Jiangtang crossed his legs and surveyed the office, then spoke casually. "Chairman Gu, while our paths may differ, I did not wish to intrude. However, under the orders of Miss A, I must collect the high-interest loan owed to us by Tingfei Group. Thus, I had no choice but to seek you out." Gu Zhishuan furrowed his brow and said, "Master Fang, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your meaning. The debt owed by Mu Qinyong has no bearing on me." Fang Jiangtang replied, "It is unrelated indeed. But since you have purchased the Tingfei building, it has become pertinent." Chapter 62. Indeed, lacking etiquette, Gu Zhishuan comprehended the situation. With Mu Qinyong deceased, the debt remained unpaid. The Lei gang, unwilling to accept this, began to target anyone associated with the Tingfei Group. Gu Zhishuan's sole connection to this group stemmed from his acquisition of the Tingfei building through auction, thus making him a target. This imposition of debt felt akin to an act of banditry. Gu Zhishuan felt a sense of righteous indignation. Was the Lei gang's approach not excessively uncouth? Fang Jiangtang chuckled softly, not denying the sentiment. He remarked, "I too find it quite lacking in decorum, yet the young lady has issued her orders. And what can I do? Moreover, Chairman Gu cannot expect an organization like the Lei gang to adhere to conventional propriety." Gu Zhishuan inquired, "What if I refuse to acknowledge this debt?" Fang Jiangtang smiled knowingly, 20 billion, excluding interest. This amount is not overly burdensome for Chairman Gu. It may be wiser to part with it to avert disaster. His implication was clear. The Lei gang had lent such a substantial sum to Mu Qinyong, and they were far more formidable than he. Thus, the debts they sought were invariably reclaimed. Should one resist, they would find a way to compel compliance. "Allow me some time to think." Gu Zhishuan recognized the vast power of the Lei gang and refrained from adopting a confrontational stance. Fang Jiangtang then delivered an ultimatum: 3 days. Chairman Gu could either prepare 20 billion in cash or relinquish the Tingfei building. In either case, the Lei gang would cease to trouble him henceforth. Furthermore, should Chairman Gu encounter difficulties, he could seek assistance from the Lei gang. "I presume you do not hold me in high regard, so I shall take my leave." Descending the stairs and exiting the Yinzhou real estate, Fang Jiangtang entered a business vehicle, sighing with a hint of regret. The young lady is indeed beautiful, capable, and remarkably astute, yet her methods are rather lacking in decorum. What concern is Mu Qinyong's debt to Gu Zhishuan? His driver, a crew-cut subordinate, cautioned him, "Master, perhaps you should refrain from such remarks. Considering you are soon to wed the young lady, you ought to support her endeavors." Your concern is noted." At that moment, Fang Jiangtang's phone rang. Initially disinterested, he glanced at the unfamiliar number, suspecting it might be a call from a benefactor. Upon answering, he smiled, seeking to share a cup of tea with me. "As for the vehicle, I've had it repaired. Where shall I deliver it?" "There's no need for repayment. Consider it a gift. My life is worth far more than a mere car." Nevertheless, the other party remained resolute, stating, I have no habit of taking things without giving in return. Let us meet at the Yunjiang Hotel. Very well. Meanwhile, Jun Wuxian, feeling somewhat anxious, drove a CT6 to meet Wu Chun, while Fong Jiantang's recently refurbished pitch-black SUV stood gleaming. Little Jun, direct. Jun Wuxian inspected the SUV and nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. It certainly is impressive. It cost me over 100,000 to restore to its former glory. I wonder if Jun will reimburse me for this expense. All right, I shall take the vehicle. As for your CT6, do check it when you have time. It feels somewhat off while driving. Jun Wuxian took the wheel of the rugged all-terrain vehicle, departing with a rather unsteady maneuver. Wu Chen scoffed, dismissing any potential issues with the new car. After circling the vehicle for a thorough inspection, he noted 2 raised bumps on the rear. Fortunately, this was within his expectations. He could always attend to the paintwork later. It was understandable that Jun, who lacked driving experience, would struggle. Thus, Wu Chen turned on the ignition and set off. However, the creaking of the vehicle's chassis made him uneasy, sensing a significant problem with his CT6. Meanwhile, Jun Wuxian was navigating toward the Yunjiang Hotel in the all-terrain vehicle. Despite the swaying, he managed to avoid any collisions, and the drive became increasingly smooth. In the distance, Fong Jiantang waved, indicating where to park. Jun Wuxian promptly pulled over, but to his dismay, the all-terrain vehicle lurched onto a flower bed, the front colliding squarely with a stone post. Fong Jiantang's expression turned incredulous, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jun Wuxian opened the door, a peculiar look on his face. After a brief pause, he stated earnestly, I truly came to return the car. However, there was an underlying concern about potential entrapment in a recurring deadlock. Fong Jiantang was indifferent to the vehicle's fate, even if it were wrecked. He would show no sign of distress. His focus was squarely on the cultivator before him. How many times have we met now? The 4th time. After 4 encounters. One might consider us friends. Yet you still refuse to share your name? Friends? Jun Wuxian chuckled lightly, showing no desire to form a friendship. Despite the minor mishap during parking, it did little to mar the elegance with which he turned to leave. Fong Jiantang observed Jun Wuxian's retreating figure, thoughtfully stroking his jaw. He found him to be quite an intriguing individual. The Xinguang Garden. What distinguishes us from mere bandits? When the Tingfei group was seized and the Tingfei building placed under governmental scrutiny, why didn't the Lei gang pursue debts from the government? Since your father acquired the Tingfei building, any debts owed to the Lei gang by the Tingfei group are now your father's responsibility. It's blatant bullying. The primary difference between the Lei gang and the Tingfei group is that the Lei gang is even more formidable. Mu Qinyong interjected. The reason I share this with you is to prompt you to inquire with Jun Wuxian once more. If he desires the Tingfei building, I will retain it and raise 2 billion for the Lei gang. Should his stance remain unchanged, we might as well hand the Tingfei building over to the Lei gang. We have already taken the loss. Though the Lei gang's approach was indeed unseemly, Fong Jiantang's assertion held merit. Sometimes, losing wealth averts disaster. Gu Jishuan, having engaged in business for many years and suffered numerous setbacks, was not overly concerned about this particular matter. Yet, there was a lingering fear of their escalation. Gu Xian, however, was unwilling to concede. Suddenly recalling something, she nodded. All right, I will ask Jun Wuxian. In truth, Gu Xian understood Jun Wuxian's character. A single refusal indicated he would not accept the Tingfei building. Her reason for asking again was to see if Jun Wuxian could devise a way to compel the Lei gang to relent. Had it been shortly after Jun Wuxian's release from prison, Gu Xian would not have believed he possessed such capabilities. However, in light of the downfall of the Tingfei group, everyone must reassess Jun Wuxian's capabilities, herself included. Logically, she need not involve herself in the matters concerning Yinzhu real estate. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Gu Jixian's acquisition of the Tingfei building was instigated by him. Chapter 63. Purchasing a car. Having acquired both a driver's license and the desire for a vehicle, Jun Wuxian pondered for a while before making a decision. This was one of the few matters that piqued his interest. While being a passenger in a car elicited little sensation, the moment he took the wheel, he discovered an indescribable thrill. He promptly dialed Tang Mingyuan, well aware that his knowledge of automobiles paled in comparison to Tang's expertise. What do you need? Jun Wuxian contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, durability. Tang Mingyuan, somewhat perplexed, questioned this as a valid requirement. Nevertheless, he patiently offered his insights and arranged to meet Jun Wuxian at the auto mall that afternoon. At home, Lin Qian heard Jun Wuxian discussing his intention to buy a car and approached him, inquiring, You want to purchase a car? Do you have a driver's license? Jun Wuxian produced his license. But you haven't even taken the test. How did you obtain this? Someone arranged it for me. As long as it's legitimate. It shouldn't be a problem. Then let us proceed with the purchase. Have you decided on a model? My aunt thinks the Cadillac series is quite commendable. Alternatively, a Mercedes would also suffice. We can work on the driving skills. Lin Xian's enthusiasm was palpable, as if she were the one acquiring a new vehicle. Jun Wuxian honestly replied, a classmate recommended the Ford F-150, saying it has a rugged build. Lin Xian frowned. When buying a car, aesthetics are paramount. Why opt for something so sturdy? Well, it's primarily to minimize maintenance issues, he explained. In his previous life, the Emperor of Heaven had a wide array of skills. Yet he had never encountered a car, thus lacking any knowledge of repairs, having been confined in Longyuan prison since the age of 18. Jun Wuxian was equally uninformed about vehicles. Given his circumstances, a robust design seemed preferable. Reluctantly, he admitted, ultimately, it depends on your preference. Didn't you arrange to meet your classmate at the auto mall this afternoon? Time is of the essence. We should depart now, Lin Xian urged, realizing the implication. Jun Wuxian was slightly surprised. Are you coming along, Aunt? I'm not going. Who will pay? Lin Xian inquired matter-of-factly. Do you have money? Jun Wuxian fell silent. Indeed. He did not possess any funds. He had planned to have Shenchong transfer 2 million to his account for the purchase. Spending Shen Qianshan's money was devoid of discomfort for him, as he considered Shen Qianshan's wallet as an extension of his own. Well, since you insist on accompanying me. I cannot object, he conceded. Both Lin Xian and Jun Wuxian shared a decisive and assertive nature. In no time, they were outside, standing before a vibrant red beetle. Lin Xian promptly made her way to the passenger seat and handed the keys to Jun Wuxian, saying, let us see your skills. Jun Wuxian hesitated slightly. Aunt, why don't you drive instead? Lin Xian retorted, if we buy a car, we must hit the road. You need to adapt in advance. Don't worry. With your aunt directing, we want to flip the car. With her words resonating, Jun Wuxian found no reason to hesitate any longer. He settled into the driver's seat, adjusted his position, and started the engine. With a sudden press of the accelerator, he surged forward. Brake. Release the brake. Lin Xian urgently reminded him. Oops. No wonder the drive lacked vigor. Jun Wuxian was somewhat perplexed, only to discover the issue lay here. The subsequent journey became slightly more stable. Lin Xian's body stiffened as she discreetly fastened her seatbelt. They arrived at the automobile city without incident, and Jun Wuxian felt quite pleased with his driving skills. Casting a sideways glance at Lin Xian, his expression radiating a sense of pride as if to say, Aunt, do commend me. Lin Xian exhaled heavily and gently spoke. Xiao Xian, shall we perhaps delay the decision to buy a car? With your driving skills, no vehicle, no matter how fine, can withstand such rough treatment. The safety risks are considerable. Jun Wuxian shrugged, and my driving is already quite proficient. You don't understand. In any case, I must buy one today. Tang Mingyuan arrived at the automobile city first and, spotting Jun Wuxian and Lin Xian alighting from the car, instinctively admired them, exclaiming how stunning they looked. However, he quickly redirected his gaze. He warmly greeted them. You must be young Master Jun's aunt. I am his classmate, Tang Mingyuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, just call him Wuxian. Young master is a bit formal, she replied, noting it was merely a habit. Tang Mingyuan turned his attention to Jun Wuxian, suggesting, if you seek a durable vehicle, let us first examine the Ford F-150. Should it not meet your expectations, we can explore other options. At this moment, Lin Xian began to understand. No wonder Xiao Xian desired a robust vehicle. He was quite self-aware. Given his skills, a flimsy chassis would hardly endure the strain. Thus, they tacitly agreed on that model. Upon entering the dealership, the trio surrounded the brand-new F-150. Both Tang Mingyuan and Lin Xian expressed their satisfaction, which delighted the salesperson. Typically, if more than half of the viewers showed interest in a vehicle, the likelihood of a sale significantly increased. However, just then, Jun Wuxian disdainfully shook his head. Is there something about the vehicle that does not meet your approval, sir? The salesperson inquired. Jun Wuxian replied earnestly, it's not handsome enough. Very well. Jun Wuxian's preferences took precedence. Even though both Lin Xian and Tang Mingyuan believed the vehicle suited him perfectly, if he was unimpressed, there was little they could do. After some deliberation, the three entered the Mercedes-Benz dealership. At that hour, just past noon, the automobile city was nearly devoid of customers, rendering the trio particularly conspicuous. The sales staff inside the Mercedes dealership recognized that these three had traversed from low-end to high-end stores, a common behavior among those merely browsing with little intention of purchase. Consequently, no salesperson was eager to invest time in their reception. Amidst the commotion, a young female salesperson, appearing to be in her early 20s, approached them. "Good afternoon. May I inquire what needs you have?" Her inexperience was evident, indicating she was new to the role. Jun Wuxian paid her little mind and strode directly towards a sleek black G500 at the back of the showroom. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, he was captivated. Unable to look away, the G. Lin Xian gasped, instinctively clutching her bag, worried for her finances. Xiao Xian's taste was truly impeccable. "Is this vehicle available for immediate purchase?" Jun Wuxian has made up his mind. "The car is available." The saleswoman, almost wooden in her demeanor, nodded. If this deal were to conclude so easily, it would likely be the most effortless transaction for their store this year. She has inadvertently secured her commission for the next 2 months. "Let us discuss the price." Tang Mingyuan quickly pulled Jun Wuxian aside and whispered a reminder, "Even if you're fond of it, do not exhibit your enthusiasm so overly. A vehicle that costs over 2 million typically allows for some negotiation. Although you are not short of funds, it is wise to save where possible." Jun Wuxian, with unwavering confidence, inquired, "Knowing that I am not in need of money, why should I concern myself with saving?" He then glanced at Lin Xian, asking, "Annie, is that all right?" "And no problem." Lin Xian gritted her teeth, her heart bleeding. Chapter 64. Xiao Xian can endure. But Aunt cannot. It is a rare occasion for Jun Wuxian to take a liking to a vehicle, and Lin Xian gritted her teeth, determined to endure the expense. Although costly, it was still within reach. "Aunt, shall I call Xinchang?" Jun Wuxian suggested, aware of Lin Xian's reluctance. The funds for this car would hardly cause the general manager of Chieshan Group, Xinchang, to flinch. "No, we will purchase the car ourselves." "It is unreasonable to ask Miss Shin to bear the cost." Lin Xian promptly refused, glancing at the name tag of the salesperson. She then straightforwardly inquired, "Miss Lin, how much is this car?" "The base price is 3 million. If you are genuinely interested, I can apply for a discount of up to 300,000, bringing it down to 2 million. The salesperson, named Lin Xiaotao, spoke nervously as she had yet to close a deal and was particularly anxious. "A discount of 300,000. Tang Mingyuan showed no inclination to negotiate, indicating that the offered discount was indeed quite sincere. "Can we take the car today if we pay in full?" "Absolutely," Lin Xiaotao replied, her excitement palpable. "Please wait a moment. I will go find the manager to finalize the paperwork." The showroom was neither too small nor too large. The seemingly unremarkable trio's decision to purchase a vehicle quickly became known among the other sales staff. Regret was etched on their faces. Had they known that these 3 individuals, who nearly explored the entire car city, were such affluent clients, they would have personally attended to them, preventing Lin Xiaotao from reaping this lucrative reward. However, it was too late for regret now. After 5 minutes of waiting, the person who emerged from the office was not Lin Xiaotao, but rather a mature woman adorned in heavy makeup and professional attire. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the store's top salesperson, Yu Xiang. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Yu," she said. "Shall we proceed to the VIP area to sign the contract?" The other salespeople murmured in disapproval, relishing the misfortune of Lin Xiaotao, but made no overt display of it. Such occurrences were commonplace across various industries. Jun Wuxian and Lin Xian exchanged knowing glances, remaining unperturbed. This demeanor made Yu Xiang feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to remind them, "Ladies and gentlemen, the G500 has always been a hot-selling model for our brand, and each region has limited availability. Our store can only obtain 1 unit each month. I have a client who has already expressed interest in this vehicle. If you truly wish to acquire it, I can have the client wait for next month's model. However, if you let this opportunity slip by, you may not have another chance to purchase this car." Jun Wuxian, uninterested in engaging in lengthy banter, found amusement in her words. "We intend to buy the car, but we will do so through Miss Lin, not you. Do you understand?" Yu Xiang's expression shifted as she feigned a flirtatious blink. "ISNT it all the same. Xiao Xian can endure, but Aunt cannot." Clearing her throat, Lin Xian coldly interjected, "Miss Yu, you are selling a car, not a person. We have made our position abundantly clear. We shall only purchase this vehicle through Miss Lin, and no one else will suffice. Furthermore, your appearance is rather laughable when you attempt to pose alluringly." As she spoke, Lin Xian tilted her head and absent-mindedly brushed her hair, revealing a breathtakingly seductive demeanor. In comparison, Yu Xiang possessed a modicum of charm, yet under scrutiny, she resembled a cheap streetwalker. Yu Xiang, evidently provoked, seemed oblivious to the notion that customers are revered as deities, having reigned supreme in this establishment for too long. With a derisive smile, she remarked, "Please, feel free to leave. Our store has never been a place for those who wish to be choosy. If you three are not in haste, I can summon the illustrious Miss Lin to pack her belongings and accompany you on your way. I refuse to sell this car." No one anticipated that a saleswoman could exhibit such audacity, even daring to provoke the clientele. Jun Wuxian found himself at a loss. After finally selecting a prized possession, he was confronted by this shameless woman, disrupting his mood. "What is your attitude? Do you not fear that I will file a complaint against you?" Tang Mingyuan interjected. Yu Xiang dismissed him with a wave, unimpressed by his attire, and replied, "You may certainly try." She appeared unperturbed. "Let it go. It is merely affecting our mood. We can always purchase in the provincial capital," Lin Qian said, unwilling to engage further, yet her enthusiasm for the car had waned. "We are still determined to buy this car." The words came not from Jun Wuxian, but from Tang Mingyuan. Jun Wuxian blinked in surprise. At that moment, Tang Mingyuan had already retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Tang, is there something you need?" It was not a pressing matter, rather. Jun Xiaoyao had taken a liking to a G500 at the automobile city in the south and had encountered a minor inconvenience. He thought to leverage the influence of Boss Wu, the developer of the automobile city. Upon hearing that it was a matter concerning Jun Wuxian, Wuxian immediately perked up. "The Mercedes dealership, right? I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Yu Xiang crossed her arms, still unconcerned, and mocked, "How impressive to know a boss. But I wonder how he compares to the powerful figures I am acquainted with?" As a salesperson for a luxury car brand, mingling with affluent individuals was somewhat par for the course, which lent her a sense of entitlement. At that moment, a middle-aged manager emerged, accompanied by the downtrodden Lin Xiaodao, whose displeasure was palpable. Yet, her ire was directed not at Yu Xiang, but rather at Jun Wuxian and his companions. "Ladies and gentlemen, this vehicle has already been reserved. We do not have any available stock. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from persistent haggling and exit." With the support of the manager, Yu Xiang's confidence surged, and she laughed mockingly, glancing disdainfully at the woeful Lin Xiaodao. She approached and stated, "Sister, let me impart a lesson today. If you wish to thrive in our industry, you must first learn to conduct yourself properly. However, you shall never have the opportunity to learn from me again, for you have mistakenly attended to the wrong guest today. And as a result, you shall find yourself unemployed." The audacity was intolerable, and Lin Qian seethed with rage. Suddenly, the manager named Xia Hua received a phone call. His demeanor transforming drastically from the defiant attitude he displayed towards Jun Wuxian and his companions to one of utmost servility. A major client had expressed interest in the showroom's G500. Understood. This vehicle must be retained." After hanging up the phone, Xia Hua's impatience grew. "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave immediately. The owner of this vehicle is on their way to collect it. Do you comprehend?" His tone was unmistakably authoritative. Purchasing a vehicle truly entails considerable hassle. Jun Wuxian let out a wistful sigh, his gaze growing increasingly perplexed. Chapter 65. Retribution does not wait. Xia Hua regarded this remark merely as a complaint, dismissing it with arrogance. "Our family's car brand is not something just anyone can drive. You three, please leave at once." "How impressive, young Master Jun. Since they look down on us, let us not embarrass ourselves here," retorted Tang Mingyuan with a mocking tone. Jun Wuxian nodded slightly, suddenly noticing that Tang Mingyuan's gaze frequently wandered toward Lin Xiaodao. He smiled and said, "Well, since this establishment does not welcome us, let us explore the neighboring shop." Lin Qian, unable to contain her frustration, was halted by a glance from Jun Wuxian. Thus, the trio exited the showroom. "Brother Xia, which esteemed client is interested in purchasing this large Qi?" The fact that Manager Xia was so rigorously prepared indicated that this was no ordinary individual. Yu Xiang's ulterior motives were clear to Xia Hua. He understood that this woman not only sought to secure the deal, but also aimed to cultivate connections. He unabashedly slapped her perky behind and casually remarked, "You can forget about this deal. I cannot either. My cousin is handling it personally." Yu Xiang was taken aback. "You mean the boss is personally selling the car? Who on earth is the divine being wanting to buy the large G?" "Boss Wu's friend." Xia Hua did not conceal the truth, explaining, "My cousin has recently encountered a significant issue and is seeking Boss Wu's assistance. This vehicle is essentially being given away." "Boss Wu?" Yu Xiang quickly deduced who it was. Wuxian, the owner of Kongshan Real Estate, a prominent figure in the real estate industry of Yunzhou. The owner of their 4S shop was on an entirely different level compared to him. No wonder their boss would come personally to negotiate. However, at that moment, a fleeting image crossed Yu Xiang's mind. The ordinary-looking man from earlier had placed a phone call, addressing the recipient as Boss Wu. Surely, it cannot be the same person. Her expression faltered instantly. Yu Xiang, are you feeling unwell? No. Please make sure the manager takes me along later. I want to make an appearance. That evening, at the usual place. After regaining her composure, Yu Xiang's demeanor returned to normal. It must be a coincidence. How could those 3 clients possibly know someone as significant as Wuxian? It was undoubtedly a coincidence. Xie Hua, with a rigid smile, resolved to find a way to send Yu Xiang away. Would she really be able to cling to high branches and continue to serve him obediently in the future? Then, his gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Xiaodao, and he reprimanded sternly, "You go clean the restroom now." That is the duty of the cleaning staff." Lin Xiaodao protested, feeling immensely wronged. Xie Hua suddenly scrutinized Lin Xiaodao closely, realizing that this in-turn saleswoman possessed quite a pleasing appearance. If she were to be properly groomed, she would undoubtedly surpass Yu Xiang in beauty. Feeling intrigued, he smiled and said, "You're right. Never mind, you may go rest in the back for now. I have some free time this evening. I will teach you how to properly attend to clients. Off you go." Lin Xiaodao was puzzled but understood that manager Xie was concerned she might report the earlier incident to the boss. Despite feeling wronged, she left the showroom. In but a moment, a man in his 30s, clad in a suit, hurriedly arrived at the exhibition hall, breathless. General Manager! General Manager!" The sales staff instantly revitalized. Feigned industriousness. With a welcoming smile, Xie Hua greeted him, unabashedly revealing their relationship in front of the numerous salespeople. "Cousin, the dismal performance accounts of these past few months can wait. First, let us attend to Mr. Wu's friend." As fate would have it, a sleek Lexus SUV abruptly pulled up outside the dealership. Wuxian, brimming with energy, exited the vehicle and strode directly into the exhibition hall. Meanwhile, the owner of the 4S dealership, Xie Mingyu, donned a similarly cheerful demeanor, approaching with a subservient bow. "Mr. Wu." Xie Mingyu, perplexed, inquired, "Who is that?" "Mr. Jun and his associates have long since arrived at your establishment. I called you because I heard that your 4S dealership was not adequately accommodating them." Xie Mingyu, "I must inform you, if Mr. Jun is the slightest bit dissatisfied today, do not expect me to bear the consequences." "What trouble?" Xie Mingyu cast a sharp gaze towards Xie Hua, demanding, "Xie Hua, have Mr. Jun and his companions already departed?" He had surmised the identity of Mr. Jun as the most refined among the trio he had just dismissed. Young Master Jun and Mr. Jun were undoubtedly one and the same. That wretched woman, Yu Xiang, had landed herself in a tremendous predicament. Just as Xie Hua pondered how to articulate an explanation, Yu Xiang, who was bringing tea, suddenly froze upon overhearing the conversation, causing the 2 teacups to shatter on the ground, tea splattering everywhere. Xie Mingyu, already incensed, glared furiously. Yu Xiang trembled like a startled quail, not from fear of her boss's ire, but because it seemed she had inadvertently dismissed a distinguished guest whom even her employer dared not offend. A ridiculous thought crossed her mind. How could she conceal this blunder? Yet this was merely an illusion obscuring her judgment. At this moment, Wuxian had already contacted Tang Mingyuan, and the truth of the matter was laid bare. Xie Mingyu realized that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Concealment was futile. Xie Hua could only briefly summarize the events, placing the blame squarely on Yu Xiang's shoulders. Despite Xie Hua's efforts to downplay the incident, Xie Mingyu's mind was in turmoil. He was pleading with Wuxian for assistance, yet found himself embroiled in this debacle. Was this an attempt to sabotage him? At that moment, both Xie Hua and Yu Xiang had abandoned their haughty demeanor, resembling prisoners awaiting judgment, heads bowed in silence. "Mr. Jun, with your word." "I shall have them dismissed immediately." Xie Mingyu, eager to curry favor with the esteemed Mr. Jun, who commanded even Wuxian's utmost respect, could no longer afford to be cautious. "Whether to dismiss them is a matter for your own company. Why seek our counsel? I must say, I found the young lady who initially accompanied us to view the cars rather commendable." "Where is she?" Lin Xian, surveying the surroundings, inquired aloud. Her intent was clear. She aimed to secure Lin Xiaodao's position. "Where is she?" Xie Mingyu snapped at Xie Hua. "I will fetch her." "What purpose does such a person serve by remaining close?" Wuxian mumbled carelessly. Xie Mingyu understood, recognizing that Wuxian was subtly reminding him that Mr. Jun's silence did not grant him the liberty of ignorance. He promptly replied, "Though Xie Hua is my cousin, he has secretly taken a considerable sum from the company. If my father had not constantly intervened, I would have already investigated him. This time, I shall not let him escape. In an instant, Xie Hua's body stiffened with indignation. Yu Xiang's complexion also paled. If Xie Hua was to be thoroughly scrutinized, how could she possibly evade scrutiny? When Lin Xiaodao emerged, Xie Mingyu had already dispatched the bothersome pair of Xie Hua and Yu Xiang, ushering them into the vehicle. Lin Qian smiled as she handed a bank card to Lin Xiaodao, inquiring about the car's price. However, Xie Mingyu was quick to intervene, returning the card with both hands and stating, "It is our honor that Mr. Jun has taken an interest in our dealership's vehicle. How could we dare accept payment? Lin Xiaodao, please proceed with the formalities at once, ensuring Mr. Jun can drive the car away at the earliest convenience. All expenses will be reimbursed directly by the finance department." Lin Qian was taken aback. Even the most economical model would cost no less than 240,000. To give it away free of charge. Not only was it a gift, but it also entailed a loss of several tens of thousands. When did her little Xian acquire such influence? Wuxian immediately leaned closer to Jun Wuxian, speaking softly, "Mr. Jun, this vehicle is merely a small token of Mingyu's appreciation. There is no need for you to be modest. If necessary, let it be charged to me. Moreover, Mingyu has a small request he wishes to make of you, with additional compensation to be discussed." Chapter 66. Do you have emotions? It is no wonder that he so readily dealt with his cousin, generously gifting a $2 million vehicle. However, when it comes to seeking a favor, the situation is entirely different. Lin Qian understood that even a prominent figure like Xie Mingyu must have compelling reasons for his requests. Not wishing for Jun Wuxian to wade through this murky water, she promptly declined, saying, "Boss Xie, our little Xian lacks the capability and may not be of assistance. We will cover the cost of this car ourselves." Jun Wuxian remained silent, seeming to defer to Lin Qian's judgment. As for Tang Mingyuan, he was even less inclined to advise Jun Wuxian. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Wuxian also fell silent. He was well aware of Jun Wuxian's considerable talents, otherwise he would not have so effortlessly resolved the significant trouble concerning Kangxian real estate, though he wished Jun Wuxian would lend a hand to Xie Mingyu, or at least hear the situation before making a decision. He respected the latter's reluctance and chose not to provoke any disdain. One must understand the nuances of human interaction. After a moment of silence, Xie Mingyu suddenly smiled, choosing not to press for assistance but rather stating, "Mr. Jun has no obligation to help. Since Mr. Jun does not wish to accept my gift of the car, let the cost be attributed to Wu Ge." Wu Xian smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased with Xie Mingyu's approach. While it might appear that he was unfairly spending more than 2 million, in reality, any expenditure on someone as capable as Jun Wuxian was not only acceptable but desirable. Just then, Jun Wuxian spoke up. Facing Lin Qian's reproachful gaze, he smiled calmly. "Auntie, I am well aware of my limits." In an instant, Xie Mingyu's expression shifted from disappointment to surprise as he hastily explained the situation. Xie Mingyu had a sister named Xie Yihuan, with whom he shared a close bond. However, not long ago, Xie Yihuan had caught the eye of a practitioner named Yu Changshu from the poisonous snake gang. At a recent banquet, Yu Changshu professed his affection for Xie Yihuan, only to be firmly rejected. Even 2 professors from the provincial capital had been summoned, yet they were at a loss. It was not due to a lack of medical skill, but rather because the root cause of her condition could not be identified. All examinations indicated that Xie Yihuan's health was indistinguishable from that of a normal person. However, if the symptoms persisted, there was a grave concern for her well-being. "Are you aware that young Master Jun possesses remarkable medical skills?" Tang Mingyuan exclaimed upon hearing this. "Mr. Jun is also a physician?" Wu Xian inquired with surprise. Yet Xie Mingyu shook his head, expressing disbelief in Jun Wuxian's medical prowess. "This favor cannot be granted so easily," he continued. "Later, I sought the assistance of some practitioners from the Taoist community to investigate. They confirmed that my sister was not ill but rather had fallen victim to malevolent sorcery. However, they could only identify the problem, not resolve it. At that time, Yu Changshu sent word that he had a method to dispel the sorcery, but it required sending my sister to him. It was then that I realized my sister had indeed been cursed, and it was Yi Changshu's doing. He wanted us to send her to him, which is akin to leading a sheep into the tiger's den. I would rather my sister perish than be tarnished by him. Since Mr. Jun managed to imprison Wang Yufeng, he should be someone capable of negotiating with the leader of the poisonous snake gang. It is with a sense of urgency that I implore you, Mr. Jun, to assist us in seeking the help of the poison snake gang to alleviate our troubles." The CF family is willing to part with a considerable sum to have Yi Changshu dispel the malevolent forces afflicting my sister. Should you be inclined to lend your aid, I, CM Mingyu, shall not hesitate to comply with any request you may have in the future. Lin Qian added, I have heard of the Poison Snake Gang. They are not to be trifled with. If they were easily managed, we would not be seeking Mr. Jun's assistance. All eyes turned to Jun Wuxian, awaiting his decision. CM Mingyu felt a sense of trepidation, especially since the downfall of the Tungfei group had allowed the Poison Snake Gang to wreak havoc in Yunzhou, leaving no one capable of confronting them. To seek help was, in truth, a desperate gamble. Jun Wuxian might be able to resolve the issues with Kongshan real estate, but it was uncertain whether he could address the troubles faced by the CF family. My dealings with the Poison Snake Gang have confirmed that they are indeed a den of vipers. It is high time someone took them to task. Wuxian and Xia Mingyu were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a glimmer of hope illuminated Xia Mingyu's eyes. From his words, it seemed that Jun Wuxian regarded the Poison Snake Gang with disdain and harbored intentions to deal with them. Let it not be mere bravado. Very well. Provide me with your address. I shall first dispel the malevolent forces affecting your sister. As for confronting the Poison Snake Gang, I shall find the time to address that later. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as though the Poison Snake Gang were of little consequence in his eyes. To dispel malevolent forces? Xia Mingyu harbored doubts, yet he felt Wuxian nudging him insistently. He acquiesced. Very well, Mr. Jun. As long as you can rid my sister of the malevolent forces, I shall reward you handsomely. Tang Mingyuan. Jun Wuxian suddenly called out. Tang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Jun Wuxian smiled lightly as he surveyed the showroom. You are soon to be a boss. Choose a car that befits the occasion. Tang Mingyuan. The cars in the showroom dazzled him, yet none were within his reach. Xia Mingyu quickly instructed. Lin Xiaodao, you will handle Mr. Tang's car, arranging it in the same manner as Mr. Jun's. Understood. Xia Mingyu then inquired with genuine interest. When will Mr. Tang's company open, and where? Notify me, and I shall personally attend to celebrate. I know. I will inform you when the time comes. Wuxian replied. All right. There is no hurry for Tang Mingyuan's car. Please expedite the processing of mine. I am eager to drive it away. Jun Wuxian waited for half an hour, personally overseeing the paperwork. After 30 minutes, a sleek black G-Class was driven out of the showroom by Lin Xiaotao. Jun Wuxian circled it, filled with anticipation. Mr. Jun, I have already sent the address to your phone. Enjoy your ride. Xia Mingyu remarked succinctly. At that moment, Xie Hua and Yu Xiang were departing the 4S shop, gathering their belongings amidst the scornful gazes of numerous peers. The two shot resentful glances at Jun Wuxian, yet he remained blissfully unaware of their presence, either oblivious or choosing to disregard them entirely. Get in the car. Jun Wuxian opened the driver's door, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test his beloved vehicle. His gaze instantly turned melancholic. The sensation was akin to a newlywed wife relinquishing her first slumber to allow her aunt to rest. Do you harbor emotions? You must not. Precisely, take your place in the passenger seat. Lin Qian commanded imperiously, leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 67, The Charming Soul Reaper as a Seasoned Driver. Lin Qian navigated the roads with a finesse that starkly contrasted with Jun Wuxian's approach, which felt akin to embarking on an extraordinary adventure. The luxurious vehicle arrived home without incident. Coincidentally, Su Xiang was also at home, drawn by the allure of the car. Upon witnessing the vehicle glide into the Lin family's courtyard, a wave of complex and unspoken emotions washed over Su Xiang as Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian disembarked. She sensed that all the gazes, both intentional and unintentional, directed at her were laced with a piercing mockery. Once in the living room, Lin Qian stretched leisurely and collapsed onto the sofa, her expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. Are you truly intent on assisting that boss, yeah? The Serpent Gang is a significant predicament. This matter does not concern you. Some issues, when they weigh heavy on the heart, beckon intervention, Jun Wuxian replied calmly. If, years ago, a gallant soul like myself had intervened during the Tingfei group's ruthless plunder of our He-Wan, perhaps my mother would not have met her untimely end. And one must not solely concern themselves with their own doorstep while neglecting the frost on others' roofs. Lin Qian nodded in understanding, refraining from further argument. As long as you are aware of your path, dear Xiaoxian. However, she added playfully, your generosity towards friends is quite remarkable. You allowed Boss Xie to gift Tang Mingyuan a car, yet did not consider upgrading my vehicle. Jun Wuxian jested. Aunt, are you feeling envious? How about I call Xinchang and have her procure a limited edition sports car for you from the capital? Please, I cannot indulge in such extravagance. I merely meant to imply that your actions are rather lavish. Boss Xia promised a substantial reward upon completion of your task, at least several million. Yet, you chose to gift Tang Mingyuan a car instead. It feels somewhat unbalanced. If one were to conduct affairs solely for monetary gain, they would not be considered a true hero. Accepting a token of appreciation does not diminish one's integrity. Besides, you still need to consider marriage. That can wait. Jun Wuxian replied, grabbing the car keys from the coffee table. I'm off for a drive. Be cautious. Don't scratch the new car. Rest assured. In the evening, Lin Xian gazed at the G-Class, which appeared as though it had rolled through a muddy pit, its front resembling the aftermath of a playful swipe from a mischievous cat. Her heart ached. This was a brand new vehicle worth over 2 million. It seemed to her that Jun Wuxian had purchased it merely to squander it. Your brother bought it. A second-hand car? Jun Wuxian retorted. It's a new car. You've just turned it into a second-hand one. At the Stare residence, Jun Wuxian arrived as promised. However, the atmosphere felt decidedly tense. As he stepped inside, he spotted Xia Hua pleading his case before a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Jun Wuxian, Xia Hua's demeanor soured instantly. If it weren't for him, would I be in such a predicament? I have already lost my position as the manager at the dealership. And now my cousin is scrutinizing my accounts. He immediately pointed. Uncle, this is Jun Wuxian. He claims he can dispel my cousin's curse. Just look at how young he is. My cousin has likely been deceived by him into giving away a car worth over 2 million. Silence. Xia Mingyu pointed at Xia Hua with an accusatory finger, exclaiming, We have yet to settle the accounts regarding the car shop. Over 10 million in losses. Where did all that money disappear to? Xia Hua's gaze darted away, revealing his evident guilt as he stammered. Business was not good last year, cousin. If you could grant me another year, I assure you I will improve. Xia Mingyu retorted sharply, Another year? That shop will close down by then. Xia Hua, before I lose my temper, leave. Seeing this, Xia Hua immediately pleaded with Xie Tian. Uncle, I know I've made mistakes, but I will certainly change. You can't deny me a chance. Enough, we will discuss your matters later. For now, go. He's nothing but a fraud. Mr. Xie, would you prefer that I leave and return once you have settled your discussion? Jun Wuxian said with impatience. Xie Tian responded elegantly, Mr. Jun, you flatter me. He then cast a knowing glance at Xia Hua. Reluctantly, Xia Hua stood up, shooting Jun Wuxian a fierce glare before departing from the Xia household. Mr. Jun, let us ascend to the second floor to check on my young daughter. Although Xie Tian was uncertain whether this Mr. Jun could dispel the malevolent forces plaguing Yawan, he was confident that he was no charlatan. Xie Hua had a vague understanding, believing that Jun Wuxian was introduced by Wuxian to alleviate the evil influences. Little did he know that Wang Yufeng had been dealt with by Jun Wuxian and subsequently imprisoned. With such capabilities, he could at least establish connections with the Serpent Gang. For this reason, despite Jun Wuxian's youth, Xie Tian dared not display even a hint of arrogance in his presence. At that moment, Jun Wuxian remained unmoved. Mr. Jun, do you have any conditions? Xie Tian inquired. Rest assured, should you resolve the troubles afflicting my family, feel free to state any demands. Jun Wuxian shook his head. I am rather spontaneous. I assist when I am pleased and remain indifferent when I am not. Having agreed to help Xie Mingyu with this matter, I shall not impose additional conditions. However, I am not one to forgive easily. Xie Hua has wronged me and must face the consequences. Does Mr. Xie understand my meaning? Xie Tian comprehended well. The implication was clear. To follow Xie Mingyu's plan, thoroughly investigate Xie Hua's embezzlement of their family's funds and send him to prison. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated. Xie Hua's father had passed away early, entrusting his only son to Xie Tian. It was his duty as the elder to guide him. And now he faced the prospect of sending his nephew to prison for the sake of his own daughter. How could he confront his deceased brother thereafter? Knowing a son as a father does, Xie Mingyu recognized his father's hesitation and quickly interjected. Father, Xie Hua's situation is no longer merely about lack of education. It is about excessive indulgence. I have even heard rumors of his gambling. Sending him to prison for reform is, in fact, a means of saving him. If he can repent and change, I will still acknowledge him as my cousin. As long as I am around, he will never lack for sustenance. With this reasoning and driven by a desperate desire to protect his daughter, Xie Tian made a decision and nodded. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Very well, Mr. Jun. I shall ensure that Xie Hua's transgressions are addressed. Please, lead the way. Excellent. Upon entering the chamber on the second floor, Jun Wuxian beheld Xie Yuan. Her countenance as pale as ash, shrouded in a languid haze. With delicate features and a slender figure, she was a rare beauty. Father, am I destined to perish? Xie Yuan's voice emerged as a mere whisper, frail and fleeting. How could that be? Our Yuan shall soon recover. She continued, yet, why do I perceive illusions, as if I beheld a soul-reaping specter? Such a handsome soul-reaper. Jun Wuxian pondered, how has he come to be regarded as a soul-reaper? Chapter 68. The 7-Day Gu. This is Mr. Jun, here to save you. Nonsense. Our Yuan is so beautiful, the soul snatcher would never let her go. Really? Xie Tian nodded and turned to Jun Wuxian, explaining, my daughter is in this condition. Last night, her complexion shifted from purple to gray, and her temperature fluctuates every 2 hours, either icy cold or burning hot. If we do not dispel the malevolent magic afflicting her, I fear she may not endure much longer. It is not entirely malevolent magic. Rather, it is the witchcraft from the borders of Yun province. She has been host to a 7-day Gu, which has matured. If the parasite is not extracted soon, in 2 days' time, when the parasite's life cycle concludes, your daughter will be truly lost. Such a predicament is insurmountable for an ordinary person. The 7-day Gu? Xie Tian exclaimed. I have asked Yuan. She has never consumed anything unclean. How could she have become a host to a Gu? Moreover, what is this 7-day Gu? Jun Wuxian elaborated. The 7-day Gu is a creature with a lifespan of merely 7 days. Typically, it is extracted by malevolent practitioners from the borders of Yun province, who seal the Gu eggs with dark techniques. When they wish to harm someone, they retrieve a Gu egg, submerge it in water, and devise a means for the intended victim to ingest it. If the Gu lives, the host survives. If the Gu perishes, the poison spreads, and not even a nascent soul can save them. As for how your daughter ingested the 7-day Gu, that is a question for you to ponder. However, on the 7th day, when the Gu expires, your daughter's life shall surely follow. This implies that the Gu did not enter Xie Yuan's body by mere chance. Someone orchestrated this, someone well acquainted with your family. Who, then, is behind Yi Changshu's machinations against Yuan? Xie Tian and Xie Mingyu exchanged glances, both in a state of confusion. Yet, uncovering the truth was not their immediate concern. Rather, the priority was to extract the parasite and preserve Xie Yuan's life. Mr. Jun, if you are unable to resolve this matter, then it seems we must seek the one who tied the knot, the one who set this in motion, Yi Changshu. Xie Mingyu interjected, implying that they should enlist Jun Wuxian's aid in confronting the viper. In Xie Mingyu's view, Jun Wuxian's influence outweighed mere skill. Jun Wuxian replied coolly, I only stated that an ordinary person cannot extract the Gu. I did not claim that I am incapable. Now, please leave. Without hesitation, Xie Tian and his son exited the room and closed the door behind them. At such a moment, could there still be room for trust issues? Suddenly, Xie Yuan spoke. Her voice faint and drowsy, Mr. Jun, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. I do not mind. Please, help me extract the Gu. Jun Wuxian was taken aback. What do you not mind? Xie Yuan's voice grew even softer, almost a whisper. I do not mind if Mr. Jun removes my clothing. 3 lines of black appeared on Jun Wuxian's forehead as he inquired, why must I remove your clothing? Is it not necessary to remove my clothes to extract the Gu? Not at all. Is it not written in novels that one must undress? Moreover, if you do not remove my clothing, why did you ask my father and brother to leave? I simply prefer tranquility. Please close your eyes. Oh. Jun Wuxian extended a finger, which instantly radiated a brilliant golden light, placing it upon Xie Yuan's abdomen. The golden light seeped into her body, swiftly locating the 7-day Gu and locking onto it. After all, a healer must not shy away from the illness, and besides, Mr. Jun is quite handsome. Jun Wuxian was momentarily taken aback, likely due to the latter part of the statement. He had never questioned the countenance before him. Mr. Jun, why do I feel neither cold nor hot anymore? It's as if my illness has dissipated effortlessly. Am I on the mend? A trace of vitality crept into Xie Yuan's voice. You are indeed recovering. With the parasitic insect restrained, Xie Yuan's symptoms naturally vanished. Jun Wuxian's fingers delicately coaxed the parasite upward from her abdomen. Suddenly, he encountered an object of considerable elasticity, prompting a slight flush of embarrassment to color his cheeks. At that moment, Xie Yuan's light voice chimed in again. I know Mr. Jun did not intend this. He lifted his fingers slightly to navigate around the rugged peaks. The parasite was swiftly guided into Xie Yuan's throat. Open your mouth. She obediently complied. In an instant, an unsightly parasite, roughly the size of a lobster, erupted from Xie Yuan's mouth, crashing to the ground. Upon leaving the human body, the creature's form transitioned from black to a lifeless ash gray within 10 seconds. Utterly devoid of vitality. Glaring at the repulsive carcass, Xia Yihuan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly retching up her bile. However, this was not the end. Jun Wuxian snapped his fingers, and flames enveloped the parasite's body, swiftly incinerating it and leaving a dark stain on the floor. Was Mr. Jun concerned I would be disgusted? Thus incinerating it? How thoughtful of you. A hint of adoration almost illuminated Xia Yihuan's face, her complexion having significantly improved. Not quite. It was to impart a lesson to the one who cast the spell. Jun Wuxian called towards the door. You may enter now. The door swung open immediately. And Xia Tian and Xia Mingyu rushed in, their eyes scrutinizing Xia Yihuan. Is she truly well? The father and son exclaimed in unison, astonished. How could it be so quick, in less than 10 minutes? Yet, the improvement in her complexion was undeniable. Xia Yihuan had indeed been saved. Mr. Jun, I cannot thank you enough. Xia Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need, Jun Wuxian replied. However, the one who cursed her remains at large, and the trouble persists. Remember to contact me when Yi Changshu next approaches you. I must take my leave for now. Xia Mingyu suddenly recalled something and said, Mr. Jun, I noticed your large vehicle seemed to have been scratched. Shall I assist in taking it for repairs? Upon the mention of the car, Jun Wuxian's expression shifted, becoming less composed. There is no need for that at present. Repairs would be futile. It is likely to be scraped again tomorrow. At this moment, Xia Tian's face grew rigid with indignation, realizing that Xia Hua was akin to a treacherous wolf raised in their midst. Xia Mingyu understood the underlying reasons, which extended beyond the matter of the vehicle. Moreover, upon calculating the time when his sister had been cursed, the surveillance revealed only Xia Hua had stealthily entered their home. Thus, the identity of Xia Yihuan's assailant was glaringly apparent. Father, I will gather evidence to file a report. It was the only course of action available. The fact that she would harm her own family had crossed the line for Xia Tian. This nephew, it seemed, was better off disowned. Meanwhile, Xia Hua had located Yu Changshu at a tea house and recounted the matter of the Xia family seeking assistance to dispel the malevolent spell afflicting Xia Yihuan. Initially, Yi Changshu regarded the situation with skepticism. The 7-day goo he had unleashed was, to his knowledge, unbreakable by anyone in Yunzhou, save for himself. While extinguishing the 7-day goo was a straightforward task, extricating it alive from Xia Yihuan's body was a feat that ordinary cultivators could not accomplish. Failure to do so would result in the goo perishing within her, causing the poison to spread uncontrollably, rendering even the Yuan powerless to intervene. However, in the next moment, a violent tremor coursed through Yi Changshu's body, causing the chair to splinter under the strain, sending him crashing to the ground. Someone had employed celestial fire to incinerate the spiritual energy he had exerted over the 7-day goo. Chapter 69. The Poison of the Goo King. With a bruised and swollen visage, Yi Changshu struggled to rise from the ground, his expression exceedingly grim. He had encountered a formidable opponent. The reason he had left a strand of spiritual energy within the 7-day goo was because without it, he could not exert control over the creature. Otherwise, even if Xia Tian and his son fulfilled their promise to deliver Xia Yihuan to him, he would have been unable to extract the 7-day goo. Yet, the skilled individual summoned by the Xia family could not only retrieve the living goo, but also unleash heavenly flames to incinerate it, causing him to suffer a significant loss. It had been quite some time since he had faced such a powerful cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and trepidation marred his features. What now? Well, mister, you truly let Xia Yihuan go? Xia Hua remarked, feigning reluctance. Mr. Yi, Xia Yihuan is a rare beauty. Even I, as her cousin, cannot help but feel a pang of desire. Yi Changshu cast a sidelong glance, a sneer playing on his lips. It is laughable that Xia Tian has raised such an ungrateful wretch like you. The Xia family possesses vast wealth yet is unwilling to spare even a fraction for me. Why should I be as loyal as a dog? Xia Hua's face twisted with resentment, yet he wore a fawning smile. Without me, the ungrateful wolf, mister, you would find it far more challenging to win her affections. Yi Changshu narrowed his eyes. The disrespect in those words alone warranted Xia Hua's demise. However, he refrained from acting on that impulse. A despicable individual has his uses. To kill him would render him utterly useless. He inquired, do you know anything about the expert the Xia family has summoned? It's him. Xia Hua's brows furrowed as he recalled Jun Wuxian, a young man he knew only by his surname and the fact that he had a younger aunt. I don't know much else. He appears to be a couple of years younger than me. Perhaps he merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity to heal Xia Yihuan. Mr. Yi, please do not misunderstand. Xiehua insisted, unwilling to accept that this man named Jun possessed any significant prowess. Are you questioning my judgment? Yi Changshu's voice turned cold. Xiehua quickly lowered his gaze. I wouldn't dare. Indeed, you would not. Yi Changshu gradually regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. Suddenly struck by a realization. It is he. Who? Xiehua asked. The one who killed the rattlesnake, Yi Changshu replied. A practitioner of the Golden Core realm. Xiehua blurted out, why not use a gun? Given Mr. Ye's status in the poisonous snake gang, acquiring a firearm would be a trivial matter. No matter how formidable he is, can he truly rival a bullet? Yi Changshu could not suppress a mocking laugh, his patience wearing thin. Do you truly comprehend what it means to be at the Golden Core level? Xiehua, bewildered, shook his head but felt a twinge of defiance. Is the Golden Core truly impervious to blades and bullets? Far more formidable than that. A Golden Core cultivator can take a life from 10 kilometers away. For instance, if your aura is locked onto, a Golden Core practitioner can easily cause your demise without leaving a trace, even a cause of death. Xiehua gasped. That sounds exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yi Changshu's eyes narrowed. It is said that no matter how high one's martial prowess, one still fears the kitchen knife. While the Golden Core is indeed powerful, there are always means to counter it. Since the 7-day Gu could not defeat him, perhaps it was time to test the Gu King. Originally intended to deal with Fang Jiangtang, it seemed more fitting to employ it against this Jun. The Gu King? Xiehua exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of poison is this? Yi Changshu elaborated. When 1,000 Gu worms are gathered, the one that survives becomes the Gu King. Anyone who comes into contact with even a trace of its venom is beyond salvation, even by divine intervention. Most alarmingly, the contagion of the Gu King is exceedingly potent. If one person is afflicted, no member of their family will escape unscathed. The rescuer, too, will inevitably suffer. As he spoke, Yi Changshu solemnly retrieved a sealed box and placed it before Xiehua. If the Xie family perishes, you will be the sole heir to their legacy. All of Xie Tian's amassed fortune, which he has gathered over a lifetime, will be yours. This Gu King is a lifeless entity. All you need to do is place its remains within the Xie household, and the family will succumb to its poison. It is rather simple. Xiehua recoiled in fear, hesitant to touch the box. Yet, the thought of inheriting Xie Tian's immense wealth stirred his heart. As a veteran car dealer in Yuzhou, Xie Tian had accumulated an astonishing fortune exceeding 1 billion. If that wealth were to be his, it would last a lifetime of indulgence. Faced with such irresistible temptation, Xiehua could not help but grasp the box. However, his lingering rationality compelled him to inquire, but Mr. Yi, does this mean you have given up on Xie Yihuan? The venom of the Gu King would bring ruin to the entire Xie family, leaving Xie Yihuan no chance of survival. What joy could there be in the death of another? Yi Changshu expressed a mix of regret and resolve. If I cannot possess her, it is better to see her destroyed. Furthermore, as long as the Poison Snake Gang can solidify its presence in Yuzhou, I can indulge in the affections of all the women in the region. Eliminating Jun Wuxian, who stands against the Poison Snake Gang, is far more crucial than merely ridding myself of Xie Yihuan. It was then revealed that the young man was named Jun Wuxian. Xiehua nodded, his gaze darkening. Mr. Yi, I understand what must be done. Meanwhile, on another front, Duan Folai lamented, with the emergence of the Tingfei group. And now the Thunder Gang and the Poison Snake Gang stirring up chaos in Yunzhou. You, as the head of law enforcement, are utterly incompetent. He dared not voice his grievances, but felt powerless. Mr. Jun, the current situation extends beyond Yunzhou. It permeates the entirety of Huagua. The underworld runs rampant, and the power of local law enforcement pales in comparison to even the smallest factions. The dark forces are merely the surface. Each is backed by powerful influences. We, as law enforcement personnel, face insurmountable obstacles in our attempts to eradicate them. It is not that I lack willpower, but rather the capability. I am powerless against both the Thunder Gang and the Poison Snake Gang. I would risk my life, yet my sacrifice cannot bring clarity to Yunzhou. Jun Wuxian blinked, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that the underground forces encompassed far too much, including reckless martial arts masters operating freely among the populace and sinister cultivators lurking in the shadows. Even within the ranks of orthodox cultivators, there were those entangled in these affairs, along with the shadows of high-ranking officials. Compared to true power, the current state of Yunzhou resembled a mere child's play. Fang Ranjian had mentioned to Jun Wuxian that a decade ago, several esteemed figures in the capital began formulating plans to eliminate the underworld. However, the execution proved to be an insurmountable challenge. In this desolate time, what difference could be discerned? Chapter 70. I come to send you to hell as long as Fong Ranjian dispatches a military force to permanently station in Yuzhou. Diligently purging the dark forces year after year, it would not completely eradicate the problem, but at least it could suppress its growth. Yet, what significance does that hold? Merely dwelling in a corner, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Dao remarked, I didn't summon you to listen to your ramblings. There are matters that your execution office cannot accomplish, which I can. You are responsible for locating the key figures of the Poison Snake Gang, and I shall take care of the rest. Jun Wuxian understood the principle that the purest waters harbor no fish in his past life. The souls of countless fallen under the Celestial Emperor's command were not few, yet Jun Tian-Di was never a ruler who reveled in bloodshed and cruelty. Killing the rattlesnake that kidnapped Lin Yan would suffice. He never contemplated eliminating the entire Poison Snake Gang over a single rattlesnake. However, the affairs of the CF family had led him to reconsider. Since the snakes and rats are in cahoots, it would be better to eradicate them all. Jun Wuxian merely smiled, offering no comment. If only a few more individuals like him emerged in Huagua, chaos would likely ensue. In a rural leisure establishment on the outskirts, wary of Fong Jiatang, the black python and bamboo leaf green concealed themselves here, adopting a strategy of stillness amidst turbulence. This secluded place was insufficient for him. Sure enough, trouble found them, not from anyone else, but from the one who had slain the second-in-command rattlesnake. The thoughts of avenging the second brother occupied his mind incessantly. Nothing was more pressing than dealing with Fong Jiaodang. Yi Changxi was truly a nuisance at this moment. The black python grumbled in dissatisfaction. Bamboo leaf green stepped behind him, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder, gently kneading it. After all, he possessed great capability. At most, they would refrain from intervening. If he was capable of eliminating the adversary, it would indeed serve as vengeance for the second brother. If he lacked the means and fell at Jun Wuxian's hands, it would be his own misfortune. The black python closed his eyes in approval, thoroughly enjoying her gentle touch. As her slender fingers roamed over him, his anger dissipated considerably as he mused. Although Yi Changxu is arrogant and conceited, his skills are undeniably remarkable. If, by chance, he were to lose his life over a woman's affairs, it would indeed be a great loss for our Poison Snake Gang. Suddenly, the black python's robust arm seized Bamboo Leaf Green's delicate hand and pulled her into his embrace. Her face flushed with allure, her eyes sparkling like springs. She feigned resistance, saying, Big brother, you are wicked. Whether it was Big Brother's mischief or Yi Changxu's lack of understanding, their third sister was so formidable, yet he remained insatiable. Lifting Bamboo Leaf Green into his arms, he headed towards the bed, preparing to indulge in their passions. Soon, the room echoed with their intoxicated sounds of pleasure. Immersed in ecstasy, they remained utterly oblivious to the fact that not far from the leisure establishment, on a hillside, Fong Jiatang was watching them with a knowing smile. Muttering to himself, so this is where they hide. The sworn siblings are actually lovers. The Poison Snake Gang is indeed chaotic. Tangmaster, when shall we make our move? Asked Siyun too, his gaze sharp and restless. Having grasped the whereabouts of the black python and Bamboo Leaf Green, they could strike at any time. Let us wait another 2 days. I shall make my move once my injuries have healed. This way, we will ensure victory. Fong Jiatang replied coldly. Those who dared to challenge the Thunder Gang should anticipate their removal. In the meanwhile, Xiahua arrived at the CF family residence, bearing 2 exquisite bottles of wine and a precious necklace, appearing as if nothing were amiss. Having timed his visit perfectly, he found the 3 members of the CF family present. Cousin, why didn't I see you yesterday? Xia Yihuan inquired, just having returned from the fields. Utterly unaware of the recent events. Do not refer to him as cousin again. He is unworthy. Xia Tian coldly glared at Xia Hua. Didn't I instruct you to confess? Why haven't you? Confess? Confess to what? Xia Yuan was utterly perplexed. Has my cousin committed any wrongdoing? I will inform you later. In any case, from this moment forth, Xia Hua is no longer a member of our CF family. Xia Mingyu spoke bluntly. His eyes filled with disdain. Xia Hua's expression shifted, for even the matters concerning the store did not warrant such coldness from his uncle, unless that incident had come to light. Affecting an air of calm, he approached. Uncle, I realize my mistakes regarding the store. Not only those matters, but I have repented for all my actions. Uncle, I came solely to express my filial piety by offering you these 2 bottles of wine and a necklace for my cousin, to congratulate her on her recovery. Without any ulterior motives, I shall go to the authorities and confess soon. Still feigning ignorance, Xia Tian was immediately consumed by fury, pointing an accusatory finger while vehemently rebuking. Xie Hua, what have I ever done to wrong you? Why would you wish to harm my daughter, your own cousin? Xie Yuan stood frozen, unable to comprehend how her cousin could be the source of her troubles. Lowering his head, Xie Hua seemed to ponder deeply. Under the weight of their gazes, he suddenly discarded the gifts onto the ground, finally deciding to abandon his pretense. Gradually raising his head, a sinister smile crept across his face. Uncle, this is not my fault. My father passed away early. You took me in and raised me. Without you, I might have starved to death in my infancy. I know I owe you a debt of gratitude, one that I should repay by serving your family for life. However, I am discontented. Xie Hua's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. Uncle, I am discontented. With all your wealth, have you never considered sharing even a fraction with me? Though you are merely my uncle, I too was raised by you. At the very least, I should be regarded as your adopted son. As for harming Yuan, that is simply because Mr. Yi has promised to assist me in obtaining the Xie family fortune. Well, my visit today was not one of sincere repentance or seeking your forgiveness. Instead, the corpse of the Gu King appeared in Xie Hua's grasp. At that moment, he had descended into madness, laughing maniacally. I am here to send your whole family to hell. With a swift motion, he crushed the desiccated corpse of the Gu King in his hands. An eerie, azure toxin began to emanate from the remains, swiftly enveloping the room, the deadly gas infiltrating the lungs of all present. As the poison coursed through their bodies, Xie Tian and the others immediately experienced a sense of discomfort, their throats ablaze, struggling to breathe. What on earth is this? Xie Yuan queried in terror. Xie Hua, with a face twisted in madness, declared, the poison of the Gu King. Its potency is tenfold that of the 7-day Gu. Why am I unafraid? It is undoubtedly because Mr. Yi has provided me with the antidote in advance. Wait. Suddenly, Xie Hua clutched his throat, abruptly realizing that his condition mirrored theirs. A surge of anxiety and confusion filled his heart. Had he not already taken the antidote given by Mr. Yi? Why then, was he still poisoned? Quickly, call Mr. Jun. Xie Tian immediately instructed Xie Mingyu. Chapter 71. The way of the man returns to his own body. Jun Wuxian arrived at the villa of the Xie family, preparing to push the door open. However, at that moment, Xie Yuan unexpectedly locked the door from the inside and rushed to the tightly shut window, anxiously gesturing with her hands, pinching her delicate nose. She waved her hands frantically, conveying a message of poison. Ignoring her, Jun Wuxian gently kicked the door, and with a thunderous crash, the heavy entrance collapsed. In an instant, the eerie green poison surged forth like a living entity, targeting Jun Wuxian. This is bad. Mr. Jun has also fallen victim to the Gu King's poison. Xie Yuan's voice was hoarse, as if engulfed in smoke. The Gu King's poison, wielded by a truly malevolent hand. Jun Wuxian's gaze was icy and indifferent. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed his spiritual energy, dispersing the poisonous gas that threatened to escape. Should the Gu King's poison spread, it could claim countless lives in Yuzhou with the slightest misstep. The records of the heavenly physician of the Di family contain nearly every known poison, and the Gu King's poison ranks among the top 5, underscoring its lethal nature. Even in the hands of the Di family, this poison presents a formidable challenge. There is almost no antidote. Moreover, unlike other deadly toxins, the Gu King's poison possesses a remarkable contagion. There is a 90% chance of transmission upon contact with an infected individual. While the toxin does not reproduce on its own, it is intensely potent. The venom within a single Gu King's corpse is sufficient to annihilate tens of thousands. Thus, if the toxicity of the Gu King's poison is not properly managed, it could very well require the lives of countless innocent citizens in Yuzhou to dilute its effects. The poisoner, driven by selfish motives, disregards the lives of ordinary people, their hearts as treacherous as demons. Mr. Jun, can you alleviate the poison? Xie Tian gasped, feeling suffocated, desperately summoning his last strength to speak. Yes. A refreshing sensation coursed through Xie Tian's body, akin to a lifeline for him, who felt as if ablaze. It was immensely comforting. Soon, Jun Wuxian successfully eradicated the Gu King's poison from Xie Tian's system. Relieved, Xie Tian breathed weakly. Subsequently, Jun Wuxian applied the same method to detoxify Xie Mingyu. Finally, it was Xie Yuan's turn. With her chest held high, she shyly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the worst. She had seen how Mr. Jun saved her father and elder brother, his fingers resting upon their chests. She, of course, was no exception. However, this time, Jun Wuxian's fingers were placed not on her chest, but 3 inches below, on her lower abdomen, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. A comfortable sensation escaped Xie Yuan's lips. Yet, her eyes reflected confusion. Why is the position incorrect? Jun Wuxian interpreted her bewildered gaze and, with utmost seriousness, explained. The Gu King's poison primarily accumulates on either side of the chest cavity. Placing my fingers on their chest enhances the efficacy. As for you, propriety dictates a certain distance between men and women. Xie Yuan's expression was complex, caught between unspoken disappointment and acceptance. Yet, the healer's compassion for the suffering outweighed all else. The efficacy was paramount. In truth, it was not significantly different. It's done. You are healed. What kind of poison is this? The Gu King's venom. It is less formidable than a mere cold. Jun Wuxian could hardly fathom what Xie Yuan was thinking. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly scoff at her. It is fortunate that he is present. Had it been another healer, even a Taoist, the entire Yunzhou would have succumbed to panic. Help? Help me. A feeble cry for salvation emanated from the corner, where Xie Hua lay. Jun Wuxian paid him no heed. For he was a man who distinguished between enmity and benevolence. His disdain for Xie Hua was palpable, while he would not resort to murder out of loathing. He certainly had no intention of offering aid. Xie Hua, did you not take the antidote beforehand? The antidote cannot save you. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve this. Xie Mingyu spat vehemently. Almost your entire family would have fallen victim to your folly. The Gu King's poison has no antidote. My ability to neutralize it stems from my formidable cultivation, which allows me to refine the venom. The individual who provided you with the Gu King's corpse never intended for you to survive. Jun Wuxian's words plunged Xie Hua into despair, rendering him ashen. Jun. Mr. Jun, I beg you, save me. I will serve you like a beast. I am on the verge of being consumed by flames. The Gu King's poison is of a fiery nature. Those afflicted feel as if their chest is ablaze and their throat is similarly tormented. The symptoms intensify over time, culminating in the moment of death, which is the only release from such agony. At that moment, Xie Hua truly felt that life was worse than death. Initially, Jun Wuxian had no intention of intervening, but upon reconsideration, he changed his mind. Approaching Xie Hua, he extracted a mass of poisonous mist from within him, sealing it within the cycle of rebirth, causing it to vanish. As the venom diminished, Xie Hua exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in terror, and his hands clutched his throat, unable to utter a single word. The other three members of the Xie family witnessed in horror as Xie Hua's throat turned crimson. With a gasp, Xie Hua collapsed to the ground, emitting a foul smoke, devoid of any signs of life. While extracting the Gu King's poison, I subtly manipulated the toxic gas within him to converge towards his throat, hastening his demise. I did not intend to save him. Rather, I merely granted him a swift release. Jun Wuxian explained with indifference. As for the collected Gu King's poison, Jun Wuxian planned to return it to its originator in kind. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Mr. Jun, I have located the whereabouts of the #1 figure in the Serpent Gang. His name is Yi Changxiu, and there are rumors suggesting he may be an evil cultivator. He has been residing at the Linlan Club for the past few days. Understood. After ending the call, Jun Wuxian turned to the three individuals, stating, We have pinpointed Yu Changxiu's location. I shall go confront him at once. However, having never encountered Yu Changxiu, he could not conjure him from thin air. But now that his location was revealed, the task became considerably easier. Mr. Jun, I shall accompany you. Xie Huan stepped forward eagerly. Jun Wuxian cast a puzzled glance her way. What is your purpose in going? Xie Huan replied, Since Yu Changxiu has treated me this way, I cannot bear to miss the sight of you avenging me. Very well. It is of little consequence. Jun Wuxian did not decline, and fortuitously, I require someone to drive. In his haste, Jun Wuxian chose to fly directly here instead of taking a car. Chapter 72. The early bird catches the worm. Xie Yuan's vehicle was a matte red BMW 7 Series, and Jun Wuxian approached it, surveying the car with curiosity. Do you fancy this car? Xie Yuan inquired, intrigued. Jun Wuxian shook his head. He had only recently begun to explore the world of automobiles, and felt a fleeting curiosity towards any car. Thus, he found himself gazing at it a bit longer. In truth, to Jun Wuxian, even the most luxurious car was merely a trinket that piqued his interest. I thought that if Mr. Jun liked it, I would gift this car to you. Despite being just a 7 Series, the modifications cost me over 2 million. The color was my own design. Xie Yuan remarked with a hint of regret, suddenly enthused. Why don't you take it for a spin? Though they were on a mission to seek vengeance against Yu Changxiu, Xie Yuan felt unusually lighthearted. as if he believed that a person as insignificant as Yu Changxu would be no match for Mr. Jun. That is unnecessary. You may drive it. Let us set off. Jun Wuxian replied, feeling tempted but ultimately declining due to his lack of driving skills. He was uncomfortable with the thought of risking someone else's car. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Linlong Club, Yu Changxu reclined, his bare torso exposed, luxuriating in the services of 3 technicians, all of whom were clad in revealing attire that could easily ignite any man's desire. As a figure of considerable stature, even the leader of the poisonous serpent gang, Hyman, treated him with utmost respect. Yu Changxu was treated like royalty within the establishment, where no one dared to neglect him. In the brief time he had been there, he had indulged in nearly every attractive technician at the club. Yet, Yu Changxu remained unsatisfied, no matter how alluring the club's technicians were. They could not evoke the same sense of conquest as a virtuous woman. The Xie family is nearly extinguished. Jun Wuxian is likely to attempt a rescue, but anyone afflicted by the Gu King's poison is doomed to perish. What a pity for the exquisite Xie Yuan. Yu Changxu mused to himself, lamenting his situation, unaware that danger was imminent. As Jun Wuxian had stated, there was no antidote for the Gu King's poison. Detoxification could only be achieved through a powerful and delicate spiritual energy that could cleanse the toxin. Such power was a rarity in Huagua. Yu Changxu's cultivation level was merely at the 3rd tier of foundation establishment, which, for his age, was decent. However, his true strength lay not in his realm, but in his fortunate apprenticeship under a powerful and knowledgeable practitioner of Gu arts, who held a particular fondness for him. The Gu eggs of the 7-day Gu and the corpse of the Gu King were both gifts from his master. To send Xie Hua to administer poison was akin to sending him to his demise. Without Xie Hua to relay information, he was left uninformed of the current situation. Yet, he did not believe that Jun Wuxian could handle the 7-day Gu, let alone the Gu King's poison. Even with enhanced cultivation, the timeline for succumbing to the poison would only differ slightly from that of an ordinary person. As for how the Gu King's poison would spread in Yunzhou, that was beyond his consideration. Eliminating Jun Wuxian would serve as a form of retribution for the rattlesnake. Only the corpse of the Gu King was utilized. And to assist the poisonous snake gang in dealing with Fang Jiangtang, alternative strategies must be devised. However, such worries were swiftly cast aside by Yu Changxu, who, with an eager hand, seized the most alluring of the 3 technicians, reveling in the moment. Women are the most exquisite beings in this world. Even if the poisonous snake gang were ultimately vanquished by the Thunder Gang, with his abilities, he could easily garner admiration and support wherever he went. Come, undress completely. Let us indulge in pleasure. Yu Changxu, indifferent to day or night, was determined to seize joy in the moment. The 3 technicians exchanged glances, ultimately yielding to the situation. Beginning to loosen their garments, they understood that this esteemed guest required attentive service. How could they dare to refuse? Creak. The door swung open effortlessly. A man, donning a duckbill cap and a mask that obscured his features, entered quietly. The 3 technicians, in disarray and barely clothed, hastily grasped their garments to conceal their modesty upon the intrusion. Yu Changxu squinted, questioning, "Who are you? Engaging in such activities in broad daylight? Do you not fear an early demise? Yet, for someone like you, a sinister practitioner, death could come at any moment. Indulging in pleasure is not entirely misguided. Who are you truly?" Yu Changxu repeated his inquiry. "When you descend to hell, be sure to greet the rattlesnake. Are you Jun Wuxian?" A piercing shriek echoed. Yu Changxu could not close his eyes in death. Who had taken his life? A minute later, the man in the duckbill cap entered a nondescript, dilapidated sedan, skillfully removing his gloves, cap, and mask. The rearview mirror reflected a cold smirk upon his lips as he murmured, "It has been a while since I engaged in assassination. I am a bit out of practice." With the demise of the poisonous snake gang's sinister practitioner, the greatest threat had been eliminated. The remaining challenges were the black python and the bamboo leaf green. However, Jun Wuxian, accompanied by Xie Yuan, arrived a moment later, rather unexpectedly. It seemed that killing someone could still be preempted. Was he truly a man who bore grudges? Though Yu Changxu deserved his fate, the case must be resolved. Jun Wuxian's involvement would be a separate matter. "Tell me, is it useful? Can you apprehend him?" Jun Wuxian spoke calmly. Indeed, it was a daunting task. Before his retirement, Duan Fonglei had been considered a minor leader within the 7th Military District, barely qualifying as a third-rate expert. The adversary who could slay a foundational stage sinister practitioner undoubtedly ranked among the 2nd tier of power. It was not a foe he could contend with. Many circumstances are, in truth, quite helpless. The military is not devoid of martial experts, even those skilled in cultivation. Yet, such formidable individuals are not easily retired or relegated to minor positions. The rampant black forces in Yunzhou, having dismantled one soaring group only to see the rise of another like the poisonous snake gang, are largely emboldened by their audacity. Of course, there are also historical issues left over from the past in Huagua. However, whether one can contend with them depends on knowing who they are first. It is Fang Jiadang. Chapter 73. Before the Thunder Gang, none dared to raise their heads. In the countryside, Zhuai approached, her form collapsing onto the broad back of the black python. The black python's expression abruptly shifted, instantly concluding that it was Fang Jiadang who had retaliated, not Jun Wuxian. Zhuai felt a flicker of confusion. Upon hearing this, her gaze revealed a hint of admiration. Indeed, the black python was worthy of the position of leader of the poisonous serpent gang when it came to strategic planning. What shall we do? Seek revenge or retreat? Zhuai inquired. When the viper perished last time, the black python had advocated for a prolonged deliberation, which he found unsatisfactory. However, although Yi Changshu possessed only average cultivation, he was by no means an insignificant figure. His demise had validated Fang Jiangtang's strength. Now, with the uncertain threat posed by Jun Wuxian, the situation for the poisonous serpent gang had become precarious. If they retreated now, how could she, as the leader of the poisonous serpent gang, maintain her authority? The black python, too, desired to retreat, yet found it impossible. Though Yi Changshu was not one of the gang's principal figures, his standing was akin to that of a leader. With 2 of their 4 key members deceased, he could not lead his brothers away from Yunzhou in disgrace without inviting ridicule from the outside world and grievances from his subordinates. Retreat was not an option. Thus, they were left with no choice but to fight. You will accompany Yi Changshu to meet his master at the border of Yun province. Immediately take a flight to inform him of Yi Changshu's assassination. Do you understand? After a moment, the black python made her decision. Zhuai instantly comprehended, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Her elder brother was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. With the death of the poison master's most beloved disciple, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance on their behalf. There would be no need for them to utter a word. He would come to them. Indeed, the poison master is a notorious dark practitioner at the border of Yun province, possessing extraordinary abilities. Should he choose to lower his status and come to Yunzhou to avenge Yi Changshu, even Jun Wuxian, no matter how formidable, would find it difficult to stir the waters. As for Fang Jiangtang, a martial artist who has barely reached the 7th rank, he is even easier to deal with. Though our poisonous serpent gang may lack the strength of the Thunder Gang, we are certainly capable of handling a mere hall master. The cunning glint in the black python's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Very well. I have met the poison master, and like Yi Changshu, he has a weakness for beauty. If we cater to his preferences, the assistance he could provide to the poisonous serpent gang would extend far beyond merely dealing with Jun Wuxian. Zhuai revealed a sinister smile. If this matter indeed resulted in the poisonous serpent gang gaining the support of the poison master, she could only remark that Yi Changshu's death served a purpose. With the poison master aiding them, even in a conflict against the Thunder Gang, they would possess the strength to contend. You excel at captivating men. Although I am unaware of the circumstances when you accompanied Yi Changshu to meet the poison master, I can only imagine that with my sister's myriad charms, the poison master's attention must have been thoroughly captivated. Elder brother, are you truly willing to part with her? I am reluctant. But will you not seek out a man yourself? Silver State Real Estate Office Building. Fang Jiangtang arrived early, leisurely seated in the office's guest chair, igniting a cigarette for himself as he awaited Gu Zhishuan's response. The options presented were, in fact, threefold. The first was to repay the 20 billion owed to the Lei Gang for the deceased Mu Qin-Yong, without interest. The second was to relinquish the acquired Tingfei Group. The third, of course, was to reject both previous propositions. However, it was clear that the Lei Gang would not relent easily. The choices were stark, exceedingly overbearing, and utterly unreasonable. It must be noted that the Tungfei building was purchased by Gu Zhishuan from the government, and had no connection whatsoever to the Tungfei Group. The debts incurred by Mu Qin-Yong during his lifetime were equally unrelated to Gu Zhishuan. Yet, the profit-driven dealings of the Lei Gang seemed to lack any semblance of cleanliness. The dark forces, while perhaps valuing loyalty, were certainly devoid of reason. Fang Jiangtang remained unperturbed, having witnessed such scenarios countless times, harboring no fears that Gu Zhishuan would make an unexpected choice. 20 billion was, for an esteemed real estate magnate like Gu Zhishuan, well within the realm of possibility. Gu Zhishuan was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have risen from humble beginnings to achieve such monumental success in business. A sagacious individual often makes prudent choices when faced with dilemmas. Master Fong, allow me to clarify the situation, Gu Zhishuan began, his hands clasped in a serene manner. It is true that I purchased the Tingfei building, yet my intention in acquiring this edifice was not for personal gain, nor out of necessity. Rather, it was to honor a profound debt of gratitude owed to a significant individual. Were it not for him, I would have faced bankruptcy, if not death. The debt incurred by Mu Qin is not solely mine to bear. The decision lies with Inju Real Estate, and I lack the authority to dictate it. Who would be so audacious as to give away a building valued at 20 billion without a compelling reason? Fong Jiangtong's interest peaked. He proposed to meet this individual for further negotiation. I just made a call. He is currently en route. Fong Jiangtong's mind raced. He was no fool. The implication was clear. Gu Zhishuan believed that this benefactor, the true owner of the Tingfei building, possessed the power to refuse his terms. Fearless of the Lei Gang. How intriguing. Such a figure exists in Yuzhou? Surely it cannot be the Black Python? Fong Jiangdang speculated. In this region, the only one daring enough to challenge him was the leader of the poisonous snake gang, the Black Python. If it were indeed the Black Python, it would matter little. He had already declared his intent to eradicate the poisonous snake gang, and whether or not that came to pass, he would pursue the matter until one side was utterly vanquished, kneeling in submission. Meeting this individual would provide clarity. He might not be opposed to the terms proposed by Master Fong. If he were to agree, I would undoubtedly fulfill each request made by Master Fong. Clearly, this was not the Black Python, but rather another formidable figure. Fong Jiangtong's interest intensified, silently marveling at the hidden talents in Yunzhu. It seemed that in the presence of the Lei Gang, no one dared to stand tall. Fong Jiangtang brazenly asserted the facts as he saw them. The only reason I remember the name Lei Gang is due to the fact that your esteemed young lady once consorted with by Sufing and personally ensured his imprisonment. Master Fong, we meet again. The office door swung open, and Jun Wuxian strolled in leisurely. Upon seeing the visitor, Fong Jiangtang instinctively rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. It is you. Chapter 74. I am fond of the young lady, yet dread this marriage. Jun Wuxian, accompanied by Gu Xian, entered the office and casually stood before Gu Zhishuan, declaring, "It is I. So what?" Fong Jiangtang faltered, utterly unprepared to discover that the true master of Tingfei building was, in fact, his savior. The notion of confronting this person was one he would vehemently resist. It was not merely the debt of gratitude that held him back, but the profound strength and inscrutable depth of the individual before him. Why would Gu Zhishuan, so affluent, seek out the beggar on the street instead? Fong Jiangtang, if you wish to avoid demise in Yunzhou, then leave. Jun Wuxian's words cut sharply through the air. His indifferent gaze was not a threat. He genuinely meant to act on his words. Fong Jiangtang's face hardened for a moment, his fist clenching slightly. He was tempted to test the limits of this individual's resolve, questioning what audacity allowed him to utter such harsh words. Yet, years of experience in the tumultuous world of power taught him restraint. The demise of the rattlesnake served as a poignant reminder. The atmosphere in the office became palpably tense. Even Gu Zhishuan, the veritable god of wealth in Yunzhou, felt suffocated under the pressure emanating from Jun Wuxian. This is our 5th meeting. May I finally learn your name? Though I believe I have already deduced it. You are Jun Wuxian, am I correct? Fong Jiangtang, however, refrained from responding and diverted the conversation. His intuition led him to conclude that this young man was indeed the perpetrator behind Mu Qin's demise, a man recently released from incarceration. Yet possessing the prowess to dismantle the Tingfei group single-handedly, there was no one else it could be. Why inquire when you already suspect? Jun Wuxian replied coolly. I too possess the art of scheming and manipulation, but I find no need for such games now. I prefer a more straightforward approach. If the Lei Gang wishes to remain undisturbed for a few more days, you must vacate Yunzhou promptly. Should you stir trouble, today shall be your last. Do not speak so bluntly, it is rather unbecoming. Nevertheless, Fong Jiangtang responded with a grin, discarding the fade of the Lei Gang leader. He nodded in agreement. You have saved my life. Since you are the master of Tingfei building, I shall not trouble you. I am not particularly fond of staying in Yunzhou either. So leaving is a matter to be considered at leisure. I still have accounts to settle with the poisonous snake gang. Thus, he sought to distance himself from the matter. Jun Wuxian did not press further. Fong Jiangtang feigned departure, asserting, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we could share tea another time. Having lost both face and dignity, he found little joy in lingering. At that moment, Jun Wuxian called out to him, posing a question. Fang Jiangtang halted. Glancing back in confusion, Jun Wuxian inquired, Lei Xinyue is willful and proud. What reason compelled her to become engaged to you and agree to marry? Fang Jiangtang's expression shifted, becoming more unsightly than when reprimanded by Jun Wuxian. I shall reveal that to you upon our next meeting. With that, he departed without further ado. In just 2 minutes, Gu Zhishuan found himself utterly at a loss, as a troublesome predicament that necessitated financial expenditure to avert disaster was effortlessly resolved. At this moment, Gu Zhishuan realized that he had underestimated Jun Wuxian, despite having already held him in considerable regard. I shall take my leave now, Jun Wuxian stated, showing no intention of lingering after resolving the issue. What about the handling of Tingfei Tower? Gu Zhishuan hastily inquired. The development plan for the Luoshui Town Resort had been finalized, and a station presence was also required. Very well, Jun Wuxian insisted on not accepting further discussion, prompting Gu Zhishuan to refrain from further chatter. He instructed Gu Shiyan, please see Jun Wuxian off. As Gu Shiyan accompanied Jun Wuxian to the large vehicle park below the tower, she hesitantly suggested, how about we take a drive around the city? I lack the interest, he replied. Gu Shiyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, struggling to comprehend the enigmatic thoughts of Jun Wuxian. Do you have a girlfriend? She probed. For unless this were the case, she could not fathom why he maintained such distance from her. Jun Wuxian fell silent for a moment before responding. I consider you a friend. A friend? Gu Shiyan scoffed in self-deprecation. Forget it. I appreciate your assistance today. No need, he replied. The origins of this matter are tied to me. I must take my leave. With that, Jun Wuxian drove away, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Gu Shiyan's tears cascaded down her cheeks, marring her visage. If you do not harbor feelings for her, why did you step forth back then? Why endure 5 years of imprisonment due to that incident? If you do not like her, why do you always appear when she is in dire need? Gu Shiyan was plagued by a multitude of questions, yet she refrained from placing herself in a position of vulnerability, feeling that nothing would be gained. Meanwhile, Fang Jiangnan placed a call to Lei Xinyue, who was in the provincial city. He cut to the chase. I will no longer manage the Tingfei Group's loan. You may seek whoever you wish for collection, but do not contact me again. On the other end, Lei Xinyue was silent for a moment before responding in a gentle tone. What troubles you? Have you encountered a difficult situation? Or do you require assistance with the Snake Gang? Fang Jiatang chuckled lightly. The Snake Gang poses no significant issue. I can handle that. However, the debts of Mu Qinyong should not be attributed to Yingzhu Real Estate and Luoshui River Bay, as it is quite unreasonable. This is why the Lei Gang could not expand during my father's time. Yet Lei Xinyue was unwilling to heed his words, asserting, Fang Jiangtang, had there not been complications, you would not defy my wishes. Speak plainly, what trouble have you encountered? Realizing he had been overly compliant with the young lady, Fang Jiangtang revealed the truth. However, rather than garnering Lei Xinyue's understanding, he faced her cold reprimand. You bow to threats from Jun Wuxian? This is not the Fang Jiatang I know. You should conduct yourself accordingly. I shall send someone to deal with Jun Wuxian. No one can threaten the Lei Gang. Fang Jiangtang's tone brooked no refusal as he stated. As for my grievances with the Snake Gang, they are a separate matter. I will not involve myself in the affairs of Yunzhou. Fang Jianggang, you are my fiancé. Lei Xinyue, in all matters, you must unconditionally stand by my side. Lei Xinyue was instantly enraged. Fang Jiangtang, are you plotting a rebellion? Fang Jiangtang remained unmoved, focused on addressing the matter at hand. Chapter 75. How many lives must be taken? On the phone, Lei Xinyue fell silent for a few seconds before delivering a scathing retort. You are so bold in front of me, yet you turn into a coward before Jun Wuxian? You don't even dare to speak when threatened. Fang Jiatang, has your courage been fed to the dogs? Fang Jianggang, of course, possessed his courage. But he was acutely aware of the circumstances. If he did not yield, he would truly be killed. Jun Wuxian was not jesting, although they had never truly clashed. Fang Jiatang had witnessed that disdainful gaze aimed at the world before, in the eyes of a person he least wished to mention, by Sufeng, the youngest gangster overlord in the history of Huagua. When he first encountered Bai Sufeng, Fang Jiangtang was merely an inconspicuous figure within the Lei Gang. The memory of Bai Sufeng's contemptuous eyes remained etched in his heart, unforgettable. Thus, Fang Jiatang lowered his pride and compromised before Jun Wuxian. Not solely because Jun Wuxian had once saved his life, but because he wished to avoid death. As a practitioner of the 7th rank in martial arts, Fang Jiangtong's capabilities could barely place him among the elite. Yet, he did not believe himself to be a match for Jun Wuxian. After all, even the foremost experts were insignificant in the presence of truly formidable individuals. For instance, a character like Bai Sufeng could withstand the efforts of 10 genuine elite martial artists without sustaining a scratch. Huaguo was a land of hidden talents. After some contemplation, Fang Jiantang deemed it necessary to caution the young lady. Miss, Jun Wuxian's ability to effortlessly eliminate Mu Tianyong signifies that he is no ordinary adversary. Provoking him would bring no benefit to the Lei gang. How fortuitous. Fang Jiangtong's eyes narrowed. Miss, you are courting trouble. The Lei gang must profit to survive. How can you understand the hardships of leadership if you do not take charge? A tremendous opportunity lies before us, and I shall not refuse it. Gritting his teeth, he continued to persuade her. Fang Zhou is a madman. His arrival will only bring calamity. It is far better than doing nothing. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Fang Jiatang took a deep breath, a premonition stirring within him. The Lei gang was on the verge of attracting significant trouble. Although Jun Wuxian had displayed admirable prowess, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. After all, one pair of fists could hardly contend against many, especially when Jun Wuxian was a solitary fighter with no apparent means to counter the Lei gang. However, the Tungfei group, entrenched in Yunzhou for 2 to 3 decades, had been utterly obliterated by Jun Wuxian alone. He was not a man governed by ordinary reasoning. Upon returning to the Lin family villa, Fang Jiantang was surprised to find Xinchang present, discussing matters with his aunt. Jun Wuxian casually inquired, "What is the discussion about?" The resort project in Luoshui town was a significant undertaking for the southern province, yet for the Qianshan group, it was of little consequence. Compared to steering the massive vessel that was the Qianshan group, the importance of the Luoshui town development project was negligible. Xinchang expressed her frustration. Someone wants to intervene. Intrigued, Jun Wuxian asked, "Who?" Lin Qian added gravely, "The Lei Hang group." The Lei Hang group? Jun Wuxian frowned for a long time before shaking his head. "I have not heard of them. The operations of the Lei Hang group are in utter disarray, perpetually mired in a state of chaos. Such an enterprise is certainly unfamiliar to Mr. Jun. However, the Lei gang is a name he would undoubtedly recognize." A sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Lei gang seeks to intervene? As of now, no prominent figures from Lei Hang group have made their appearance. Yet Du Shilin from the business office seems to imply as much. Du Shilin visited Luoshui River Bay today for an inspection, and I initially assumed it was merely a procedural formality. Until, that is, he called me aside and declared that Shishui Group lacked the capability to collaborate with Qianshan Group on development projects, indicating that he had found a more advantageous ally for me. He assured me that any troubles encountered in the southern province alongside this ally would be inconsequential. Only then did he reveal that it was Lei gang. I promptly declined, and Du Shilin's expression shifted dramatically. He left me with a cryptic remark about the difficulties in issuing development documents before departing. Shishui Group was established by Xinchang, who lent a substantial sum to Lin Qian, enabling her to acquire several shell companies to form the newly established group. The objective was to collaborate on a resort development project. Now, it appears that opportunists have arrived. Simultaneously, Lin Qian mentioned that Du Shilin had invited her to dinner at Huijin Tower this evening, presumably to persuade her to withdraw, as Lei gang had set its sights on this project. On the surface, Jun Wuxian remained unperturbed, yet he was curious. Who exactly was Du Shilin? He was the son of Du Changyong, one of the vice presidents of the Southern Business Office, and currently held a position as a director with considerable authority despite its seemingly low rank. It was highly probable that Du Changyong was the one eager to assist Lei gang in reaping the rewards, while Du Shilin merely acted as his emissary. Thus, Jun Wuxian comprehended the situation. The world thrives on profit. The bustling crowds are driven by self-interest. There were matters to address between Lei gang and myself, and since they had approached us, it seemed prudent to start with Director Du Anti. They are treating us to dinner. How could we possibly decline such an invitation? Let us go meet them. Very well, Lin Qian nodded. She recognized that they needed to rely on our family's Jun Wuxian. Since he did not find the situation difficult to navigate, she could not afford to be intimidated. What about me? Lin Yan interjected from the side. Lin Qian, with an unyielding tone, replied, "Stay at home." Lin Yan pouted, a look of feigned distress on her face as she muttered, "I knew it." At that moment, Shen Chong finally confirmed. "Then Mr. Jun, shall I refrain from involving myself in this matter?" It was indeed challenging for her to interject. She was not a guardian. lacking the audacity to ward off all sinister forces. Presently, all that remained of Qianshan Group was its size. Its once formidable influence had dissipated entirely. Moreover, Lei Gang was no mere player. It stood as the largest local power in the southern province, and Qianshan Group could not suppress them. There was nothing to be done but await news regarding the issuance of development documents. Jun Wuxian remarked nonchalantly. He was curious to see how many of these opportunistic cats, drawn by the scent of blood, possessed lives worth taking. Chapter 76. Trouble unleashed your patience in the private room. The refined Du Shilin and his statuesque female assistant both rose to greet. The assistant was quite attractive, her figure curvaceous and appealing, embodying the very essence of what many men find desirable. Clad in a fitted professional suit that accentuated her form, she stood proudly, yet when compared to Lin Qian, she paled significantly. Such a naturally exquisite beauty as Lin Qian cannot be compared to mere blossoms. Despite having witnessed Lin Qian's unparalleled beauty earlier in the day, Du Shilin found himself unable to quell the stirring desires within him. From the moment Lin Qian entered the room, his gaze was fixated upon her. However, the presence of Jun Wuxian trailing behind Lin Qian dampened Du Shilin's spirits. With a frosty demeanor, he remarked, "Miss Lin, I invited you to dinner, not to bring along others." At that moment, aside from Jun Wuxian, no one else noticed the assistant's gaze, which was intently fixed upon Du Shilin. "Director Du, allow me to introduce him. This is Jun Wuxian, my nephew, not just anyone," Lin Qian asserted, her tone unwavering despite Du Shilin's authoritative position. "If Director Du is not welcoming, then we shall take our leave." With such a dismissal, how could they continue the conversation? "Ah, so it is young Master Jun. Please, take a seat. I was rather presumptuous earlier." Du Shilin's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into one of warm hospitality. "Is she beautiful?" Jun Wuxian inquired of the assistant. Strangely enough, he felt a sense of familiarity towards her. Perhaps he had encountered her before, though he had not paid much attention at the time. It is impossible to remember every individual met in the vast sea of humanity. "Director Du, may I inquire about your monthly salary?" After they were seated, Jun Wuxian posed a rather peculiar question. It is uncommon to ask a bureaucrat about their wages. "Oh," Jun Wuxian replied nonchalantly, his eyes wandering over the lavish spread upon the table, implying that with a monthly salary of 10,000, a simple dinner could easily cost 30 to 40,000. "Director Du, you truly are extravagant." A stifled laugh escaped the assistant, who quickly covered her mouth. Du Shilin's countenance darkened, resembling that of a liver. The signature dish of the restaurant, the 18 arhuts, was priced at 5,800, and a meal like this would easily surpass 30,000. Given his salary, he certainly could not afford such a feast. Yet, was he merely a man subsisting on his salary? Jun Wuxian was mocking him for his lack of restraint. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go. The matter at hand was of greater significance than trifling irritations. Reassuring himself, he suppressed his anger and, wishing to avoid further conversation with this young, acerbic lad, turned his attention back to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, to be candid, I have crossed mountains to invite you to discuss the significant matter of the Luoshui Town Development Project, which is one of the most crucial initiatives for our province this year and is receiving considerable attention from higher authorities. The Qianshan Group undoubtedly possesses the strength to undertake this project. However, as for the Shishui Group, I must frankly state that the provincial authorities would never entrust such a project to a shell company like Shishui Group." At that moment, Jun Wuxian, engrossed in his phone, casually interjected, "So you intend to exclude our Shishui Group, allowing the Leihing Group, no, it's the Lei Gang, to take our place and collaborate with Qianshan Group? In your commercial minds, even a gang is deemed fit for business. How impressive." Du Shilin's expression darkened. Did he not know how to communicate? Patience. He forced himself to remain calm and amiable. "Indeed, the Leihing Group is more suitable than the Shishui Group. Ms. Lei, the general manager of the Leihing Group, has already discussed with me her willingness to pay for the usage rights of the Luoshui River Bay." With a finger raised, she declared, 100 million. The value of Luoshui River Bay has been significantly increasing annually, and disregarding that, its current actual value is at least 800 million. For the Lei Gang to offer 100 million is quite generous. Damn, is this an attempt to undermine me? Endure. Du Shilin was well aware of the actual value of Luoshui River Bay. If he were to possess its usage rights, selling it for 15 to 16 billion would be only justifiable. But could one take advantage of the situation and still purchase it at a fair price? 100 million is the price set by the Leihing Group and is not likely to be easily altered. However, With my influence, I could persuade the Lei gang to raise the price too. Du Shilin mysteriously gestured with 2 fingers, 200 million. Then, his tone turned intriguingly. But I cannot simply assist Ms. Lin in negotiating the price without reason, can I? I have no obligation to do so, right? If I were to help Ms. Lin with such a significant favor, wouldn't she be expected to find a way to repay me? At this moment, the true intentions were laid bare. Lin Qian's face flushed. She was no fool and could see that Du Shilin was angling for this very notion. The problem was that one should not be so overt about it. Out of the corner of her eye, she cast a warning glance. Jun Wuxian immediately sat up, behaving like a well-mannered child. Enough was enough. Du Shilin stood up from his chair, glaring at Jun Wuxian. Jun Wuxian, my patience has its limits. Oh, I feel rather guilty for making you wait so long. Now, please release your patience and put on a show. Du Shilin was momentarily speechless. He was adept at using intimidation, but facing someone as reckless as Jun Wuxian, he found himself at a loss. Resorting to physical confrontation was beneath his dignity, and moreover, he might not even prevail. In the end, he turned his gaze back to Lin Qian, speaking with veiled threats. Ms. Lin, if this is your attitude, then there is nothing more to discuss. You are aware of the background of the Leihan group. Should you fail to meet their expectations, you surely know the repercussions. Do not come to me for assistance when you find yourself in a corner. Lin Qian smiled alluringly and stood up, casually grabbing her back. Director Du, my nephew is merely indulging you in this one-man show, which is why he has chosen to engage. As for your remarks, did you even consider whether I am willing to sell the Luoshui River Bay? Well, I am not willing to sell. So, you can entertain yourself. Xian, let us go. All right. And Jun Wuxian obediently stood up, a playful smile gracing his lips as he snapped his fingers. The surface of the teacup before Du Shilin rippled mysteriously, creating several concentric circles. From Lin Qian's perspective, she happened to witness this intriguing moment. Chapter 77, The Carousel with a Loud Crash. Du Shilin smashed his teacup onto the floor. Encountering his niece and nephew had made even a sip of water feel like a choking hazard. Enraged, Du Shilin's face twisted in fury as he cursed, declaring that he might as well feed the dishes on the table to the dogs. At that moment, his assistant tentatively inquired, Sir, shall we still eat? Not anymore. I am fuming. Cool me down. Upon hearing this, the assistant's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions before settling on a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, as thin as a toothpick. And you still want to cool down? What did you say? Du Shilin barked angrily. All right, let us go to a room, the assistant conceded. Not a chance. I'm staying right here. Du Shilin, in his stubbornness, abruptly overturned the dishes on the table, pushing the assistant down and began to gnaw at the remnants, defiantly shouting, I'll show you what I'm capable of. After a while, the assistant's eyes were filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, but given Du Shilin's status, he could not express himself openly and could only delicately ask, Sir, are you really capable? I feel dizzy. Du Shilin was drenched in cold sweat, as if possessed. But that was not the main issue. It was the lack of reaction. There was not a hint of response at all. Observing this, the assistant calmly dressed himself, maintaining his composure. Sir, you're not in great shape today. Perhaps another day. Feeling his confidence wane, Du Shilin found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a wave of nausea crashed over him, bending him over as he retched repeatedly. It continued for a full 5 minutes before he finally ceased, expelling every last drop of bile. His body had spiraled into a state of complete exhaustion. What is happening to me? The assistant, equally perplexed, suggested that Du Shilin might have overindulged, remarking that he had barely touched the table full of food. Take me to the hospital. Du Shilin's mind was a haze, half-conscious, his legs weak and his breathing shallow. Upon arrival at the hospital, after a series of examinations, the doctor concluded that many of Du Shilin's young organs were severely overstrained due to an irregular lifestyle. However, none of the findings aligned with the symptoms he was experiencing. Perhaps you should consult a traditional doctor, the physician advised, though he did not believe that Du Shilin had fallen victim to any affliction. After all, he had only recently arrived in Yunzhou. How could he have encountered such mysterious entities? Maybe it was merely a matter of chance. After having received intravenous fluids for half the night, although still weak, his condition had stabilized somewhat. Lying in the hospital bed, Du Shilin mustered his frail body to say, I'm not incapable, but what's in it for me? The assistant began to negotiate. 10 million. If you help me with this matter, I will give you 10 million, enough for you to live worry-free for the rest of your life. However, the assistant scoffed. 10 million to ensure my lifelong comfort? You underestimate my worth. I am well aware of the price the Lei Heng Group offers you. They are willing to pay 400 million for the remaining years of usage rights for the Luoshui River Bay. Director, how low can you drive the price? The remainder will be your reward. If 200 million can secure the deal, you would net a profit of half. However, from my observation, 200 million will not sway Lin Qian and Jun Wuxian. Here's what I'll do. I'll negotiate for an additional 100 million to finalize the arrangement. But for that 100 million, we shall split it 50-50. Du Shilin immediately erupted in fury. How dare you suggest a 50-50 split with me? Are you not concerned that I might expel you from the business you have so painstakingly entered? I am indifferent. I am well aware of your dubious dealings, Director Du. Worst case, I could be forced out of the business. However, as for you, Director Du, imprisonment may be in your future. Su Wenyuan, do you wish for your demise? Director Du, you lack the capability to threaten me. In that moment, Du Shilin finally comprehended that Su Wenyuan, who had always obediently followed his lead, was not a woman to be easily manipulated. Her deference had stemmed from a lack of substantial interests worth jeopardizing. The benefits from the Luoshui River Bay were just right. He had underestimated Su Wenyuan profoundly. Director Du, think carefully. Opportunities like the Luoshui River Bay are exceedingly rare. Should you miss this chance, it would not only be a lost opportunity for considerable profit, but also a chance to align with the formidable Lei Gang. I am unconcerned. In the years I have spent alongside you, I have met numerous wealthy and influential bosses, and with my allure, there will always be someone willing to support me financially. Su Yuan retrieved a feminine cigarette from her red handbag, igniting it and defiantly exhaling smoke towards Du Shilin. Very well, I accept your terms. But are you confident in your ability to deliver? The Lei Gang's formidable leader, Feng Zhou, is on his way. Once he arrives, we will no longer have a stake in this matter. What you might not know, Director, is that I hail from Yinzhou. Therefore, my endeavors are always somewhat credible. As for you, Director, I shall no longer serve your interests. Additionally, you are truly short and ineffectual. It would be prudent for you to refrain from pursuing other women. Managing to support your current partner would already be a commendable feat. With a mocking laugh, Su Yuan exited the hospital. In the car, Lin Qian drove the luxurious vehicle. Her curiosity piqued. What did you do to the tea? I merely infused a trace of spiritual energy into the teacup, gradually eroding Du Shilin's internal organs. Should he find a skilled individual to resolve this, he may preserve his life. Yet, should fortune not favor him, he could very well meet his end in a matter of days or weeks. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. Lin Qian's expression suddenly froze. Xiaoxian, has human life become so trivial in your eyes? Indeed, this is why the Tungfei group will falter under Xiaoxian's influence. She did not believe Du Shilin deserved to live. She could even curse him to face a fatal accident tonight. However, she did not wish for Xiaoxian to become a murderer. And he should not covet you. Lin Qian was taken aback. Is this truly Xiaoxian's rationale? A warmth spread through her heart, followed by a sudden smile. Aunt, with my beauty, many will desire me. Do you think you can eliminate them? Perhaps. I might be able to. Lin Qian. Jun Wuxian interrupted. Aunt, look ahead. What is it? The carousel. You cannot possibly intend to take me there, can you? Why not? What do you mean by taking your aunt to experience this? She seems to be preoccupied with various thoughts. I merely wish for her to unwind for a moment. Is that so? Perhaps it is. Chapter 78. Consider and let me encounter you in the early morning. A ray of gilded sunlight ascended from the horizon, casting a rosy hue upon the river's surface. Jun Wuxian, awake to the day, adhered to his habitual morning run, enveloped in a closed spiritual energy. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered a female assistant whose car was parked not far from the Lin residence. Running alone lacked allure. Instead, I shall accompany you today. If it were a man with insufficient control, his thoughts would likely be consumed by the notion of exercise. Observing the woman's actions, Jun Wuxian paused, still undeterred. Jun Wuxian, do you truly not remember me? She inquired, drawing closer, her fragrance wafting invitingly. Jun Wuxian could not deny the striking allure of this woman. Her figure was captivating, and her beauty was undeniably exceptional. Most importantly, she exuded a sense of taste. The perfume she wore was not the cloying scent often encountered, but rather a subtle and refined aroma. Indeed, not of inferior quality. Even her makeup was a delicate enhancement, showcasing her most suitable beauty. Such women are typically astute, adept at discovering the simplest and most effective means to achieve their aims. Her question was intriguing. Should I know who you are? Jun Wuxian replied candidly, though, I must admit, you do seem somewhat familiar. I am Su Wenyuan, She introduced herself. Jun Wuxian was momentarily taken aback, not because of the renown of her name, but rather because Su Wenyuan was Tang Mingyuan's first love. For her sake, Tang Mingyuan had relinquished the opportunity to attend a more prestigious university, opting instead to follow her to Nanjing University. Later, due to Su Wenyuan's entanglement with a wealthy heir, a confrontation ensued, resulting in Tang Mingyuan's expulsion, while Su Wenyuan ended up with the affluent suitor. So it is she. Unbeknownst to Su Wenyuan, who was oblivious to Jun Wuxian's thoughts, she continued to steer the conversation forward. It is understandable that a top student like you wouldn't remember a mediocre student from class 8. However, since we are classmates, it would be fortuitous to become acquainted. Wouldn't it? Accompany me for a lap. Noticing Jun Wuxian's defenses wavering, Su Wenyuan felt a surge of triumph and promptly responded, I would be delighted. Yet, upon completing the lap, Su Wenyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. To be precise, her complexion paled, her elegance dissipated, leaving her in a state of disarray. Drenched in sweat that marred her meticulously applied makeup, the blemishes she typically concealed now starkly revealed themselves, igniting a desire to unleash her frustration upon Jun Wuxian. Is there truly such torment? She pondered. While a 10-kilometer walk might be acceptable, the pace at which they ran was intolerable. Not only was it swift, but it was also steady, with even breathing and effortless grace. Ah, such stamina, Su Wenyuan mused, as if she had discovered new territory, her anger dissipating. She regarded Jun Wuxian with newfound appreciation, recognizing him as a true man. Despite her exhaustion, she persisted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jun Wuxian, I shall run with you as well. In the spirit of reciprocity, should you not treat me to dinner this evening? The true implication of this meal is clearly conveyed through our exchanged glances. Perhaps it is a tad premature. Let us postpone it for another day. Suddenly, Jun Wuxian recalled something important. How is Du Shilin faring? In that instant, Su Wenyuan's smile faltered. Did you intervene? Indeed, he acknowledged generously. I could inform you on how to assist him if necessary. No need. Jun Wuxian inwardly scoffed at the implication. The unspoken understanding exchanged between them in the private room last night was unmistakable. Du Shilin, while not the best of individuals, was unjustly labeled as a harasser by Su Wenyuan. Some truths are better left unspoken. As he turned to leave, Su Wenyuan inquired, should I take down your number? Very well. He provided his contact details, and she promptly dialed it, satisfied with her efforts. After returning to the villa and having breakfast, Jun Wuxian set out in his luxurious vehicle towards Tang Mingyuan's establishment. Although his driving skills were not particularly exceptional, he managed to navigate the roads with a newfound steadiness, no longer posing a threat to others on the highway. To his surprise, he discovered that not merely 2, but 4 shops were undergoing renovations. Altogether, they spanned over 400 square meters. In the context of the prime real estate of New Street, such an expansive retail space could compete with the leading establishments. Furthermore, the crew of renovation workers numbered over 20, indicating a swift pace of work. One could easily believe the project would reach completion by the following day. What astonished Jun Wuxian the most was that Lin Xiaodao, a sales representative from a luxury automobile dealership, was also lending a hand here. The 2 other shops had not been performing well, and Boss Wu had graciously compensated the owner, transferring them to me. He also sourced these skilled workers for me at a fair price. However, I did not take advantage of Boss Wu in any respect. I paid my dues in full. His willingness to assist was a gesture of goodwill, yet I must not exploit it. I should have called to clarify this matter. But I feared you would think me reckless, Tang Mingyuan explained. Jun Wuxian smiled lightly. In business, one must possess ideals. What is reckless about that? Besides, it is your enterprise to manage. Assisting Wuxian was merely to help you address the shop's challenges. While Jun Wuxian could maintain an aloof demeanor, detached from the mundane concerns of life, Tang Mingyuan was a man of flesh and blood, reliant on the necessities of life. Establishing connections with a prominent real estate mogul like Wuxian would ensure the viability of his venture. Often, this reflects the realities of society. Some expend great effort, only to find themselves in a perpetual abyss, while others seek to engage in commerce and find themselves besieged by eager patrons. Since he considered Tang Mingyuan a friend, he would spare no effort to assist. Jun Wuxian's gaze wandered into the shop. What was the situation with that young lady? It seemed there was a possibility for us. Tang Mingyuan chuckled sheepishly. Thanks to you, I should soon have a partner. Beautiful, yet inexperienced and innocent. Quite splendid. Jun Wuxian smiled nonchalantly. But have you forgotten Su Wenyuan? In an instant, Tang Mingyuan's smile became rigid. a sense of discontent swelling within him. It has been 4 years. What have you done for her? I wish to inquire, if she were to suddenly appear before you, well, would you desire her circumstances to be? Back when I was racing in my car, I would have hoped she was faring poorly. Only then would a reunion feel more bearable. However, at this juncture, it matters not. Regardless of her state, I can face it with equanimity. For even if she is now exceedingly wealthy, living in far greater splendor than I, Tang Mingyuan, am not lacking in my own worth. Young Master Jun, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay it. Might you consider allowing me the chance to encounter you in person? Chapter 79. One good news, one bad news. Tang Mingyuan began to sense something amiss. Jun Wuxian had no apparent reason to bring up Su Wenyuan. Was there a possibility that you have encountered her? In an instant, Tang Mingyuan's expression grew grave, and he discreetly glanced towards Lin Xiaodao, who was directing workers in the distance, reassuring himself that she could not overhear their conversation. Jun Wuxian nodded slightly, confirming that he had indeed met her. How is she? Tang Mingyuan instinctively inquired. This first love, while not earth-shattering, had undeniably altered the course of his life. Most significantly, this initial romance concluded for him in a most embarrassing fashion. Although he could argue that he had moved on, a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained in his heart. She is very beautiful, quite glamorous. It seems she has not ended up with that wealthy young master from back then, and likely does not possess much money. Given your current situation, once your business flourishes, you will be worthy of her, Jun Wuxian remarked. Of course. Jun Wuxian's mention of Su Wenyuan was not intended to orchestrate a reunion. He had no interest in meddling with matters of the heart, however. He did not harbor fondness for Su Wenyuan, nor did he wish to see her with Tang Mingyuan, as long as they both remained in Yunzhou. If Tang Mingyuan's career continued to thrive, a meeting with Su Wenyuan was inevitable. Jun Wuxian's actions merely expedited that eventuality. At this moment, Tang Mingyuan still had a choice. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, preparing to light one. Jun Wuxian extended a finger, signaling for one. Aren't you averse to smoking? Just for fun. They lit their cigarettes in succession. After taking a couple of deep puffs, Tang Mingyuan felt his tumultuous thoughts begin to settle. Jun Xiaoya, you've presented me with quite the dilemma. Yet Jun Wuxian remained silent. He had said all that needed to be said. From here on, he would not impose his opinions. Nevertheless, even if Tang Mingyuan were to make an irrational decision, Jun Wuxian would refrain from admonishment. Tang Mingyuan was his friend, not a puppet to be manipulated. Whatever decision he made would be his own. After hearing these words, I felt a moment of inner conflict and hesitation. However, my relationship with Su Wenyuan had already subjected me to enough heart-stopping experiences. I resolved to let go. Ultimately, Tang Mingyuan was acutely aware of how hard-won his current success was, while Su Wenyuan had never been an easy person to deal with. The numerous setbacks he had endured taught him one vital lesson: to act within his means. Setting aside Lin Xiaodao, attempting to rekindle a romance with Su Wenyuan would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. On that note, Tang Mingyuan suddenly veered the conversation, saying, Isn't it a twist of fate? You encountered a woman whom I still dream of to this day. How coincidental. Just the other day while renovating the shop, I happened upon a woman connected to you. Who? Jun Wuxian paused slightly, taken aback. During our school days, Jun Xiaoya was an impenetrable fortress. If I say she is connected to you, who do you think it could be? With that, Jun Wuxian's mind began to form an impression. Slowly and deliberately, Tang Mingyuan chuckled. I knew you couldn't forget her. So, would you prefer to hear the bad news or the good news first? The bad news. She has a daughter. But the child is not yours. Jun Wuxian felt a surge of disbelief, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. After not seeing her for 7 years. Do you truly believe that her daughter could be mine? However, if she indeed has a daughter, she must be as beautiful as her mother. Pray, share the good news you mentioned. Her husband has passed away. She is now a widow. Jun Wuxian, Tang Mingyuan, no longer in a jesting mood, expressed a tinge of melancholy, alluding to the cruel twist of fate, likely referring to Tang Hui. At the tender age of 10, her father succumbed to illness, leaving her mother to raise both her and her younger brother alone. Just when they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel as she approached university, her mother fell ill and required care, forcing her to abandon her studies. Wait, you mentioned she left school in her 2nd year of high school because her mother was gravely ill? Jun Wuxian interjected. Who claims that youth is without regrets? Bring that person before me. I shall not spare them. Jun Wuxian and Gu Shiyan were regarded as the golden couple of their class, a status that came after Tang Hui had withdrawn from school. Prior to that, in the eyes of their peers, Jun Wuxian and Tang Hui were the true pair. Tang Hui was the only one in class who could communicate with Jun Wuxian without any barriers. Some things are simply fated. You must have kept Tang Hui's contact information, right? Jun Wuxian inquired. Tang Mingyuan's eyes widened in regret as he slapped his forehead. I not only saved her phone number but also know what she does for a living now. As he waved farewell to Jun Wuxian as he drove away. Tang Mingyuan muttered to himself, Class leader Tang, I can only assist you to this extent. Young Master Jun, who is willing to help me so much, will surely aid you in changing your current circumstances. As for whether you share any fate, that remains uncertain. As night fell, the ever-evolving skyline of Yunzhou shimmered with breathtaking beauty. Yet, one place remained unchanged for 30 years, the West Street Night Market. To say it remained unchanged is somewhat misleading, as the vendors within the night market constantly changed in waves. He had displayed a maturity beyond his years from a young age and had little taste for trivial indulgences. Thus, the myriad of delightful snacks at the night market held little allure for Jun Wuxian. In a corner of the market stood an unremarkable stall with a simple sign reading night beer. Those three characters were akin to a solitary star amid countless lights, unassuming yet visible. A barbecue grill adorned the stall, flanked by 10 crates of beer and an array of ingredients, with a few small tables behind, giving life to the business. Perhaps due to the owner's beauty, the stall thrived despite its inconspicuous location. The charming female proprietor personally tended to the grilling, while a youthful lad, around 15 or 16, was responsible for delivering food and drinks. The boy was exceedingly polite, bowing his head and offering a smile to customers as he served, urging them to enjoy their meal. His service was on par with that of attendants in 5-star hotels. When Jun Wuxian arrived, a table of guests had just vacated, allowing him to take a seat effortlessly. He perused the menu and ordered an amount sufficient for nearly 3 people. The young errand boy cautioned him about the excess, to which Jun Wuxian merely smiled gently and instructed for the dishes to be served. The boy cast a glance at the luxurious vehicle parked approximately 200 meters away, falling silent as he recognized that the other party was not constrained by monetary concerns. Hey, a strikingly handsome man just came in, he exclaimed, approaching the beautiful proprietress and handing her the menu, unable to suppress his curiosity. He is incredibly good-looking and drives a luxury vehicle. Just look at him. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Jun Wuxian, his eyes brimming with an indescribable envy. Chapter 80. The girl at the same table as time passed. The crowd at the night market dwindled. The businesses began to feel the chill of the evening, with most stalls closing up, save for a few that remained open late into the night. At that moment, Night Beer had only Tang Hui left, with 3 tables of customers behind her. During her leisure, Tang Hui attempted to glance over her shoulder, curious to see what the handsome gentleman her brother had mentioned looked like. Unfortunately, her view was obstructed by the 2 tables in front, and the dim lighting made it impossible to discern any features. What did it matter? It was of no concern to her. Her gaze shifted to the beer beside the barbecue stall, noting that only 2 bottles remained unopened. Lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly approached by a man in his 30s clad in leather, a cigarette dangling from his lips, followed by several subordinates. Tang Hui, business is thriving tonight. A flicker of impatience crossed Tang Hui's eyes, yet she managed to maintain a smile, knowing that Brother Kuan was looking out for her and that business was still manageable. Since she recognized that it was Brother Kuan's goodwill at play, she pondered how to repay him. Perhaps by offering herself? Ever since she began her stall, Brother Kuan had not sought the company of a woman. Sister Tang, can't you see Brother Kuan's intentions? The man referred to as Brother Kuan remained silent, while his entourage erupted in laughter. Brother Kuan, where else would you find food? Why would you eat from this shabby stall? Brother Kuan isn't here for food. He desires you. The biting words left Tang Hui's face pale, yet she felt compelled to endure. She understood all too well that crossing Fan Kuan would mean the end of her business in this night market. Fan Kuan was not only the overseer of this street but also its tyrant. At that moment, Fan Kuan finally spoke, his tone laced with difficulty. Tang Hui, this stall has caught the eye of Xiao Tao's cousin. You know, Xiao Tao is my brother, and this puts me in a tough position. Xiao Tao, the loudest among the subordinates, stepped forward boastingly. Last night, my cousin treated and entertained guests. If it weren't for Brother Kuan's reluctance, we would have gone to a hotel. Sister Tang, Brother Kuan has sincere feelings for you. The others chimed in with mocking laughter. At this juncture, Tang Hui finally understood that Fan Kuan was delivering an ultimatum. If she failed to comply, her business would be at an end. The pleasant mood she had experienced from the night's modest success evaporated. Yet, she refrained from pleading, for some matters were destined to unfold. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her gaze and calmly replied, "Brother Kuan, I know what I must do. I will not set up my stall here tomorrow night." This declaration left not only Fan Kuan, but also his subordinates in shock. Fan Kuan did not desire this outcome. He discarded his cigarette but underfoot, crushing it with intensity. With a darkened expression, he cautioned, "Tang Hui, think this through. Without this stall, how will you support your brother's education or provide for your 1-year-old daughter? I do not intend to merely toy with you. I wish to marry you." "What? Is Fan Kuan unworthy of you?" Tang Huiping calmly stated, "I do not harbor any disdain for Brother Kuan. Rather, I feel unworthy of him. Brother Kuan, if there is nothing else, I shall close up for the day. As for Xiao Yu and He Yi, there is always a way for the living to survive." "Very well. You need not return tomorrow. I am curious to see how you will manage. Should you wish to resort to the streets, do inform me first. Depart." With that, Fan Kuan left with his companions. Tang Weiping could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Boss, the bill, please." Right away, wiping her tears clean, Tang Weiping steeled herself once more, calculated the total, and approached Jun Wuxian. "It comes to 105. I'll waive 5. When Jun Wuxian lifted his gaze, Tang Huiping was utterly taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. A faint, natural smile graced Jun Wuxian's face as he said, "Tang Huiping, it's good to see you well. How did you come here?" Tang Huiping could hardly believe her eyes. She had unexpectedly encountered him. His smile remained as audacious as ever. Surely, the charming gentleman her brother spoke of could not be him? Gradually accepting the reality, Tang Huiping sat down and conversed with Jun Wuxian for quite some time. "When I heard you became the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, I was overjoyed. It's a pity I missed the chance to attend university." "Jun Wuxian, is that luxurious vehicle yours? Would you like to take a ride?" "I am still busy. Wait until you finish your work." "All right." A sudden downpour dispersed the meager crowd at the night market, inadvertently granting Tang Huiping a reprieve. Once everything was packed away and covered, she climbed into Jun Wuxian's grand vehicle for a joyride. This was something she never imagined she would experience in her lifetime, albeit for only a fleeting moment. Yet, she felt utterly content. Tang Huiping explained, regarding Fan Kuan, "He is merely an employee. Each vendor at our night market must pay a hefty management fee every month, amounting to over hundreds of thousands. If any trouble arises that disrupts the market's business, he too would suffer. He cannot afford to act recklessly." "Surely, you do not think he is a good person?" "Oh, I see. I was hasty in my judgment," Jun Wuxian realized. "And you, judging by your tone, must have just been released from prison, yet you are already driving such an impressive vehicle. Truly remarkable." "I am a second-generation rich kid," she replied nonchalantly. "Indeed. It seems so. Back in the days of our shared desk, I never encountered a classmate wealthier than you, young Master Jun." Tang Weiping had witnessed the considerable sum resting in Jun Wuxian's personal card during their school days, a fortune for a mere 16 or 17-year-old student. "What does your family do, if I may inquire?" Tang Weiping asked curiously. During their time together at the desk, she knew of Jun Wuxian's affluence, but the specifics of his family background remained a mystery to her. Jun Wuxian replied casually, "You know the Luoshui River Bay? That belongs to my family." Tang Weiping suddenly understood. It all made sense now. After circling around Yuzhou, Jun Wuxian finally dropped Tang Huiping off in front of a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city. Although it was the dead of night and the scenery was hardly visible, the gentle breeze that swirled around her brought immense relief to Tang Hui's repressed emotions. She truly felt satisfied. "Thank you for tonight, and good night." Just how could they once have shared a desk together, yet part without exchanging a single contact number? The voice of Jun Wuxian echoed from behind her. Tang Hui paused, her heart in turmoil. Nearby stood an ordinary hotel. "Would you care to accompany me to a room?" Chapter 81. The Broken Hall. In the moments of silence from Jun Wuxian, Tang Hui spoke with an unhurried flow, as if a dam had burst. "You need not bear any responsibility. Consider it a fleeting encounter with a beautiful woman at a bar, seeking a night of passion." "Jun Wuxian, I know you do not harbor such intentions, but I believe you would not be averse to it, would you? Though I have given birth to a daughter, I remain untainted, having only been with that man once before conceiving He Yi." Jun Wuxian pressed his lips together and replied, "Tang Hui, old classmate, farewell. There is no need to speak of such matters. I hold your affairs close to my heart." At that moment, Tang Hui seemed to shed all burdens, her heart finding peace, and a bittersweet smile blossomed upon her face. "Jun Wuxian, you know I am a proud woman. Even in this disheveled state you behold today, I can still face you with composure. Do you truly not desire me? Jun Wuxian smiled serenely. The reminiscence took him back to their youthful days, a time when he had yet to awaken to the memories of the Celestial Emperor, and Tang Hui was merely a naive girl. They shared mutual interests, sitting side by side as deskmates and the closest of friends. Consequently, it was not just their class, but the entire grade that regarded them as a couple. At that time, Jun Wuxian was mature beyond his years, brimming with youthful vigor, while Tang Hui exuded a carefree spirit, a vivacious young lady. However, time ultimately betrayed Tang Hui. A series of misfortunes at home transformed the once beautiful and diligent Tang Hui into the woman one sees today. She understood Jun Wuxian's intentions in wanting to exchange contact information. He wished to assist her. Yet, Jun Wuxian was also aware of Tang Hui's stubbornness, her refusal to accept help from others, even as her strength waned. For someone like Jun Wuxian, who could afford a luxury car worth 2 million, the hardships Tang Hui faced were trivial matters. There is a stark disparity in the capabilities of people in this world. Get in the car. Let us go to the finest hotel in Yuzhou, to the best suite, Jun Wuxian suggested. Were it any other woman offering such affection, Jun Wuxian would remain unmoved. But this was Tang Hui, already etched in his heart. Perhaps their reunion bore imperfections, yet she remained Tang Hui. That night, faint breaths filled the air. Perhaps, in this way, I could accept Jun Wuxian's assistance without guilt. With a whispered farewell, Tang Hui exited the room. Upon entering the school, Tang Hui became the focal point of attention, the beloved flower among the masses, her beauty undeniable. Even as a mother, should she wish to marry, she could effortlessly attract a man of substantial means. Her struggles were not to prove her competence, but rather to avoid trading her body for survival. The ultimatum from Fan Kuan that evening made her realize a choice was necessary. She would rather starve than let her brother wander the streets or allow her daughter to go hungry. Thus, rejecting Fan Kuan was her final act of defiance. In Jun Wuxian, she saw the glimmer of hope. As a desk mate and the closest friend of Jun Wuxian, Tang Hui fervently prayed day and night for his well-being. She understood all too well that upon learning of her dire circumstances, he would not stand idly by. However, she could not simply accept a gift without offering something in return. Hence, her body became the only means of reciprocation she could muster. It was only after Tang Hui left the room that Jun Wuxian slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the darkened sky had already begun to reveal a hint of dawn. His fingers brushed against his nose, inhaling the lingering fragrance. In this lifetime, he had become a man once more. At 10 in the morning, Jun Wuxian arrived at Conxian Real Estate, where Wuxian had been eagerly awaiting him outside. Mr. Jun, is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Why must you make this journey in person? Please, have a seat. I will prepare some tea for you. As they entered the office, Wuxian hurriedly spoke. His excessive politeness was not without reason. Jun Wuxian had rendered him a significant favor, one that he could not easily forget. More importantly, Jun Wuxian's strength and influence necessitated their camaraderie. Friendship may seem inconsequential in times of ease, yet when truly needed, it becomes a lifeline. It may be a small matter, but it holds great importance for me, which is why I came personally. You are aware of the situation at the Shijian night market, correct? Jun Wuxian stated directly. Wuxian pondered for a moment before replying, are you referring to which aspect? Mr. Jun? The situation at hand, Jun Wuxian clarified. Wuxian quickly understood and replied, the market at Shijian night market falls under the jurisdiction of Xiangyu, who has taken over the management rights from the government. This individual is quite capable, having risen from humble beginnings. Though his business ventures are modest, they are profitable. He belongs to a gray area in the trade, yet he conducts his affairs with a sense of propriety and does not easily provoke others. I am somewhat acquainted with Xiangyu. If he has done anything to offend you, I will personally call him to apologize on your behalf. However, if the offense is severe, consider this conversation as never having taken place. The implications of their exchange hinted at Xiangyu's status being inferior to that of Wuxian. It is not a grave matter. Have Xiangyu come to the night market tonight? Yes, by midnight. Should he fail to arrive, then he need not concern himself with Shijia any longer. Very well, I shall pay a visit myself at that time. Wuxian agreed without further inquiry. In the hospital, a sturdy man clad in a suit delivered a sharp slap to Du Shilin, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were about to shatter, resulting in a violent cough that expelled several mouthfuls of blood. Remarkably, after these bloodied outbursts, his body felt inexplicably lighter, as if illness had been drawn away like threads from a fabric. Thank you. I am immensely grateful, Master Fanzhou, he exclaimed. Do not mention it. It is only right that I save you since you assist our lay gang, Fang Zhou replied indifferently, his expression stern. You have been poisoned by the spiritual energy of the earth, disrupting your lungs, a situation that can be gravely serious. Do you know who attacked you? Shall I seek vengeance on your behalf? Du Shilin, filled with trepidation, revealed his resentment. It was Jun Wuxian. He is the nephew of Lin Qian, the owner of the Luo Shui River Bay. Jun Wuxian? This name had been mentioned by the young lady before. He is not a character to be trifled with. Nevertheless, he shall not escape my grasp. Fang Zhou's fingers clenched into a fist in a swift motion. As long as the master of the ark resolves the situation with Jun Wuxian, the waters of the Luo Shui River Bay shall be within our grasp. Du Shilin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The master of the Thunder Gang, Ark, is renowned throughout the provincial capital as a formidable figure. With his arrival, can Jun Wuxian expect anything but dire consequences? At that moment, Ark's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips as he answered the call. What is it? I advise you not to recklessly confront Jun Wuxian. He is not as easy to deal with as you may think. Oh, since you, Fang Jiangtang, have said so, I shall certainly heed your advice. I will proceed tonight. Chapter 82. The Poisonous Village. The toxic man Fang Jiangtang ended the call, tossing his phone onto the car seat. Since Fang Zhou refused to heed his advice, he saw no reason to continue the conversation. If he possessed the skill to deal with Jun Wuxian, it would indeed be commendable. If he were to lose his life in the attempt, he could only blame his own recklessness. He decided to leave the trivial matters behind. Stepping out of the car, he walked directly to the entrance of the farmhouse, and before he could make a move, the Black Python emerged from within. Leader Fang of the Thunder Gang, it is an honor. It must have been quite a challenge to find me, the Black Python taunted. You, as one of the 8 leaders of the Thunder Gang, hold a prestigious position. The rattlesnake that dared to oppose you is already dead. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Fang Jiangdang replied, if your poisonous snake gang is willing to vacate the territory of Yunzhou, I shall agree to spare you. What say you? The Black Python chuckled. The vast Thunder Gang covets this insignificant territory of ours, leaving no room for small factions like us. Leader Fang, you are accustomed to feasting on grand prey. Why contest us mere mortals over this meager bone? I would rather not, but the young lady has set her sights on Yunzhou, and there is no alternative. Black Python, are you truly unwilling to retreat? Fang Jiangdang issued his final ultimatum. In the world of martial arts, conflict and violence are the norm. Yet, such confrontations are typically driven by self-interest. When the young lady, Lei Xinyue, resolved to reclaim the 20 billion owed to the Thunder Gang by the deceased Mu Qinyong, she determined to seize Yunzhou to expand the influence of the Thunder Gang. The poisonous snake gang stood as the greatest obstacle. There is no room for negotiation. I have heard that your dagger skills are exceptionally swift. In fact, I have witnessed them. The strike with which you killed Yi Changshu was indeed rapid. Though I, the Black Python, may fear you, I am also curious to see for myself. Fang Jiangtang smiled benignly, but his eyes suddenly turned icy. Then, as you wish. With those words, a glimmer of silver flashed as 2 short daggers were hurled forth, one after the other, hurtling towards the Black Python. Clang, clang. Despite his imposing stature, the Black Python was far from clumsy. On the contrary, he was remarkably agile. Channeling his inner strength, the sleeves of his garments burst open, revealing his arms adorned with intricate snake tattoos. With his muscles swelling under the influence of his internal energy, he deftly deflected the 2 daggers as if they were mere feathers. Leader Fang is at the 7th rank. I too am at the 7th rank. If we truly engage in combat, I may not necessarily be defeated. The Black Python steadied himself, his legs firmly planted, his inner energy shielding him. In a combat stance, even bullets would struggle to penetrate his formidable physique. I have long heard of your remarkable hard chi skill, Black Python, and your legendary ability to kill Golden Dan Masters with your bare hands. Today, I witnessed the truth of the rumors. However, Fang Jiangdang smirked menacingly. I am no pushover either. With a sudden leap, he brandished both daggers, closing the distance to the Black Python with the grace of a serpent, continuously probing for openings. Yet, having honed this hard chi technique for decades, the Black Python had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. In the heat of battle, no matter how Fang Jiangtang struck, he could not pierce the Black Python's flesh. Even a dagger aimed directly at the Black Python's throat felt as though it had struck impenetrable steel. However, all of this was well within Fang Jiangtang's expectations. He never intended to rely solely on brute strength to breach the Black Python's defenses. Even if he succeeded in slaying it, Such an approach would be akin to inflicting self-harm in the process of defeating the enemy, an outcome that could only lead to mutual destruction or severe injury. Instead, he sought the vulnerabilities in the black python, specifically its vital points. Whether in the realm of cultivation or martial arts, Fang Jiangtang understood deeply that there exists no flawless technique or martial skill in this world. There must be weaknesses, not at the Yintang or Lianxuan points, as it remained as immovable as a mountain with a solid foundation. Your fatal spot lies at the Yongquan. A smile graced Fang Jiangtang's lips. After engaging in countless exchanges with the black python, which demonstrated a foundation as steadfast as rock, he noted that it predominantly relied on the strength of its arms to fend off attacks. There could only be one explanation for this. It was cautious of a critical weakness that required careful protection, although the black python maintained a facade of composure. The subtle shifts in its expressions did not escape Fang Jiangtang's keen observation. Indeed, this was the case. Without holding back, Fang Jiangtang launched another offensive, relentlessly assaulting the lower body of the black python. Faced with the barrage of his strikes, the black python could only evade defensively. In a brief moment when the black python lifted its leg, Fang Jiangtang allowed a cold smile to surface. An opportunity had arisen. With his palm flat and the blade facing upward, he made his decisive cut. At that moment, the black python stumbled, its body unsteady and falling, exposing the Yongquan point before Fang Jiangtang. It was a dire situation. The black python's complexion shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that a hall master from the Thunder Gang would possess not only such formidable strength, but also such astute cunning. The secret of his vital point, known only to himself, had been effortlessly probed. However, at that critical juncture, tendrils of black vines erupted from the ground, entwining around the short blade, thus saving the black python's life at the most pivotal moment. Fang Jiangtang immediately swung his other short blade, aiming to sever the vines. Yet, instead of cutting through, he found himself ensnared as if the vines were alive. Reluctantly, he abandoned both blades and retreated. Simultaneously, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. His two short blades, which had remained unscathed for many years, were utterly corroded within mere seconds by the encroaching black vines. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Fang Jiangtang resolved to make a hasty escape. However, from a distance, a venomous vine suddenly shot forth, piercing through his right chest and lifting him into the air. The toxin spread visibly throughout his body. A figure clad in an ancient, grotesque black robe adorned with bizarre patterns emerged slowly, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman, his Waiking. "Who are you?" Fang Jiangtang gasped. "The Gu Zhai, the poison Taoist," the newcomer replied. "I am ranked 18th on this year's list of malevolent cultivators in Huagua." With this revelation, Jun Wuxian, having gained experience, slowed his vehicle, aware that caution was necessary as they approached. Noticing a similarly sized off-road vehicle speeding towards them, he immediately honked to signal. However, the vehicle appeared to be oblivious to its surroundings, careening recklessly. Bang! The two massive vehicles collided, producing a thunderous crash. The front of the G-Class was utterly mangled, emitting plumes of scalding smoke. Jun Wuxian's complexion turned ashen. He had always been the one to cause accidents. When had he ever been on the receiving end? Who could possibly drive with such blatant disregard? Enraged, he exited the vehicle, ready to confront the situation. Yet, as the door of the SUV swung open, a figure tumbled out, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position, unconscious. Fang Jiangtang. Jun Wuxian squinted his eyes. Chapter 83. A visitor from the Jun family. As twilight descended, Fang Jiangtang slowly awakened from his slumber. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, yet found himself utterly unable to do so despite his exertions. A hand rested upon his back, aiding him in his ascent. "Jun Wuxian." Upon recognizing the individual before him, Fang Jiangtang asked in disbelief, "It is you who saved me again? Who else could it be?" Jun Wuxian replied, his words piercing through the tension. Fang Jiangtang nodded with great difficulty, recalling the Gu master from the Gu village, notorious for ranking 18th on the list of malevolent practitioners in Hua country. "Had he not allowed me to see you, I would surely be dead by now. The poisonous serpent gang has enlisted the Gu master to deal with both you and me. Their intentions are far from benign. It would be prudent for you to leave Yunzhou with your family before he personally comes to seek you out. Only those who have encountered him truly comprehend his terror. The thought still sends shivers down my spine. It is truly dreadful. Take care of yourself. I have merely preserved your life, not cured your poison." Jun Wuxian responded dismissively. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Let us address this when he arrives." You crashed my vehicle. Are you aware of this? Fang Jiangtang furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the incident. His memory was clouded from when he had entered Luoshui town, his mind in disarray. He could not recollect what had transpired thereafter. But he suspected Jun Wuxian would not deceive him. How severe is the damage? He asked. Severe indeed. Repairs will cost no less than 500,000, Jun Wuxian replied. The entire front of the vehicle is deformed. It will truly require that amount. I shall compensate, Fang Jiangtang declared. Jun Wuxian nodded and added, moreover, the vine poison coursing through your body. If you wish to have it treated, it will cost 1 million. Fang Jiangtang felt a moment of doubt regarding whether he had truly crashed Jun Wuxian's vehicle. He suspected Jun Wuxian's intent was merely to extract money from him. As the tone of his voice reeked of opportunism, not daring to ponder further, Fang Jiangtang exclaimed, yes, I will pay for the treatment, the 1 million for the cure, along with the repair costs. He recognized the urgency of finding a competent healer who could guarantee his recovery, as he had no desire to become incapacitated. During Fang Jiangtang's period of dizziness, Jun Wuxian had already sent a message to Tang Huai, instructing her to operate her stall at the night market for one final evening. He intended to be there in person. At that moment, Fang Jiangtang suddenly remembered something, his right hand busily searching for it. Jun Wuxian, where is my phone? I haven't seen it. Perhaps you lost it, Jun Wuxian replied. This is troublesome, Fang Jiangtang stated gravely. You must not leave the house tonight. Jun Wuxian narrowed his eyes, questioning, what do you mean? Fang Jiangtang could only speak the truth. Our Thunder Gang's chief, Fang Zhou, will come to trouble you tonight. If you are not here when he arrives, I fear for the safety of your aunt and sister. He is a madman. And I am currently so injured that I cannot rise from this bed to stop him. If only I had my phone. I could attempt to contact him and seek a resolution. But without it, I am utterly unable to reach him. Hearing this, a cold fury flashed across Jun Wuxian's face. He was truly infuriated. Your actions in the Lei Gang are indeed quite careless. Where is he? I do not know. Then we can only wait for him. Jun Wuxian's demeanor remained composed. He could never risk the safety of his aunt and sister. Glancing at the time, if Tang Hui was to set up her stall, she must have already left. Fang Zhou should hurry. If he delays my visit to the night market, he will meet a grim fate. Xian, there are guests. Came the voice of his aunt from downstairs. Fang Jiangtang shivered slightly. It was just now dusk. Could Fang Zhou have arrived? Jun Wuxian silently exited the room. Observing Jun Wuxian's retreating figure, Fang Jiangtang felt a twinge of apprehension. He always sensed that Fang Zhou was walking a perilous path. Although Jun Wuxian was young, his mastery of the art of killing surpassed that of his own. Two individuals entered the hall, both youthful in appearance. The leader was in his early 30s, clad in a tailored suit, exuding a cultured yet irreverent air. The person following closely behind was none other than Wu Qin, someone Jun Wuxian knew well. Thus, it was not the foolhardy Fang Zhou seeking his demise, but rather members of the Jun family from the capital's Jiangnan. How is your friend? Lin Qian inquired as she descended the stairs towards Jun Wuxian. He is mostly fine. That is good. My aunt will prepare some porridge for him shortly. What kind of trouble did he get into to nearly lose his life? No need. He just said he wasn't hungry. All right then. Members of the Jun family. Jun Wuxian replied calmly. In an instant, Lin Qian's expression changed dramatically, her eyes filled with intense fear. Why would the Jun family come unbidden? To ordinary folk, the Jun family was akin to celestial beings. Aunt, please take Xiaoyan upstairs. They must be here for me. All right. Lin Qian exchanged glances with Lin Yan, and the two ascended the stairs in unison. As Jun Wuxian approached, the irreverent man scrutinized him closely, unable to suppress his admiration. You resemble him greatly. Perhaps it is he who resembles me. Which member of the Jun family are you? Jun Quebec. If you don't mind, you may call me fourth uncle. I do mind. Jun Wuxian replied coolly, his eyes suddenly glinting. I have a favor to ask. Speak. Jun K responded with enthusiasm. I need to step out for a moment. Please safeguard my home tonight. Someone will come looking for trouble. Just send them away. That seems simple enough. What kind of person are we dealing with? Jun K. Well-versed in the adage of knowing oneself and the enemy to ensure victory in every battle, pressed for details. The leader of the Lei Gang. A small fry. One hand is enough to eliminate him. Moreover, my vehicle is damaged. The one parked outside is yours, right? Would you lend it to me for a while? No. Jun K initially intended to agree immediately, but then recalled something. Is it the vehicle involved in the accident at the intersection in town? Those two cars are still there. An ordinary person wouldn't cause such damage. Wu Chan rubbed his nose, instinctively shifting a step behind Jun K. fearing that if fourth master refused to lend his car, he might set his sights on his own CT6. Given how quickly even the G-Class had met its end under little Jun's command, his own vehicle would not withstand such mishaps. Why all these questions? Will you lend me the car? Jun Wuxian revealed a hint of displeasure. Lend it. The keys. Hand them over. Chapter 84. A favor for Tang Hui. At the West Street night market, Wuxian sat at an open-air tea stall on the edge of the night market. Accompanied by a man in his early 40s, Xiangyu. Wu Gu, why must you have company to visit the night market? Is there something extraordinary about it? Xiangyu expressed his bewilderment. The West Street night market was merely a bustling spot. Genuinely powerful figures seldom frequented such places. Moreover, under the current circumstances, it was peculiar for Wu Xian, the owner of Kongxian Real Estate, to personally wait at a tea stall where a cup costs merely $5, and to summon him as company. The serious demeanor resembled that of a leader on an inspection tour. You should pray that your subordinate hasn't offended Mr. Jun otherwise. I cannot shield you from the consequences, Wuxian remarked. However, Mr. Jun's attitude when he spoke to me did not indicate any displeasure, so it should not be anything grave. Good evening, Boss Wu. Good evening. Fan Kuan approached with 5 or 6 subordinates, bowing in greeting. Your timing is impeccable. Xiangyu called Fan Kuan over, frowning as he inquired, has anything unusual happened at the night market lately? Wu Xian shared a look of confusion. Mr. Jun would not simply come for no reason. There have been no disturbances, have there, boss? Fan Kuan asked, his unease evident. Compared to Wu's other businesses, the management of the night market was relatively minor. Typically, the owner would not make an appearance unless there was a pressing issue to address. Nothing amiss. Go about your duties. There must be no disturbances tonight, Xiangyu cautioned, waving them off. Understood, boss. Fan Kuan and his entourage departed, patrolling the area as they whispered about the intentions of the 2 prominent figures. Suddenly, Xiao Tao pointed towards the barbecue stall in the far corner, his expression teasing. Kuan Gu, it seems Tang Hui lacks integrity. She claimed she wouldn't set up her stall last night, yet here she is. Did your brothers go to smash her stall? Smack. Fan Kuan slapped the back of Xiao Tao's head, scolding. Are you foolish? The boss just instructed that there must be no incidents tonight, and you wish to create trouble? Do you take the boss's words lightly? Xiao Tao fell silent, intimidated. I'll go take a look, Fan Kuan said as he approached the barbecue stall, hands in pockets, scrutinizing the night beer sign. Tang Hui, are you still monopolizing this stall? It's the last day, Tang Hui replied, preoccupied with her tasks, ignoring him. Her younger brother, Tang Xiaoyu, looked at her in shock. Sister, what do you mean it's the last day? Are you not going to set up a stall anymore? If you don't, how will our family survive? Don't worry, I want to let you, and he go hungry, Tang Hui assured him with a gentle smile. Ah, have you found someone to support you? If you truly found someone, you wouldn't need to work another day. Tang Hui, what is wrong with me? I want to let you go hungry. At most, I'll just indulge in a little escapism now and then. No need. Konggu, isn't Xiao Tao's cousin still absent? Is it permissible for me to set up my stall tonight? Tang Hui lifted her head. Although she did not comprehend the implication of Jun Wuxian's request for her to remain for another evening, she sensed there had to be a reason. As for Fan Kuan's provocations, she had long since grown accustomed to them and found no reason to be incensed. The more anger she exhibited, the more pleasure Fan Kuan derived from it. Tonight, I shall grant you this favor. However, if I see you here again tomorrow night, I shall dismantle your stall. Fan Kuan, seething with rage, whispered his threat. Just then, a cacophony erupted around them. A sleek silver sports car glided into view. The sound emitted by the vehicle reverberated like thunder, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook it. A car from the capital, undoubtedly. One could discern its origins by simply observing its grandeur. It belonged to someone of high status from the capital. Is our night market in Yunzhou truly so renowned that it attracts the elite from the capital? Perhaps they are merely passing through. Such a car is a rarity. Who could afford it? Amidst the rising curiosity, the silver sports car careened into a garbage bin beside the supermarket, coming to a halt. The car was indeed exquisite, and its license plate was equally eye-catching. However, the driving skills exhibited were rather lackluster. Tang Hui found her attention drawn to the vehicle. Had it not collided with the garbage bin, the driver would likely have alighted with great flair. Now, however, it appeared somewhat comical. The car's batwing doors swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping out, and in an instant, Tang Hui's gaze became transfixed. It was him. Fan Kuan noticed Tang Hui's unusual demeanor and disdainfully cautioned her. Such a wealthy young master is not someone you can fantasize about. Even if you had a daughter, or if you, Tang Hui, were still a blooming flower. he would never take notice of you. However, Jun Wuxian, amidst all the scrutinizing gazes, approached Tang Hui's barbecue stall directly, offering a subtle smile. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? Fan Kuan and several of his underlings were momentarily stunned. How could Tang Hui possibly know this noble young man from the capital? Did he drive this car merely to surprise me? Tang Hui inquired earnestly. Well, it's a bit of an unexpected turn of events. My own car was involved in an accident, so I borrowed this one, Jun Wuxian candidly explained. I've prepared some specialties. I've invited 2 friends to assist you with your business. With an air of familiarity, Jun Wuxian seated himself at a small table, his gaze suddenly landing on Fan Kuan, who was preparing to leave in indignation. You must stay, he stated, his voice calm yet imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. From the grand entrance, Fan Kuan could ascertain that this young master was indeed someone of considerable significance. Yet, what was it to him? Are you addressing me? Fan Kuan retorted, his tone decidedly brusque, as he sought to preserve his own dignity. Jun Wuxian remained unperturbed. Yes, I am indeed speaking to you. I am busy and have no time to engage with you. Fan Kuan turned to leave, feeling a mix of emotions at the sight of Tang Hui seemingly entangled with such a wealthy young man. It felt akin to a woman who had seemed within reach suddenly becoming unattainable. Nevertheless, Wuxian and Xiang Yu entered the barbecue stall, one after the other. Wuxian stood respectfully, taking the initiative to introduce, Mr. Jun, allow me to present to you Xiang Yu. You may address him as Yu. The proprietor of Kongxian Real Estate, Wuxian, and the owner of our night market, Xiang Yu, 2 prominent figures, have unexpectedly chosen to attend to the business of a humble barbecue stall. The whispers of astonishment spread like wildfire. It was evident to all that their presence was a gesture of respect towards the mysterious young gentleman seated at the small table. Driving a luxury vehicle registered in the capital, requiring the company of 2 local magnates merely for a barbecue, what an impressive background he must possess. Jun Wuxian cast a casual glance at Fan Kuan, who stood rigid, his body tense and hair standing on end, unable to move an inch. In this moment, clarity dawned upon him. This young gentleman was indeed here to advocate for Tang Hui. Chapter 85, the 9th grade of Yin and Yang Severance. The 10th grade of the Heavenly Hall in the town of Luoshui, at the Lin family's villa, who among them is Jun Wuxian? Fang Zhou inquired of Du Shilin, his gaze fixed on the 2 individuals emerging from the house. Du Shilin shook his head, and then shouted at the 2, asking where Jun Wuxian was. Hiding in fear? Jun K, with his thumb pressed against his chin and his index finger gently caressing it, remarked, Jun Wuxian said someone would come looking for trouble tonight. And they truly have. I merely needed to greet you and send you away. Be wise and leave, lest you provoke my displeasure. Thus, it became clear that neither of them was Jun Wuxian, but rather helpers summoned by him. Fang Zhou's expression darkened, and suddenly, like an arrow released from its bow, he lunged at Jun Quebec. His fingers formed a fist mid-flight, generating a fierce sound that sliced through the air. Bang! However, Fang Zhou's proud punch was effortlessly intercepted by Jun K with a mere flick of his hand. The impact sent Fang Zhou staggering back several steps before he regained his footing. Had he chosen not to engage, he might have remained oblivious, but once the clash commenced, the disparity became evident. The man before him was unfathomable. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to Jun Wuxian? Fang Zhou, though reckless, was not foolish. He realized he was outmatched. You lack the standing to inquire about me. I am Fang Zhou, the illustrious leader of the Thunder Gang. You may disregard my presence, but you ought to show some respect to the Thunder Gang. Thunder Gang? Merely a swarm of ants, Jun K retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As he shifted his demeanor, the relaxed air dissipated, replaced by a serious tone. I shall only remain in Yuzhou for one day. If you wish to confront Jun Wuxian, come at this time tomorrow. No need for such trouble. Simply provide an address, and he may seek you out. Fang Zhou, I am already showing you considerable courtesy. Fortunately, that lad only instructed me to send you away. Otherwise, you would be left incapacitated. At this, Fang Zhou's countenance stiffened considerably. Inform him that I am at the Junlin Hotel. When he comes to inquire about my name, I shall present myself. Though resentment brewed within him, Fang Zhou understood the wisdom of not courting immediate disaster. Uncertain of the true capabilities of the individual before him, who was evidently a formidable ally of Jun Wuxian, he concluded that he could not prevail in battle. Since the other party indicated he would only protect Jun Wuxian for a day, he resolved to endure for another day. With a heavy heart, Fang Zhou retreated, while Lin Qian approached Jun K, her voice icy as she questioned, "Why did you not eliminate him and spare Jun Wuxian this trouble?" Jun K turned to her, his gaze playful. If even my fourth uncle is not inclined to assist, why should I handle his troubles? Wuxian interjected politely, Miss Lin, you need not worry. This individual is not a match for young Master Jun's command. The implication was clear. Fourth Master was not being petty by refraining from dealing with a nuisance, but deemed it unnecessary. What is his purpose here? Lin Qian pressed. Wuxian hesitated. How could he articulate this? The Jun family had encountered certain issues, specifics of which he could not divulge. Meanwhile, at the night market on West Street, Jun Wuxian glanced at the message sent by Wuxian, dismissing any reservations. In truth, there was no need for caution, though he had never encountered Feng Zhou. He was well aware that he was at best a 7th-grade expert. In the realm of martial arts in Huagua, there exists a saying, with the 9th rank, one can sever the cycle of life and death. With the 10th rank, one ascends to the pinnacle of human potential. This implies that once a martial artist reaches the 9th rank, they possess the ability to influence the mortal realm's fate. Achieving the 10th rank signifies the utmost mastery of martial cultivation. Although Jun Ke has not yet attained the 9th rank, he is not far from it. It is said that even if a mere hall master from the Thunder Gang, one of the 8 major factions, were to cause trouble, they would be unable to subdue Jun Ke, even if all 8 formidable experts of the Thunder Gang united their efforts. How skilled is Tang Hui? Jun Wuxian inquired nonchalantly of Wuxian and Xiangyu. As for Fan Kuan, he stood by cautiously, not daring to make a sound. The taste is exquisite. May I inquire about the relationship between Mr. Jun and Miss Tang? Wuxian asked pointedly. Why not take a guess, Boss Wu? Jun Wuxian replied with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, Tang Hui, at the barbecue stall, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. This subtle expression did not escape the keen eyes of Wuxian and Xiangyu, who exchanged knowing glances. It cannot be anything other than that, Wuxian remarked. Mr. Jun, I personally believe that Ms. Tang's culinary talents deserve far better than to be displayed in this night market. I happen to have a spacious and ideally located shop that is currently available for lease, which would be perfect for a late-night business. Most importantly, the rent is quite affordable. Wuxian seized the opportunity. Tang Hui listened intently to the conversation, aware that such a spacious and inexpensive shop was indeed a rare find. It was likely due to Jun Wuxian's influence that Wuxian would extend such courtesy. Thank you, Boss Wu. As for the rent, please charge me what you deem appropriate. I do not wish to take advantage of anyone. Jun Wuxian spoke with an unassuming tone, yet his gaze settled on Fan Kuan as he continued. I encountered an incident last night that left me quite unsettled. I wish to discuss it with both of you. Fan Kuan, what is the matter? Speak up. Xiangyu pressed, sensing the gravity of the situation. I was blind to the value of golden jade and inadvertently offended Miss Tang. Miss Tang, I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook my transgression this once. Fan Kuan stammered, hastily bowing in apology, his heart heavy with unspoken struggles. Why should someone as accomplished as Tang Hui need to sell her wares at this meager night market? With such beauty, how could one not be captivated? At that moment, all eyes, familiar and unfamiliar, were fixed on Tang Hui. It was evident that she had suffered indignities in the night market, and a man had stepped forward to restore her dignity. The looks surrounding her were filled with envy and admiration. Those who eked out a living in this place, having faced their own trials, felt a sense of vindication. Unexpectedly, Tang Hui chose to show grace and let the matter rest. Yet, this response was not surprising to Jun Wuxian. The hardships Tang Hui had endured had long since tempered her spirit. He is certainly not Tang Hui, and he will not let it go so easily. I do not wish to encounter this brother Kuan again. Is that acceptable to the boss? At that moment, Xiangyu hesitated. After all, Fan Kuan was one of his most capable subordinates. Not only did he maintain order in this night market, but he was also entrusted with numerous unsavory tasks. Moreover, to cast aside Fan Kuan merely because he offended a woman, what would his brothers think? Just as Xiangyu contemplated interceding on his behalf, he noticed Wu Xian shaking his head in warning, signaling him to avoid provoking Jun Wuxian's ire. In an instant, Fan Kuan's face turned ashen. This meant he was to be expelled from Yinzhou. Chapter 86. Is the grievance in your heart important? As for Tang Hui, she once again shared a hotel room with Jun Wuxian. After the storm began to subside, Tang Hui turned her body, her gentle gaze appraising the elegant contours of Jun Wuxian's profile. Today marks the day when I feel the utmost dignity in my life. Jun Wuxian smiled softly, assuring her that every day henceforth would be lived with great dignity. If I hadn't taken the initiative to book a room with you last night, would tonight have unfolded the same way? She inquired. Yes, he replied. And would I still open a shop for you? Indeed. Why are you so kind to me? Because you are deserving. Tang Hui was genuinely moved. She never imagined she would encounter a man like Jun Wuxian, who could treat her with such tenderness. Your words are truly sweet. You must have charmed many girls, Tang Hui teased. Jun Wuxian responded, in my prison, there are no female inmates. Who could I possibly deceive? Moreover, every word I speak is the truth, devoid of flattery. Tang Hui, I can offer you anything, except for marriage. Though uttering such a statement at this moment seemed rather disheartening, some truths must be expressed early. In his past life, Emperor Jun Tian never boasted of being particularly romantic. He had many women, yet over countless millennia, all those once cherished had ultimately faded into mere memories. In the end, he was left alone. He was uncertain what this life might bring, yet within his heart lay an unwavering obsession, for only the one entwined in that fixation was his true love. Perhaps, across the heavens and the earth, he might never find her. Even if he did, he might discover that his deep-seated yearning was merely a figment of his own imagination. Nevertheless, nothing mattered more than the pursuit of her. Is it shameful? Perhaps it is. To clearly belong to someone yet indulge in the arms of another is a contradiction he remains indifferent to. Just like the former Emperor Jun Tian, he never cared for the judgments and opinions of the world. Tang Hui smiled gently, I am not a precious socialite, so I have never aspired for perfection. With you, Jun Wuxian, I consider myself quite fortunate. The following day, upon arriving home, Jun Wuxian found Jun Ke waiting outside, visibly displeased. With a sullen tone, he remarked, I waited for you the entire night. Then, glancing at his own vehicle, he noticed several scratches resembling claw marks, causing him great distress. I didn't ask you to wait. Here are your car keys. The car had a minor mishap. Forget it. Despite his dissatisfaction, Jun Ke found it difficult to express his frustration in front of Jun Wuxian. Let us take a stroll by the riverbank. I notice the scenery is quite splendid. He suggested. Very well. The two made their way to the riverbank dam, where Jun Ke stood atop, the morning breeze gently caressing them. Do you know why it is I who has come to see you, rather than my elder brother? Jun Ke's demeanor shifted from playful nonchalance to grave seriousness. Jun Wuxian, standing atop the dam, replied nonchalantly, How would I know about your family's affairs? He was wounded. Jun Ke did not keep the truth concealed. He revealed the facts. 3 days prior, the allied nations of Nan would dispatch 2 formidable great freedom entities, 1 half-step Yuaning, and over 10 masters of the 9th rank to launch a surprise attack on the falling city. My elder brother sustained grave injuries while repelling the enemy, and Junjian narrowly escaped death. He remains unconscious, and it is uncertain if he will survive. Jun Ke fixed his serious gaze upon Jun Wuxian and stated, thus, The ones who came are I. The 10th rank encompasses 3 realms, King Kong, Great Freedom, and Brahma. To attain the Great Freedom realm signifies reaching the apex of combat prowess in this world. When Jun Wuxian aided the 7th military district, he vanquished 81 masters from Xiqing, all of whom were merely of the 8th or 9th rank, with very few at the 10th rank. In the face of 2 great freedom entities and 1 half-step Yuaning besieging him, if Junji Ge managed to survive alone while gravely injured, his strength is indeed formidable. Jun Wuxian was quite astonished that such a significant event had transpired in Huagua without any news escaping. The secrecy was commendable. Having suffered such a considerable setback, it is only natural to conceal it. Our Huagua stands as the hegemon of the sub-god domain, with foreign nations lurking like wolves, all aiming to usurp our position. Meanwhile, our Jun family remains the greatest thorn in their side, perpetually in a precarious situation. Jun Wuxian interjected. I have no interest in your Jun family's predicament. Speak plainly of your intentions. Jun Ke chuckled softly and replied candidly. My visit here is not at my elder brother's behest, but rather at my father's. He wishes for you to go to the capital and become the young master of the Jun family. The young master of the Jun family. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuxian scoffed. Isn't Junjian still alive? Why the urgency to establish a new young master? Is your Jun family so callous in its dealings? Every generation of the Jun family's pillar must conquer the battlefield and navigate the court with finesse. Only then can we ensure the enduring stature of the Jun family within Huagua. Currently, the head of the Jun family is your grandfather, universally recognized as the divine general of Huagua. The second generation comprises your father, Junji Ge. Thus, selecting you is indeed reasonable. After all, you are of the Jun lineage and have achieved the Golden Core realm at the age of 23. It is only natural for your father to take notice of you. Jun Wuxian remained non-committal and, with curiosity, countered, what if I were merely an ordinary person? This is where reality strikes. The opportunity to become the young master of the Jun family is one that countless individuals yearn for but cannot attain. If you take a step back, you will behold an entire world before you. Zhu Ke possessed a certain talent for persuasion. After his impassioned speech, it was difficult for anyone not to feel their blood surge. Yet, it is a pity that the individual he sought to sway was none other than Jun Tian-Di, who once ruled over the vast realm of Tianwang. The world before him, in comparison to the expansive universe he envisioned, was merely a trickling stream. To attempt to persuade him with such trivialities was an underestimation of Junk's capabilities. I am not interested in becoming your Jun family's young master. If this is all you came for, you may leave. I will come to the capital, and I will visit your Jun family. However, I seek an explanation from Jun Jigu. The rise and fall of the Jun family does not concern me, but the grievances my mother has endured for over a decade must be addressed. Chapter 87. Carrying a message observing the unwavering determination of Jun Wuxian. Jun Ke understood the futility of persuasion and thus inquired, "How do you intend to repay this? So, you truly will not assume the position of the Jun family heir? Such a monumental opportunity lies before you, one that will not present itself again in your lifetime." Yet, Jun Wuxian laughed audaciously. He replied, "Jun Ke, your family is renowned as the foremost military clan in Hua country, a pillar of strength for the nation. A family whose fortunes are inextricably linked to the rise and fall of the country. The position of heir cannot be lightly bestowed. Your esteemed General Jun has never laid eyes upon me yet has decided to grant me the title of heir. Are you deceived? Or do you merely find me more gullible?" Upon hearing this, Jun Ke furrowed his brow as if genuinely troubled. There seemed to be a significant issue at hand. He too harbored doubts about this matter. Even if Junjan were gravely injured, it was reasonable for his father to seek to cultivate a new heir, particularly if it were a legitimate child of his elder brother. However, the notion of hastily concluding such a decision without the entire Hua country being aware of the existence of this Jun Xiao San Yi was questionable. Nevertheless, reports indicated that Jun Wuxian was a 23-year-old golden core cultivator. Such youthful prowess was rare in Hua country, and his exceptional abilities were not easily overshadowed by Junjan, who had been meticulously nurtured by the family since childhood. Viewed from this perspective, it was indeed logical. Yet, Jun Wuxian's words brought forth the very doubts that lingered in Jun Ke's mind. Could it be that there were deeper implications? Apparently, you truly did not foresee this. You, Jun Siyi, are not particularly astute, Jun Wuxian stated with unwavering confidence. Since you mentioned the alliance of the southern wasteland nations, who dispatched over 10 masters to launch a surprise attack on the city, their target could only be Jun Jigu and his son. Hua country stands as the dominant force in the subdivine realm. The southern wasteland nations would not possess the audacity to act without considerable deliberation. Yet, since they have acted and failed, there will undoubtedly be a next time. The next assault may be meticulously planned, with even more formidable adversaries dispatched. Jun Jigu is a formidable opponent, but Junjan, the heir of the Jun family, is still but an unseasoned fledgling. Faced with the assassination attempts of the southern wasteland's elite, he would be defenseless. Having narrowly escaped this time, he might not be so fortunate on the next occasion. Do you require me to elaborate further? Jun Ke comprehended. His gaze towards Jun Wuxian was a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. This essentially meant that Jun Wuxian would bear the risks associated with Junjan, acting as his protector. This possibility was not beyond the realm of plausibility. Given his father's shrewdness and strategic acumen, it was entirely conceivable. The astonishment stemmed from this realization, while the incredulity arose from the fact that Jun Wuxian had managed to glean so much insight from the scant information he had disclosed. Jun Wuxian's strength lay not only in his innate talent for cultivation but also in his profound intellect that belied his age. However, even if Jun Wuxian surmised the truth, Jun Ke cautioned, "Perhaps your deductions are accurate, but Wuxian, I must remind you that my father is a military deity in Hua country. No one in this world has ever dared to oppose his will. Not even the esteemed lords who wield the military and political power of Hua country, let alone you. If he commands you to go, you have no choice but to comply." Jun nodded, certain that his father would act accordingly. To spend so much time conversing with Jun was, in a sense, a commitment to safeguard the Lin family for an entire night. Another reason was that he harbored no particular disdain for Jun's character. However, a lack of aversion towards Jun did not imply a fondness for the Jun family. "Your obstinate nature is remarkably reminiscent of my elder brother," Jun reflected. Jun Wuxian, unrestrained, responded, "Do not conflate blood ties with the comparison between me and Jun Jigu. He will never be like me." Jun was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of his nephew. the esteemed heir of the Jun family. Currently the commander of the 1st Military District, the foremost of the 7 major military districts in Huagua, was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of military power as the supreme commander of all 7 districts. Yet, this unparalleled young man was deemed by Jun Wuxian to be inferior to him. Such arrogance was indeed something his elder brother could not match. By the way, that troublemaker from last night, the leader of the Lei gang, is lodging at the Jiangnan Hotel. You should seek him out. Leaving behind a message, Jun prepared to depart. Before you go, could you convey a message for me? Jun inquired, puzzled. Is it for your grandfather? No. I need you to visit Tian village and inform a rogue cultivator about Feng Zhou's stay at the Jiangnan Hotel. Diverting the calamity, Jun immediately grasped the implications and, realizing it would only take a little time, agreed. All right, I will take care of it. Is there anything else? Tell Jun Yuzhou that it would be prudent not to send anyone else. The reputation of Huagua's military deity carries considerable weight. Farewell. As he drove away from Luoshui town, Jun set his course towards Tian village. Along the way, he pondered what formidable rogue cultivator could exist in Yunzhou capable of dealing with Feng Zhou. Although Feng Zhou was no match for him, he was still a formidable presence in his own right. Could there truly be a foundation establishing rogue cultivator in such a small place as Yuzhou? Jun's sports car swiftly entered the territory of Tian village. And it was then he remembered to inquire about the specific location from Jun Wuxian. Though Tian village was but a small hamlet, it was home to thousands of households, making the search for an individual rather challenging. However, just as he was about to make a phone call to ask for directions, an oddly dressed old man with a sinister aura appeared behind him, scrutinizing him intently. With an aura of the 8th rank, you are not a master from Yuzhou. Well informed. What brings you to seek me? Jun Wuxian sent me to relay a message. The leader of the Lei gang is staying at the Jiangnan Hotel. Killing my disciple makes Jun Wuxian my enemy. The poisonous old man hissed, his voice dark. However, I cannot allow news of my arrival in Huagua to leak. You must be silenced. With that, tendrils exuding a noxious mist erupted violently from the earth. Chapter 88. Indeed. It was intentional. Jun K's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the impending danger. His body swiftly twirled in midair, allowing him to evade the deadly assault of the roots and vines that sought to ensnare him. However, his sports car was not as fortunate. It was punctured with several gaping holes and overturned with a heavy thud against the ground. Jun K's ability to dodge came as no surprise to the poisoned Taoist. After all, an 8th-tier master is not to be underestimated. It appeared that this individual's reaction speed had transcended the 8th tier, nearing the 9th. Fortunately, he was not a true 9th tier. The vines, under the poisoned Taoist's command, writhed like living entities, lunging fiercely toward Jun K in a chaotic dance through the air. As he deftly evaded them, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could Jun Wuxian have intentionally led him into this trap? Knowing that such a formidable evil practitioner lurked in Tian village, why would he summon him? Quite the betrayal. Bang, bang, bang. Jun K displayed remarkable agility. His movements as swift as lightning, rendering the vines helpless against him for a moment. Yet, the poisoned Taoist remained on high alert. Fully aware that an 8th-tier martial artist was not to be trifled with, and offered no opportunity for Jun K to close in. Cultivators of the Tao and martial artists each possessed their own strengths. Thus, even though the Gu Taoist was confident in his ability to subdue this near 9th-tier master, he dared not let his guard down. Should he allow Jun K to approach, the advantage of his sinister arts would diminish significantly. At least at the 5th level of the Golden Core, who exactly are you? After several exchanges, Jun K's mind was in turmoil. A 5th-level Golden Core practitioner is a rare master, even within the confines of the Gu village. What perplexed him further was the fact that China had always been a forbidden land for evil practitioners, intolerant of their presence. The Gu village, situated on the border of Yun province in China, was a faction of sinister practitioners permitted to exist solely because it lay beyond the jurisdiction of the nation. However, if the Gu village's practitioners were to create havoc in China, the country would have ample justification to send Taoists to eradicate them. Typically, the Gu village would not allow its practitioners to cause disturbances within China. I am called the Gu Taoist. Do you understand now? The Gu Taoist spoke unabashedly, confident that he could subdue this Chinese master, while also aiming to avoid trouble for the Gu village. You rank 18th on the list of evil practitioners in China. You have been stirring chaos at the border, yet you dare to venture inland? Do you not fear for your life? Jun K demanded fiercely. The Gu Taoist replied nonchalantly. Aside from a few forbidden areas in China where I dare not tread, where else is off limits? How does it feel to be utterly hopeless? Though I hail from the Gu village, I have long been disavowed by them. Therefore, if I kill you, the Taoists of China cannot hold the Gu village accountable for my crimes. This was the very reason the Gu Taoist boldly acknowledged his identity. Since he was not recognized by the Gu village, how could the Chinese retaliate against them for his actions? An 8th-tier master is indeed formidable. Before you perish, leave behind a name. The onslaught of the vines intensified, akin to a tempest. A total of 16 vines were in play for obstructing Jun Kei's retreat, while the remaining 12 launched their assault. The 16 venomous vines are the artifacts painstakingly cultivated by the Gu Taoist throughout his lifetime. Any poison carried by even one of these vines, even if one possesses a realm nearing the 9th grade, would be utterly unbearable if struck. This represents the true prowess of the Gu Taoist, employing these vines as instruments of death, capable of both offense and defense, navigating effortlessly even in the presence of formidable martial cultivators. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, should one provide the slightest opportunity for the approach, even a practitioner at the 6th level of the Golden Core could face a fatal counterattack. Jun Kei. The utterance of these 2 words immediately silenced the wildly thrashing vines, leaving them suspended in midair. The gaze of the poison practitioner was laden with trepidation. In the distance, Zhu Yiqing, sensing the unusual atmosphere, approached to inquire, Gu Taoist, you could eliminate him at any moment. Why do you hesitate? In Zhu Yiqing's eyes, both Jun Wuxian and Lei Bang were adversaries. Naturally, the friends of enemies were also enemies deserving of eradication. I dare not strike, replied the Gu Taoist. You lack the qualification to understand. At that moment, Jun Kei assumed a defiant stance, hands clasped behind his back, haughtily reminding, Gu Taoist, consider carefully. Even if you choose not to kill me, the news of your arrival in Yunshou, South Province will reach the Taoist sect. The repercussions will be endless. Oh, such a reckless attitude, thought any assassin. Their first instinct would likely be to silence him. Zhu Yiqing shared this sentiment and asserted, Gu Taoist, regardless of this man's background, we must eliminate him to prevent any future complications. Please, proceed, 4th Master. However, the Gu Taoist maintained a nonchalant demeanor, still hesitant to entertain the notion of silencing him. As an aside, he sought to placate, since the 4th Master has personally come to convey this message. I shall certainly make a visit to Junling Hotel before my departure, to assist your brother, Wuxian, in dealing with that leader of Lei Bang. Ziyuqi was taken aback. Was the Gu Taoist contemplating a retreat? Despite the Gu Taoist's formidable strength, which she had witnessed as the most powerful presence, such a distinguished figure was seemingly compelled to flee by a mere name. Who was this man truly? Will you not be avenging your disciples? Your brother Jun Wuxian is more than capable of clearing my path. I am grateful beyond measure. Indeed, I shall take my leave now. 4th Master. Allow me to see you off. Zhu Yiqing, fetch a vehicle for the 4th Master. The finest one. As Jun Kei drove away in a luxury vehicle, the first action of the Gu Taoist was to discreetly wipe away the cold sweat that had formed. Zhu Yiqing, no fool, discerned the fear emanating from him and curiously asked, Gu Taoist, you explicitly stated that you are unencumbered and have no one you dare not kill. Why then do you appear so fearful of this? 4th Master? The Gu Taoist cast a cold glance. Do you know who he is? Zhu Yiqing fell silent. Had she known, she wouldn't have needed to inquire. Then, she heard the Gu Taoist draw in a sharp breath. His name is Jun Kei, the 4th son of the Divine General of the Huagua military universe. If he were to perish by my hand, the Divine General would undoubtedly disregard any connection I or the Gu clan may have, and lay the blame squarely on the Gu clan. Should I kill him, the Gu clan would face utter devastation. Zhu Yiqing was left completely stunned. No wonder. The 4th son of the Divine General of the Huagua military universe. It was no surprise he was referred to as the 4th Master. In this vast world, how many possess the audacity to commit murder? At this moment, Jun Wuxian was in his chamber administering an antidote to Fong Jiangnan. 1,500,000 had already found its way into Jun Wuxian's bank account. Accepting compensation for services rendered naturally necessitated the neutralization of the poison. The process of detoxification, however, left Fong Jiangnan utterly astonished in less than an hour. The toxins within him had been nearly eradicated. This prompted Fong Jiangnan to suspect that the severity of his affliction had been exaggerated by Jun Wuxian, perhaps to justify the exorbitant treatment fee. At that moment, Jun Wuxian received a call from Jun Quebec. Upon answering, he was met with a torrent of curses, primarily expressing how he had nearly been led to his demise. After venting his frustrations, Jun Kei cautiously advised, The Gu Master now harbors suspicions regarding your connection to the Jun family and will not strike against you lightly. However, you are not me. The Gu Master may not hesitate to eliminate you. Do not attempt to provoke him. He is a formidable opponent. I have contacted the Taoist sect, and they will dispatch capable experts to handle the situation. Jun Wuxian blinked in confusion and inquired, I nearly caused your death, yet you still concern yourself with my well-being? From the other end of the line, Jun Ke replied, I believe your intentions were not malicious. You could not have foreseen that he is the Gu Master. Ranked 18th on the list of notorious evil cultivators in Huagua. After a brief silence, Jun Wuxian confessed, in truth, I was indeed deliberate. Chapter 89. The Awakening of Humanity on the phone. Jun Ke's expression faltered momentarily, yet he continued to defend Jun Wuxian, suggesting that he intended to leverage the power of the Jun family to intimidate him. Jun Wuxian scoffed derisively, questioning whether Jun Ke was feigning ignorance or simply lacking common sense. The malevolent cultivator, ranked 18th on the list, though not among the top ranks, was still formidable enough to be included in the top 20, making him exceedingly difficult to contend with. My intention is not to support the Jun family. Thus I am sending you to your demise. Jun Ke fell silent once more. I do not believe you. You do not believe me? What other reason could there be? If you truly harbored such intentions, you should have been taken aback when I called, rather than remaining so composed. You anticipated that the malevolent cultivator would not kill me. Did you not? Jun Wuxian, weary of the conversation, abruptly ended the call. He then turned his attention to Fong Jiangtang, who lay on the bed. Although the poison had been purged, a 2-day period of weakness was inevitable. Jun Wuxian had only charged for the antidote, not for healing services. Therefore, Fong Jiangtang would need to recuperate at his own pace. When do you plan to leave? Until the malevolent cultivator is dealt with. Where else could I go? I shall remain here. Fong Jiangtang's tone was matter-of-fact, exuding confidence that exemplified the adage that wealth commands respect. Jun Wuxian readily agreed. 10,000 a day. Fong Jiangtang was momentarily taken aback. Are you seriously trying to squeeze every last coin from me? Jun Wuxian calmly elucidated, this is not merely for accommodation. It also includes a protection fee. If you were not concerned about the malevolent cultivator, you would not be lingering here. Upon reflection, Fong Jiangtang found logic in this reasoning. However, he was curious. By the way, can you handle the malevolent cultivator? Even our Thunder Gang could only find one person who might barely contend with him. Fong Jiangtang's expression shifted to one of gravity. Recalling the previous question about why the eldest young lady would marry him. I have my reasons. Fong Jiangtang, it would be wise for you to tell me the truth. It might just save your life. Jun Wuxian warned. Fong Jiangtang's suspicions grew. Sensing that Jun Wuxian's repeated inquiries about his marriage to the eldest young lady were not mere curiosity, but held deeper implications. Perhaps he was an unwitting pawn chosen by the eldest young lady to obscure her true affections for another. Is the eldest young lady pregnant? Certainly not. She is far too astute to conceive a child before securing a commitment from her partner. Jun Wuxian, do not pry further. I cannot disclose the identity of the man behind the eldest young lady. To do so would be disloyal. Nonetheless, Jun Wuxian had no intention of pressing further. It was no longer necessary. Losing interest in continuing the conversation, he instructed Fong Jiangtang to rest well and made his way towards the door. At that moment, Fong Jiangtang called out, Jun Wuxian, I'm hungry. Head downstairs and take a left. You will find the kitchen. Prepare your own meal. My household does not entertain servants. Additionally, remember to wash the sheets and clean the floor before you leave. Otherwise, I shall come looking for you. The words were dropped, and Jun Wuxian had vanished without a trace. Fong Jiangtang wore a look of astonishment. Despite his exorbitant accommodation fee of 100,000 a day, he still had to manage everything himself. Under the cloak of night, Fong Zhou received word and stepped out of the Junlin Hotel. Quickly noticing a peculiar figure across the street, an enigmatic sorcerer with an icy gaze fixated upon him. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. A formidable opponent. But what of it? Fong Zhou was also a master in his own right. He swiftly pursued the sorcerer, tracing his footsteps to the desolate outskirts of the city. The sorcerer turned, addressing him. You must be Fong Zhou. Jun Wuxian dares not come himself, so he sent you instead. Fong Zhou replied with a nonchalance that belied his unease, as long as he did not encounter that individual from the Jun family again. The sorcerer spoke calmly, merely a 7th tier, yet quite troublesome. It would be impossible not to kill you, for you cannot escape. Though he harbored a wariness of the Jun family, he had no intentions of currying favor with them, nor did he feel compelled to assist Jun Wuxian in murder. Ultimately, His identity as a dark practitioner precluded him from being courted by the Jun family. However, having committed to resolving Jun Kei's issue, he felt obliged to follow through. While he sought no alliance, he dared not offend. Had Feng Zhou possessed an 8th-tier martial prowess, perhaps he might have considered granting him a chance to escape with grave injuries. But as a mere 7th tier, the likelihood of escaping his grasp was non-existent. Enough of this charade, Feng Zhou shouted, leaning forward as his body surged with speed towards the sorcerer. Shadows flitted across the night sky, and in an instant, he was upon the sorcerer. Suddenly, fir vines erupted from the earth. Instinctively sensing danger, Feng Zhou retreated decisively, propelling himself into the air using the ground beneath him. Yet, for more vines appeared from behind, piercing through his body like blades. Blood flowed forth, nourishing the vines. How was this possible? Feng Zhou could hardly believe that in this small place of Yunzhou, he had encountered such a formidable opponent. With just a single move, he had been brought to his end. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Zweiking and Haimong emerged, gazing in shock at Feng Zhou's grim fate. The sorcerer was terrifying indeed. In terms of martial prowess, Haimong was also a 7th tier, yet he would undoubtedly struggle against the notoriously mad Feng Zhou of the Lei Gang. And yet, before the sorcerer, Feng Zhou had not even had the chance to unleash his madness. He had lost his life instead. Was this the pinnacle of dark practitioners in Hua country? At that instant, Haimong began to entertain thoughts. If only they could recruit the sorcerer into the Poison Snake Gang. What could they possibly fear? They could reign supreme without restraint. However, as soon as this thought took root, it was swiftly extinguished. The sorcerer turned his gaze towards Zweiking. Recognizing that the greatest gain from his journey to Yunzhou was this woman, who possessed an exceptional understanding of how to please men. I must leave Hua country immediately, or I shall encounter grave troubles. Would you care to accompany me? Do not hesitate. Though I am a sorcerer who has taken countless lives and am known for my treachery, I have never forced a woman. Zweiking did harbor some reservations. But upon hearing the sorcerer's words, she spoke candidly. Sorcerer, I prefer the vibrant world of Hua country. However, should you ever think of me, you may seek me out at any time. That will not be necessary. You, dear lady, possess many admirable qualities, yet your thoughts weigh heavily upon you. I find myself perpetually concerned for your well-being. If this continues, I fear I may meet the same fate as Yu Changxiu. The Gu master, possessing profound insight, decided that if one does not wish to follow, then it is best to let it be. Thus, he prepared to depart. However, in the next moment, a seductive melody wafted through the air from a distance. The Gu master, intending to leave Huaguo without even a glance in my direction, seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Words were spoken too late, for the figure of Jun Wuxian had already emerged within the trio's line of sight, arriving before them in a matter of mere moments. Traversing the distance with astonishing speed, the Gu master's eyes, sharp and calculating, narrowed slightly. Chapter 90. Without tyranny, wherefore virtue? Brother Wuxian, I have already resolved the matter concerning the Ark for you. Should you have any adversaries that you are unable to confront directly, feel free to inform me, and I shall deal with them accordingly. It is evident who this is. The Gu Daoist appears exceedingly courteous. The reason for his demeanor is, of course, the prestigious Jun family. Indeed, there are these two before us. The pair wears expressions of confusion and grievance, prompting Jun Wuxian to explain. Although they have not directly provoked me, the Viper dared to abduct my sister. Is that not a grave offense? The Gu Daoist contemplated for a moment and responded, Brother Wuxian, the Viper has already been slain by you, and Yu Changxiu has also been eliminated by Feng Jiaotang. While you remain unscathed, given that the poisonous serpent gang will not pursue this matter, should we not consider the grudges settled? Oh. Jun Wuxian's eyes sparkled with mockery as he feigned surprise, unable to discern that the notorious Gu Daoist could be so protective of others. Yet, what if I insist on killing them? You must leave immediately. The Gu Daoist turned his head to express his stance. Every man possesses a touch of tenderness within, and the Gu Daoist is no exception. Although the Zweiking may be sought after by many, he has always kept his company. One cannot simply stand by and watch when lives are in peril. As for the Black Python, it is a case of 2 for 1. The Black Python and Zweiking felt a sense of indignation, yet the Gu Daoist's words revealed that he recognized Jun Wuxian's capability to eliminate them both. They promptly fled. Jun Wuxian, unhurried in his pursuit, smiled and remarked, Gu Daoist, your actions have offended me. Are you not afraid of my vengeance? The Gu Daoist replied coldly, Jun Wuxian, you never intended to spare me, did you? Otherwise, you could have revealed yourself after my departure, thus avoiding much trouble. I am rather curious. If even the 4th Master Jun is not my match, What makes you think you can be? The crux of the matter lies in Jun Wuxian's youth. At his age, to attain the golden core stage is a rarity across the world, let alone reaching the mid-phase of the golden core as he has. It took me nearly a century to achieve such a realm. And I cannot believe that this young man, barely in his 20s, could match it. Thus, the ability to traverse distances instantaneously should not be attributed to Jun Wuxian's cultivation level, but rather to his specialized mastery of this particular technique. Such an explanation suffices. One must engage in combat to truly understand. A short blade, radiating a dark luminescence, materialized before Jun Wuxian, shooting forth like a meteor. The Gu Daoist, unwilling to be complacent, quickly summoned 8 intertwined vines to block the attack. However, his formidable vine artifact, which had always ensured his triumph, proved to be utterly ineffective against this blade exuding a chilling darkness. Upon impact, it was as if tofu had been sliced, severed without resistance. The blades might remained unabated as it advanced towards the Gu Daoist. Alarmed, he exerted every ounce of strength to shift his body a mere inch, narrowly evading the strike. Thunder and lightning. He finally recognized this blade. 8 years ago, it had inspired terror throughout the entirety of Huagua, one of the 2 infamous slaughter knives. One was the blade of God slaying, and the other, thunder and lightning. This was the weapon of the foremost assassin in Huagua, Lei Jiang. How could this be? The Gu Daoist's gaze was filled with apprehension and dread. Though he was powerful, he still felt unworthy of comparison to Lei Jiang. Jun Wuxian gazed thoughtfully at the blades, a smile playing on his lips. I truly did not perceive that these 2 seemingly unremarkable knives, known as the Broken Blades, held such renown that even the most mundane could recognize them. The Gu Daoist cautioned solemnly, blades possess spirits. Should you refer to the divine slaying wind and thunder as broken blades, they may take offense. They would not dare to be displeased. Jun Wuxian, however, remained unfazed. To be wielded by him was a testament to the glory of the divine slaying wind and thunder. Who would dare to be unhappy? He scrutinized the apprehensive Gu Daoist and inquired, "Do you still possess the confidence to engage me in combat? I wield the vine as my instrument, imbued with potent toxins. Unless one has attained the nascent soul realm, that cannot withstand the venom of the vine. Even if the true form of Lei Jiang were present, I would still have a sliver of a chance. A mere sliver, yet it remains an opportunity. Is Lei Jiang formidable? Undoubtedly. A pinnacle existence within the 10th tier of great freedom, unmatched in the mortal realm. However, without entry into the Brahma realm, he cannot rival a nascent soul. The Gu Daoist, having lived for a century and studied poisons for 100 years, had long since mastered the art of poisonous manipulation. Compared to these supreme masters standing atop the heights of Hua country, he was vastly outmatched. Yet, poisons possessed the potential to create miracles to the greatest extent. Were Lei Jiang here, the Gu Daoist would assuredly face death. Yet, there exists at least a chance of backlash. Jun Wuxian chuckled as the wind and thunder spun rapidly in his palm, lightning flickering. He proclaimed, "I am not Lei Jiang." The wind and thunder slipped from his grasp once more, a streak of lightning against the dim backdrop of night, vanishing in an instant, only to pierce through the Gu Daoist's chest. The latter scarcely had time to react. The black blood within him surged forth through the gaping wound in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. What realm are you in?" His voice was slow, laden with incredulity. "Take a guess if you have the breath left. It is the nascent soul, the pinnacle of the mortal realm, indeed the nascent soul. Thus, he is the mightiest under this sky." The Gu Daoist's eyes ceased their movement, his breath extinguished. In that fleeting moment, he could not comprehend why the young Jun Wuxian possessed the nascent soul realm that countless cultivators yearned for yet could not attain. What he did grasp was the meaning of Jun Wuxian's final words. He was not Lei Jiang, for he was stronger than Lei Jiang. Alas, some mistakes afford but a single opportunity. He truly ought not to have come to Yunzhou. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of heavenly fire descended upon the Gu Daoist's corpse, igniting it swiftly. Another cluster of heavenly fire fell upon the long-deceased Arkansas. In the blink of an eye, Jun Wuxian vanished, pursuing the fleeing black python and bamboo leaf green within but 2 breaths. And what of the Gu Daoist? Bamboo leaf green sensed an ominous foreboding. "Since I have arrived, he is surely dead. If you are so concerned about him, go accompany him. In truth, at my level, I ought not to slay you, yet I am not one to leave future troubles unaddressed." 2 beams of spiritual light cut through the night sky, piercing the foreheads of both bamboo leaf green and the black python, their wounds identical. Another 2 clusters of heavenly fire erupted from his fingertips, swiftly incinerating their corpses until it was as if they had never graced this world. Some troubles, if they can be avoided, should be. If the deceased were to descend into hell, it is likely that these four who perished tonight would deem their greatest regret to be their arrival in Yunzhou. Having consecutively taken the lives of 3 individuals, Jun Wuxian felt an unsettling tranquility within his heart, devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. In his previous existence, he ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, safeguarding the desolate realms for 1,000,000 years, his hands drenched in blood, an image of sheer terror. Yet, as he gazed upon the vast expanse of the heavens, he recalled the words of his revered master, who once imparted, to rule as an emperor, one must govern with benevolence to witness peace. However, it was only after 1,000,000 years of reigning over the desolate realms that Jun Wuxian comprehended the bitter truth. Without dominance, how could there be benevolence? If you truly believe that your disciple has failed to grasp the essence of your words, then come seek me out. Chapter 91. A soft voice 300,000 has already been transferred to your account. Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful to you for saving my life. 3 days later, once Feng Jiangtang had regained his health, he prepared to take his leave. On the sofa, Jun Wuxian nonchalantly remarked, appearing utterly indifferent. Feng Jiangtang had grown accustomed to Jun Wuxian's demeanor. After contemplating for a moment, he finally stated, in truth, "You accepted my payment for the antidote merely to avoid leaving me in your debt, did you not?" As relationships deepen, familiarity increases. Over the past few days, Feng Jiangtang had discerned that Jun Wuxian was not one to hoard wealth. In fact, his perception of money was rather insipid, exuding the essence of an otherworldly sage. It was indeed challenging to persuade such a person to extort a significant sum. With this thought, Feng Jiangtang felt fortunate. For Jun Wuxian had accepted his money and saved his life, rather than ignoring his plight. Paying for medical treatment is a matter of course. You are overthinking it. However, Jun Wuxian did not concede. With a faint smile, Feng Jiangtang chose not to pursue the matter further. Feng Jiangtang's subordinates had already arrived with 2 vehicles. 7 or 8 individuals standing by the cars. Upon seeing Feng Jiangtang emerge, they bowed their heads in unison, exclaiming, "Master." Feng Jiangtang entered the car and calmly instructed, "Let's go." The 2 identical black business cars set off slowly. Yet, within the vehicle, Feng Jiangtang instinctively furrowed his brow. For Feng Zhou had gone missing. The likelihood was high that he had fallen victim to the Goose Sorcerer's hands. Yet, new questions arose. Not only was the notorious Goose Sorcerer unaccounted for, but the Black Python and Bamboo Leaf Green were also missing. Where could they have vanished to? Or perhaps, they too had met with misfortune. Otherwise, it was improbable for them to simply disappear. If, indeed, they had perished, who could be responsible? Would it be Jun Wuxian? This was a question he dared not seek the answer to. He regarded Jun Wuxian as a friend, but Jun Wuxian may not reciprocate that sentiment. If the disappearances of the Goose Sorcerer, Black Python, and Bamboo Leaf Green were unrelated to Jun Wuxian, that would be one thing. However, if there was a connection, he too could become missing. Yunzhou resembled a vortex of enigmatic threats, where anyone ensnared within found it difficult to remain safe. Fortunately, he could at least leave alive. Having endured so much, Feng Jiangtang wished to linger no longer. Meanwhile, Jun Wuxian stepped out of the villa, murmuring to himself, "It is time to head to the provincial city." Since entering Longyuan all those years ago, he was no longer the boy raised in Yunzhou. He had become the reincarnated deity of the ancient path, Jun Tian-Di, relying on the power of reincarnation. In essence, it was a matter of cause and effect. Bai Sufeng was but one of the threads of his current existence's causality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jun Wuxian's phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he grimaced but still answered the call. "Jun Wuxian, why have you been ignoring my calls?" Su Wenin's voice rang out, tinged with accusation. Jun Wuxian replied coolly, "If I don't wish to answer, then I shan't. Is there a problem?" Su Wenin was momentarily taken aback. Logically, there was indeed no flaw in his reasoning. Yet, as a beauty, shouldn't he be more attentive and flattering as a man? Upon reflection, Jun Wuxian is indeed a young master who possesses a bay worth billions. Distinctly different from the ordinary individuals she usually encounters. His aloof demeanor is rather commonplace, accompanied by laughter. "Your words are undoubtedly without fault, yet they sadden me. I feared I had done something to displease you. But how could you be at fault for something you did not do? Are you intending to commit some misstep that might upset me?" Su Wenyuan, a steadfast man. "Where are you at present?" "At my doorstep. I can already see your car." Jun Wuxian gazed into the distance as Su Wenyuan's white sports car approached. Within a minute, she opened the car door, beaming as she waved her phone at him, sauntering over. Her words were deliberately intimate, laced with a hint of flirtation. Are you surprised? A typical man would find it nearly impossible to resist the allure of such a captivating woman. 3 days with 16 missed calls before seeking me out. You do possess a certain patience. Su Wenyuan, what is it that you desire? Jun Wuxian replied in a flat tone. Su Wenyuan's carefully crafted smile faltered. As Jun Wuxian's every utterance dampened the atmosphere. No wonder you are devoid of beautiful women surrounding you. It appears you have no understanding of how to interact with them. When a beautiful woman inquires if you are surprised, the appropriate response should be one of flattery. Only then can the conversation flourish. This notion seems somewhat reasonable. And Jun Wuxian nodded in enlightened agreement. Su Wenyuan's expression brightened, sensing further dialogue, and promptly asked, "Is there anything on your agenda today?" You should certainly confess to having no plans. Otherwise, the beautiful woman may misconstrue you as a dullard. Jun Wuxian nodded once more and inquired, and then? Su Wenyuan replied. As for what follows, the majority of women possess 3 primary interests: bars, shopping, and movies. Naturally, preferences vary from person to person. You could propose each activity one by one, and surely, one will delight her. At this juncture, Su Wenyuan looked at him expectantly, awaiting Jun Wuxian to take the initiative. However, just then, another phone call came through. Upon answering, a sweet, melodic voice emerged. "Mr. Jun, are you surprised to receive my call?" Jun Wuxian glanced at Su Wenyuan, whose expression shifted subtly, and felt a sense of flattery. The voice on the other end suddenly turned cheerful. "Mr. Jun, do you have any plans today?" "None, and you?" Su Wenyuan was taken aback. Could he really draw such conclusions? Almost immediately, the sweet voice chimed in again. "I have no plans either. Do you prefer shopping or watching movies?" Jun Wuxian took the initiative to respond. After a few seconds of silence, the sweet voice replied, "Either is fine. Where are you?" "I'll come to you." "Mr. Jun, your car has been repaired. Why not meet at the 4S shop?" I'll be there in 20 minutes." Staring in astonishment at Jun Wuxian after he hung up, Su Wenyuan contemplated giving herself a few sharp slaps. Yet, she was compelled to maintain a forced smile. "Thank you for teaching me so much. If it is convenient, could you kindly take me to the automobile city along the way?" "Certainly." Su Wenyuan appeared as though she had swallowed a fly, feeling quite unwell. 20 minutes later, Jun Wuxian alighted from the vehicle. And Xie Yuan was already standing outside her dealership, gazing expectantly. Upon spotting him, she approached with a radiant smile, sweetly addressing him, "Mr. Jun." Su Wenyuan lowered the car window and observed Xie Yuan, who, despite her petite stature, possessed an unexpectedly impressive figure, prompting a moment of self-reflection and a sense of inadequacy. Xie Yuan's gaze then fell upon Su Wenyuan's features, and with a gentle smile revealing her dimples, she mused softly, "So, beautiful women are now venturing out for a drive?" Chapter 92. He is different after Su Wenyuan awkwardly drove away. Xie Yuan finally put away her deliberately coy tone. With a sly smile, she asked, "Mr. Jun, did I perform well?" Jun Wuxian gave her a thumbs up. The call Xie Yuan made earlier was not a mere coincidence. She had received news from Jun Wuxian and promptly called him. Soon after, she lamented, "If only you had truly invited me to go shopping and watch a movie. What a pity it is that I lack such fortune. However, Mr. Jun, you must be quite weary of that woman, right? Why not express your stance directly? Being entangled like this must be troublesome for you." "Not yet," he replied. "All right." Before long, the repaired G-Class came to a halt before Jun Wuxian. "How much?" he inquired. "Mr. Jun, please don't jest. You are my savior. I could never agree to charge you for the repairs. My father and brother would never allow it." Xie Yuan firmly refused. Jun Wuxian insisted, "A deal is a deal. I saved your life, and I must receive due compensation. The cost of the repairs must be settled accordingly." Seeing Jun Wuxian's resolute demeanor, Xie Yuan found herself at a loss. Ultimately, the finance department calculated a symbolic sum of 100,000. Not a penny more. Although repairing cars is quite profitable, the extent of damage to Jun Wuxian's G-Class alone warranted that amount just for materials, leaving her with no earnings whatsoever. Yet, as long as she received payment, it sufficed. She generously swiped the card for the 100,000. "Mr. Jun, I truly have time today." As Jun Wuxian prepared to leave, Xie Yuan, her cheeks flushed, reminded him, "I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He drove off. Xie Yuan watched the retreating silhouette of the G-Class, feeling despondent as she assessed her own figure. Clearly, she was quite attractive. Why did Mr. Jun harbor no interest? At that moment, Xie Mingyu appeared behind her and said softly, "I told you not to fret. Mr. Jun is already taken." "What do you mean?" Xie Mingyu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds, pondering for someone like Mr. Jun, unless he has feelings himself. No matter how extraordinary a woman may be, she cannot capture his attention. He possesses that right. Am I considered an extraordinary woman? You are my sister. Xie Mingyu. You are such a jerk. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, tomorrow evening, Mr. Jun's friend is opening a restaurant. You should accompany me. If this does not help you build a connection with Mr. Jun, then perhaps it is time to let go. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Father said that while you may like Mr. Jun, you must ensure he does not come to dislike you. Xie Huan understood. If she could win over Mr. Jun, it would bring joy to the entire family. However, if she could not, she must not create animosity. With a sense of resignation, she remarked, Brother, isn't it said that when a woman pursues a man, a mere veil separates them? Is this veil not too thick? He is different. Jun Wuxian headed straight to Tang Hui's residence. In Yunzhou, his social circle was quite limited, consisting mainly of Tang Mingyuan and Tang Hui. Of course, although both shared the surname Tang, they had no familial ties apart from being classmates. Upon the arrival of Jun Wuxian, Tang Hui instructed her aunt to take the young lotus leaf, who had just begun to learn to walk, outside to play, and prepared a cup of tea for him. What brings you here? Jun Wuxian inquired, delicately holding the teacup, his gaze surveying the old and cramped living room. Seeing where you reside evokes a sense of sorrow. It has always been this way. I admire the administrative office. 10 years ago, I heard rumors that our home was to be demolished, yet here we are, still waiting. We can only make do. Why not relocate? I have approximately 1,800,000 in my card, enough for you to purchase a house and support your business. The 100,000 for car repairs was from the remaining balance in the card, while the full sum of 1,800,000 accumulated from car repairs, detoxification, and accommodation remained untouched, specifically reserved for Tang Hui. Tang Hui did not exhibit gratitude. Instead, her brows furrowed deeply. Jun Wuxian, I am not accustomed to this manner of interaction. Your provision of everything creates the impression that I am merely your kept woman. I understand your strong disposition. Jun Wuxian replied with a light-hearted smile. However, Tang Hui, I am not like others. This statement seemed to resonate with her, despite her lingering hesitation. Tang Hui accepted the bank card. By the way, did you see my surprise? Jun Wuxian suddenly asked. Tang Hui felt baffled. What do you mean? With solemnity. Jun Wuxian said, May I inquire if you have time at present? Yes, the barbecue stall is closed, and I have an abundance of time. Do you prefer shopping, watching movies, or going to a bar? Tang Hui's realization dawned upon her. You wish to invite me out. Precisely. I have never been to a bar, but I am open to shopping or watching movies. After a moment of seriousness, Tang Hui's face broke into a smile, unable to maintain her composure. I'm curious. If you want to invite me out, just say so. Why the pretense of a surprise? Jun Wuxian responded. Suwanin is toxic. In the provincial capital, at the Lei Heng building, Fang Jiangtang entered the general manager's office. Lei Xinyue's beautiful eyes fixated on him. Remaining silent for a full 10 minutes, Fang Jiangtang broke the silence. Lei Xinyue coldly remarked, Why did you not perish in Yunzhou, fulfilling your loyalty to the Lei gang? Perhaps it would have been for the best. The wedding could be avoided, and the young lady could remain as my widow, content to be Dong Xiao's clandestine lover, correct? Lei Xinyue's expression darkened immediately, her voice laced with venom. Fang Jiangtang, are you seeking death? Fang Jiangtang ignored her, not inclined to engage in pleasantries. For reasons unknown, he felt an increasing disdain for the once untouchable young lady, as if this aversion had sprouted from the depths of his heart. Shifting the topic, he said, Although Fang Zhou is missing, we both understand that he is most likely deceased. If the young lady believes Fang Zhou to be devoted to the Lei gang, she should now seek vengeance on his behalf. It is highly probable that it was the Gu Master. It is not worth offending the Gu Master for the sake of one Fang Zhou. However, Lei Xinyue remained conspicuously indifferent and swiftly changed the subject. Our wedding date has been set for March 8th, just 10 days away. Oh, Fang Jianggang replied nonchalantly. To his own astonishment, he subtly adopted the indifferent tone of Jun Wuxian, initially intending to send you to wreak havoc at the Starry Moon Bar. I have decided against it and will dispatch someone else instead. Before the grand wedding, I must erase every trace of Baisufeng from the southern province. Lei Xinyue's eyes were devoid of mercy. Chapter 93. A wanton, still aspiring to soar like a phoenix? The demise of Gu Zhenren at the hands of Jun Wuxian was merely a conjecture by Fang Jiangtang, who dared not voice it to Lei Xinyue. As for the Xinyue bar, It was a lavish gift bestowed upon Lei Xinyue by Sufeng during his zenith 8 years ago, when he commanded its purchase and opulent renovation in Nan province. The name, a homophone for Xinyue, was chosen for its melodic charm. At that time, no establishment in the entire Nan province boasted a more illustrious reputation than the Xinyue Bar. However, as the sands of time have slipped through the hourglass, the once celebrated venue has transformed into a source of disdain for Lei Xinyue, who now plans to send agents to obliterate it, compelling its closure. Fang Jiantang found himself perplexed. Having languished in Longyuan prison for 8 years, how could the young lady harbor such a narrow-minded vendetta against a mere bar? Nonetheless, she had spoken a truth. He would not acquiesce to her request, even though he was on the cusp of marrying her. His heart for Bai Sufeng remained one of veneration and respect. Dear lady, have you ever contemplated the possibility of marrying another? Fang Jiangang suddenly voiced his innermost thoughts. Lei Xinyue, slightly taken aback, retorted with displeasure, "What? Am I unworthy of you?" Fang Jiantang shook his head gravely. Indeed, she was worthy of him. Should you truly wish to wed me, I would traverse mountains of blades and rivers of fire without a moment's hesitation. However, I do not desire to marry you merely for appearances. If your heart is set on Dong Gongzi, you ought to find a way to secure his hand instead. I cannot fathom you being content as his clandestine lover. His words had crossed a threshold, yet they were the very sentiments that had long lingered in his heart. Matters concerning my relationship with Dong Qiui are of no concern to you, Lei Xinyue declared, advancing toward Fang Jiantang. Her proximity enveloped him in a fragrant allure that compelled him to retreat a couple of steps, seeking distance. Yet, she pursued him relentlessly, teasing him like a Navi youth, whispering softly into his ear, "My choice of you stems from my genuine affection for you. Fang Jiatang, there is no need for you to pry into matters that do not involve you. After our wedding, I shall fulfill all the obligations of a wife. But it must remain a secret from Dong Churan. Otherwise, should he grow envious, your fate would be sealed." 8 years prior, the once mighty sword-bearer of the Bai clan, Bai Sufeng, had met his downfall at her hands. Could a mere 23-year-old, Jun Wuxian, possibly surpass Bai Sufeng? She found it implausible. Dear lady, should you trust my counsel, refrain from harboring intentions toward the Luo Shui River Bay. Jun Wuxian is among the most formidable individuals I have ever encountered, Fang Jiangtang earnestly warned. Were it not for his first-hand experience, he too would have doubted that such a young man could wield significant power. Nevertheless, Lei Xinyue remained unconvinced, believing that Fang Jiangtang's inability to contend with him colored his perception. In the Nan province, formidable figures were indeed plentiful, with the likes of Jun Wuxian. One cannot consider oneself significant. At the Junlin Hotel, coupled with Jun Wuxian's formidable magical prowess, he becomes an enigma to both gods and ghosts. Should he decide to cause trouble, one would be oblivious to their impending doom. Su Yuan, having not faced mortal peril, lacked the same concerns as Du Shilin. Yet, she realized that her confidence in her own beauty had underestimated the allure surrounding Jun Wuxian. The effervescent presence beside him had completely overshadowed her. Returning to the provincial capital, she would continue to play the role of a mere ornament under Du Shilin, occasionally serving as an outlet for his frustrations. She felt a deep sense of discontent. After dedicating a full year to Du Shilin, what had he truly offered her? A multitude of empty promises without a shred of tangible benefit. The chance encounter with Jun Wuxian, a fellow alumnus of equal standing, and a wealthy heir owning a multi-billion yuan property, left Su Yuan unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Suddenly, her elegantly crafted phone chimed with an incoming call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her surprise was palpable. After feigning reluctance for 20 seconds, she answered, adopting a nonchalant tone. "Jun Wuxian, what prompts you to call me? I thought you would ignore me." Jun Wuxian replied in a cool manner, "An old classmate's restaurant opens tomorrow evening. Do you have time to accompany me?" "Yes, I have time." Initially, Su Yuan considered playing coy, but recalling Jun Wuxian's character, she feared a gentle refusal would lead to a lost opportunity, so she readily agreed. One must seize the moment, for opportunities like these are fleeting. "All right, I'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow evening." Without further ado, he ended the call. For Su Yuan, who teetered on the brink of despair, this was more than enough to elate her spirits. With a triumphant smile, she mused, men are like cats, always seeking a taste of forbidden fruit. No matter how beautiful a girlfriend may be, they still yearn for the allure of an outsider. Su Yuan had already convinced herself that the peculiar girl from the Auto City was Jun Wuxian's girlfriend, while she considered herself the outsider. Did it matter? Not in the least. As long as Jun Wuxian harbored interest in her, there was still a chance. It seemed you were not planning to walk away from me. Su Wenyuan thought, capitalizing on her strengths. If she could persuade Jun Wuxian to sell the Luoshui River Bay, they could each pocket 50 million from the 300 million price tag. With 50 million lying in her account, that would be a reality, Du Shilin reminded her. Though he had little hope left, he pondered the possibility that Su Wenyuan might succeed. Besides, even if it fell through, he faced no loss. I know what to do, she replied. Suddenly, Du Shilin placed his hands on Su Wenyuan's delicate shoulders, intending to push her onto the bed for a game of cards. Then smiled as he exited the room. Wretched woman. Du Shilin spat on the floor, unaware that Su Wenyuan harbored disdain for him. However, he was not particularly angered. Rather, he continued to scoff. A mere harlot, dreaming of soaring to greatness. Jun Wuxian merely wishes to toy with you. He does not genuinely fancy you. As long as I remain in this business, you shall comply with my whims. Chapter 94. The woman hardest to let go in a few days. You will be heading to the provincial capital. What purpose draws you there? Yet, there seems to be an unspoken understanding. A hint of melancholy lingers. As if you truly have no intention of remaining at home. Jun Wuxian chuckled softly, and, I must entrust my mother's last wishes to you. As night deepened. In the quiet of his room, Jun Wuxian hesitated before dialing a number on his phone. The recipient, Feng Ranjian, was taken aback by the call. Jun. Is there something amiss? He inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. It is indeed an honor to converse with you. Jun Wuxian did not reach out to Feng Ranjian. The prison warden, without reason, she was not a paragon of beauty. There was a purpose behind the call. Surely. Jun Jiga had dispatched someone to investigate my past 5 years at Longyuan prison? Feng Ranjian nodded, confirming that someone had indeed come, and assured him. I promise not to divulge your past as the one who single-handedly repelled the Shura 6 months ago. I shall uphold that promise. Those sent by Jun Jiga speculated that you were a disciple of Shura. As for Shura's true identity, aside from myself and those 4 old ghosts in the prison, no one else knows. Even the esteemed figures in the capital, who sought to bestow a war medal upon Shura, remain oblivious to his true form. Presently, Shura ranks 3rd on the list of the nation's most formidable figures, surpassing even Jun Jiga. The only ones comparable are the military deity Jun Yuzhou and another ancient entity in our land. Should Shura's true identity be revealed to the outside world, it would not only attract the attention of numerous adversaries upon Jun Wuxian, but also incite considerable complications. It was fortunate that Jun Wuxian refrained from mentioning this matter, for Feng Ranjian hesitated to pry further. However, since the topic had arisen, Feng Ranjian inquired with curiosity, what is your relationship with the Jun family? There must be a reason for Jun Jiga to send someone to investigate you. This matter is not suitable for discussion, Jun Wuxian replied, shifting the topic. Which was indeed the primary reason for his call. I wish to request a favor from you. Gradually, Feng Ranjian pieced it together. His expression turning serious. You wish for me to release Bai Sufeng. That is out of the question, Feng Ranjian firmly rejected. Perhaps in 10 years. Not only Bai Sufeng, but also your 3 other friends will be granted their freedom, but not now. I am aware that Bai Sufeng was wrongfully imprisoned. However, Jun, some matters transcend mere understanding. Moreover, releasing Bai Sufeng would undoubtedly unleash chaos upon the martial world, jeopardizing the stability of our nation and conflicting with the plans against the underworld. Bai Sufeng, the former wielder of the sword within the Bai sect, commands absolute authority in the northern martial realm of our country. His every utterance is akin to a royal decree. During his peak, it was said in the north, when the king of white calls for a life, none can survive. This is the weight of Bai Sufeng's reputation. Such a figure, after much effort from the higher echelons to confine him within Longyuan, is nearly impossible to free, even if Feng Ranjian were to agree. The esteemed leaders in the capital would never consent. A prison break could be a solution, but Jun Wuxian would not resort to such means, nor would Bai Sufeng escape. I am aware of the matters concerning the Lei clan, and I know that Lei Xinyue is soon to wed one of its hall masters. If the grievances between him and Lei Xinyue cannot be personally resolved, Bai Sufeng will undoubtedly remain discontented. However, esteemed Jun, should we seek to placate Bai Sufeng, many others in Huagua shall inevitably be unsettled. If you truly wish to assist him, why not eradicate the Lei clan instead? Although their influence is confined to the southern province, it should not be underestimated. It is certain that others would find it impossible to resolve the Lei clan's matters. Yet Jun Wuxian possesses the capability to accomplish this. Jun Wuxian shows no signs of retreating and will not be dissuaded by rejection. For all absurdities in this world are indeed possible. The release of Bai Sufeng from imprisonment is itself a far-fetched notion, yet it remains plausible, provided there exists a bargaining chip worthy of Fang Rinjian's concession, a directive for the eradication of the underworld, established by several national dignitaries, is piloted in the southern province and aims to radiate throughout the south. You have always desired my involvement in this endeavor. Thus, I propose to dismantle one of the four prominent families, the Dong family of the south. In exchange, Bai Sufeng may be liberated for a month. At once, Fang Rinjian was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that someone as unassuming as Jun Wuxian would go to such lengths for Bai Sufeng. Furthermore, granting Bai Sufeng absolute freedom is indeed an impossibility. However, a mere month is not insurmountable. Most critically, the Dong family is one of the four ancient clans of Huagua, wielding immense influence that even Fang Rinjian would find difficult to undermine. Should the Dong family be dismantled, it would effectively nullify the greatest obstacle to the underworld eradication initiative in southern Huagua. It is imperative to consider this deeply, esteemed Jun. I am aware of your capabilities, which are more than sufficient to challenge the Dong family. Yet, the Dong family is by no means benevolent. According to the sect's intelligence, their ancestor, who attained the Great Freedom Realm 30 years ago, still lives. Fang Rinjian cautioned. Even he has yet to surpass the shackles of the 10th grade Vidra, remaining at the second level of the 10th grade Great Freedom. In terms of 10th grade beings, a Great Freedom can contend with 10 Vidras. This constitutes absolute power. Fang Rinjian is not entirely certain of Jun Wuxian's cultivation level, but suspects it peaks at the 8th level of the Golden Core. The strength of a Great Freedom is already akin to a half-step Yuaning. After our long acquaintance, you should know well that when I commit to a course of action, I shall follow through. Will you engage in this transaction? Consider it for 2 days. I await your response. After hanging up the phone, Jun Wuxian remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. The extent of what he could do for Bai Sufeng was limited to this. Should Fang Rinjian ultimately decide against granting release, he would have no choice but to take up the mantle, resolving the grievances that had festered for 8 years in the southern province. This, however, was not the outcome Bai Sufeng desired. The following day, at 5:30 in the afternoon, Jun Wuxian met Su Wenin at the Jiangnan Hotel. She donned a translucent violet gown adorned with gold, the spring hues beneath it subtly revealed. She resembled a most distinguished lady. Su Wenin deliberately showcased her graceful figure before entering the vehicle, remarking, Jun Wuxian, I believe I should be acquainted with that classmate of yours who runs the establishment. You will understand once we arrive. Tang Mingyuan stood beneath the sign of Zhuan Tower, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, while Lin Xiaotao, adorned in a vibrant red celebratory gown, engaged in conversation with her mother. The flanks of the restaurant were overwhelmed with an abundance of floral arrangements, nearly overflowing. In fact, many of the bouquets were beyond Tang Mingyuan's knowledge as to their senders. However, it was easy to surmise that they were either from the esteemed Wuxian or the illustrious Xie Tian, who had invited friends to show their support. At this moment, Tang Mingyuan could not possibly fathom that Jun Wuxian had taken the liberty of bringing along a woman whose presence he found most difficult to reconcile. Along the way, Chapter 95, Jun Wuxian, are you truly intending to toy with me? Wuxian and Xie Tian had arrived early, dressed impeccably for the grand opening of Zhui Yuan Tower, each inviting a considerable entourage of friends from the Yunzhou circle to bolster the event's atmosphere. An array of luxury vehicles filled the parking area to capacity, with prominent figures from Yunzhou continuously arriving. Under the introductions of Wuxian and Xie Tian, Tang Mingyuan navigated through various small circles, gradually becoming acquainted with the influential elites of Yunzhou. For the first time, he profoundly sensed how effortlessly wealth could be acquired. On this momentous day, as the restaurant opened its doors, both Wuxian and Xie Tian had arranged several tables in support. According to the wishes of these two magnates, the culinary offerings at each table were mandated to amount to 10,000 yuan, with stringent requirements for the beverages as well. The prospect of attaining a staggering 100,000 yuan in revenue on the very first day was something Tang Mingyuan had never dared to envision. However, the friends they had invited were exceedingly generous, with nearly 70 to 80% opting to load their cards at Zhui Yuan Tower, contributing amounts ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. Even before the designated start time of 7 o'clock, 300,000 yuan had already been recorded in deposits. It was the first time in Tang Mingyuan's life that he felt the ease of earning. In truth, his initial aspiration had been to open a modest eatery. From his perspective, the restaurant industry appeared to be a stable venture, unlikely to face obsolescence. He never anticipated that his business would flourish to such a degree. He merely hoped for survival. Yet, after this series of operations, he had unexpectedly achieved a meteoric rise. Though the standards of Yuan Tower were certainly not on par with the most renowned establishments in Yunzhou, its prime location along the bustling riverside, coupled with the unwavering support of Wuxian and Xie Tian, promised a prosperous future. He felt an exhilarating sense of transformation. Tang Mingyuan was acutely aware that all of this was thanks to one person, Jun Wuxian. His gratitude was beyond expression. Why hasn't Mr. Jun arrived yet? Wuxian mused. Glancing outside the restaurant and checking his watch, a slight frown creasing his brow as the time for the banquet drew near. While he would patiently wait for Jun Wuxian for hours without complaint, his guests would not share the same sentiment. He should be here soon. Boss Wei from Longshan Restaurant has arrived. Brother Tang, come with me to meet him and glean some insights. Certainly. Before long, Jun Wuxian arrived by car. Due to the congestion of vehicles outside the restaurant, they had to park several hundred meters away. Jun Wuxian and Su Wenyun made their way on foot. The exterior of Yuan Tower was bustling with a throng of guests, so Tang Mingyuan was preoccupied with engaging in conversation with the arriving patrons. Oblivious to the presence of the two newcomers. Do you know why I invited you here? Jun Wuxian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Su Wenyun, uncertain, speculated. Perhaps you find me rather intriguing? Jun Wuxian merely smiled in response, remaining silent as they approached the entrance of the restaurant. Su Wenyun's gaze wandered over the numerous floral arrangements. Boss Wu from Kongshan Realty, Chairman Xie Tian of the Integrated Automotive Group, Chairman Zhao Taiwei of Wanzhong Commercial, Jun Wuxian. Our old classmate possesses remarkable talents. Nearly all prominent figures in the Yunzhou business community have come to show their support. Jun Wuxian smiled faintly. Having resided in the provincial capital for so long, you seem quite well acquainted with the circles of Yunzhou. I am also from Yunzhou, and being engaged in commerce, it is only natural for me to be aware of the many influential business leaders in our region. Su Wenyuan, feeling rather pleased, jested. With so many distinguished guests from Yunzhou here to support the owner of Yuan Tower, I fear our old classmate might not have time for us. Mr. Jun. Mr. Jun. Young Master Jun. At that moment, three enthusiastic voices rang out simultaneously. Following that, Wuxian, Xie Tian, and Tang Mingyuan maneuvered through the crowd, making their way towards Jun Wuxian. Su Wenyuan was slightly taken aback, not expecting Jun Wuxian to possess such influence. The fact that both Wuxian and Xie Tian, prominent business figures, approached him with such courtesy was astonishing. When Su Wenyuan caught sight of another once familiar face, she froze, wishing to lower her head to avoid being seen. Su Wenyuan, long time no see. Su Wenyuan, momentarily stunned, quickly pieced together the reality. She gazed incredulously at the impeccably dressed and imposing Tang Mingyuan, exclaiming, "You are the owner of this restaurant? How is that possible? You were expelled before graduating from university and came from a humble background. How could you possibly establish such a large restaurant in less than 3 years since our last meeting?" Su Wenyuan had graduated and entered a small southern trading firm in the provincial capital, where her willingness to flatter and curry favor allowed her to be closely associated with Du Shilin. Having been well exposed to the business world, she understood the considerable investment required to open such a grand establishment. Even in terms of rental costs, the initial investment would exceed 2 million. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter, it was the connections. How could a mere commoner like Tang Mingyuan attract more than half of Yunzhou's business elite to his opening? Indeed, I am the owner. The establishment of the restaurant was entirely thanks to young Master Jun's assistance. Young Master Jun, I must share a drink with you before the night concludes. Tang Mingyuan maintained a calm demeanor, as though he and Su Wenyuan were merely ordinary old classmates with no further ties. He then gracefully inquired, "And you? It has been 2 years since we last met. I trust your endeavors in the provincial capital are flourishing?" Well, somewhat, Su Wenyuan diverted her gaze. Her eyes fixed on Jun Wuxian, silently questioning if this was the reason he had invited her to the grand opening. "Mr. Jun, all my guests have arrived. We are merely awaiting your presence." Wuxian, unaware of the dynamics, smiled lightly. "Lead the way." "Very well." Wuxian took the lead, guiding Jun Wuxian into the restaurant. Su Wenyuan cast a complex glance at Tang Mingyuan before resolutely following in Jun Wuxian's footsteps. Tang Mingyuan sighed softly, recognizing that Su Wenyuan remained as formidable as ever. Reflecting on their university days, he realized he had been quite naive. The wealthy heir pursuing Su Wenyuan was not merely a nuisance, she had been genuinely captivated. Only the foolishly naive would believe that Su Wenyuan would steadfastly uphold their innocent love, only to rush into that fight, thereby jeopardizing Tang Mingyuan's future. "Mr. Jun." As Jun Wuxian settled into his seat, a soft voice greeted him. The one seated beside him was none other than Xie Yihuan. The others at the table were familiar faces as well, Xie Tian and his son Xie Mingyu. Alongside Jun Wuxian, Su Wenyuan, and the Tang family of three. There were no other companions present. Wuxian, indeed astute in his considerations, surmised that Jun Wuxian preferred the company of familiar faces and thus arranged for only this small gathering for dinner. Jun Wuxian, do you truly wish to play with me? Suddenly, Su Wenyuan whispered into his ear. Chapter 96. Beyond the nascent soul, there exists the divine. Since the relationship has ended, there should be no further ties. If Tang Mingyuan can let go, why can't you? I have observed that ever since you discovered that Tang Mingyuan is the proprietor of Zui Yuan Tower, your demeanor has been consistently dismal. Is it that Tang Mingyuan's success brings you discontent? Do you feel that his flourishing life now serves as a testament to the errors in your past choices? Jun Wuxian displayed no extraneous expressions, his gaze languid, rendering it difficult to discern that he was conversing with Su Wenyan. Your matters of the heart are of no concern to me. Fine, just wait and see. Su Wenyan retorted, peevishly. Mr. Jun, I raise a glass to you. At the commencement of the feast, Xie Yihuan proactively lifted her glass of red wine with both hands, downing nearly half in one gulp, her cheeks instantly blooming with a rosy hue. Jun Wuxian remained silent, draining his own glass, yet continued to disregard Xie Yihuan's intentions. Observing this, Xie Mingyu felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing that his sister's hopes were futile. Jun Wuxian clearly understood her affections, deliberately maintaining a courteous indifference, which was indicative of his stance. Su Wenyan, astutely perceptive, quickly deduced the situation, whispering, so, she is not your girlfriend. At that moment, Tang Mingyuan entered with Lin Xiaodao, greeting the group with a smile. His gaze lingered slightly on Su Wenyan before presenting Lin Xiaodao to the forefront, stating, everyone, this is Lin Xiaodao. If all goes as planned, she shall soon be the mistress of Zui Yuan Tower. Instantly, Lin Xiaodao's cheeks flushed with shyness, wishing to bury herself in the ground. Yet an unmistakable aura of happiness enveloped her. Congratulations, let us raise a toast. Su Wenyan's expression darkened further. Unbeknownst to her, it was only upon encountering Lin Xiaodao again that Tang Mingyuan made the resolute decision to solidify their relationship. The underlying motive was, in part, to flaunt before her, demonstrating that after parting ways with Su Wenyan, he could still find a partner of considerable merit. Such subtle psychological factors were at play. As the drinks flowed, Jun Wuxian prepared to take his leave. He graciously declined the group's offer to see him off and settled into the passenger seat of a large vehicle. Noting his lack of proficiency in driving, he summoned Wu Chun to serve as his designated driver. With a clang, Su Wenyan opened the car door and entered the back seat. After a brief exchange, Jun Wuxian remarked, I thought you would no longer ride in my car. I feel quite miserable right now. Are you satisfied? Su Wenyan's eyes brimmed with self-mockery as she continued, I know I am a woman who craves vanity, but when I was with Tang Mingyuan, my affection for him was genuine. Over time, I realized that being with him meant a life bound by mundane necessities. Hence, I chose to be with a wealthy second-generation heir. In the end, I was abandoned by him, which is truly tragic. After a year of being toyed with, when we parted, he tossed me a few thousand yuan as compensation and bid me farewell. Isn't it laughable? After graduating from university, I found a way into a southern commercial office, only to be targeted by Du Shilin on my very first day, while one sends people to undermine me. Pretending to show concern, within a month, I succumbed to their machinations. The result? A spouse indeed. And then they painted grand illusions, promising everything but marriage. Now, I find myself in this predicament, where, despite the facade of a glamorous life, my meager earnings barely suffice for my adornments. Jun Wuxian, I, Su Wenyuan, am but a girl from a rural family in Jiangsu, yearning for a life akin to that of a wealthy heiress. Is that a fault? Everyone deserves the liberty of choice, and that is not wrong. In 5 minutes, we shall arrive at Junlin Hotel, and you have this time to voice your thoughts freely. Jun Wuxian spoke with a hint of indifference, adding, if my presence today has caused you distress, it is my oversight. To bully a woman indeed lacks merit. However, his intention in bringing Su Wenyuan was to help Tang Mingyuan overcome his mental barriers, with no ulterior motives. I refuse to accept this fate. Jun Wuxian replied coolly. I do not require any sacrifice from you. You are not in a position to gain anything from me. Su Wenyuan expressed her innermost thoughts, aware that this meeting would likely be her last chance to connect with Jun Wuxian. One must always strive to try. The Lei Gang desires the Luoshui River Bay. If you do not comply, the Commerce Office will withhold the development documents for the Luoshui town resort. Furthermore, the Lei Gang will not relent, continuously causing troubles for your family. Jun Wuxian. In the face of power, everyone must bow their heads, rather than stubbornly resisting. It would be wiser to sell the Luoshui River Bay to the Lei Gang and secure a substantial sum. Jun Wuxian inquired, "Is this your primary reason for approaching me?" "One of them. Another reason is that I wish to claim you as my husband." It was evident that she felt inadequate. Time was fleeting, and Su Wenyuan hurriedly asserted, 350 million is the highest price I can negotiate. Jun Wuxian, consider it. Indeed, it is an exceptional offer. In presenting this price, she would need to discuss the distribution of the remaining 50 million with Du Shilin. Yet, it was better than walking away empty-handed. Upon arriving at Junlin Hotel, "You may alight from the vehicle." The grand vehicle halted outside the hotel. "That is impossible," Jun Wuxian stated candidly. "The Luoshui River Bay will not be sold. Even if the Lei Gang does not trouble me, I will seek them out. As for the development documents, I shall personally visit the provincial city to obtain them shortly." Jun Wuxian, do not be blindly arrogant. What you propose is utterly unattainable. Get out of the car. Jun Wuxian's patience wore thin. Su Wenyuan took a deep breath, ultimately descending from the vehicle in a huff, declaring, "I shall await you in the provincial city, eager to see how you procure the development documents." Ling Yu clasped her hands in reverence, fervently invoking, "Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha," murmured Jun Wuxian, regretting not witnessing the divine power of Ksitigarbha in person. Had he done so, he would surely surmise the realms of existence and glimpse the divine hierarchy of this world. Above the nascent soul lies the realm of deities. At present, what Jun Wuxian most desperately requires to transcend to the nascent soul realm is the extraordinary power that surpasses that of the nascent soul itself. Chapter 97. The visitor from beyond the spiritual energy within the reincarnation wheel had been nearly exhausted by Jun Wuxian's cultivation. Although the reincarnation wheel is an extraordinary divine weapon of the 3,000 realms, capable of generating spiritual power through self-circulation, this process requires time. Jun Wuxian's cultivation was currently stymied at the threshold of the half-step nascent soul stage, and to advance further would necessitate a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy. To break through to the nascent soul stage relying on the sparse spiritual energy present in the blue star world would require at least a decade. A full cycle of the reincarnation wheel in generating spiritual energy would not take nearly so long. While Jun Wuxian was not pressed for time, he could not afford to squander years merely on a breakthrough. If he wished to shorten the time required for his advancement, there existed an alternative path: to seek out deities who transcended the nascent soul stage and receive their divine power as a boon, thereby facilitating his premature ascension. If such beings existed, they could indeed be found. However, Jun Wuxian's purpose for visiting this night was not solely to seek divine power. There was another reason. "Ling Yu the monk, it seems you wish to become my named disciple," Jun Wuxian stated bluntly. Ling Yu was taken aback. "You, Master Jun, wish to take me as your disciple?" Jun Wuxian nodded. As the Buddha teaches, causality is born of connections. We are fated to meet. It would not be strange for me to wish to take you as my named disciple, would it? Or do you believe I am unworthy to be your master? Master? Ling Yu was further perplexed, reminding him, one may only call a deity master after pledging allegiance to them. Master Jun, are you jesting? Jun Wuxian chuckled nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. You do not know me well. How can you ascertain that I am not a deity? Ling Yu, even as a named disciple, would have the opportunity that countless cultivators could only dream of. He needed to ponder this carefully. However, Ling Yu had his own considerations. Master Jun, although my understanding of you is limited, I am aware that you do not act without purpose. There must be a reason behind your desire to take me as your apprentice, right? Indeed. Jun Wuxian did not conceal the truth. I am about to leave Yunzhou and require someone to look after my family. Currently, you are the highest-ranked monk in Yunzhou. With you around, I can be assured of their safety. Oh, I see. Ling Yu suddenly understood, promptly assuring him, rest assured, Master Jun. As long as you provide instructions, I will ensure your household is well cared for. At that moment, Ling Yu truly comprehended the situation. It seemed Master Jun sought both assistance and wished to avoid owing a debt of gratitude. In simpler terms, he was being rather coy. Your master shall not perish, nor shall our fellow disciples, he mused, though he found it perplexing. Master Jun, why do you always emphasize named disciple? Because you are far from being my direct disciple. In an instant, a radiant scroll of scripture appeared in the void, illuminating the night. The scripture captivated Ling Yu's attention deeply, as he felt the unimaginable divine power contained within, beckoning him to explore. Jun Wuxian explained lightly, This scripture is called the Prajna Glazed Vajra. It is the least remarkable among the few Buddhist texts in my possession. Yet it is the only one you can cultivate. To merely cultivate this technique to the minor achievement is to attain an indestructible state, impervious to all forms of harm. Achieving clarity within it allows one to reach the realm of the nascent soul. With minor achievement, one is already indestructible and immune to all forms of attack. Attaining clarity leads to the legendary state of the nascent soul. Lingyu, taken aback, instinctively inquired, well, what would happen should one cultivate it to great success? Jun Wuxian replied with an air of certainty, then you would become one of the deities of this world. Hiss. Lingyu inhaled sharply, filled with disbelief. Gazing at Jun Wuxian, he felt an aura of profound mystery, one that was difficult to behold directly. Disciple, I pay my respects to you. Master. Without further hesitation, Lingyu accepted the scroll of the technique with both hands. The moment the scroll touched his grasp, the golden radiance dissipated, revealing it to be but a seemingly ordinary manual. Yet, a continuous stream of warmth flowed from the scroll into Lingyu's body, unblocking the previously stagnant meridians, and doubling the flow of spiritual energy within him. Truly, this was merely the result of acquiring the technique. At this moment, Lingyu was utterly convinced that this Prajna Yuli diamond technique was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Yet, such a remarkable technique was considered the least impressive among the Buddhist practices mastered by Jun Wuxian. Lingyu completely regarded Jun Wuxian as a divine being. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation and take good care of the house, Jun Wuxian remarked coolly, turning away and leaving behind mere afterimages, his presence vanishing without a trace. I bid farewell to my master. Lingyu bowed in reverence. It was only after Jun Wuxian had departed for quite some time that Lingyu, filled with curiosity, opened the scroll and began to study the technique. As he pondered, a faint, distant voice echoed, a visitor from beyond. Little did he know that despite Jun Wuxian's current state being merely half a step into the nascent soul realm, far from being a threat to the deities, it had made the king of hell cautious, unwilling to be discovered. Jun Wuxian gazed out at the fleeting scenery beyond the window, when suddenly, the voice of Wu Chun reached his ears. Chapter 98. Absurd family rules, what does it mean? Jun Wuxian inquired, casting a sidelong glance. Wu Chun, lost in thought as he drove, explained, not long ago, Commander Jun personally reached out to me, instructing that I should remain by young Commander Jun's side from now on. He will seal my records within the Taoist sect, ensuring that no one else is privy to them. In essence, unless Jun Jiga alters his decision, I will no longer be considered a member of the Taoist sect. And given Jun Jiga's character, such decisions are seldom reversed. Jun Wuxian chuckled softly, stating, if he wishes to keep you by my side, I shall accept. Convey to him that I have no need for you. Wu Chun was puzzled, but young commander, not long ago you inquired whether I would be willing to leave the Taoist sect to become your subordinate. Jun Wuxian replied coolly, what was once is no longer. The present is distinct from the past. Wu Chun, feeling disoriented, resembled a lost child unable to find his way home. Jun Wuxian, somewhat perplexed, acknowledged that while the Taoist sect was formidable, the number of individuals who joined was exceedingly rare. Even if one were to leave the sect, it merely constituted a change in lifestyle. Jun Wuxian understood well what the Taoist sect represented. Established over a century ago, it consolidated the cultivation of the common folk, bestowing them with legitimate status and responsibilities. This framework was designed to prevent practitioners from engaging in nefarious acts independently, thus serving as a significant instrument for maintaining stability within Huagua. After more than 100 years of development, the Taoist sect of Huagua has taken a definitive shape, wielding considerable influence within the global realm of cultivation. For ordinary practitioners, joining the sect not only conferred legal status but also promised a prosperous future. Among the esteemed individuals governing Huagua, one of them is the head of the Taoist sect. Furthermore, to safeguard the interests of the sect, it has long been stipulated that a seat in the Huagua hierarchy must be allocated to the leader of the Taoist sect, affirming its status as an uncontested major sect of cultivation in the nation. The capture of Lei Jiang was the handiwork of the Taoist sect's experts. While Jun Wuxian was familiar with the Taoist sect, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Wu Chen's family and had no desire to inquire further. Frowning, Jun Wuxian reflected on the rules. He was aware of their essence. In plain terms, they stemmed from petty concerns, born out of a fear that the family's techniques might be learned by outsiders, leading to such absurd regulations. Such families were not uncommon in Tianwang. Yet it was somewhat amusing that Huagua had its own. In matters of worldly righteousness, filial piety must take precedence. A truly filial person should be afforded an opportunity. Upon arriving at Luoshui town, Wuxian parked the car outside the Lin family's villa, securely locking the doors before handing the keys to Jun Wuxian. I will articulate a cultivation method for you to listen to. If you can elevate your realm to the 7th level of foundation establishment within a month, I shall grant you the chance to follow me. Wuxian first felt perplexed, then quickly deemed it impossible. He had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment after 13 years of relentless effort within the Taoist sect. To elevate his realm by 2 levels in a mere month? It seemed utterly unattainable. He believed young Commander Jun was jesting with him. The cycle of the cosmos is seamless, allowing for the integration of body and spirit. The essence returns to the dantian, and the technique becomes enlightened. When Jun Wuxian finished reciting the incantation, he remarked, "This is merely a fundamental technique, the foundation establishment scripture, upon which all prior cultivation before the golden elixir relies. Although the method appears unremarkable, it encompasses the power of myriad techniques. It was this very scripture that I practiced during my own foundation establishment." Wuxian hastily jotted down the incantation, but found it arduous to utter. "Little Jun, even if this technique were extraordinary, it is implausible for me to elevate 2 minor realms within just a month." Jun Wuxian replied, "If that is unattainable, it would only indicate my inability to transform stone into gold, rendering me incapable of assisting you. Thus, if you remain by my side, you shall not glean anything of worth." Wuxian pondered deeply and could not refrain from asking, "Can you truly achieve that? From foundation establishment to golden elixir, I required only 6 months to master this scripture," Jun Wuxian asserted. Wuxian was left speechless in utter disbelief. Upon entering the living room, he was surprised to find his aunt and sister present. Jun Wuxian approached them with curiosity, inquiring, "What brings you both here today? Have you not taken a moment to rest?" "There is indeed a matter of significance," Lin Qian replied, her expression slightly grave. "Wuxian, your grandfather's 70th birthday is in 2 days. He called, wishing for you and Xiaoyin to attend his celebration." Before Jun Wuxian could respond, Lin Yin interjected with displeasure. "When Mom was alive, our families had no contact whatsoever. Why should we celebrate the birthday of that old man after Mom has passed for years? Such a good person has a short life, yet that calamity lives on for a millennium. How could that old coot reach 70? Heaven has no eyes." Although her words lacked foul language, each word was a scathing rebuke. Yet, neither Jun Wuxian nor Lin Qian reprimanded Lin Yan, for her sentiments were not unfounded. Indeed, that old man was no virtuous soul. When their mother, Lin Shixue, was accepted into university, that old man demanded she drop out, coercing her into marriage for a meager bride price offered by another family, thereby extinguishing her future. Eventually, after Lin Shixue graduated from university, she received a bride price that was doubled. With no other choice, Lin Shixue severed ties with her family and departed from her former home. Later, she settled in Luoshui town and became prosperous, yet she faced incessant harassment from the Lin family, who devised schemes to extort money from her. The memories of those shameless, grotesque faces were indelibly etched in their minds. Could that old man be plotting something regarding the Luoshui River Bay? Jun Wuxian speculated. Lin Qian scoffed lightly. "It is certainly within the realm of possibility. Little Xian, if it vexes you, then let us not attend. After all, when your mother was alive, you never even called him grandfather." "We must go," he insisted. Chapter 99. Evil must be met with evil in the past. Her family would have avoided the old man at all costs. However, the situation had changed. Jun Wuxian had acquired remarkable skills during his time in Longyuan prison, capable of eliminating even the most notorious figures of the underworld. What was there to fear from a rogue old man? Over the years, they had endured enough of his shameless demeanor, and had there been a way to retaliate, they would have done so long ago. After experiencing so much, Lin Qian naturally trusted Jun Wuxian's abilities, yet she harbored a concern. "But he is still your grandfather. Can Xiaoxian truly kill him?" Regardless of the old man's shortcomings, blood remains thicker than water. Even if Jun Wuxian possessed the resolve to be ruthless, he had to consider Lin Shixue, who was watching from above. Teaching someone a lesson does not solely involve the option of taking a life. "Aunt, I am not intent on attending his birthday banquet. But there are some people from whom we cannot escape. While I am fine now, what if they come to trouble you and Xiaoyan after I move to the provincial city?" Jun Wuxian retorted. He was not particularly worried about encountering trouble from notorious individuals. The little monk Ling Yu was more than capable of handling such matters. Yet, the old man's family, who refrained from committing murder and arson, still represented a persistent thorn in their side. They could go, but they must not act impulsively or resort to violence. The Jun Wuxian of today was a far cry from the top scholar he had been 5 years prior. I promise you, Aunt, I will not harm the old man or his family. However, I will ensure that they regard our family with the utmost caution from this day forth. The following morning, the three prepared for their journey. Though Lin Jiawan was still within the bounds of Yunzhou, it was quite remote, requiring a grueling 7 to 8 hours of travel by car, necessitating an early departure. Early on, Xiangyu, a figure of ambiguous morality in Yunzhou, arrived alone. Driving a jeep to Luoshui town, Lin Qian did not recognize him, but upon hearing the name Xiangyu, her expression changed slightly, and she looked at Jun Wuxian in astonishment, wondering how he had summoned such a person. In recent years, Yunzhou had been rife with chaos, with numerous shadowy figures emerging to carve up and control the underground world. While Xiangyu did not rival the likes of Mu Qinyong, he was nonetheless a notorious figure. Gradually, he shifted to legitimate business, and his infamous reputation began to fade. Nevertheless, he was by no means a paragon of virtue. Jun Wuxian smiled lightly. Boss Yang is a friend I specifically invited to accompany me in celebrating my grandfather's birthday. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu was taken aback. Mr. Jun, your grandfather is reaching a grand age? Why did you not inform me sooner? I could have prepared a gift. Moreover, Brother Wu and Brother Xie will surely blame me for not notifying them about such an important matter. Jun Wuxian was indeed a person of great capability, worthy of any expense to establish connections. This was a consensus shared by Wuxian and Xietian. Since Xiangyu's status was lower than theirs, he naturally showed even greater respect. Thus, upon hearing this news, his first thought was to offer a lavish gift. It is not so complicated. I invited you because I have some matters that are rather challenging to handle, and someone like you is much more suitable for addressing them. You need not bring anything. Our family has not prepared any gifts either. Since we have arrived at our destination, let us prepare to embark. Very well. There are 4 of us in total, 1 large G-class and 1 jeep, with 2 individuals per vehicle, with Xiangyu accompanying us. Jun Wuxian felt no need to conceal the relationship between their families and spoke candidly. Upon learning about Mr. Jun's grandfather, Xiangyu could not suppress his indignation. Such a person deserved to be cast into a cesspool to drown. Having fathered a daughter, he had never shown her a modicum of kindness. After she successfully gained admission to a prestigious university, he contemplated selling her off for a bride price. Once she became affluent, he began devising ways to extract money from her, insatiable and ungrateful. Xiangyu finally understood Mr. Jun's intention in bringing him along. It takes a villain to confront a villain. To deal with such a person, one must employ someone of equal measure. He promptly assured Jun Wuxian, rest easy. I guarantee that after my visit, that old man and his family will not dare to trouble Mr. Jun's family again. Jun Wuxian replied nonchalantly. We shall see upon our arrival. 5 hours later, the 2 vehicles navigated the rugged mountain path, steep and treacherous. Although Jun Wuxian was exceptionally skilled in many areas, he lacked proficiency in driving. Thus, to avoid plunging the vehicle into a ravine, he prudently refrained from taking the wheel. The phrase poor mountains and treacherous waters aptly described the scene before them. The rocky, undulating road was flanked by barren peaks of stark stone. Yet, amidst such impoverished surroundings, one could still find individuals like his mother, a paragon of grace. A person's character is not solely dictated by their environment. It was just past 4 o'clock, nearing 5. The G-Class and the Jeep entered the desolate Linjiwan, drawing curious glances from onlookers. In this mountainous region, even ordinary vehicles were a rarity. Thus, the sight of such fine automobiles was remarkable. Amidst the envious stares, many were unaware of the vehicles' identities, but it was evident they were exorbitantly priced and beyond their means. At the base of a rugged mountain stood an uncommon 3-story house. The 2 vehicles came to a halt on the stone embankment in front of this dwelling. Lin Yin, along with Jun Wuxian and Xiangyu, disembarked, creating a striking tableau reminiscent of nobility visiting the countryside. It was as if Lin Shishui's sister and daughter had arrived. How do you know? One inquired. I made a trip to Luoshui town as a fellow villager. I even dined at Lin Shishui's home. You wouldn't believe it. His house is as splendid as a palace. If you ask me, it's about time. Life in the city is not so easy. Years ago, I should have heeded old Lin's advice and married the village chief's son. Now, she is also the village chief's wife here in Linjiwan, which is far superior to anything else. To ride in such a vehicle even once would make me willing to die early. A chorus of chatter ensued. At that moment, an elderly man with a broad smile and a mouth full of blackened teeth approached, clutching an old pipe. Lin Qian, Lin Yin, Wuxian, you've come. Hurry inside. Come inside. This old man was the old fellow referred to by the three, none other than Lin Shishui's father, Lin Jiayao. His skin was as yellow as tree bark, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief. Following him were two middle-aged individuals. They are the two sons of Lin Jiayao, Lin Xing and Lin Wang. Neither of them is particularly admirable. One is a notorious drunkard, wandering aimlessly day in and day out. The other is a compulsive gambler, who has lost his wife to another man, yet shamelessly refers to it as remarriage. However, everyone in Lin Jiawan knows the truth. He lost her to Zhang Dadian from the neighboring village in a game of chance. This family, despite their unremarkable lineage, presents a perplexing contrast to Lin Shishui, their daughter, who possesses an exquisite and gentle charm.